Chapter 1. Journey to the City in Search of Father. In the year 1971, in the county of Nannan, the sun in August blazed mercilessly, scorching the skin. 3-year-old Lin Xiaoman sat atop the jostling tractor. The wind that met her was laden with heat. Clutching her basket of freshly picked vegetables, she feared they might tumble out due to the bumpy ride. With her tender age, Lin Xiaoman's face glowed a bright red from the sun's rays. Her hair plastered to her forehead, and sweat cascading down her cheeks. Overwhelmed by the sweltering heat, Lin Xiaoman remained silent, wiping her brow with a small gesture, but in doing so, her oversized straw hat slid down, obscuring half of her face. Observing this, Aunt Qian found her both amusing and pitiable, adjusting the hat back into place and calling out in a loud voice, "Why did you insist on coming along and enduring this misery?" The roar of the tractor drowned out all but the loudest voices, making it difficult to hear. Once Aunt Qian had straightened Lin Xiaoman's hat, she gently caressed the child's sunburnt cheeks, her heart aching as she muttered, "You're as red as a boiled shrimp. Your mother would be heartbroken to see you like this." With that, she took out a piece of cloth she had been reluctant to use herself and wiped the girl's brow, followed by a piece of cardboard to fan her, and opened her water flask, saying, "Here, have a drink. We mustn't let you suffer any ill effect from the sun." Lin Xiaoman, known for her sweet demeanor and infectious laughter, understood Aunt Qian's concern and took the gentle scolding in stride, smiling happily. She even raised the open water flask to Aunt Qian's lips, her sunburnt face beaming as she sweetly urged, "Grandma, you drink first." Aunt Qian had borne 3 sons, 2 of whom were married, and had blessed her with 3 grandsons, while the youngest was yet to settle down. She often dreamt of having a granddaughter. Lin Xiaoman's endearing nature melted Aunt Qian's heart, prompting her to exclaim several times in delight, her wrinkles easing with each smile. At the wheel of the tractor was Aunt Qian's youngest son, who, noticing Lin Xiaoman offering water to his mother, teased, "Xiaoman, uncle is thirsty too." Eager to oblige, Lin Xiaoman lifted the water flask to him, only to be gently stopped by Aunt Qian. "Xiaoman, drink for yourself. Don't mind your uncle, he can manage." As she spoke, Aunt Qian continued to fan Lin Xiaoman, ensuring the few strands of hair sticking to her forehead were no longer a bother. Qian San, amused by the child's antics, couldn't help but chuckle, finding great joy in teasing her. Their village was not far from the town, yet even by tractor, it took several hours to reach the county seat. Qian San was responsible for operating the tractor for the brigade, which had to be driven to the county regularly for maintenance. He had taken his mother along, who intended to purchase supplies in the city. Although regulations prohibited private sales, it was permissible for rural folk to barter goods they had grown themselves. Aunt Qian's eldest daughter-in-law had recently given birth to a grandson, prompting her to seek rice and flour in exchange, as well as some brown sugar from the supply cooperative to nourish her daughter-in-law. Coincidentally, Lin Xiaoman's mother had also fallen ill. Upon hearing this, Aunt Qian contemplated sharing some of her brown sugar, recognizing how challenging it was for Lin Xiaoman's mother to raise her alone. However, Lin Xiaoman's obstinate mother staunchly refused any assistance, her temperament as unyielding as a stone and a latrinous, stubborn, and foul. Resolute in her decisions, the obedient, filial, and clever Lin Xiaoman, upon hearing the news, gathered a bunch of fresh vegetables from the garden. She eagerly tugged at Aunt Qian's sleeve, calling out for her grandmother, expressing her desire to accompany her to the county in exchange for 2 eggs to supplement her mother's meals. Oh, how endearing this dutiful child is. Aunt Qian initially considered simply giving her 2 eggs from home. However, upon witnessing the glimmer of anticipation in Xiaoman's eyes, and recalling that the child had never ventured to the county, she could not bear to refuse her request. Softening at the thought, Aunt Qian decided to inform Lin Xiaoman's mother. In her distracted state, Lin Jing did not fully grasp their intention to visit the county. Upon learning that Lin Xiaoman wished to accompany Aunt Qian to exchange goods, she assumed they were merely heading to the town and did not intervene, as long as they avoided any encounters with Lin Xiaoman's unreliable father. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman, already in the county, was being led by Aunt Qian, navigating through the bustling market. Aunt Qian, wary of the numerous child traffickers prevalent in those times, held tightly to Lin Xiaoman's hand, for they often targeted beautiful children like her. Lin Xiaoman obediently followed, clutching her basket of vegetables until they found a small space to set down their goods, finally allowing a sigh of relief to escape. Aunt Qian's heart genuinely ached for Lin Xiaoman as she observed the little girl, drenched in sweat and flushed in the face. Quickly, she led her to a shaded area to rest, as the cacophony of cicadas only intensified the summer heat. Aunt Qian produced a flask of water from home, pouring it to dampen a cloth and gently wipe Lin Xiaoman's rosy cheeks. With her eyes nearly shut from perspiration, Lin Xiaoman's sweat trickled down her face, even accumulating on her long eyelashes. Despite her discomfort, she refrained from crying or complaining, instead tenderly holding the cloth and, on tiptoe, gazed up at Aunt Qian, concerned about the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, saying, "Grandma, you should wipe too." Oh dear! It is no wonder Aunt Qian feels such compassion for Lin Xiaoman, who could resist a child so considerate and thoughtful. She is far superior to Aunt Qian's own grandchildren, who only know how to fight and play mischief. You are truly fortunate, my dear. Such a well-behaved granddaughter. Why not let her try a cold drink? A handful of greens should suffice for the trade, suggested an elderly vendor selling refreshments, noticing the girl's distress from the heat. Lin Xiaoman, upon hearing this, shook her head, pulling at Aunt Qian's hand. "Grandma, Xiaoman doesn't want any." A handful of vegetables held little value, and Aunt Qian's heart swelled with sympathy for Lin Xiaoman, who had grown up without a father, solely alongside her mother. Concerned that the heat might overwhelm her, Aunt Qian removed Lin Xiaoman's straw hat to allow her some relief. Gently pinching her slender face, "You may not be thirsty, but you must stay here and not wander off." Aunt Qian then hurried to a nearby stall, her gaze never straying far from Lin Xiaoman, who was dutifully squatting on the ground, counting the vegetables in her basket. Her heart softened at the sight. The elderly vendor, following Aunt Qian's gaze, nearly stumbled in surprise upon noticing Lin Xiaoman without her hat, his hand trembling as he scooped extra portions of cold drink. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Is this little girl your daughter? What? Does she not resemble me?" Aunt Qian responded defensively, eyeing the vendor with suspicion, fearful he might have ill intentions. "Not at all. Not at all. It's just that this young girl possesses a certain fortune in her appearance," the old man quickly dismissed, waving his hands, for he had no connection to the traffickers. "Ah, that is indeed the talk around here. The villagers all say so," Aunt Qian acknowledged, realizing her own overreaction. She smiled and generously offered a few more vegetable leaves. The old man, being amiable, filled her water jug with a chilled beverage and continued to praise Lin Xiaoman profusely. Until Aunt Qian returned to Lin Xiaoman's side with the cold drink, the old man still frowned and muttered, "How peculiar, this little girl looks just like that rascal from the Song family, as if they were carved from the same mold." Chapter 2. The unreliable profligate father. When Aunt Qian returned to Lin Xiaoman's side, she was cradling a jug of cold beverage. This military water bottle was a gift from the leader of her son's team during the New Year's celebrations, and since her son had not yet settled down, he had given it to her for use. Normally, Aunt Qian cherished this water bottle and seldom utilized it, but since it was a rare trip to the county and she was accompanied by Lin Xiaoman, she brought it along to prevent her from suffering from thirst. Now, it was indeed put to use. At around 2 in the afternoon, with the sun blazing overhead, Aunt Qian noticed Lin Xiaoman's flushed face cooling slightly before she brought the bottle to her lips. "Come, Xiaoman, take a sip, and hold it in your mouth for a moment before swallowing. It's too cold to be consumed directly. We wouldn't want to risk an upset stomach," Aunt Qian cautioned, drawing from her experience of raising sons and grandsons, always attentive to such minor details. With the bottle already at Lin Xiaoman's lips, any further hesitation would seem ungracious, so she lowered her head and took a small sip, obediently holding it in her mouth. The refreshing mint water spread rapidly, clearing her airways that had been suffocated by the heat, and the invigorating chill alleviated the drowsiness that had settled in her sun-baked mind. Observing the immediate sparkle in Lin Xiaoman's eyes, Aunt Qian felt her efforts were well rewarded. When Lin Xiaoman took her time to swallow, Aunt Qian quickly offered the bottle again, encouraging her to indulge further. "If you like it, have some more. It feels good to drink." However, Lin Xiaoman, despite her previous reticence, insisted on lifting the water bottle to Aunt Qian's lips, proclaiming, "Grandma drinks first, then I will drink." Indeed, not just Aunt Qian, but even the nearby vendors shared smiles at this endearing scene. Uncle Zhao, watching Lin Xiaoman's sweet and considerate demeanor, shook his head with laughter. Reflecting on his own bewilderment, how could the daughter of the Brazen Song family possess such grace? They may share a resemblance, yet the world is full of lookalikes. And must one's parents also bear a resemblance to the Song family's ruffians? As Zhao pondered this, he suddenly caught Lin Xiaoman's gaze, her shy, sweet smile igniting a yearning in him to encourage the birth of a granddaughter. Having quenched their thirst, Aunt Qian was mindful of time, aware that they needed to return home promptly once her son repaired the tractor. Thus, she hurriedly laid out her wares to see if anyone sought a trade. Following suit, Lin Xiaoman displayed her small basket of vegetables, each a testament to her diligent harvesting, fresh, tender, and delectable. As she gazed at her modest collection, Lin Xiaoman clenched her garment tightly. Her visit to the county was not solely for the purpose of trading vegetables for eggs. Strangely enough, Lin Xiaoman herself could not fully comprehend her own thoughts. Her mind was filled with complexities that often eluded her understanding. This left her, even as a newborn, lagging behind her peers in responsiveness. Lin Xiaoman's mother, Ms. Lin Jing, was equally unreasonable, attributing all blame for this predicament to Lin Xiaoman's unreliable father. The child is slow? Surely, she inherited that trait from her father. Fortunately, as time passed, Ms. Lin Jing discovered that her daughter was not entirely foolish. Rather, she seemed to possess a degree of intelligence, perhaps a testament to her own genes. Now, at the tender age of 3, Lin Xiaoman had begun to grasp certain concepts, exhibiting a level of cleverness that set her apart from her peers, despite still harboring the mindset of a child. She retained vague memories from her previous life, where she too was named Lin Xiaoman, though she had met her demise at the age of 18. The recollections from her life beyond the age of 3 remained hazy and inscrutable to her. Moreover, she was aware that in this lifetime, she existed within the pages of a book titled Yike's Joyful Life in the 1970s, with Yike as the protagonist and Lin Xiaoman serving as her control group. Although the notion of a control group eluded her comprehension, it did not hinder her from discerning her own fate. The recent torrential rain had caused her mother to suffer from exposure while working, leaving her ill for the past half-month with a fever that refused to abate. Lin Xiaoman knew in her heart that her mother would continue to suffer until it culminated in a lung ailment, prolonging her life for 2 more years before succumbing. Initially, Lin Xiaoman believed she was without a father, as her mother had always claimed. Yet now she realized in her mind that she did indeed have a father, a notorious ruffian residing in the county town. Her father was not inherently malevolent, yet he had squandered his potential, ultimately being framed and taking the fall for another, meeting his end by gunfire. Consequently, she, an orphan with neither father nor mother to care for her, was sent to an orphanage, where she would endure a life of misery, ultimately passing away alone and reuniting with her parents in the afterlife. At merely 3 years of age, with her days counted, Lin Xiaoman lamented, "Oh, this cannot be right." She was reluctant to accept her mother's demise and believed her father to be not a bad man. She yearned for their family to live together. Thus, the usually obedient Lin Xiaoman silently resolved to embark on a bold endeavor. She would venture into the city to seek out her father. In a modest 2-story building beside the county hospital, a group of ruffians gathered around a square table, engrossed in a game of cards. Though gambling was prohibited, their reckless spirits compelled them to congregate, seeking thrill in their mischief. These uneducated vagabonds, devoid of supervision, thrived in the disarray of West Street, where the authorities exercised leniency, allowing their rowdy antics to flourish. Though deemed ruffians, their ancestry boasted good standing, far superior to that of landlords, and they occasionally engaged in trivial misconduct without significant repercussions. The entire room was permeated by the acrid scent of smoke. Leaning back in a chair with his legs propped up on the table, Song Chungjing swayed precariously, his posture lacking any semblance of propriety. He donned an extravagant tie-dyed shirt and a pair of trendy ripped jeans, purportedly the latest fashion from Haicheng. As the elders would say, his demeanor was utterly lacking in decorum, his attire bizarre and unrefined. Suddenly, Song Chungjing felt an itch in his nose and fought the urge to sneeze, instinctively knowing that someone was behind him, hurling insults in his direction. Observing his furrowed brow, the few idle ruffians nearby immediately rushed to offer him cigarettes and water. Song Chungjing glanced at Xiangzi, who had not touched a single cigarette all day. And with a cigarette in his mouth, he inquired, "Haven't you been smoking? Is your wife that strict?" Among their group, Few had anyone at home to impose such restrictions, and even fewer young women were inclined to associate with men of their ilk. Yet, the simple-minded Xiangzi was fortunate enough to have caught the eye of a spirited and beautiful young lady. Xiangzi, clutching his head with a blissful expression, replied, "I've stopped. My wife just gave birth to a daughter, you know. Us grown men can handle the smell of smoke. But I can't bear to let my delicate little girl breathe it in. The doctors have all said that smoke is harmful to children." Upon hearing this, Song Chengjing scoffed dismissively, "You certainly dote on your wife and daughter." Chapter 3. No one can tame a spoiled father. Noticing Song Chengjing's disdainful demeanor, Xiangzi remained unfazed, well aware of his friend's pampered temperament. "Haha, Chenggu, you'll understand once you have a daughter. The way a little girl cries is so heart-wrenching. It's like a cat mewing, utterly endearing. You can't help but want to shower her with everything good." Song Chengjing did not grasp his sentimentality towards daughters and wives. He considered that no one would ever have the authority to control him in this lifetime. Despite Song Chengjing's cold demeanor, Xiangzi approached with his carefree smile, bustling about. Feeling his head ache from Xiangzi's incessant movement, Song Chengjing extinguished his finished cigarette in an ashtray nearly overflowing with butts and, frowning, impatiently stated, "Stop fidgeting. If there is something to discuss, then discuss it." Xiangzi, aware of his friend's irritable nature, quickly chimed in, "Chenggu, now that I have a wife and a child, I don't wish to continue idling away my days. Yet, I find myself at a loss for how to occupy my time." He then gestured towards their companions. "Do you see why everyone here listens to your commands and regards you as the leader? Besides your formidable fighting skills, it's also because your family is well off and willing to spend on us." Song Chengjing was markedly different from these aimless rascals. His mother was a head teacher at a local school, and his father held a high-ranking position at the county hospital. Not to mention, he had an elder brother who served as a deputy director at a machinery factory, and a second brother who made quite a name for himself even in rural areas. Their family had spoiled him to the extreme, and it remained uncertain whether such affection had rendered him audacious enough to meddle in various affairs without fear. In this world, no one could successfully reign in Song Chengjing. Xiangzi could be considered Song Chengjing's most loyal subordinate, and even without verbalizing it, Song Chengjing had already made plans for him. "Fine, I'll mention it to my brother. His factory is in need of temporary workers." As soon as these words left his lips, the surrounding ruffians displayed interest. However, he quickly added, "But let me be clear, my brother works at a machinery factory, where the temporary positions often involve the heavy and undesirable tasks that the permanent employees refuse to do. You all know the hierarchy within state-owned enterprises. As temporary workers, you're bound to face some grievances, and the pay is not nearly as good as that of the permanent staff. You won't receive the same benefits. And it's grueling work. Consider this carefully. In truth, it is not as dire as Song Chengjing suggests. The one temporary position has drawn considerable interest from numerous individuals. After all, it is the most lucrative machinery factory in the entire town. Many are queuing for the opportunity. What does it matter if the work is arduous? Securing such a job in the county is far more manageable than toiling in the fields. Song Chengjing's disdain is one matter. He also wishes to avoid the incessant, roundabout conversations from his subordinates regarding this subject. He prefers to operate at his own pace. Xiangzi, being an orphan with no one to oversee him and lacking formal education, views the prospect of such employment as a windfall from the heavens. He could hardly decline. "Brother Cheng, rest assured, I am not afraid of hardship or fatigue, and I can endure any indignities." Xiangzi is sincere in his assertion. Among his peers, he is the least unruly. His family circumstances are exceedingly poor, and having heard of Song Chengjing's wealth, generosity, and loyalty, he decided to follow him with resolve. What is hardship to him? Chun Xiangzi has been steeped in adversity his entire life. Fatigue is of little consequence. As long as he can provide a better life for his wife and daughter, he would endure any trials, swallowing his pride and suffering in silence. "Very well, then prepare yourself, and shortly accompany me to the machinery factory to meet my brother." Although Song Chengjing is somewhat indolent, he is not foolish. He is well aware of how many eyes are on this job, and securing it promptly would bring him peace of mind. However, upon hearing this, the once enthusiastic Chun Xiangzi felt a twinge of anxiety. So soon? His palms became clammy with nervousness. Perhaps due to his wife's good teachings, he has learned to be tactful. He timidly inquired, "Brother Cheng, what should I bring for my brother as a gift?" Song Chengjing waved his hand dismissively, No need for gifts. Just avoid causing trouble for my brother. Simply ensure you present yourself neatly. The others, witnessing this swift agreement between them, could not honestly claim they were not envious. Yet, should they be asked to undertake such laborious work, they would likely decline, for the responsibilities of a temporary worker at the machinery factory are taxing, demanding sheer physical strength. Such indolent and leisurely individuals could hardly manage this labor. Nonetheless, Song Chungjing possesses the necessary capabilities, and they could not refrain from praising him, which pleased him enough to treat them to lunch. The younger brothers who sought to enjoy free meals alongside Song Chungjing were elated by this news, calling him Brother Chung at every turn. Song Chungjing was aware of their ulterior motives, yet it mattered little to him. He relished spending money to buy happiness. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman, crowded in the agricultural market, discreetly cast glances toward the nearby state-run restaurant. She was waiting, as the book she had read indicated that her unreliable father frequented this establishment. Today, she hoped to chance upon him. The adults around her noticed her furtive glances toward the restaurant, interpreting them as mere cravings for its dishes. Indeed, having passed mealtime, the enticing aromas wafting from the establishment were irresistible. Aunt Qian, observing Lin Xiaoman's longing gaze, felt a pang of sympathy. However, she hesitated to indulge her, for even a modest meat dish at that restaurant costs several coins, and their monthly labor points could barely afford a few bowls of food. Aunt Qian could only silently curse the state-run restaurant for its exorbitance, learn a few tricks of the trade from the capitalists. However, one must admit, the meat cooked with money does indeed have a tantalizing aroma. By the side, old Zhao's gaze remained fixated on Lin Xiaoman, though he tried to conceal his interest amidst the presence of other elderly folks around him. Old Zhao was astonished. The eyes, the eyebrows, even the nose, and the dimples that appeared when she smiled, all strikingly reminiscent of that rascal from the Song family. He had watched Song Qingjing grow up. The memories of the little boy, once clad in shorts and creating a mess, still lingered vividly in his mind. This girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the young Song Qingjing, albeit with a more obedient demeanor, a sweeter smile, and a gentler manner of speaking, charming in her own right. Old Zhao's heart raced uncontrollably as he observed the little girl pitifully tending to the vegetable leaves, occasionally glancing at the state-run restaurant, evoking a sense of compassion within him. It was known that Song Qingjing, that wastrel, would often invite his friends to indulge at the state-run restaurant, where the staff treated him like a fool. This simply could not stand. If this girl were to claim she had no connection to Song Qingjing, he would not believe it. This matter must be brought to the attention of Song Qingjing's parents. Chapter 4. As if his bride had run away, old Zhao felt a pang of guilt as he gazed upon Lin Xiaoman's face. Learning that she intended to exchange her small basket of vegetables for eggs to nourish her ailing mother, his heart swelled with affection. He happened to have a small basket of eggs in his cart, and he took out 5 of them to trade for her vegetables. Lin Xiaoman shook her head in protest. "Grandpa, this is too much." This little girl had been raised well by her mother, thoughtful, filial, and not one to take advantage of others. "Take it, dear. These 2 eggs won't make a difference to me. Bring them home to help your mother regain her strength." Regardless of whether she was related to that scoundrel Song Qingjing, old Zhao was not concerned about the 2 eggs. He simply felt a pang of sympathy for the sun-kissed, rosy-cheeked girl. After firmly placing the eggs into her hands, old Zhao pedaled away on his rickety tricycle. A familiar vendor nearby, seeing him return so early, curiously inquired, "Old Zhao, why are you back so soon?" "Just a little matter. Had to head back," he replied, not daring to linger for even a moment, his heart racing as his mind concocted various dramatic scenarios. Fearing that Song Qingjing might have engaged in some mischievous behavior that would land him in trouble with the authorities. Meanwhile, Song Qingjing, who had been the subject of old Zhao's internal musings and reprimands, couldn't suppress a thunderous sneeze, prompting concern from those around him. "Are you all right, Chinga? You've sneezed quite a few times today. Are you coming down with something? Perhaps we should swing by the hospital to get some medicine from your father?" Chen Xiangzi inquired anxiously. "No need for that. Are you all set? Once you are, we'll head over to find my brother." Song Qingjing lazily rose. Addressing the group engrossed in their games of cards and mahjong, "Continue your play. It's too late for lunch now, so we shall change our plans to dinner." The group of idle fellows, still under the spell of their gaming fervor, had no objections, eagerly awaiting the prospect of a hearty meal later on. The county hospital is a mere 10-minute stroll from the machinery factory where Song Qingjing's elder brother works. 7 years senior to him, Song Qingjing's brother is now 29. Entering the factory feels as familiar to Song Changjing as stepping into his own backyard. He ambles effortlessly to his brother's office, which stands ajar. Leaning against the door, he taps lightly to announce his presence. "Brother, I've brought someone with me." Only then does Song Changjing's brother lift his gaze from the cluttered desk overflowing with assorted mechanical parts to the disheveled figure of his younger sibling standing in the doorway. Were anyone else to present themselves in such a haphazard manner, Song Qingheng, a man of a serious disposition despite his youth, would surely voice his disapproval. Yet, when it comes to his little brother, he finds it less objectionable. A diligent student, well-versed in engineering, Song Qingheng commands respect in the factory despite his age. He possesses the gravitas befitting a deputy director, while Chen Xiangzi, who stands before him, is nearly paralyzed by intimidation. He holds his breath, fearing that the sound of his labored breathing might disturb the deputy director. However, Song Qingheng is not entirely indulgent towards his younger brother. He maintains a distinct line when it comes to work matters. After assessing Chen Xiangzi, he deems him unlikely to be deceitful and thus rises to escort both Chen Xiangzi and Song Changjing to the workshop. Upon their arrival at the workshop entrance, all eyes converge upon them. Chen Xiangzi, unaccustomed to such attention, nearly stumbles in his walk. Song Qingheng gestures towards several machines piled nearby. "Lift these onto the frame." Upon hearing his directive, Chen Xiangzi regains his composure. He cannot afford to embarrass his elder brother. Yet, a fleeting thought crosses his mind. How should he address him from now on? This brief distraction alleviates much of his tension, and in front of the assembled crowd, he diligently follows Song Qingheng's instructions, moving the items onto the frame. With a number of permanent workers watching, there is a palpable sense of scrutiny, yet Chen Xiangzi, though rugged in appearance, possesses a keen attention to detail. He handles the equipment with care, earning the respect of onlookers who find no fault in his efforts. While it may be difficult to ascertain his merits otherwise, Chen Xiangzi proves competent in his role as a temporary worker. Under the watchful gaze of so many, he performs admirably, securing his position through sheer strength. The others in the factory have little to critique. Without further ado, Song Qingheng addresses Chen Xiangzi, instructing him to retrieve an application form from Human Resources, complete it, and submit it promptly. He assures Chen Xiangzi that he will receive guidance upon his arrival the following day. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiangzi's heart finally settles, a beaming smile illuminating his face. He has succeeded. Gratefully, he thanks Song Qingheng profusely, who gestures for him to proceed with the application. Not one to linger, Chen Xiangzi eagerly rushes off to fill out the form, while Song Qingheng leads his errant brother back to the office. Once they have departed, the remaining workers begin to murmur among themselves, exchanging idle gossip. Behold the grim visage of the deputy factory manager. It is said that initially, he intended to reserve this temporary job for his younger brother. However, somehow it was swiftly passed on to another, and one can only surmise that he must have summoned the individual back to the office for a reprimand. How could he not? Although the temporary position lacks the advantages of our formal employment, it is undoubtedly preferable to the myriad of jobs available outside, which are fraught with uncertainty. His disdain for such work suggests he harbors lofty aspirations. Meanwhile, back in the office, the Song brothers, with a 7-year age gap, present a striking contrast. Song Qingheng, observing his younger brother, harbors no ire, for he never contemplated assigning the arduous temporary position to him. He understands that Song Qingjing could never endure such grueling labor. Their family could not bear to subject him to such hardship. Thus, he felt no conflict regarding the matter and even inquired if his brother had sufficient funds. Upon hearing this, Song Changjing's spirits lifted. Who could ever have enough money? "Elder brother, are you offering me pocket money? I have a dinner to host at the state-run hotel tonight." At 20 years of age, he unabashedly requests financial assistance from his family. The Song family bears the weight of responsibility for his current circumstances. However, they do not perceive this as a significant flaw. As the youngest, Song Qingjing is indulged a bit more, and the family is willing to accommodate him. Song Qingheng extracted 5 yuan from his pocket, advising his brother to use it wisely and not to squander it on frivolous friends. At 22, he ought to contemplate the prospect of marriage. While he is generous with his brother's allowance, he disapproves of the company he keeps. Today, he has brought along a relatively earnest companion. Otherwise, he would never have been permitted entry into the machinery factory. At the mention of marriage, Song Qingjing's countenance darkened. One might think he had been wronged to the tune of hundreds of thousands. He scowled, declaring he had no intention of marrying, regardless of who might propose. Song Qingheng attributed this to childish stubbornness, shaking his head in disapproval. You look as though you've just lost a fiancée. It's as if some girl has broken your heart, making the topic utterly off-limits. In Chapter 5, a sense of impending doom envelopes their family. Song Qingjing scoffed, recalling events from years past that ignited a seething anger within him, akin to having bitten down on a stubborn stone in a latrine, an unpleasantness he has yet to digest. Unfortunately, this obstinate stone has sprouted legs and vanished without a trace, leaving them unable to resolve their issues, which have become the first significant obstacle in Song Qingjing's otherwise smooth journey through life. Noticing his brother's sullen silence, Song Qingheng pondered what mischief his sibling had conjured this time. In recent years, any mention of matchmaking has elicited his brother's disdainful reactions. Such discussions have become taboo, leading their mother, Ms. Zhao Hongmei, to wonder if her son had suffered some emotional trauma. Very well, if he refuses to entertain the idea of matchmaking, so be it, she thought. Song Qingjing has already caused enough trouble. At least he remains untainted in matters of romantic entanglements. This notion provided her with some solace, believing he had inherited her sensibilities. Ms. Zhao Hongmei, with a remarkably positive disposition, concluded her class at 3 in the afternoon and hurried home from the county school. Clutching a parcel of meat she had purchased along the way, having spent one of her precious meat ration tickets, she intended to bring it home to supplement the meals of her husband, Mr. Song, and their 2 sons. Having taken only a few steps, she spotted the anxious Mr. Zhao, who was pacing frantically, seemingly in distress. They shared the same surname and were distantly related. Thus, she had to address him as uncle. Uncle, what has you in such a fluster? Is someone chasing you? Zhao Hongmei inquired, peering back to see nothing amiss. Mr. Zhao, visibly agitated, repeatedly struck his left palm with the back of his right hand, his aged visage creased with worry. Hongmei, I can't explain this matter clearly at the moment. If you accompany me, you will understand, he replied. Noticing the elder's distress, Zhao Hongmei felt no irritation. Uncle, what exactly has transpired? Mr. Zhao refrained from responding directly, merely sighing deeply, apprehensive that he might have misjudged the situation, leading to a significant blunder. It was best to take her to the farmer's market to witness the scene for herself. After all, she was the mother of Song Qingjing, and her reaction would undoubtedly be more pronounced than his. However, midway through their journey, Mr. Zhao could not suppress a probing question. Hongmei, has Qingjing been involved with any young lady over the years? Zhao Hongmei, puzzled, replied, Why do you ask? You know that rascal. He reacts as though the heavens have fallen when I mention introducing him to a girl. He hasn't even begun to awaken to such matters. I have longed for the day when he might find someone to guide him. Mr. Zhao, contemplating the implication, mused, if that were the case, not only would he have a wife, but you might also find yourself with a granddaughter. Realizing that attempting to extract information from his indifferent niece was futile, he hastened towards the entrance of the state-run restaurant, eager for Zhao Hongmei to witness the girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to her son. Yet, upon their arrival, Mr. Zhao scanned the area in vain for the little girl at the stall. Growing anxious, he raised his voice. Old Zhong, old Wang, where has the girl who was here gone? She went to the hospital. Her mother is ill, and since we are close to the hospital, we sent her to fetch some medicine. To ensure she had enough money, we accepted the eggs you gave her to help buy a few pills, came the response. Zhao Hongmei, still unaware of the girl's whereabouts, chuckled in disbelief. Uncle, did you bring me here just to collect eggs from the little girl? Mr. Zhao, realizing her lack of concern, leaned closer and whispered, Hongmei, that little girl bears an astonishing resemblance to your 3rd son. Their smiles are identical. But the troubling part is, she was brought to the city by her grandmother. Your son is supposed to be coming to fetch her home soon. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongmei's heart sank, and she understood her uncle's urgency. If the child had no father, it would be one matter. However, if she did, the implications were too dreadful to contemplate. She felt a wave of darkness wash over her. No, my son Qingjing is not that kind of person. How could he possibly become entangled with a married woman and father a daughter? Yet, suddenly, Zhao Hongmei recalled an incident from 4 years prior. 4 years ago, on a certain night, her son Qingjing failed to return home. At that time, he was merely 19, and as a concerned mother, how could she not worry? After waiting the entire night, her anxiety transformed into a tempest of anger. The following day, when her son finally returned, his clothes hung loosely, scratches adorned his neck, and his lips bore the marks of being bitten. He casually announced, "I slept with a girl." Zhao Hongmei was nearly rendered unconscious by shock, but her robust constitution prevented her from fainting. It was then that she contemplated, for the first time, the grim notion of ending her son's life. However, she eventually took some money and procured a betrothal gift for him, while she busied herself with wedding preparations. When she inquired about her son's whereabouts, he appeared despondent and replied, "She ran away." Ran away. Zhao Hongmei believed this scoundrel was merely attempting to extract money from her in increasingly absurd ways. Rarely angered by her younger son, she unleashed a torrent of fury upon him that day. Was this a matter to be trifled with? Reflecting on these events now, Zhao Hongmei regretted her sharp memory, as the recollections caused her head to throb incessantly. She dared not ponder further. Mustering a semblance of a smile, she asked, "Uncle, how old does that little girl appear to be?" 3 was her self-reported age, as she confidently held up 3 fingers when asked by others, leaving a lasting impression on Zhao Dage. 3. Zhao Hongmei was at a loss for how to react. She wished she could return her son, now in his 20s, back to the womb for a do-over. Good heavens, had she failed to articulate her wishes clearly when paying homage to her ancestors? She had yearned for a grandchild from her eldest son and daughter-in-law, who had struggled for years to conceive, not from her younger son, whose betrothal was yet to be established. If Zhao Hongmei was caught in a tumultuous battle of thoughts at the county hospital, the deputy director, Song Qingjing's father, Dr. Song Rand, whose exceptional medical skills earned him numerous accolades from grateful patients, was staring down at a little girl who was almost a mirror image of his son in childhood. His mind was utterly overwhelmed. Dr. Song examined her several times, even pinching her cheek to ensure this was not a figment of his imagination, suspecting that his fervent desire for a grandchild might have induced some sort of hysteria. Lin Xiaoman furrowed her brow, gazing at the grandfatherly figure in the white coat. Perplexed as to why this doctor was pinching her cheeks, she felt disheartened and sorrowful. Having waited for a long time at the entrance of the state-run restaurant without encountering her father, who was said to resemble her so closely. Upon recalling the fate of their family as described in her books, Lin Xiaoman let out a small whimper, sensing that their family might be doomed. Chapter 6. One look, and it was obvious whose child she was. Aunt Qian noticed that Lin Xiaoman was on the verge of tears from the pinching and felt a surge of rage within her. They had been patiently waiting in line, and this seemingly respectable doctor had the audacity to bully a child. What was this? Did city dwellers consider themselves superior, allowing them to mistreat children? What a shameless old man. Aunt Qian pulled Lin Xiaoman back a step, her gaze wary as she scrutinized Song Rand. What were his intentions? Had it not been for his white coat, Aunt Qian would have long since berated him as a trafficker. Yet, the white coat does not necessarily signify virtue. It could very well be a facade for collusion with such nefarious individuals. Aunt Qian, ever vigilant against traffickers, scrutinized Song Rand with an unusual intensity. Under her piercing gaze, Song Rand, jolted from his astonishment, became acutely aware of his own lapse in composure and struggled to suppress the wild beating of his heart. Clearing his throat to regain his demeanor, he spoke with an outward calmness, though his voice trembled slightly with excitement. "I observed the child and noticed signs of malnutrition. Her face is notably flushed, and I feared she might suffer from heat stroke, which is why I lingered a moment longer." His words rang true. Lin Xiaoman appeared to have some flesh on her cheeks, yet her frame was notably frail, and her hair bore a lackluster hue. It was not that her obstinate mother withheld nourishment from her, but rather that their family was impoverished beyond measure. Lin Xiaoman's mother, Lin Jing, had returned to the village after becoming pregnant out of wedlock, bringing shame upon her family and nearly facing violence from her father, who demanded to know the identity of the child's father, a question she remained silent on. Lin Jing's father, a man who valued reputation above life itself, wished for nothing less than her demise, causing a greater uproar than that of any outsider. While outsiders might merely utter harsh words, his intent was far more sinister. Following the tumult, Lin Jing's maternal grandparents, unable to bear the sight of their granddaughter's suffering, brought her to their village, now Lin Xiaoman's residence, located within the Sunshine Commune's third production team. The elderly couple provided Lin Jing with a humble, secluded earthen dwelling at the village's edge. Due to certain circumstances, Lin Jing's household registration was already with her grandparents, thus facilitating her stay in the third production team, where she managed to scrape by. The elderly couple could offer little more support, as their advanced years limited their means. Having earned their possessions through their son and daughter-in-law's labor, making it difficult to extend assistance to their granddaughter. Lin Jing, too, was resolute, despite her struggles and poverty. She remained silent, laboring even with a burgeoning belly. The moment she gave birth to Lin Xiaoman remains a blur. She gritted her teeth and endured the ordeal alone, unaware of the extent of her suffering. By the time Aunt Qian learned of the child's birth, Lin Xiaoman had already entered the world, leaving Aunt Qian trembling in fear. Thankful for the child's survival, yet haunted by what might have happened had circumstances diverged. On the second day following Lin Xiaoman's birth, her grandmother visited with a basket of eggs, accompanied by Aunt Qian, who lamented Lin Jing's plight. At that time, Lin Jing was merely 19, enduring such hardships alone, with her parents and siblings never once coming to her aid. This sight brought tears to her grandmother's eyes, who discreetly pressed 2 yuan into Lin Jing's hand. Lin Jing, however, adamantly refused the money, yet her grandmother, cradling the still red infant, gently remarked, "Even if you can bear this burden alone, you must consider your child." After much persuasion, Lin Jing, staring at the meager wails of her newborn, no louder than a mewling kitten, softened her stance, awkwardly accepting the 2 yuan from her grandmother, albeit with the intention of repaying them once she found her footing. Understanding her granddaughter's strong-willed nature, her grandmother refrained from further admonitions, instead entertaining the weeping child in her arms while inquiring if a name had been chosen. Lin Jing, holding her child, revealed a tenderness that pierced through her usually placid demeanor. "Yes, I have named her Xiaoman." Lin Xiaoman. When Lin Xiaoman was born, it coincided with the minor solar term of Xiaoman in May. Lin Jing found this name melodious and thus bestowed it upon her. With the arrival of this child, Lin Jing would not regret enduring any hardship. After hearing Song Ren's explanation, Aunt Qian's wariness diminished considerably. Knowing that they had come to the hospital likely for medical attention, Song Ren's heart tightened with anxiety, fearing that the little girl might be unwell. He crouched down to examine her, discovering that she was merely a bit overheated, with no other issues at hand. The genuine concern in his eyes was unmistakable, and Aunt Qian also felt a twinge of worry, fearing that Lin Xiaoman might be diagnosed with something serious. The hospital was bustling with people, many casting glances in their direction, as numerous nurses and doctors passed by. One doctor, noticing Song Ren crouched down to attend to a child, initially assumed he was being detained by a family member of a patient and quickly approached, inquiring if everything was all right. However, he fell silent upon recognizing Lin Xiaoman's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Song Qingjing. A closer inspection revealed hints of Song Ren's features in her visage as well. Dr. Wang was so taken aback that his glasses slipped down his nose, and he stared at Lin Xiaoman, exclaiming, "Old Song, this." Song Ren immediately shot him a warning glance, and Dr. Wang, understanding the unspoken cue, refrained from voicing any inappropriate comments. Yet, internally, he was engulfed by tumultuous thoughts, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at Lin Xiaoman. He would not believe anyone who claimed that this little girl had no connection to Song Qingjing. Aunt Qian, observing the 2 doctors gathering around, felt overwhelmed. Having grown up in a village, she had never encountered such a scene and feared that these doctors might be after money, having heard tales of hospitals draining finances. Initially reluctant to come to the hospital, she believed it would be better to seek out a barefoot doctor. However, Lin Xiaoman, influenced by others' words, was convinced that this county hospital was superior and insisted on spending a few coins for her mother's medicine. Moreover, the way everyone kept stealing glances at Lin Xiaoman made her suspicious, leading her to wonder if they were all human traffickers. What was wrong with the people in this county, constantly staring at someone else's child? Lin Xiaoman gazed at Song Ren without feeling anxious or afraid. Instead, she blinked at the kind-eyed doctor. She did not wish for her mother to remain ill or to succumb to an early death. The thought of her mother potentially dying from illness made her eyes well up with tears. Clutching the few coins she had earned through her innocent bargaining, she felt a mix of nervousness and unease about leaving her familiar surroundings. Perhaps it was the gentle demeanor of the doctor before her that bolstered her courage. After gathering her resolve, she finally spoke. "Grandpa Doctor, I want to buy medicine for my mother." With that, she opened her hand, revealing the crumpled coins resting within. Song Ren, looking at the little girl who bore a striking resemblance to his own son, felt his heart soften. He wondered what her father was doing, as it was peculiar for a 3-year-old to be procuring medicine for her mother. "Where is your father? Why hasn't he come to buy medicine for your mother?" Lin Xiaoman, already on the verge of tears, thought of the fate that awaited her family. She sniffled and shook her head, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Her mother said, "Xiaoman, doesn't he have a father?" Song Ren was taken aback. Chapter 7. Summon Song Chengjing over no father. This little girl, who resembles his son so closely, is without a father. Wait, what did she say her name is? Xiaoman. She is called Xiaoman. Xiaoman was born around May 20th. And this child appears to be only 3 or 4 years old. Song Ren vividly recalled 4 years ago when his son was confronted by a group of people who accused him of misconduct. 4 years ago, his youngest son was sleeping soundly in a guest house when a sudden commotion erupted, with a crowd insisting he had behaved inappropriately, leaving Song Ren and Zhao Hongmei terrified. Their vision darkening momentarily, only to discover it was a false alarm. After the incident, Song Ren dismissed it as a feud that his son had encountered, scolding him for mingling with such people. But wait, calculating the timeline, when the third child spoke of this incident, wasn't he precisely in August 4 years ago? The ages and even the months aligned perfectly. Song Ren trembled with emotion, his gaze upon Lin Xiaoman filled with an overwhelming sense of tenderness and affection. Such a lovely, sensible child. Any discerning eye would recognize her as his own grandchild. Old Wang, standing beside him, steadied the nearly fainting Song Ren and offered an awkward smile to Aunt Qian, who looked on with suspicion. He leaned in closer to his friend and said, "Old Song, I understand your excitement, but please, try to contain yourself." It was hardly surprising that Song Ren lost his composure. At 52 years of age, he had 3 sons. His eldest, born of his first marriage, was now 29 and married, but despite 7 or 8 years of marriage, they had yet to conceive. His second son, a stepson brought into the family by Zhao Hongmei, was 28. 3 years prior, he had volunteered to go rural under a policy mandate, leaving without hesitation, which caused Zhao Hongmei many sleepless nights. Song Ren felt a deep ache for the boy he had raised since he was 5, and although they were not blood relatives, he sent money and supplies in a flurry, fearing for the boy's well-being. Yet, as a stepson, the fact that he was now 28 and still unmarried weighed on Song Ren's mind, leading him to sigh from time to time, though he refrained from expressing too much concern. What troubled him most was his and Zhao Hongmei's youngest son. The reason they doted on Song Chengjing so much was that, from the very start, their blended family had maintained a clear yet polite distance. It wasn't until Zhao Hongmei became pregnant with Song Chengjing that the familial bonds began to intertwine, and he was cherished as if he were a treasure. Because of his birth, their restructured family began to resemble a true family, showering Song Chengjing with boundless affection, as if they would pluck the stars from the sky for him. Nevertheless, in recent years, the child seemed to have developed some new quirks. Whenever the topic of marriage arose, his demeanor soured as if he had just unearthed a stone from a cesspit, always ready to retort with unkind words. As time passed, Song Ren and Zhao Hongmei found themselves sighing heavily, secretly burning incense for their ancestors in vain. They had resigned themselves to the prospect of having 3 sons, yet facing the possibility of extinction. But then, to their astonishment, Song Ren's gaze fell upon Lin Xiaoman, and he realized that from this moment forth, Song Chengjing's position in the household would inevitably be diminished. If it weren't for old Wang holding him back, Song Ren might have lost his composure right then and there. Calm down, calm down. Old Wang exerted all his strength to restrain the overwhelmed Song Ren, who was eager to acknowledge his newfound grandson. Despite their subdued commotion, Aunt Qian's furrowed brow deepened, as she had begun to regard this county hospital as a den of wolves. Observing the scene, Dr. Wang quickly interjected with a smile. "Our deputy director has a soft heart. He always inquires a bit more whenever he sees a child unwell. I suppose he is simply worried upon noticing your child's distress." Deputy director? Upon hearing this title, Aunt Qian recoiled, realizing they had encountered a benevolent figure of considerable stature. Simultaneously, Dr. Wang firmly gripped Song Ren's arm. His expertise lay in orthopedics, and with a firm grasp, he jolted Song Ren back to his senses. Once calm, Song Ren met Lin Xiaoman's tear-filled eyes, brimming with concern for her mother, and his mind began to regain clarity. He recalled Xiaoman mentioning her mother was ill and that they had come to procure medicine for her. Kneeling before Lin Xiaoman, he gently sought to soothe her fears. "Xiaoman, is it? Please tell your grandfather what illness your mother has." His composed demeanor instilled a strong sense of trust in Lin Xiaoman. Although she was aware of her mother's illness, articulating it proved difficult, and she turned to Aunt Qian for assistance. Having heard the title of deputy director, Aunt Qian's trepidation lessened significantly. In such a public setting, it was unlikely anyone would deceive them. If the deputy director were to prescribe medication, the costs would surely be substantial. Regardless, they were already there. While grappling with her anxieties, Aunt Qian gritted her teeth and conveyed Lin Jing's condition to them. In truth, it was nothing grave, just a persistent fever lasting 2 weeks. Initially, it had been mild, accompanied by a slight cough and flushed cheeks, but in the past couple of days, the fever had escalated, rendering her bedridden and dazed. Aunt Qian sighed, perhaps feeling that since she was speaking to a doctor, elaborating more would be acceptable. And thus she began to ramble. Little Jing, when she gave birth to Xiaoman, suffered some physical repercussions and did not recuperate properly. Her health has always been fragile. A short while ago, after the heavy rains, little Jing had to manage alone with the child and got her feet wet while earning points, which led to her illness. As she spoke, she failed to notice that Dr. Wang's gaze towards Song Ren had gradually turned accusatory. Song Ren, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, realized that if this little girl truly belonged to the Song family, their transgressions were indeed significant. Yet, having heard the child's account, Song Ren gained some understanding of Lin Xiaoman's mother's condition. He took out the handkerchief that Zhao Hongmei had placed in his pocket and gently wiped the corners of Xiaoman's red eyes. It's nothing serious, just take some medicine first. If the fever persists after finishing the medication, you can come back to find me. Song Ren cherished this little girl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his youngest son, as if he were transported back 20 years to when his son was merely 2 or 3 years old. He looked up at Aunt Qian and said, "Let's get you two some medicine first. If the fever subsides, you can nourish her. If it doesn't, bring her back for a follow-up consultation under my name." Aunt Qian felt somewhat hesitant. After all, they were wary of the expenses at the county hospital, fearing they might not be able to afford the bill. However, Dr. Wang, who also hailed from the countryside, reassured her, "No need to worry. 2 fever-reducing pills will likely cost only 2 or 3 dimes. The little girl has enough change." Upon hearing this, Aunt Qian's heart settled, and her smile brightened, radiating warmth. "That's wonderful. I truly appreciate your help." "Not at all. It's not a bother." Song Ren responded courteously. While they queued for medicine, Song Ren called over his nephew, who also worked at the hospital. His initially kind demeanor began to twist with frustration. Through gritted teeth, he whispered fiercely, "Go to the machinery factory and tell Song Qingjing to come to the hospital immediately." Chapter 8. Your daughter has arrived. Zhang Hui was startled by his uncle's sudden outburst, as his typically mild-mannered uncle rarely exhibited such anger. As he pondered the situation, he followed his uncle's gaze towards the line for medicine. The moment he looked, he was taken aback, his heart nearly stopping. Lin Xiaoman, merely 3 years old, had been exposed to the sun all day and had accompanied Aunt Qian selling goods for the afternoon. Seeing the child was utterly exhausted, Aunt Qian scooped her up and let her rest on her shoulder. Initially reluctant, Lin Xiaoman, recognizing Aunt Qian's fatigue, eventually yielded, nestling her soft, small hand around Aunt Qian. Resting her head on her shoulder, her eyelids heavy with sleep, but still determined to retrieve medicine for her mother. This sight tugged at Song Ren's heartstrings, as if a hand were gripping it tightly. He longed to hold the little girl and let her sleep peacefully. Yet, they were strangers. Who would entrust their child to him? He contemplated paying for the medicine outright, but held back, realizing it was too soon to act with such eagerness. Patience was essential. He must not rush. While Song Ren struggled to calm himself, Zhang Hui stood by, mouth agape, astonished by the resemblance of the sleepy girl clinging to Aunt Qian to his little cousin. It was evident to anyone who looked that this child was unmistakably connected to him. "Uncle, that child." Song Ren kicked his nephew gently, admonishing him not to inquire further and to hurry and fetch Song Qingjing. Zhang Hui, though obedient, was brimming with curiosity. He had intended to ask why, but now it was clear. He understood that this was a significant matter. Zhang Hui moved with remarkable swiftness, whether driven by an eagerness to witness the unfolding spectacle or some other impulse. In any case, the route that would typically take him 20 minutes was traversed in a mere 7 or 8 minutes as he rushed to the machinery factory. Upon his arrival, he darted straight into Song Qinghing's office, where Song Qinghing and 2 technicians were gathered around a table, engrossed in the study of the latest engine model. Their research had yet to yield any significant findings when they were taken aback by Zhang Hui's abrupt entrance, akin to a bull in a china shop. The 3 men simultaneously looked up to see Zhang Hui, who appeared to be searching for something with a frantic demeanor. "Cousin, where's the little cousin?" Isn't he at the machinery factory? Uncle said he was here, Zhang Hui exclaimed, nearly jumping in his desperation. His anxiety was palpable, as if he were inclined to rummage through the place in search of Song Qingjing. Song Qingheng, aware of his cousin's lack of mental acuity, noted the unusual, overt manifestation of concern, particularly since it involved his younger brother. He instructed the two technicians to attend to their tasks, casually requesting them to close the door behind them. Once they were alone, Song Qingheng furrowed his brow, pondering why both parties were seeking his brother. His mother had just departed, and now Zhang Hui had arrived. What new trouble had his brother stirred up? Xiao Jing has gone to the state-run restaurant for a meal. Why are you in such a frenzy to find him? Zhang Hui, stamping his feet in agitation, replied, It's not me looking for him. It's uncle. Oh no. To be precise, a young lady has come looking for him. Song Qingheng was taken aback. His younger brother, while disinclined to work and fond of leisure, had never exhibited any issues in matters of romantic interest. When had his brother suddenly garnered the attention of a young lady? Zhang Hui, uninterested in elaborating, declared, Brother, I must hurry. Uncle is waiting for the little cousin. With that, he turned on his heel and dashed towards the direction of the state-run restaurant, leaving Song Qingheng in a state of perplexity. True to his reputation as a capable individual who had ascended to the role of vice director at the machinery factory at a young age, Song Qingheng tidied the items on his desk and set off towards the restaurant. Meanwhile, at the state-run restaurant, Song Qingjing, surrounded by a crowd of jovial friends, turned his head and sneezed several times. This marked yet another instance of his sneezing today, leading him to question whether he might indeed be coming down with a cold and in need of medication. Uncertain of his health, he listlessly munched on the fried peanuts before him. Observing his lack of enthusiasm, his companions refrained from urging him to drink, well aware of his temperament. When the young master was in a foul mood, no one was spared. Only Xiangzi, grateful for the job Song Qingjing had secured for him, raised a toast in his honor. Song Qingjing, acknowledging this gesture, reciprocated with a few words of encouragement, reminding him to perform diligently and not bring shame upon him or cause his brother any trouble. Rest assured, brother, I'll do my utmost and won't let you down, nor will I trouble Vice Director Song. Song Qingjing felt a measure of confidence in Xiangzi and nodded in approval, encouraging him to focus on his work. Observing this interaction, the others quickly gathered around, eager to curry favor, harboring hopes that one day their esteemed brother might arrange for them a position that was both easy and financially rewarding. Thus, when Zhang Hui arrived, he found his unreliable little cousin languidly indulging in a lavish meal amidst a lively atmosphere. Zhang Hui, upon witnessing the scene, raised his voice and called out to Song Qingjing, Brother, how can you still have the leisure to eat at a time like this? Startled by the sudden outburst, Song Qingjing turned to see his cousin, who had just graduated from vocational school and was temporarily working at the hospital. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be on duty? Be careful, or Dad will have you pack your bags and return home. As he said this, he bit into a peanut, relishing the mischief. Zhang Hui, feeling a sense of urgency amidst the crowd, could not voice the matter directly. Instead, he tugged at his brother, urging him to rise. Brother, you must get up quickly. Something serious has happened. Uncle sent me to find you. You need to come with me right now. What on earth could have happened? Song Qingjing replied, nonchalantly crunching on the peanuts, unconvinced that it was anything grave. If it were serious, Zhang Hui would not be wearing such an eager expression, reveling in the chaos. Song Qingjing prided himself on understanding his family well. His friends, seeing him unfazed, encouraged Zhang Hui to sit and join them for a meal. Song Qingjing found no fault in this, thinking that since he was treating, it was perfectly fine for his cousin to partake. Yet, as Zhang Hui recalled the frail, ragged girl he had seen at the hospital, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Now, witnessing Song Qingjing's lack of concern amidst the commotion, Zhang Hui lost all restraint and, raising his voice to a breaking point, shouted directly into his brother's ear, Brother, your daughter has come looking for you. In an instant, the once boisterous state of the state-owned restaurant fell into an inexplicable silence. The group that had been jovially lounging about froze in place, their legs retracted, shoulders released from their casual embraces. All eyes turned towards the bewildered Song Qingjing, who was clutching his chopsticks, his peanuts tumbling onto the table. Chapter 9, A Hidden Beauty? At that moment, Song Qingheng and Zhao Hongmei arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, coming to an abrupt halt. Zhao Hongmei exclaimed. Song Qingheng asked, What nonsense is this little rascal spouting? Song Qingjing tapped Zhang Hui's head, thinking that there was no need for such dramatics to summon him to the county hospital. What a sly little rascal he was. Others began to catch on, recognizing Zhang Hui's audacity in making such a claim about their Chunga, and they found it utterly amusing. It was well known that Chunga had yet to awaken to matters of romance, despite the wealth he possessed. He remained oblivious to the subtle advances made by many young women. Chunga hardly displayed any warmth towards these girls. His expression was as sour as a workhorse worn out from toil. Those with a sense of propriety understood, while others, lacking in awareness, received no acknowledgement from him. This was far from a case of romantic interest. He treated them as if they were adversaries of the proletariat. In such circumstances, the notion of a daughter was irrelevant. It was clear that Chunga had not even caught sight of a prospective bride. Nonetheless, this did not prevent the others from teasing him. Chunga, why haven't you shared with us about your daughter? If we had known earlier, we could have pooled together some money to buy her a little bracelet. Ha! Chunga, how could you be so secretive? Your daughter has made her appearance, yet you keep your wife hidden from us. It is said that if Brother Chung is concealing a beauty in his golden abode, then his wife must surely be an extraordinary beauty. When did Guzi become so cultured? He can even articulate 4-character phrases now? As they jested, Zhang Hui was drenched in sweat, anxious, while his little cousin remained unfazed. Had he not seen the child's face, he would certainly not have believed it. But the issue was that he had indeed witnessed the child's appearance. Anyone who saw her would understand how she came to be. Brother, I am not jesting with you. You must hurry and accompany me. Zhang Hui tugged at Song Qingjing, eager to depart. What is the rush? If my newly purchased clothes get torn, are you going to compensate me? He was not in a hurry. But the flustered Zhao Hongmei was nearly at her wit's end, exclaiming, Song Qingjing, if I tell you to get moving, you better do so without delay. What are you dawdling for? The group, once immersed in laughter, was startled by her voice. The small-time ruffians turned to face Ms. Zhao Hongmei, their legs trembling in fear. There was no escaping the fact that she was the head of the county's junior school, and they had all experienced her formidable presence in their youth. Even now, in their late 20s, the dread of Ms. Zhao was ingrained in their very bones, a fear that would not dissipate easily. Song Qingheng remained composed, more so than both Zhang Hui and Zhao Hongmei. Though he too was curious about the unfolding situation, he believed it prudent to withhold judgment until he had witnessed it firsthand. With both urging him on, Song Qingjing, despite his reluctance, rose to his feet. All right, let us go, and I shall also see what my daughter looks like. As he uttered these words, he gripped Zhang Hui by the nape of his neck. Sensing that Zhang Hui, in his eagerness to fulfill his father's wishes, was becoming increasingly desperate, with excuses growing ever more ludicrous. Just a few days prior, he had mentioned that his romantic interest had come knocking, urging him to hurry. Song Qingjing had remained silent then, but he was well aware of the tumult within him. Upon arriving at the hospital and receiving a thorough reprimand from his father, he could only inwardly scoff at his own foolishness for believing Zhang Hui's outlandish tales, and later, he had given Zhang Hui a sound thrashing. The Song family, perhaps due to their hardy upbringing, boasted 3 brothers who stood taller and more robust than most, each exceeding 6 feet. Zhang Hui was not short, but standing beside the nearly 6'3" Song Qingjing, he resembled a mere chick beside a hawk. Song Qingjing was not only tall but also fierce in combat, which enabled him to carve out a reputation in the chaotic streets of West Street. When Zhang Hui faced him, it was like a chicken countering an eagle, destined to be subdued. However, as a cousin, Song Qingjing would never unleash his full wrath upon him as he would against strangers. Thus, Song Qingjing harbored little belief in Zhang Hui's frantic claims. As Zhang Hui hurriedly sought out Song Qingjing, he caught sight of Aunt Qian about to collect the medicine for Song Rand. His legs trembling more than when he was on a tractor, his anxiety reaching a crescendo. Zhang Hui, who usually ran swiftly, was taking far too long to return with her, and what of that rascal Song Qingjing? He could hardly muster the energy to voice his frustrations. The county hospital was bustling, and the area designated for collecting medication was particularly hectic. Now, the deputy director stood nearby, watching intently. They could not afford to slack off or take their time. It is certainly not acceptable. These dedicated nurses are working diligently, their hands almost sparking with fervor. Rest assured, Deputy Director, with our presence, matters will surely be handled inadequately. As Song Rend observed this group of ardent and determined young comrades, their eyes ablaze with conviction, he felt as if a bucket of oil had been splashed upon his already anxious heart, setting it aflame. Oh dear, Normally, one would not witness such industriousness from you all. Yet, now, it appears to be an uncharacteristic flurry of activity. Regardless of Song Ren's covert attempts to influence the situation mentally, under the diligent efforts of his reliable colleagues, Aunt Qian received her medication even faster than anticipated. This efficiency left Aunt Qian marveling at the exceptional nature of the county hospital. The nurses were not only courteous, but also wore smiles, gently advising her on the medication's efficacy. Moreover, purchasing the medicine here was not significantly more expensive than at the Barefoot Doctor's. This is a reputable hospital. It is reliable. If any ailments arise in the future, she would certainly return to the county hospital. Aunt Qian, cradling the sleeping Lin Xiaoman, who had succumbed to slumber upon her shoulder, expressed her gratitude profusely to Song Ren. Oh my, the deputy director of this hospital is quite amiable, devoid of any airs. Had it not been for his assistance, they would have been at a loss regarding how to procure the medication. Aunt Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment for initially suspecting he was a trafficker. As she prepared to depart, carrying Lin Xiaoman, Song Ren's heart raced with anxiety, yet he had no legitimate grounds to detain her. After pondering, he could only call out, "Comrade, wait a moment. After you take this medication home, the patient's medical records have yet to be documented. I must trouble you to cooperate." Aunt Qian, upon hearing this, felt a bit troubled. What do I need to fill out? I cannot read or write. No worries. It is merely a registration of the patient's basic information. Just tell me what to write, so that if you need to revisit or something arises, we can identify this individual. Understanding the explanation, Aunt Qian felt reassured, realizing that this indeed would facilitate matters should they come seeking her again. Furthermore, given the stringent regulations on medication dispensing, she understood that cooperation was necessary since they had assisted her so much. Aunt Qian willingly provided her name, address, and marital status. Observing that he could not detain her any longer, Song Ren managed a stiff smile as he escorted her out, even offering her the 2 boiled eggs he had not eaten for lunch, which he tucked into Lin Xiaoman's hands. Chapter 10. A retrieval effort upon exiting the hospital. Aunt Qian, cradling the slumbering Lin Xiaoman, made her way directly to the supply and marketing cooperative. She had specifically exchanged her sugar ration tickets. Red sugar at the cooperative cost 80 cents per pound. Even with prior preparation, the moment the money was spent, Aunt Qian felt a pang of regret. Yet, despite her reluctance, she purchased 2 pounds of red sugar, acknowledging the considerable ordeal of childbirth. She also bought a small quantity of red dates, which required a secondary food ration ticket, priced at 60 cents per pound. All told, this expenditure amounted to 2 yuan and 20 cents. Oh well, money saved is money spent. Aunt Qian, having endured the trials of childbirth through her daughter-in-law, understood the hardships involved. She calculated that there were still some peanuts left from last year's harvest, which could be cooked together with millet porridge to provide a nourishing dish. Since she had made this rare trip to the county, Aunt Qian decided to be a bit more generous with her spending, purchasing a meaty bone to bring home. This could be simmered into a soup, enriched with a few goji berries, ensuring that the entire family could partake in the meal. Moreover, she was able to prepare soup from bones, and she could still serve 2 bowls for Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman. As she cradled the barely hefty Lin Xiaoman, she sighed softly. When Lin Jing gave birth to Lin Xiaoman, there was no sweet brown sugar or red dates to be found. She even had to get up to boil a basin of hot water herself. How could she possibly manage her confinement well? Just then, Qian San had finished repairing the tractor. As Aunt Qian, holding Lin Xiaoman in her arms and carrying a heap of items, made her way toward Qian San's location, she coincidentally brushed past Song Qingjing, who was heading to the county hospital. The straw hat covering Lin Xiaoman's face was nearly blown off by the wind, and Song Qingjing instinctively adjusted it, catching a glimpse of Lin Xiaoman's chin, which bore the marks of sleep. The lower half of that little girl's face seemed somewhat familiar to him, but before he could take a closer look, he was hastily pulled along by his anxious mother toward the hospital. Aunt Qian was entirely oblivious to the events transpiring behind her. Upon spotting her son's tractor, she immediately rushed toward him. Qian San, being a dutiful son, noticed the pile of items in his mother's hands and promptly dismounted from the tractor to assist her. Although Aunt Qian felt a surge of joy at her son's thoughtfulness, she playfully admonished him, "Why are you getting down? There is hardly anything here." Qian San took the items from his mother's hands, glanced at the peacefully sleeping Lin Xiaoman, and smiled as he gently touched her warm face, saying, "She really does sleep soundly. She's tired. We dragged her out early in the morning." and she even ran to the county health station to buy 2 pills for me. After a long day, she hasn't cried or fussed. If it were Tizai, he would have been throwing a tantrum on the ground by now. Tizai was Aunt Qian's eldest grandson, slightly older than Lin Xiaoman, around 6 or 7 years old. With quite the temper, often prone to throwing fits. Qian-san chuckled at the thought of his nephew's antics, but after placing the items on the tractor, he glanced up at the sky, which had turned ominously dark, his expression shifting. It looks like it's about to pour, we should hurry back. Aunt Qian, an experienced farmer, had anticipated the impending rain given the sultry afternoon, so she hurried to buy her items and wait for him. I didn't expect you to be quicker than me. Let us rush back before it rains. We can't let this tractor get soaked. The gloomy sky began to press down, dark clouds swiftly moving, accompanied by a wind that tousled their hair. Qian-san, not daring to linger, immediately started the tractor and hurried back. After seeing Lin Xiaoman leave at the hospital entrance, Song Ren waited for about 15 to 20 minutes, feeling as if time had dragged on indefinitely, until his younger son, who had been lingering outside, knocked on his office door. More excited than Song Qingjing, who was holding back his emotions, was Zhao Hongmei, who hadn't dared to express her feelings openly to Song Qingjing out of uncertainty. She forcefully pushed past her elder son and younger son, rushing into Song Ren's office, scanning the room multiple times. There was not a single child in sight, nor even a shadow of one. With urgency in her voice, she asked her husband, "Where are they? Lao Song, where did everyone go?" Zhang Hui squeezed in behind the 2 brothers, craning his neck but unable to see inside. And from behind the 2 brothers, who looked like a wall, he exclaimed, "Qingjing, do you finally believe it now? I never believed this girl when she said you weren't the father." Upon hearing this, Song Qingjing let out a sharp gasp, clenching Zhang Hui's neck with his arm. "Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard today? It was one thing to incessantly babble about that child who bears an uncanny resemblance to me, but now you continue to prattle on?" After finishing his tirade, he turned to his father, whose face resembled that of someone suffering from constipation, and impatiently inquired, "Father, what exactly did you summon Zhang Hui for? I haven't stirred up any trouble lately, have I?" "Trouble? If this isn't what you call trouble, then nothing could possibly warrant that title." Always accommodating to his youngest son and possessing an exceedingly good temper, Song Ren slammed his hand on the table, flinging the medical record dictated by Aunt Qian into Song Qingjing's face. "Haven't stirred up any trouble? Just look at the mess you've created." Bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, Song Qingjing felt a surge of anger rise within him as the record struck his face, causing it to sting. Zhao Hongmei, who had been anxiously observing from the side, expressed her displeasure. "Old Song, what are you doing? It's one thing to speak, but why resort to violence?" As Song Qingjing tore the document from his face, his initial inclination to storm off was thwarted upon glimpsing 2 familiar characters on the record: Lin Jing, unmarried, pregnant. Understanding his son well, Song Ren could see the change in his expression and realized that he might indeed know this girl. What had merely been an 80% suspicion now surged to certainty. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to temper his tone, though his anger still simmered just beneath the surface. "I ask you, on the night 4 years ago when Wang Ba and his gang caused a ruckus, did you engage in that kind of activity?" Observing their father's demeanor, Song Qingheng and Zhao Hongmei drew closer, their eyes widening as they beheld the contents of the medical record. Zhao Hongmei's heart trembled, while Song Qingjing's face darkened with uncontainable fury, compounded by his uncle's earlier words, which clearly indicated one thing: that child was indeed the offspring of their family's 3rd son. Zhao Hongmei's mind momentarily faltered, her legs turning to jelly as she nearly collapsed, saved only by the steadying hand of her eldest son. Witnessing his wife's reaction, Song Ren could discern the gravity of the situation, his voice low yet filled with rage as he pressed for answers, while Zhao Hongmei clung to his questioning, along with the occasional interjections from Zhang Hui and the astonished inquiries of Song Qingheng. Yet, all these voices fell on deaf ears for Song Qingjing, whose mind was a cacophony of chaos, drowning out the sounds around him. All he comprehended was that the person who had slipped away after their encounter, leaving behind a mere 50 cents as a token, had birthed a daughter, his daughter, no less. And allegedly, a daughter who was his mirror image. A sinister grin twisted across Song Qingjing's face, his pent-up frustrations from the past 4 years spilling forth in an overwhelming tide. His gaze fixated on the address left behind, his eyes blazing with anger, his molars grinding with barely contained fury. Chapter 11. Softening for Lin Xiaoman lying in bed, Half conscious, Lin Jing was abruptly awakened from her dreams. Springing up to cough violently, it felt as though shards of glass were scraping her throat, swollen and painful, making even the act of swallowing saliva an ordeal. That sudden bout of irritation provoked an uncontrollable fit of coughing, tears streaming down her face as she felt as if she might expel her very lungs in her desperate struggle. Lin Jing was beset by a debilitating illness, her limbs heavy and weak, her head light, and a persistent cough that brought her to the brink of retching. In a moment of desperation, she reached out and grasped a porcelain cup resting on her bedside, filled to the brim with water. The heat of the season suggested that the water had once been warm, and even now, it was merely lukewarm, soothing her throat and providing some relief from her relentless cough. Her eyes, dark and large, lacked vitality, resembling the lifeless gaze of a dead fish. Yet, within the placid depths of her expression, there flickered a subtle hint of tenderness. She held the porcelain cup, emblazoned with the words "Labor is most glorious," and the water within brought a sense of comfort to Lin Jing's heart. Without a doubt, she recognized that this was the water prepared for her by Xiao Man. Reflecting on a chaotic night in town, she deemed herself unfortunate, akin to a dog bitten by misfortune. However, the unexpected discovery of her pregnancy with Lin Xiao Man and her decision to carry the child to term filled her with no regrets. Her own misfortunes continued. A trip to the county town led to confusion and the loss of her virtue, culminating in a night of torment, followed by the alarming sounds of a group approaching their dwelling the next morning. In a time when strict moral codes governed male-female interactions, she had no choice but to hastily don her clothing and escape through the window. Lin Jing was not favored in her household, overshadowed by 3 elder sisters and a younger brother. It was clear what her family's dynamics entailed. On the very day of her birth, her father and grandmother had contemplated her demise, only her mother's tearful pleas securing her life. Her father harbored intentions to sell her for a handsome price, which he hoped would enable him to procure a capable bride for his son. Yet, this shameless man was enraged to discover that she had become entangled with an unknown man, resulting in her pregnancy. His fury stemmed not merely from the disgrace she brought upon him, but from the financial loss of not being able to sell her for a profit. An egregious loss, indeed. When questioned about the identity of the child's father, her father speculated that if he were a wealthy man, they might keep the child and later negotiate a sum for the baby's future. Lin Jing remained silent, not out of unwillingness to speak, but because she herself was unaware of the man's identity. The only response she could muster was a cold gaze when her father disparaged her as a financial burden. Her stare pierced the fragile pride of her father, prompting him to raise his hand in anger, but Lin Jing swiftly brandished a knife, positioning it against her brother, who had been reveling in the chaos. Lin Jing was a woman with a frigid demeanor and a heart hardened by circumstance. She fixed her icy gaze upon her flustered father and her formerly timid mother, now emboldened. "You have raised me without ever demanding a penny in return. Since I returned to this home, I have labored tirelessly, subsisting on the very grains I have cultivated. If I owe you anything, it is merely for the gift of life. I will care for you in your old age, but beyond that, do not harbor any illusions." Indeed, the absence of shared blood betrayed a lack of unity. She was a wolf raised by sheep, an ungrateful creature. "I should have drowned you at birth." Her grandmother hurled accusations at Lin Jing, her words laden with venom. Indeed, Lin Jing and her father do not share a surname. After all, when Lin Jing was born, they intended to drown her, so how could they possibly wish to raise her? Coincidentally, Lin Jing's maternal uncle and aunt, unable to conceive, decided to take the child in, offering a meager 5 yuan for her nourishment. Thus, Lin Jing adopted her uncle's surname. Initially, her uncle and aunt genuinely cared for her. However, her biological father, fearing that she might lead a comfortable life, frequently visited, exploiting their familial ties to demand money and make disparaging remarks, such as calling her aunt a barren hen and her uncle a man destined for extinction. Consequently, the affection they once had for Lin Jing gradually diminished. When Lin Jing turned 10, her uncle and aunt finally had their own child. Observing this, Lin Jing's father, with a change of heart, decided that since she was older, she could contribute to household chores and, after a couple of years, could even be married off. He shamelessly reclaimed Lin Jing, despite her uncle's initial resistance. However, after a decade of exploitation, her aunt had grown weary, especially now that she had a biological child. Lin Jing found herself in an awkward position, and ultimately, an agreement was reached, leading to her return home, though she retained her surname and did not change her household registration. Back with her parents, Lin Jing labored in the fields, her once fair complexion now darkened by the sun, while her uncle and aunt still felt some compassion for her. Their attention waned as they focused on their own child, a reality Lin Jing accepted. Throughout those years, she felt like a mere pawn, eventually severing ties with her parents when she became pregnant. In their eyes, she was a potential threat to her younger brother, yet Lin Jing remained indifferent to their insults, slurs, and rumors. Her lack of concern shielded her from their disdain. In fact, she felt a sense of relief that she had not been raised by such parents. Otherwise, she too would have been brainwashed like her three sisters, endlessly sacrificing for a family that did not love them. Lin Jing struggled to comprehend the true meaning of family. Her uncle and aunt had taken her in primarily for their own security in old age, and their emotional connection was hindered by the complexities stemming from her biological parents. Her grandparents held a complicated affection for her, one that was difficult for Lin Jing to grasp in her youth. As for her biological father, his feelings were straightforward, pure disdain and exploitation. While her mother might have felt some pity, it paled in comparison to her preference for her husband and son. Lin Jing was unloved and bewildered by love, yet she was curious about its nature. It wasn't until Lin Xiaoman arrived, a child connected to her by blood and who looked solely to her, that Lin Jing began to understand love. Despite her imperfections, her quirks, and the lack of a stable life or a father's affection, Lin Xiaoman's eyes were filled with adoration for her mother. She would call out Mama, rely solely on her, and stumble towards her, laughing as she clung to her leg. Lin Jing did not know the feelings of other mothers when they first heard their children call them Mama. All she understood was that when Lin Xiaoman called her Mama, a once cold heart found a special place reserved solely for Lin Xiaoman. Chapter 12. The indulgent father seeks his bride in the rain. In the office of the deputy director of the county hospital, an inexplicable silence enveloped the atmosphere. All eyes were fixated on Song Qingjing, whose countenance fluctuated ominously as he scrutinized the medical records. The peculiar stillness was palpable among the onlookers. Zhao Hongmei held her breath. She had never witnessed her typically cheerful and laughter-loving youngest son display such a countenance. In the next moment, Song Qingjing abruptly turned and pushed the door open, making a hasty exit. Zhang Hui, standing by the door, was caught off guard and stumbled, calling out in surprise, but received no response from his usually doting uncle and aunt. The others in the room, seeing Song Qingjing's reaction, momentarily forgot their irritation and rushed to restrain him. Song Qingheng, being younger and in good health, reacted first. However, Song Qingjing darted away with remarkable speed, leaving no trace behind. By the time Song Ren and Zhao Hongmei descended from the office, panting heavily, they caught only a glimpse of their eldest son's figure. Zhao Hongmei grasped Song Qingheng's arm. Her head craned as she scanned the surroundings, inquiring, "Where has little Jing gone?" The moment they had come down, he had already vanished, presumably in search of something. Song Qingheng hesitated, uncertain of how to address the situation. Calling him brother-in-law seemed premature, while using his name felt inappropriate, so he chose to remain silent. Knowing all present understood his unvoiced thoughts. Feeling anxious, Song Ren clutched Zhao Hongmei and asked, "Is there something going on between little Jing and someone? Has he mentioned anything to you? What does his frantic behavior signify?" Zhao Hongmei, flustered and irritable, retorted, "What do you think it means? When have you ever seen our son like this? If you say he doesn't care, would you believe it?" Song Qingheng, possessing a deeper understanding of his younger brother, silently mused that it was indeed possible he was simply upset. Song Ren's face fell at her words, and then he gazed anxiously outside, noticing the ominous clouds gathering, pondering where his son could possibly have gone. Zhao Hongmei, overwhelmed by sorrow, clenched her right fist against her chest, lamenting, "It's my fault. I am too sentimental. I never expected I would raise such infatuated children. Qingheng is like this, and so is Qingjing. I wonder if that boy Qinhuang is the same." Song Qingheng interjected, "Mother, you might have forgotten, I am the son of my father's previous wife." Fortunately, he refrained from uttering this inflammatory remark aloud. As the family conversed, the sultry afternoon sky suddenly erupted with thunder, and what had been a pale yellow hue transformed as rain began to pour down without warning. Even standing at the hospital entrance, the rain was unrelenting, driven by the wind, drenching them. The sudden thunderstorm sent Zhao Hongmei and Song Ren into a frenzy, resembling two ants on a hot stove. They feared their son might be caught in the downpour. Just then, the hospital's intercom blared a typhoon warning. Pushing Zhao Hongmei to the brink of tears, she felt certain her son would eventually drive her to her demise. "Father, do you remember the address written on the medical record?" Song Chunghing asked, maintaining a semblance of composure as he turned to Song Rend. In his dazed state, Song Rend, upon hearing his eldest son's inquiry, seemed to find a glimmer of clarity, desperately rummaging through his blank thoughts for an answer. Fortunately, the doctor had a good memory. Song Rend promptly recited an address: Nanning County, Xianyang Commune, Forward Brigade, 3rd Production Team, Linjia Courtyard at the west end of the village. Upon receiving the address, Song Qingheng remained remarkably composed, analyzing the situation. He estimated that the journey from the county seat to Xianyang Commune was considerable, and he would likely need to hitch a ride on someone else's tractor. "I'll go check on the tractor," he resolved. Noticing his parents' anxious gazes, Song Qingheng's heart softened, and he reassured them, "Cheng Jing is no child. He won't act recklessly. Please don't worry too much. He is strong and healthy. He'll be fine. If you two were to fall and hurt yourselves, that would be a greater concern." Though his parents acknowledged the reason in his words, their anxiety remained palpable. As their eldest son prepared to brave the rain in search of his brother, Zhao Hongmei quickly detained him and handed him an umbrella. "Hold this umbrella." Yet, upon reflection, she deemed that even an umbrella would be of little use in such torrential rain and strong winds. Frustrated, Zhao Hongmei felt tears welling in her eyes. Passing by the department store, she decided to purchase a raincoat. "If you haven't found Qingjing by dark, just return. Let him go wherever he pleases." Upon hearing this, Song Rend felt a wave of discontent. He chastised himself. "I should have been more patient. I know Qingjing's temperament, and yet in my haste, I spoke out of turn. I should have waited until tomorrow to discuss it. What was I thinking, bringing this up so late at night?" His affection for his younger son was boundless, and his worry was threatening to bring him to tears. Song Qingheng, aware of his father's sentimental nature, chose to disregard it. He glanced at his cousin, Zhang Hui, who was anxiously miming his distress but was at a loss for words. "Zhang Hui, do me a favor and take uncle and aunt back home. I'll go find Qingjing." Upon hearing his elder cousin's words, Zhang Hui straightened up. "All right, big cousin, rest assured, I will ensure uncle and aunt return home safely." With that reassurance, Song Qingheng braved the rain to head to the tractor factory in search of his brother. He understood Song Qingjing well. Though he had a bit of a temper, he was not entirely thoughtless. When Song Qingheng arrived at the tractor factory, drenched from the rain, he spotted Song Qingjing, who was lugging the bicycle he had surreptitiously taken from home, with various items haphazardly draped over it. He had evidently pilfered something from the house. Spotting his elder brother, Song Qingjing looked up and called, "Big brother." Initially intending to offer counsel, Song Qingjing reconsidered upon seeing his brother's demeanor, devoid of even a hint of a smile. He understood that any words of persuasion would be futile. His brother was resolute in his decisions. Amused, he thought to himself, is this cleverness or sheer obstinacy? Ultimately, he had nurtured this brother, and now he had to bear the consequences. Song Qingheng pulled out 2 bills and handed them to Song Qingjing. "Call home from the production team over there to assure them of your safety. Otherwise, I fear our parents won't sleep a wink tonight." "All right," replied Song Qingjing. Recognizing the low spirits radiating from his typically carefree brother, Song Qingheng turned to engage the tractor driver in conversation. Fortuitously for Song Qingjing, the tractor driver from Xianyang Commune was still available and had not yet departed. Before his brother's arrival, Song Qingjing had already paid for the ride, ensuring he would be taken to the commune along the way. At this moment, the master was still occupied with his tasks, leaving Song Qingheng to endure a prolonged wait by his side. Eventually, as someone finally managed to hoist their bicycle onto the tractor, Song Qingheng wiped the rain from his face and turned to head back. However, after just a few steps, he suddenly halted. Wait a moment. Had his younger brother considered whether he would even be allowed to enter at such an hour? Let us momentarily set aside how Song Qingheng, the beleaguered elder brother, might comfort their parents, who were weeping like the legendary heroes of old. Instead, let us focus on Lin Xiaoman, the source of this series of events, who was now snugly wrapped in her grandmother Qian's outer garment, shielded from the wind, and peacefully asleep all the way home. Lin Xiaoman was not prone to motion sickness, and she slept soundly on the tractor, the torrential rain kept at bay by her grandmother's embrace. The scent of rain-soaked earth filled her nostrils, and the noise of the tractor provided an unparalleled sense of security. Aunt Qian glanced down at Lin Xiaoman, who was gripping her finger tightly, her cheeks flushed with sleep, and her heart felt as if it were coated in honey. "Oh, This little girl was far more endearing than her own grandchildren, who were prone to kicking and punching in their sleep. Aunt Chien recalled a couple of years back when her eldest son and daughter-in-law were away in the county for 2 days, leaving the young Teasy to sleep with her. That night, she had been jolted awake when Teasy's heel struck her nose, prompting her to get up in the middle of the night to give him a good scolding. Watching the girl, Aunt Chien felt a pang of envy and could not help but glance sideways at her younger son, urging him towards marriage. Sanner, you are no longer a child. It is time to seek a partner. Do not be overly selective. Love blossoms through companionship. Would it not be splendid to start a family and have a charming daughter like Xiaoman? Driving the tractor, Qian San felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at his mother's incessant matchmaking. After all, he was only 20, and he could not fathom her urgency. To avoid an argument, he pretended not to hear her over the noise of the tractor. Surely, Aunt Qian knew her own son's preferences. He was drawn to beauty. Oh, it seemed to run in the family, as Lin Jing displayed the same inclination. How could she not know? Just look at Xiaoman's appearance. It was evident that her father must have been quite the sight, for Xiaoman was even more concerned with looks than her son. Who exactly was Xiaoman's father? Over the years, whenever Aunt Qian inquired about this matter from Lin Jing, the response was always the same, an evasive "I don't know." How could that possibly be true? Lost in her thoughts, Aunt Qian paid little mind to her rebellious son who was reluctant to settle down. It was not until they were nearly at home that she gently roused Lin Xiaoman to prevent her from waking abruptly. With her eyes still heavy with sleep, Lin Xiaoman caught a whiff of Aunt Qian's familiar fragrance and murmured a request for a cuddle. Oh dear, Aunt Qian decided to simply embrace the little one. Allowing her to drape her arms around her neck and rest her head on her shoulder, her energy seemingly boundless, as if she could plow 10 more acres without fatigue. Hearing the sounds outside, the drowsy Lin Jing attempted to rise, but was halted by Aunt Qian's voice, which came first. Do not stir too much, or you might catch a chill. Xiaoman has been napping on the tractor all the way here and is still a bit dazed. Today, we owe much to Xiaoman, for it is through her assistance that we arrived at the hospital to procure your medicine. Shortly, I shall bring you something to eat. Make do with it. Take a bit more medicine, rest for the night, sweat it out, and you should be well again. Lin Jing found it difficult to fully comprehend what Aunt Qian was saying, only catching fragments of the name Xiaoman. Groggily, she expressed her gratitude, to which Aunt Qian responded that there was no need for such formality. As she entered from the stormy weather outside, Aunt Qian, concerned that Lin Xiaoman might be cold, prepared some hot water and gave her a brief wash in a basin. In anticipation of their need for hot water, Aunt Qian had even brought a thermos from her home that retains heat exceptionally well, capable of staying warm overnight. After feeding Lin Xiaoman and Lin Jing a bit, she placed a pill in Lin Jing's mouth, which she swallowed with the hot water. Only then did she refill the thermos, reminding Lin Xiaoman repeatedly not to touch it. While she was worried about the thermos breaking, her primary concern was that Lin Xiaoman might scald herself, which would be a significant issue. Aunt Qian's family was relatively well off, and both of her daughters-in-law had gentle dispositions. They had their own thermoses as part of their dowries, so they were not in need of this one. They had no objections to Aunt Qian occasionally caring for Lin Jing and her daughter, and sometimes they would lend a hand as well. Relationships are cultivated over time. Not to mention, Lin Jing was already a relative, and she was someone who appreciated kindness. Aunt Qian treated her well, and Lin Jing repaid her as best as she could. Additionally, Lin Xiaoman was exceptionally attractive, and since Aunt Qian had no daughters of her own, she would often find herself enchanted, wanting to touch her and offer her treats. Lin Jing's fever not only drained her energy, but also clouded her mind, making it hard to think clearly. Even as she was administered the pill, she vaguely sensed something was amiss, yet she did not dwell on it. Her thoughts, muddled, wandered to how much trouble her illness had caused Aunt Qian, and how many favors she now owed. She pondered how she might repay these kindnesses in the future. Furthermore, her grandparents and uncles had also visited her during her illness, providing money and food, and she felt an obligation to return their generosity. She was uncertain how long this illness would persist, and the thought of losing Lin Xiaoman weighed heavily on her, leaving her breathless. Perhaps due to the high fever, her breath felt scorching, and even her usually dry eyes began to feel warm and sore. A smooth object brushed against her tightly furrowed brow, prompting Lin Jing to force her eyes open, her eyelashes still beaded with moisture. Upon seeing her mother awake, Lin Xiaoman beamed a particularly sweet smile, her dimples mirroring those of her father, causing Lin Jing to momentarily lose her train of thought. Perhaps due to her illness, The long-suppressed longing within her surged forth at that moment. Lin Jing took a deep breath, exhaling the warm air to quell the tumultuous emotions swirling within her chest. "Mother, here is an egg," Lin Xiaoman said, placing it before Lin Jing. Instantly, Lin Jing furrowed her brow. "Wanting to sit up? Who gave this to you?" Lin Xiaoman blinked a couple of times, recalling the kind-eyed doctor, and answered obediently, "Grandfather gave it to me." Lin Jing gazed at the egg with a sense of unease, mistakenly believing it to be a gift from Uncle Qian, as Aunt Qian's family had always shown great affection towards Lin Xiaoman. Typically, Lin Jing would not allow Lin Xiaoman to accept such gifts, feeling that they had already incurred enough debt to their family. This egg was indeed a precious item. Aunt Qian's eldest daughter-in-law had just given birth and was in need of nourishment. Due to Lin Jing's stern disposition, Lin Xiaoman, who had initially been quite pleased, now clutched the egg with a face full of hesitation, uncertain of her wrongdoing. In the afternoon, when Grandpa the doctor presented the egg, Grandma Qian was also present and consented to Lin Xiaoman accepting it. However, Lin Xiaoman was a remarkably perceptive and mature child, sensing her mother's displeasure. She set the egg aside and cautiously wrapped her arms around Lin Jing's, softly apologizing. "Mom, Xiaoman was wrong." The sight of her daughter's demeanor pierced Lin Jing's heart, causing her breath to quicken with a sharp pang of guilt. It was not Lin Xiaoman who was in the wrong, but rather herself. Yet, Lin Jing was at a loss for words, having never been taught how to navigate such moments. Despite her overwhelming feelings of regret and distress, she maintained a cold exterior, her hands trembling without reaching out to embrace Lin Xiaoman. She recognized her shortcomings as a mother, understanding that her selfishness had brought Lin Xiaoman into this world, subjecting her to suffering and hardship, engulfed by a wave of self-loathing. With no response from Lin Jing, Lin Xiaoman's eyes began to redden, tears streaming down her cheeks. She empathized with her mother's helplessness, feeling sorrow for her exhaustion, while fearing the possibility of losing her mother as foretold in the story she had read. Lin Xiaoman could not bear the thought of losing such a wonderful mother. Bowing her head, her heart ached, feeling like the burdensome child often described by the villagers. She wished not to cry, refraining from blinking, yet tears brimmed in her eyes, cascading down like pearls. In her distress, Lin Xiaoman bore a striking resemblance to Lin Jing, silently shedding tears without uttering a sound. The warm tears fell upon Lin Jing's hand, momentarily leaving her bewildered until she discerned the faint sound of sobbing. Slowly realizing it was Lin Xiaoman who was crying. Lin Xiaoman was the most beloved child among the elders in the village, cherished for her sweet demeanor and infectious laughter. In stark contrast to her mother, who seldom smiled, they often remarked that the child must have inherited her father's traits. Chapter 14. Long time no see. Lin Jing. From childhood, Lin Xiaoman had always been a source of ease for others, bringing joy to anyone who held her, rarely crying. Yet now, she had been brought to tears by Lin Jing, who found herself uncertain of how to respond. She reached out, wanting to comfort Lin Xiaoman, yet felt as though her daughter were a fragile piece of porcelain, too delicate to touch, unfamiliar with the language of love. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoman possessed an innate ability to love more profoundly than her mother. Upon sensing Lin Jing's outstretched hand, she leapt into her mother's embrace, burying her head against Lin Jing's abdomen, crying without daring to look up, softly repeating, "Mom, Xiaoman knows she was wrong." Lin Jing trembled with discomfort. Her throat and heart constricted. She held Lin Xiaoman tightly, resting her chin atop her head, noting how malnourished her daughter looked, with soft, fine, and discolored hair. Lin Jing's lips were pressed tightly together, pale and her breath short and stifled, trying to suppress the tumultuous ache surging within her chest. Only the slight flutter of her nostrils and the glistening tears hanging from her lowered eyelashes betrayed the turmoil of her heart. Lin Xiaoman was truly exhausted today. After a brief bout of tears, she succumbed to fatigue, closing her eyes and softly sobbing, her sleep far from tranquil. Lin Jing felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her as she held Lin Xiaoman, concerned that her warmth might be too much. She contemplated placing her on the bed, but at the moment of release, Lin Xiaoman instantly opened her eyes, likely dazed from sleep, and tears flowed anew as she reached out for Lin Jing's embrace. Lin Jing found herself utterly defenseless against Lin Xiaoman's affectionate whims. The dependence Lin Xiaoman exhibited filled the void in Lin Jing's heart that had lingered for the past 20 years. After soothing Lin Xiaoman into a deep slumber, Lin Jing gradually released her. On this sweltering day, Lin Xiaoman's damp, fine, yellow hair clung to her face from perspiration. Lin Jing, too, was soaked in sweat. And perhaps due to this, her mind felt clearer than before. She gazed at the egg Lin Xiaoman had brought back, her eyes lingering for a moment before she cracked the shell and silently consumed the slightly salty egg. Though her nose felt congested, making it hard to breathe, her body was more at ease than before. The old house she shared with Lin Xiaoman, constructed of earth, had its share of leaks. Lin Jing fetched a bucket and glanced outside at the raging storm, worrying whether the vegetables she had planted in the yard would survive the night. And if Lin Xiaoman's ducks were frightened. Her mind, restless and muddled, wandered through these thoughts until her eyelids grew heavy, likely from the effects of the medication. And she succumbed to a deep sleep while holding Lin Xiaoman. She was awakened by a series of muffled knocks from outside. Struggling against her fatigue, she managed to open her weary eyes with great effort. The storm outside had intensified since she last fell asleep, and the knocking at the door persisted. Lin Xiaoman stirred uneasily in her arms, and Lin Jing, fearing she might awaken, furrowed her brow and rose, dragging her tired body. Who could it be? Living alone with Lin Xiaoman, she had to maintain a sense of caution. Although the only visitors in the village were her grandparents, uncles, and Aunt Qian's family, she hesitated to open the door at this late hour. Xiao Jing, it's Uncle Ling Gui and Aunt Ling, came the voice from outside. Upon hearing the familiar voices, Lin Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Ling Gui was the leader of their production team and her cousin, while Aunt Ling was his wife. Over the years, their care had allowed her to live somewhat steadily, and had it been anyone else, even from the same production team, she likely would not have opened the door. She was indeed cold-hearted and impolite. Yet their urgent presence in the downpour raised her heart rate, fearing the news they might bring. Lin Jing unlocked the latch on the door and inquired, Aunt Ling, what has transpired? Understanding Lin Jing's temperament, Aunt Ling hastily explained, it's nothing much, just that someone is looking for you. I told him to come back tomorrow, but he insisted. He mentioned that he heard you were unwell. How should I put it? I suspect you might know him. As she spoke, Aunt Ling cast a quick glance at the young man standing behind her, drenched from the rain, yet managing to maintain a semblance of composure. Aunt Ling swallowed her tumultuous emotions and continued, he said he is a doctor and has a certificate from the county hospital. I thought, considering you have been ill for several days, it would be prudent for him to have a look at you, especially since he brought medicine. She was anxious to explain, yet fell silent, as it was evident that Lin Jing was not absorbing her words. Her gaze was fixated on the figure behind them. Lin Jing's pupils contracted in shock and fear, the unexpected presence of this individual causing her to instinctively take a step back, her fingertips turning pale as they gripped the door. Despite the chaos swirling within her, she struggled to maintain her composure. However, those who knew her even slightly could discern that something was amiss. Aunt Ling glanced at her husband and then stole a furtive glance at the young man who resembled Lin Xiaoman. To be honest, when this young man had arrived at their doorstep in the dead of night, Aunt Ling had been quite taken aback. Just one look had made it clear who he was seeking. Initially, she believed that while Lin Xiaoman was handsome, he bore a resemblance to Lin Jing. Yet now, seeing this young man, she thought to herself, goodness, anyone could see the resemblance. Was this truly Lin Xiaoman's biological father coming to their door? And he had braved the storm to visit upon hearing of Lin Jing's illness? Had he previously been unaware of Lin Xiaoman's existence? Aunt Ling's mind reeled with these revelations. And when her husband was persuaded to seek out Lin Jing, she quickly followed to lend a hand. Upon Lin Jing opening the door and recognizing the figure standing before her, her face drained of color, her mind blank, as if all thoughts had vanished. The relentless wind continued to howl mercilessly, and the rain fell as if determined to drown the darkened night devoid of light, illuminated by a flash of lightning. Lin Jing beheld the young man's disheveled state. Every inch of him was soaked. His hair, pulled back to avoid obscuring his vision, still bore droplets that clung to his forehead, giving the impression that he had been submerged in water. His clothes were continuously dripping. Water clung to his brows and lashes. His eyes cast in shadow beneath the arch of his brow, while beads of moisture slid down his prominent nose, trickling along his sharply defined jawline. His slightly narrowed eyes, cold as ice, resembled a wolf cub fixating on its prey. Song Qingjing offered her a smile that sent chills down her spine, though the warmth never reached his eyes. It has been a long time, Lin Jing, he said, each word enunciated with a biting intensity. Chapter 15 Reconciliation. Lin Jing remained composed, her expression impassive. Yet her fingers clutched the doorframe tightly, a tempest of anxiety swirling within her. Those who knew her even slightly could discern that she was presently grappling with a mental shutdown. She recognized the individual before her and recalled the events of that fateful night. Shame and resentment mingled within her. But her foremost concern was the dread of him attempting to take Lin Xiaoman away. She pondered the reasons for his presence and how he had come to learn about Lin Xiaoman. Confusion enveloped her, leaving her at a loss as to where the miscommunication lay. From the moment Lin Jing appeared, Song Qingjing's gaze had remained fixed upon her. This marked the first occasion in 4 years, during which he had silently berated her in his mind, that he beheld her with clarity. Vague memories crystallized into sharp focus upon seeing her, yet they were swiftly accompanied by the ire of recalling past grievances. Over the span of 4 years, Song Qingjing had harbored an accumulation of frustration, his initial bewilderment upon awakening, the scattered fragments that lingered in his memory, and the remnants of the meager sum he was left with. This matter had incensed him for 4 long years, and upon hearing her name once more, he had charged out into the tempest with unbridled fury. The two stood locked in a standoff, neither willing to yield an inch. Aunt Ling and Uncle Lin awkwardly held umbrellas nearby, perhaps oblivious to the tension between them. Aunt Ling, feeling the chill of the wind, wrapped her coat tighter around herself and mustered a forced smile. "Ah, Lin Jing, it's quite cold out here. Shall we move indoors to converse?" Uncle Lin chimed in. Yes, let us go inside. Young Song has braved this torrential downpour and is soaked to the skin. I offered him a dry change of clothes, but he couldn't wait. It wouldn't do for him to catch a cold. It was only then that Lin Jing noticed Song Qingjing was wearing a pair of trousers with a significant tear, likely from a fall, and his knee bore a deep gash. Nonetheless, she remained steadfast, unwilling to budge even an inch. Lin Xiaoman was sleeping soundly inside, and she resolved to deny any acknowledgement, clinging to a sliver of hope that she would not allow Song Qingjing to take Lin Xiaoman away. Had it not been for the presence of Uncle Lin and Aunt Ling, Lin Jing might have closed the door without hesitation. In this moment, she maintained a veneer of politeness, coldly insisting she did not recognize him. Upon hearing this, Song Qingjing let out a derisive laugh. Indeed, you claim not to know me, yet the child is sleeping soundly. I even know how many moles are on your body. It is quite amusing that you two pretend not to recognize one another. Uncle Lin and Aunt Ling exchanged glances, observing the undercurrents of tension between them, sensing that Song Qingjing had seized the upper hand. Very well. If you choose not to recognize me, that is of no consequence. I am here solely to discuss matters concerning my daughter. At these words, Lin Jing's fleeting hope was extinguished, her still recovering face paling in an instant. Observing her reaction, Song Qingjing felt a sense of satisfaction. Ultimately, as he desired, they moved indoors. Song Qingjing surveyed the dilapidated room and cast a glance at Lin Xiaoman, who lay sleeping soundly on the bed, utterly undisturbed. Lin Guishu and Aunt Ling were aware that there were matters to discuss, so they concocted an excuse to leave first. After their departure, the atmosphere inside the room grew increasingly somber. After a prolonged silence, Song Qingjing was the first to break it. I cannot allow my daughter to remain here. Upon hearing this, Lin Jing reacted like a protective eagle. However, Song Qingjing's subsequent words rendered her speechless. You cannot even care for yourself. Do you truly believe she would fare better by your side? I will not entrust Lin Xiaoman to someone like you. Lin Jing's gaze towards Song Qingjing was laced with animosity. Song Qingjing scoffed at her words. Someone like me? What am I, a ruffian? A good-for-nothing? Lin Jing retorted angrily. If you hadn't drugged me back then, those events would never have unfolded, and Lin Xiaoman would not exist. What right do you have to claim my daughter now? Her words took Song Qingjing aback, as he felt she was trying to turn the tables. What do you mean, I drugged you? Lin Jing was perplexed by his audacity to act as if nothing had transpired, and her furious gaze reflected her indignation. Sensing something amiss, Song Qingjing inquired, Do you know Wang Ba? Lin Jing, who had rarely ventured into town, frowned. Who is that? Song Qingjing explained. He was among those who wished to harm me back then, intending to ruin my reputation by drugging me and arranging for a woman to engage with me, only for a group to storm in and catch me in the act, solidifying their claims of my criminality. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the woman vanished, leaving me alone in that room, which ultimately resulted in the matter being swept under the rug. Upon awakening in a fit of rage, he was incensed at how he had lost his innocence in such a bewildering manner. Although the incident was never resolved, the bitterness lingered. When Song Qingjing later learned that this woman had given birth to a child unbeknownst to him, his fury reached a boiling point. You think to use the child as leverage against me? Not a chance. Now, with this newfound information, even a fool like Song Qingjing could deduce that there had been a mishap along the way, leading to Lin Jing being the one involved instead. Moreover, Lin Jing had fled at the first opportunity as Wang Ba and his cohorts approached, thereby escaping further complications. Lin Jing, sensing the shift in Song Qingjing's tone, realized that both of them were finally laying bare the events of that time, leading them into a contemplative silence. One unfortunate soul ensnared in a trap, and another, a hapless scapegoat, had found themselves entangled in a fleeting moment of passion, resulting in their current predicament, though neither fully trusted the other. A significant portion of their hearts acknowledged the truth, as the details corroborated that neither had lied. Both had been drugged that night, fueled by desire, which ultimately led to the birth of Lin Xiaoman. Song Qingjing pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing that the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. Initially, he intended to reclaim this child, who might be exploited for her worth, but now, witnessing Lin Jing's fierce protection of Lin Xiaoman, coupled with the revelation of the truth, left him uncertain about how to proceed. Lin Jing's mood was hardly better than that of Song Qingjing. Initially, she believed him to be a reckless scoundrel, driven solely by lust and willing to resort to any means. Thus, whether it was announcing to the outside world that Lin Xiaoman's father had passed or preventing him from taking Lin Xiaoman away, she felt justified in her actions. However, upon learning the entirety of the situation, Lin Jing found herself in a state of distress. Both their gazes silently fell upon Lin Xiaoman, who was sprawled on the cooling mat, her backside raised, sleeping soundly and humming softly. Chapter 16. Those who have bullied them shall face dire consequences. At a moment of difficulty for Song Qingjing, his parents, who had spent the night in anxiety, were ablaze with indignation. Upon returning home that afternoon, they were greeted by a scene that resembled a robbery, nearly igniting their impulse to report it to the police. Fortunately, the perceptive young man, Chen Hui, had noticed the note left by Song Qingjing. Upon reading the note, Zhao Hongmei was infuriated. Not only had this mischievous boy taken away a significant portion of their food, but he had also pilfered the money carelessly left in the drawers. Enraged, Zhao Hongmei crumpled the note, turning her ire towards the true culprit's father. Look at what you've raised, Song Rand. Your son is becoming increasingly unruly, rushing out in the pouring rain and emptying our home. What is he planning? Is he coming to propose or hastily seeking to marry into our family? Filled with worry and urgency, Zhao Hongmei wept with genuine emotion, her reprimands making even Dr. Song dare not challenge her. Merely frowning and attempting to maintain an air of authority before the younger generation, quietly retorting that it was not as if he spoiled his son. What are you muttering about? Zhao Hongmei, though her eyesight was failing, possessed keen hearing and was not deceived into thinking that this old man was not speaking ill of her. Chen Hui, a younger generation caught in an awkward position, feared being scolded alongside his uncle and aunt, swiftly seeking an excuse to point outside. Uncle, aunt, I just remembered I haven't collected the clothes at home. I should head back now. Without daring to linger, he dashed away like a rabbit fleeing its burrow. However, their attention was soon diverted from the foolish boy. Upon returning home from work, Yi Wenqing was startled by the sound of her in-laws crying before even stepping inside. She quickly entered, fearing something was amiss. To her dismay, she found their home ransacked, her husband's beloved Phoenix bicycle missing, the kitchen devoid of rice, flour, and oil, and even her mother-in-law's two cherished waterproof leather bags gone. The drawers in her in-law's room had been opened, and it was likely that money had also been stolen. Yi Wenqing instantly regained her composure. It was evident that a thief had invaded their home. Parents, please don't panic. I will report this to the police immediately, she declared, a cold huff escaping her lips. In this declining world, how could they have a petty thief targeting them? The couple, who had been bickering over who was responsible for raising their son this way, halted at the words of their eldest daughter-in-law and pulled her back, anxious to clarify. Wait, Wenqing, wait. It wasn't a thief, it was Qingjing who took it. Zhao Hongmei quickly interjected, hoping to prevent any misunderstandings. Qingjing? Yi Wenqing frowned. Her husband was not the sort of child to act so thoughtlessly. Song Rend retorted angrily. At 22, he is still a child. If he were sensible, he wouldn't have done such things. Oh. The indulgence of Song Qingjing can be partially attributed to his elder sister-in-law, Yi Wenqing. Zhao Hongmei felt a mix of joy at the harmony within their family and concern for her increasingly unruly son. With tears streaming down her face, she recounted the situation to Yi Wenqing. Upon hearing her words, Yi Wenqing felt a throbbing headache. Are you suggesting that Qing Jing, with a 3-year-old child, has braved the torrential downpour to find the two of them? Zhao Hongmei's tears flowed uncontrollably, fearing that her son might be ensnared by a woman of profound cunning and formidable means. What a predicament this is. Not only Zhao Hongmei, but even Yi Wenqing found it difficult to view the situation in a positive light. Since no thieves had invaded their home, Yi Wenqing felt somewhat relieved, and before long, she saw the drenched Song Qingheng return. The elderly couple hurried to inquire, "Where is Qing Jing? Did he not catch up?" Wiping the rain from his face, Song Qingheng replied, "He has gone to Xianyang Commune. I saw him off on a tractor. I told him to call us once he arrives. His heart is already set on going, and stopping him would be futile. At least we know how he left." Zhao Hongmei, who had been weeping, considered her son's temperament and realized that even if they tried to stop him, he would have gone regardless. It was better this way, following the vehicle. With such turmoil at home, no one had an appetite for food. After Song Qingheng took a shower and returned to the room, he saw Yi Wenqing organizing things. She paused for a moment, then turned her head, and they shared a silence, resembling two strangers rather than a married couple. In front of others, they managed to maintain the facade of a typical couple, but within the confines of their home, they were more distant than mere acquaintances, lying in bed without speaking or engaging in any activity. Their relationship had devolved into a state akin to that of a nun and a monk forcibly placed in the same room, each striving to maintain their own purity. Yi Wenqing turned her back to Song Qingheng, remaining silent, while he gazed at her silhouette before averting his gaze. They had been married for 7 years. Yet this state of living separate lives had persisted for at least 6. Song Qingheng thought to himself, given the current situation, even if his mother implored the ancestors to bless them with a child, the ancestors would be powerless to intervene. Both slept lightly, careful not to cross the boundary of their bed. In the middle of the night, they were aware of Song Qingjing placing a call to the county hospital to report his safety, which relieved both the sleepless Song Qingheng and Yi Wenqing. As Zhao Hongmei and Song Ren's anxieties gradually subsided, the elderly couple finally found solace in their bed. After a tumultuous day, Song Ren closed his eyes, feeling the onset of sleep, while Zhao Hongmei tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Just as Song Ren was on the brink of slumber, Zhao Hongmei, unable to contain her curiosity, spoke up. "Old Song." Barely on the verge of dreams, Song Ren instinctively responded, "Did you see that little girl today? What does she look like? Tell me about her." Zhao Hongmei had heard her uncle mention the girl's appearance, but suspected he might have exaggerated. She wanted to believe yet remained skeptical. Her curiosity piqued. After a lengthy pause, all she received was a perfunctory hum from Song Ren. When she asked a couple more questions, she was met with the sound of him snoring, which infuriated Zhao Hongmei, prompting her to turn over and wrap the blanket tightly around herself. Xianyang Commune, Forward Brigade. Aunt Ling was also tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. However, she was luckier than Zhao Hongmei. Her husband was more considerate than the snoring Lao Song. The couple nestled under the covers, engaging in intimate conversation. Although Song Qingjing ultimately knocked on their door seeking refuge, staying directly with Lin Jing was not a viable option, and they were all aware that this situation was far from over. "Old Lin," she remarked, "did you see that young man's face? He is exceptionally handsome. And the bicycle he rode here must have cost a pretty penny." Lin Gui, possessing more worldly experience than Aunt Ling, noted, "That's a Phoenix brand bicycle. You can't get one for less than 100 or so. And the items he had hanging on it were also quite valuable. The clothes he wore can only be found in Haiqing and must have been purchased at the department store, costing quite a bit." Aunt Ling expressed her astonishment, raising her voice. "Isn't that a pair of torn pants exposing his entire knee? I thought he had fallen and hurt himself, only to find out he spent a fortune on that shabby fabric." "There's more," Lin Gui replied, tilting his chin towards the pants hanging by the bed. "Not only did he ask us for assistance, but he also handed me 2 packs of cigarettes, both of which were premium quality, costing 8 Mao 6 for just 1 pack. And the bag of red dates and longan he gifted you is not cheap either. It must be worth at least 1 or 2 yuan." Aunt Ling's heart raced at the thought. Such a generous individual. What could be the reason for him braving the rain to come here? Lin Gui, being the production team leader, had seen and experienced much. Just a brief encounter with Song Qingjing revealed a great deal. Aunt Ling heard her husband click his tongue twice before confidently stating, "Mark my words. Either Lin Jing is in for a stroke of bad luck, or those who have wronged her and her daughter will soon face their own misfortunes." The next morning, the storm outside had not yet subsided, though its intensity had diminished significantly from the previous night when it could sweep a person away. After a long night of sleep, Lin Xiaoman awoke, still a bit dazed. By the time she rose, her mother was already up and had left the bed. With her naturally curly hair resembling a bird's nest, Lin Xiaoman looked bewildered. Due to the heat, a bamboo mat was laid on the bed, and after a tiring night, Lin Xiaoman's sleeping posture had left several imprints on her face. Her delicate, fair skin turned a rosy hue upon waking, resembling a soft, pliable rice cake that appeared quite delectable. As Lin Xiaoman rubbed the sleep from her eyes and beheld the unfamiliar figure seated on a chair by the bed, she felt a flicker of fear mixed with curiosity, unsure of who this person was or when they had arrived. Song Qingjing had walked for over 3 hours from Shenyang Commune to the Tianjin Brigade during the typhoon, his bicycle bogged down in the mud, ultimately forcing him to carry it along the mountain path. Little did he know how much effort it took to reach this secluded brigade, compounded by the dreary, rain-soaked weather that was ideal for slumber. Consequently, he slept until nearly the same time as Lin Xiaoman. When he finally managed to open one eye, his mind struggled to comprehend his surroundings, the dilapidated room with a view of the sky and the drafty walls. One might mistakenly believe that Song Qingjing had fallen on hard times. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qingjing realized where he was. After a brief wash-up, he stepped out to find Lin Jing, intending to check on the awake Lin Xiaoman. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted the little one perched on the edge of the bed, her tiny fists clenched like a puppy, staring at him with wide, curious eyes. With her hair in disarray and her cheeks flushed, she looked both inquisitive and a tad shy as she regarded the man seated on the chair. Song Qingjing pondered who had suggested that Lin Xiaoman bore a striking resemblance to him. In truth, she appeared to be a miniature version of Lin Jing, distinctly not resembling him at all. At that moment, it wasn't just him observing Lin Xiaoman. She was also secretly scrutinizing the unexpected visitor in her home. Upon her first glance, she recognized him as the father described in the book she had read, a father who looked remarkably like her, a father who was a rogue, and moreover, a father who had passed away too soon. But how could he be here? Did his presence mean her mother need not have died? A wave of sorrow washed over the little girl, and she suddenly remembered that her father had left this world even before her mother. Although it was their first encounter, there seemed to be a connection through their bloodline, which made her feel a twinge of sadness. Her gaze towards Song Qingjing was tinged with sympathy. How unfortunate he was, having departed this life earlier than her mother. Song Qingjing wondered what this child's gaze towards him signified. The inaugural meeting between father and daughter was enveloped in an inexplicable silence, their faces, almost mirror images of one another, locked in a wordless exchange. Lin Xiaoman blinked awkwardly, her lips parting as if to speak, but faltering. Observing her anxious demeanor and those little curls, Song Qingjing felt a slight softening of his heart, especially as she appeared far more endearing than the unruly children outside. Polite as ever, Lin Xiaoman felt compelled to greet him, yet she feared that calling him father would provoke the disdainful reaction from the father in the book, who allegedly loathed children. However, remaining silent would be impolite, as her grandmother had taught her that silence in such matters was unacceptable. After a moment's reflection, the well-mannered Lin Xiaoman finally mustered the courage to speak, addressing him with a sweet, "Hello, uncle." Chapter 18. I didn't either, uncle. Song Qingjing gritted his teeth, both amused and annoyed. His heart, which had softened moments ago, hardened once more. It seemed all children were irksome, and this one was no exception. Perceptive to emotions, Lin Xiaoman sighed inwardly. Indeed, her father did not seem fond of children. At that moment, Lin Jing entered the room carrying a basin of water, instantly capturing Lin Xiaoman's attention. No longer did she fixate on the man lying on the floor. Her curiosity about her father paled in comparison to her adoration for her mother. Lin Xiaoman's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Jing, her voice sweet and syrupy. Mama. How utterly endearing, thought Song Qingjing, crossing his arms as he observed the little girl eagerly awaiting her mother. He couldn't quite discern his feelings, but he found himself not disliking her. Upon her first sight of Song Qingjing, Lin Jing instinctively frowned but placed the water on the table before wringing out a towel to wipe Lin Xiaoman's face. The moment Lin Xiaoman caught sight of her mother, she leapt up, anxiously stamping her feet in place, eager to throw herself into Lin Jing's embrace. Once her mother approached, she immediately clung to Lin Jing, pouting and cooing, completely forgetting the discontent of the previous night. Lin Jing consistently maintained a cool demeanor, which might go unnoticed by unfamiliar individuals. Yet when Lin Xiaoman enveloped her in a hug, a flicker of joy danced in her eyes. As I caught a fleeting glimpse of Song Qingjing, the smile on my face faded somewhat. Clearly, both of us had been rendered momentarily speechless by the events of last night, unable to arrive at a resolution. Given the late hour, Lin Jing and Song Qingjing chose to temporarily set aside the issue. That evening, Song Qingjing had gone to Uncle Lin Gui's house, having made prior arrangements to stay there, as he had never intended to reside with Lin Jing. As for Lin Xiaoman, they needed to have a serious discussion. Song Qingjing could not allow her to remain here. And Lin Jing, too, could not bear the thought of sending away the child she had raised with such care, oblivious to the turmoil around her. Lin Xiaoman was joyfully clinging to Lin Jing, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, joy, and excitement as she occasionally glanced at Song Qingjing. Both Song Qingjing and Lin Jing were secretly observing her, touched by the child's delight at having both parents nearby, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Coming from a family where his parents shared a strong bond, Song Qingjing held certain expectations about marriage. Thus, the earlier incident had struck him particularly hard. However, upon learning that Lin Jing was even more unfortunate than himself in being embroiled in this situation, he found himself at a loss for how to navigate it. Early that morning, he contacted the machinery factory through the production team and reached out to Chen Xiangzi, asking him to investigate the matter. With a clear direction, the inquiry progressed smoothly, confirming Lin Jing's claims that she did not know Wang Ba and had indeed been unfortunate enough to be drugged and taken to his room. Lin Jing was acutely aware that Lin Xiaoman secretly envied other children with fathers, and now that her biological father stood before her, she likely recognized him but chose to remain silent out of consideration for Lin Jing, casting curious glances instead. Both Song Qingjing and Lin Jing were uncertain about how to handle the situation, their minds a chaotic tangle. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman, nestled in Lin Jing's embrace, leaned against her neck with wide, blinking eyes. Frustrated and feeling as though his thoughts were a muddled mess, Song Qingjing stepped outside for a moment to smoke a cigarette, only returning once the scent dissipated. He turned to Lin Jing and asked, "Do you have someone you fancy?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jing felt an inexplicable resonance and tightened her grip around Lin Xiaoman, replying with a gentle, "No." In response, Song Qingjing admitted, "Neither do I." Chapter 19. Xiaoman is a little curly hair. After Song Qingjing spoke those words, neither of them continued the conversation. Yet they both understood the unspoken implication. Let us take a chance and see if it works out. However, Lin Jing had something else weighing on her mind. She glanced at Song Qingjing and inquired about his name. It was only at that moment that he realized they were so unfamiliar with one another that they did not even know each other's names. He had only learned Lin Jing's name by chance. After introducing himself, Lin Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman, overhearing their exchange, chimed in with delight, "I'm Xiaoman." "Lin Xiaoman. My mother named me that. Lin for the double trees and Xiaoman for fullness." Lin Xiaoman was quite fond of her name and adored her mother. Observing the child, still rosy-cheeked from a recent nap, yet brimming with energy, Song Qingjing couldn't help but reach out to gently pat her head, committing the moment to memory. The child's hair is exceptionally soft, evoking a ticklish sensation in the palm of Song Qingjing's hand as he retracts it, still feeling a lingering itch. Lin Xiaoman, with her small hands cradling her head, shyly hides in her mother's embrace. She secretly muses that the sensation of her mother touching her head is distinctly different. In the family courtyard of the county hospital, Zhao Hongmei paces back and forth, her face etched with concern as she gazes at the rain outside. Why does it always rain at such inconvenient times? If it must rain, then let it do so without end. Her anxiety stems not merely from the weather. That morning, while sipping kanji, she had revisited the question she had failed to clarify the night before, urging her husband, old Song, to elaborate on what the little child truly looked like. Not just Zhao Hongmei, even the stoic Song Qingheng, along with the usually indifferent Yi Wenqing, cast curious glances at him, eagerly awaiting an explanation. Under their scrutiny, Song Rend raised his chin with a hint of pride, his face betraying a touch of boastfulness as he nonchalantly peeled an egg. Zhao Hongmei, impatient, gave his arm a playful slap, urging him to speak up without delay. "Be gentle with me," Song Rend retorted, but the sharp glance from his wife quickly silenced him. What could she possibly look like? Just like Cheng Jing did as a child. A perfect replica. Is it truly that similar? Zhao Hongmei inquired, having heard the same sentiment echoed by two others, one of whom was Song Qingjing's own father. If he said it was true, then it undoubtedly was. Recalling Lin Xiaoman from the previous day, a broad smile creased Song Ren's face, deepening the lines around his eyes. Indeed, she bears a striking resemblance, though she appears more well-behaved than Qingjing, with dark pupils resembling grapes, and her hair has a slight curl. Zhao Hongmei, upon hearing this, sat up excitedly. Ah, she resembles me. She noted her natural curls, a trait from her maternal lineage, and observed that while Song Qingjing had a slight wave, it was not as pronounced. The little girl's curls, undoubtedly, were inherited from her. She had heard many say that children often resemble their grandmothers. Yes, she takes after you. Her complexion is fairer, even more so than Qingjing's at that age. What struck Song Ren most was the contrast between Lin Xiaoman and the woman accompanying her, whose skin was tanned from labor in the fields, while the child appeared as white as fresh tofu beside her. The stark difference caught his attention, prompting him to take a closer look, and upon doing so, he was struck with astonishment, realizing that this was undoubtedly his long-lost granddaughter. Zhao Hongmei felt elated, reflecting on how her own family members had fair skin, merely reddened by the sun. You all know old Wang, the orthopedic specialist? He was intrigued when he saw me standing there and approached for a closer look. When he laid eyes on the little girl's face, he stood there speechless for quite some time. You cannot imagine how tender-hearted one feels when she clutched a few coins, insisting on buying medicine for her mother. Zhao Hongmei listened to these words, feeling as if someone were teasing her heart with a feather. Not even her beloved Song Qingjing could distract her from pondering the hardships of the past, or whether they had gone hungry or cold. Her heart was utterly captivated by her granddaughter, whom she had never met, but who was said to have inherited her beauty entirely. It is worth noting that she and old Song had long been yearning for grandchildren. The eldest, Song Qingheng, had been married for 7 years without a child, while the second, Song Qinhuang, stubbornly refused to marry despite his age. Now, the youngest, Song Qingjing, was quietly making significant changes in his life, bringing home both a wife and a daughter all at once. Calculating, Song Qingjing had become a father at just 19. Truly, those who should be seeking spouses were not, and those who should be having children were not either. Now, each of them had been overtaken by the youngest. None of them were easy to manage. Observing his mother's ambivalent expression, oscillating between joy and sorrow, Song Qingheng could tell that she was likely scolding all three of them in her mind. Fortunately, the anticipation for the little one ultimately outweighed her grievances towards her 3 sons. Zhao Hongmei turned to her husband and asked, "Has Xiaojing mentioned when he will bring them back? Or should we wait for the rain to lessen and visit to propose?" Song Ren waved his hand, suggesting they refrain from meddling, as he had yet to decide. What meddling? Zhao Hongmei, the head of the county's primary school, frowned at the thought. However, with Song Qingjing's attitude, she felt a headache coming on. She wondered what kind of mother that girl had. If they were to bring home a troublesome daughter-in-law, it would be disastrous. Yet, having reached this point, they would have to accept whatever came their way, even if it were a fairy. Nonetheless, Zhao Hongmei was a woman of ideas, a representative of the new era. While she could not openly observe, she could do so discreetly. After all, Song Qingjing could not possibly prevent her. With her plans in mind, she frequently glanced outside, hoping the rain would cease soon so she could slip away to catch a glimpse of her future daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Chapter 20. Oh, you can still understand human speech? The rain poured heavily, showing no signs of letting up. Lin Jing had just finished washing Lin Xiaoman's face and applied a bit of tooth powder, instructing her to squat and brush her teeth. Although the toothbrush and powder were quite expensive, Lin Jing gritted her teeth and purchased them for Lin Xiaoman's use. Just then, Song Qingjing happened to return from Uncle Lin Gui's with his leather bag and bicycle, noticing the little one struggling at the table. Having successfully climbed up but unable to descend, her face turning red as she hung there. Seeing her pitiful and timid appearance, Song Qingjing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She was indeed Lin Jing's child, not particularly bright. Lin Jing, following Song Qingjing's gaze, finally noticed her little Xiaoman clambering on the table, unable to get down. Not much better than a mouse caught stealing oil. She quickly reached out to lift the little one down. Safely on the ground, Lin Xiaoman gave a sigh of relief, wiping non-existent sweat from her brow. The child's attention shifted quickly. Moments ago, she had been embarrassed, But now she was captivated by the toothpaste in Song Qingjing's hand. Having only used tooth powder before, she had seen toothpaste and heard it smelled delightful, so she curiously watched it sway before her. Song Qingjing, ever perceptive, dangled the toothpaste in front of her, asking if she wanted to use it. Lin Xiaoman blinked shyly a couple of times, nodding her head slightly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she gazed at her notorious, short-lived scion of a father. The child's innocent expression was undeniably endearing, compelling Song Qingjing to almost offer her an entire tube of toothpaste. When had he ever been stingy? Elated, Lin Xiaoman bounced over to Song Qingjing, extending her well-cared-for children's toothbrush, which, despite its age, seemed to have been cherished, evoking a tinge of melancholy. Song Qingjing knelt down to dispense toothpaste for her, crouching beside the little one at the doorway to brush their teeth together, occasionally hearing her delightful exclamations as she experienced the minty freshness for the first time. Once they finished, Song Qingjing held her face gently, encouraging her to open her mouth for inspection. Thankfully, her teeth appeared healthy, straight, and unblemished. He pinched her cheeks playfully, affirming their satisfactory condition. Lin Xiaoman beamed at him, revealing her dimples, and Song Qingjing was suddenly struck by the charm of their shared trait. It was rather amusing to discover that she possessed a dimple akin to his own. This subtle embodiment of both him and Lin Jing struck a peculiar chord within Song Qingjing, somewhat awkward, yet not unwelcome. He poked at Lin Xiaoman's dimple, her skin tender and soft, and as he did so, a small piece of his heart softened too. Lin Xiaoman, possessing a gentle disposition and a joyful spirit, was well aware that the man beside her was her father. Thus, each poke to her dimple seemed to activate a switch within her, causing her to giggle and retreat with delight. Once envious of other children with fathers, she now had one of her own. If Ms. Zhao Hongmei were present at that moment, she would surely marvel at the sharp little milk teeth of Lin Xiaoman, noting their striking resemblance to Song Qingjing's as a child. Who else but his daughter could exhibit such likeness? Not only did Lin Xiaoman resemble Song Qingjing in appearance, but she also mirrored his vivacious spirit. Far from the shy and introverted demeanor of her mother, she was cheerful, lively, and optimistic. The sight left Song Qingjing astonished. It was surprising that Lin Jing, who appeared so somber, could raise such a spirited child. Once Lin Xiaoman finished washing her face, Song Qingjing retrieved a bag of rice he had brought, instructing Lin Jing to prepare some porridge, as his refined palate could not endure the remnants of rural fare. The amount of rice to be used was dictated by Song Qingjing's specifications. He measured out an entire bowl, insisting on extra, for the child was indeed too thin. Upon hearing his words, Lin Jing's drooping eyelashes fluttered, acknowledging the truth in his observation. The rationale behind asking Lin Jing to cook was simple. He believed that his own culinary prowess would likely result in setting the house ablaze before successfully preparing porridge. Within the room were only Song Qingjing and Lin Xiaoman, who barely reached his knee. He looked down at her as she stood there, tugging at his hand, her bright eyes sparkling with joy, seemingly reveling in some undisclosed delight. Despite his aversion to children, a sentiment primarily stemming from the incessant chatter and commotion of his uncle's numerous offspring, he found himself softened by this little girl's exuberance. However, in the presence of this obedient and untroublesome child, Song Qingjing found that he did not harbor as much disdain as he thought. Casually reaching for a handful of peanuts he had brought, he settled down at the door, enjoying the breeze, as the interior felt overwhelmingly busy and stifling. Lin Xiaoman, trapped under his arm like a file folder, raised her head in confusion, her short limbs dangling as she swayed with Song Qingjing's movements. If Lin Jing were to witness this, she would surely fall silent. For Song Qingjing's manner of holding Lin Xiaoman bore a striking resemblance to how he once cradled a stray cat by the roadside. Unperturbed by any perceived impropriety, Song Qingjing stepped outside, where a refreshing gust of wind made him feel more at ease, as if alleviating the congestion in his nose. He seated himself on a chair, placing Lin Xiaoman on a small stool beside him, a diminutive piece of furniture that barely reached his ankles. One kick could easily send it tumbling. Yet, upon observing Lin Xiaoman seated obediently on the stool, he found himself reluctant to topple the nuisance, for there was an undeniable charm in her sitting there. With a casual squeeze, the roasted peanuts cracked audibly in his hand. As he shelled one, he glanced around and inquired of Lin Xiaoman, "Where shall I dispose of this trash?" Lin Xiaoman pointed toward a dustpan beneath the table. At this gesture, Song Qingjing raised an eyebrow, his face reflecting astonishment as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery. Oh, you can comprehend human speech? Such a tiny creature could grasp language and respond. Lin Xiaoman, though small, was far from foolish. Hearing his words, she furrowed her brow in displeasure. Song Chungjing found her expression, reminiscent of Lin Jing's when she was displeased, utterly delightful, and merrily popped the shelled peanut into his mouth, the crunch resonating between his teeth. He noticed the child turn her head away, but insisted on teasing her with a smile. Come, help me throw this trash away. Despite her irritation, Lin Xiaoman instinctively accepted the peanut shells, displaying a commendable temperament as she stood and scampered to the dustpan, discarding the shells with precision. Afterward, she meticulously brushed her hands, removing the remnants that clung to her fingers. Song Qingjing was not one to be easily appeased. In an era where many struggled to fill their bellies, he still found the audacity to be picky about his food, disdaining peanut skins, fatty meats, and overly sweet delicacies. His list of grievances could fill an entire tome, and he could enumerate his quirks for 3 days. Chapter 21. Sweet talkers get things done, like him. Song Qingjing, possessing a rather irritable disposition, discerned Lin Xiaoman's penchant for cleanliness and had her run back and forth several times to dispose of the trash. Finally, the little one, using her intellect, grasped the handle of the dustpan, dragging it before Song Qingjing. Unable to contain his laughter, he clutched his stomach as he noticed Lin Xiaoman's frustration resembling that of her stubborn mother. Only then did he leisurely extend his hand, revealing a handful of unpeeled peanuts nestled in his palm. He would eat only 1 peanut at a time, saving the rest in his hand. Seeing the child's eyes fixated on the peanuts, Song Chungjing smiled, nudging the peanuts closer to her. Would you like some? The longing gaze of the little one was impossible to conceal. In this rural setting, there was scarcely anything to eat, and the occasional few peanuts were a luxury. Lin Xiaoman swallowed hard, her eyes glued to the peanuts, drool lingering at the corners of her mouth. Shaking her head in dismay, her mother had said not to eat from others. With such a pitiful display of desire, Song Qingjing found no amusement in teasing her, as she reminded him of her mother in her childhood, appearing equally wretched. Help me with some work, and I shall provide you with food, he said. It's fine. Go ahead and eat. As he pressed a handful of peanuts into the child's hands, Song Qingjing, for once, felt a pang of concern. Realizing how easily the child could be swayed, he furrowed his brow and solemnly warned, You may eat what I give you, but do not accept food from others, understand? He meant what he said, even pinching the child's cheek to emphasize his point. Once he saw that Lin Xiaoman genuinely comprehended, he released his grip, watching as she meticulously savored each peanut, each bite filling her with an exquisite sense of happiness. Leaning back in his chair, he affectionately ruffled Lin Xiaoman's hair and chuckled softly, such a small triumph. Meanwhile, Aunt Qian had a restless night, feeling uneasy about some noises coming from Lin Jing's home. But they soon ceased, leading her to dismiss it as a mere figment of her imagination. However, upon waking, an unsettling feeling lingered regarding Lin Jing and her daughter. Determined to check on them, Aunt Qian took an umbrella and made her way to Lin Jing's house, hoping to see how Lin Jing fared after taking her medicine and whether she needed assistance. Upon entering, she was taken aback to see 2 faces, one large and one small, strikingly similar, prompting her to rub her eyes in disbelief. Could her vision truly be that impaired? How had her little Xiaoman grown up so quickly and transformed? Were there now 2 of them? Perhaps it was time for her to visit the county hospital herself? It seemed that speaking of such matters inevitably invited trouble. However, her astonishment lasted only a brief moment. The small figure seated on the right, upon noticing her, immediately stood up and joyfully called out to her, Grandma. Song Chungjing, seated beside Lin Xiaoman, followed her gaze and met Aunt Qian's astonished expression, frozen in the rain. Holding the umbrella, the 2 pairs of eyes, similar yet distinctly different, jolted Aunt Qian back to reality, leaving her speechless as she coughed a few times, her heart racing with tumultuous waves of disbelief. Good heavens! Could it be that Lin Xiaoman's deceased father had returned to life? As for how she recognized him as Lin Xiaoman's father, it was unmistakable. The resemblance was so strong that if anyone dared to claim he was not Lin Xiaoman's biological father, they would surely face charges of slander. Seeing Aunt Qian cough, Lin Xiaoman's small face visibly clouded with concern as she prepared to run into the rain. But Song Chungjing swiftly grasped the nape of her collar and lifted her as one would a small puppy, admonishing her against running off. To put it bluntly, The wild winds outside could easily sweep the tiny Lin Xiaoman away like a plastic bottle. Having little experience with children, Song Qingjing's grip was less than gentle, causing Aunt Qian to pale at the sight. "Hey, where can you find someone like you to take care of a child?" Aunt Qian quickened her pace towards the door. Upon hearing this, Song Qingjing released his grip, but Aunt Qian still regarded him with suspicion while crouching down to protect Lin Xiaoman in her embrace. Unbeknownst to the tense atmosphere, Lin Xiaoman was joyfully on her tiptoes, happily feeding Aunt Qian the peanuts she herself was reluctant to eat. While Aunt Qian was preoccupied with casting glances of disapproval at Song Qingjing, she hardly noticed what Lin Xiaoman was offering her. It was only after she instinctively chewed a few times and savored the flavor that realization dawned on her. Lin Xiaoman, having successfully fed her, beamed with delight as if she had found treasure, more thrilled than if she had tasted it herself. She gleefully bounced in Aunt Qian's embrace and then nestled her head on Aunt Qian's shoulder, joyfully proclaiming, "Xiaoman thinks it's delicious and wants to share with Grandma." The taste of peanuts lingered in the air, and the soft voice of the child resonated in Aunt Qian's ears, melting her heart almost entirely into Lin Xiaoman's exclusive possession, making her wish to steal Lin Xiaoman home right then and there. It was no wonder Aunt Qian cherished Lin Xiaoman more than her own boisterous grandsons. If Aunt Qian's grandsons had a few peanuts, they would stuff them into their own greedy mouths, leaving nothing for her as their grandmother. Yet Lin Xiaoman was different. In her world, the two most important figures in her life, aside from her mother, were Grandma Qian. Thus, she always divided her favorite treats into 3 portions, one for her mother, one for Grandma Qian, and lastly, one for herself. Aunt Qian was utterly moved, cradling Lin Xiaoman with great tenderness, gently swaying her. Lin Xiaoman, feeling Aunt Qian's good spirits, hid in her shoulder, giggling with delight. She knew that everyone adores delicious food. Song Qingjing leaned back in a chair, amusedly observing how this little girl, with the peanuts he had shelled, had endeared herself to the neighbor, nearly making her treat her as a cherished granddaughter. To be fair, Song Qingjing thought this sweet-talking ability resembled his own. Once Aunt Qian had enough of the warm interaction with Lin Xiaoman, she shifted her gaze back to Song Qingjing. At first glance, a singular thought crossed Aunt Qian's mind. Lin Xiaoman's biological father was exceptionally handsome. She had previously found it curious. Lin Jing, that girl, was merely a delicate beauty. How could she have given birth to Lin Xiaoman, a child as lovely as one freshly plucked from a tree? Now, looking at her father, she saw a striking figure, more handsome than a movie star, with shoulders as broad as a clothing rack. Though fair-skinned, he bore an undeniable strength that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. Aunt Qian, seasoned in agricultural labor, could easily discern a strong arm, and his was one that could easily plow the fields. His waist appeared robust, and with her wealth of experience, she could tell at a glance. Goodness, Lin Jing's child is certainly well taken care of, she mused. Chapter 22. The waist, strong and sturdy. Song Qingjing could not fathom the meaning behind the little old lady's gaze. Just as they remained silent, Lin Jing happened to emerge from the kitchen. Aunt Qian was surprised that Lin Jing would visit despite the heavy rain. Understanding her concern for the mother and daughter, she made an effort to be hospitable. "Aunt, please sit for a moment while I fetch a chair for you." Holding Lin Xiaoman, Aunt Qian snapped back to reality upon hearing this. No, I merely came to check on you. I had no idea you had guests." She hesitated, unsure of how to address Lin Jing, as she lacked a proper title. Noticing Lin Jing's slight embarrassment, she quickly changed the subject. "Lin Jing, have you felt any relief after taking your medicine?" Lin Jing was momentarily taken aback by the question. "Ah, yes. Xiaoman specially went to the county town yesterday to fetch your medicine. I fed you a dose last night, and you seem to be feeling much better now." She continued, "I placed the remaining 2 pills in the cabinet. I mentioned it to you yesterday, but you were likely too feverish to recall, so I thought it prudent to come by." It was only then that the Lin family realized something was amiss. At that moment, Song Qingjing casually remarked, "Indeed, it was Vice President Song who prescribed the medicine for this little rascal." Lin Xiaoman, affectionately referred to as Little Rascal, looked up with a silly grin, eager for praise, as if she had just been sold but was still counting coins for someone else. "Mom, because she went to see the doctor, I'm all better." Lin Xiaoman felt quite proud, thinking to herself that she truly was the best child. Aunt Qian quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed. He is a genuinely kind person, even assisting me and Xiaoman with the paperwork. Otherwise, how would I know what to do? I even had him fill out the medical form for me." He told me that if you still felt unwell after finishing the medicine, I should take you back for a follow-up appointment and simply mention his name. What's his name again? Aunt Qian, being older, struggled with her memory. Calmly, Song Chengjing interjected, Song Rand. Yes, that's it, Aunt Qian exclaimed, her fingers twitching with excitement. But she quickly turned her gaze to Song Chengjing, realizing, how do you know? The next moment, Song Chengjing smiled nonchalantly. Haha, how could I not know my father's name? Upon hearing this, Aunt Qian joined in the laughter. So it's your father. Her voice rose in astonishment, unable to hide her surprise. Not only was Aunt Qian astonished, but Lin Jing was equally taken aback. She had no prior knowledge of Song Chengjing's family background and only now realized she had neglected to inquire about it. She had not shared her own family's circumstances with him either, but since they had tacitly agreed to develop their relationship, such matters should be addressed sooner rather than later. Lin Jing couldn't help but frown, feeling that Song Chengjing's family situation seemed rather affluent. Aunt Qian suddenly understood, exclaiming, that explains it. No wonder that old gentleman is so kind and warm-hearted. Lin Xiaoman's striking resemblance to Song Chengjing was evident to anyone with a discerning eye. Even a casual acquaintance could easily discern her lineage. Lin Jing sighed, pondering how Song Chengjing could possibly know Lin Xiaoman. Their corner of the world was so remote that without deliberate effort, one would not stumble upon it. Furthermore, the egg that Lin Xiaoman produced yesterday was likely a gift from Vice President Song, which had even caused her to cry. Lin Jing cast a helpless glance at her daughter, who was still giggling foolishly, and sighed inwardly, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Completely oblivious to the unfolding events, the only composed participant, her child, held out the remaining peanuts and said, Mom, eat. Before Lin Jing could inquire about the source of the peanuts, she noticed Song Chengjing beside her, continuing to extract more peanuts. She opted to swallow her questions. Aunt Qian, suppressing her excitement, discreetly observed the subtle exchange between the two, pondering to herself how they appeared both familiar and unfamiliar. She decided to wait and see, if necessary. She wouldn't hesitate to casually mention the hardships Lin Jing had endured over the years. Ideally, this man would prove to be formidable enough to make Lin Jing's irresponsible father and her perpetually troublesome brother face some consequences. While Aunt Qian's mind raced with thoughts, Lin Xiaoman's was blissfully simple, free from such convolutions. She mimicked Song Chengjing, slowly peeling the outer layer of the peanuts, then lifted one to feed Lin Jing, exclaiming, Mom, eat. Not wanting her daughter to hold it up indefinitely, Lin Jing stepped forward, took a bite, and affectionately ruffled Lin Xiaoman's hair, encouraging her to eat on her own. Lin Xiaoman, however, was undeterred by her mother's words. Now a growing child, she had her own set of rules. She, Lin Xiaoman, possessed ample strength and cleverness to coax her mother into eating the peeled peanuts. Of course, Lin Xiaoman thought her father, though short-lived, was quite a decent man. Generously, she extended a peanut in Song Chengjing's direction, saying, Here, eat. Song Chengjing paused for a moment, then realized it was meant for him. With an arched eyebrow, he regarded her as if she were a newfound toy. Earlier, calling him uncle had displeased him, and now he was at a loss for what to call him. So he simply remained silent. Intrigued, Song Chengjing found it amusing that such a small child possessed a clever mind. Watching her carefully peel away the peanut skin she knew he disliked, he chuckled inwardly, genuinely taken aback. Lin Xiaoman, without an ounce of reluctance, clenched her fist around the peanut and placed it in the palm of Song Chengjing's hand, her eyes sparkling with determination as she affirmed, yes. Her tiny hand seemed dwarfed in comparison to his, evoking a peculiar and unfamiliar emotion within him. Gazing at the peanut resting in his palm, Song Chengjing found himself smiling softly, realizing he had been charmed by the very peanut he had just received. Chapter 23. Each with their flaws, to be frank. The peanut fed to him by his own daughter indeed tasted better than those he had consumed earlier. Song Chengjing glanced at the little one still occupied with peeling more peanuts, feeling an inexplicable urge to pinch her adorably soft cheeks. Upon learning that the deputy director of the county hospital was the biological father of this little Xiaoman, Aunt Qian had been discreetly observing Song Chengjing. Judging by his attire, demeanor, and eloquence, it was evident that he was a man of considerable means. Moreover, she had inadvertently caught sight of the table piled high with various items, prompting her to gasp in astonishment. The scene rivaled that of a bustling supply and marketing cooperative. The circumstances were extraordinarily favorable. Yet they left Aunt Qian with a heart full of trepidation, as her inner worries surged uncontrollably. Oh, whether individuals like Xiaoman and Lin Jing would be accepted was one matter entirely. The possibility of them being bullied was another, which made Aunt Qian exceedingly anxious. Though her mind swirled with countless thoughts, her senses were not dulled. She caught the delightful aroma of congee wafting through the air. It was already 10 in the morning, and she wondered which meal this could be. Typically, Lin Jing would never indulge in such cooking, and it was evident that this was brought by someone else. Upon noticing this, Aunt Qian hastily concocted an excuse to return home. Lin Jing, if you and Xiaoman are fine, I shall take my leave. Your sister-in-law, Aku, has recently given birth and needs assistance. I must return to keep an eye on her. Lin Jing, who was somewhat at a loss when it came to expressing affection towards her elders and could hardly utter sweet words, nonetheless recognized those who cared for her. While she may not articulate her gratitude, her actions spoke volumes. Although their families lived merely a short distance apart, the tempestuous weather worried her. Aunt Qian was not young and could easily fall. Thus, regardless of Aunt Qian's refusals, Lin Jing insisted on escorting her home to ease her own anxiety. Once Aunt Qian arrived home, Lin Jing, holding an umbrella, made her way back. Standing beneath her own eaves, Aunt Qian watched Lin Jing's stubborn yet slender figure. Her oversized clothing billowing in the wind, appearing so frail that it seemed she might be whisked away by the gusts. This sight stirred an indescribable feeling within Aunt Qian. Upon her return, Lin Jing discovered a large and a small figure standing at the doorway, both gazing at her. The two faces, similar yet exceptionally pleasing to the eye, momentarily stunned Lin Jing. Song Chengjing furrowed his brow, fixating on Lin Jing's paused step, observing the dampness of her pant legs. Both looked as thin as monkeys. Lin Jing could not comprehend why Song Chengjing continued to stare at her, so she steeled herself and went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of congee. Heating the cured meat he had brought, slicing it to add to the congee before presenting it to him. She wished to place it on the table, but it was already cluttered with his belongings. Song Chengjing gestured towards Lin Xiaoman with a nod, indicating that this bowl was for her. Seeing Lin Jing's delayed reaction, he took the bowl from her hands and set it on the small stool where Lin Xiaoman had just seated herself. Unable to resist pinching the chubby cheeks of Lin Xiaoman, who looked up at him eagerly. Eat up. If it's not enough, you can always have more. You need to gain some weight. You're so thin that there's hardly any flesh to pinch. Lin Xiaoman swallowed, hesitating to eat immediately, instead turning to Lin Jing, waiting for her to speak. With congee dangling at the edge of her mouth, her eyes darted toward the bowl, yearning to eat, yet she remained still, awaiting Lin Jing's cue. This sight made Lin Jing's heart swell with warmth. Go ahead and eat, she finally encouraged. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman's face brightened with delight as she picked up the spoon, blowing gently on the congee. Even before tasting it herself, she intended to feed Lin Jing first. Seeing this, Lin Jing felt a pang of discomfort and gently ruffled Lin Xiaoman's hair, urging her to eat for herself. Witnessing Lin Xiaoman's reluctance to consume even a bowl of congee, Song Chengjing clicked his tongue, not allowing them the chance to be overly sentimental. He swiftly shoved the cooled congee into Lin Xiaoman's mouth. You eat it yourself, there's more in the pot. After saying this, Song Chengjing accompanied Lin Jing back to the kitchen, returning with 2 more bowls, each serving comparable to Lin Xiaoman's. Song Chengjing's declaration of his intention to pursue Lin Jing was not merely idle talk. Lin Jing instinctively hesitated to accept anything from others, but upon recollection of their agreement, she quietly settled down to enjoy the porridge. It was Lin Xiaoman's first experience tasting such exquisite porridge. A generous bowl, thick and hearty, accompanied by meat. And to her astonishment, she even discovered an egg nestled within. Her delighted gaze rose to meet her mother's. Mom, an egg. Song Chengjing glanced at Lin Jing, deducing that she likely felt he had provided the rice, hence the addition of the egg, a matter that could not be easily clarified, yet it was a source of comfort. Understanding her underlying thoughts, he felt a subtle complexity within himself. Observing Lin Xiaoman's joy over the egg, he offered her the one from his own bowl, saying, Go ahead. If you like it, you can have it every day. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman felt a mix of emotions, rather than joy. A sense of reluctance emerged. Such good fortune seemed too extravagant to accept. While Lin Xiaoman immersed herself in her meal, Lin Jing took the opportunity to candidly discuss her family's circumstances with Song Chengjing. I believe it is essential to inform you about my home situation. Having recently learned of Song Qingjing's affluent background, Lin Jing felt compelled to share. She had no desire to conceal the truth. Her parents were ordinary farmers. With 3 daughters and 1 son, she was the 3rd child. However, her household registration was not with them, and their relationship had soured. Upon hearing Lin Jing's revelations, Song Qingjing was taken aback. Yet, he comprehended the depth of her estrangement from her family, even to the extent of referring to her parents merely as the 2 who gave birth to her. The reasons for their fallout presumably stemmed from her return home while unmarried and pregnant, since they were to embark on a relationship. Song Qingjing did not conceal his own circumstances either. I come from a family of 3 brothers, and like you, I am the 3rd child. My parents have a good relationship and are relatively well off, though my paternal grandparents are somewhat troublesome. Otherwise, everything is manageable. His gaze shifted to Lin Xiaoman as he added, my eldest brother is married but has no children yet, and my second brother is still single and has gone to the countryside. My parents are already aware of Lin Xiaoman's situation, and they will not disturb us for the time being. Lin Jing grasped the implications of Song Qingjing's words. It was not merely a matter of whether he was willing to share Lin Xiaoman with her. His family would not allow Lin Xiaoman to continue living as she currently was. They exchanged brief introductions regarding their family situations, encapsulated in the notion that each family has its own set of challenges. Indeed, who does not face difficulties? Lin Xiaoman, oblivious to these adult concerns, continued to savor her porridge, her round face smeared with rice grains from her eager eating, her cheeks flushed from the heat. Noticing their gazes fixed upon her, she blinked and innocently asked, don't you like to eat? Song Qingjing was amused by her innocence and reached out to wipe the grains from her face. Of course, we do. Just keep eating. Lin Xiaoman proudly tilted her chin, exclaiming, I knew it. Mom's cooking is so good. No one could possibly dislike it. Chapter 24. Xiaoman's father is incredibly strong at the tender age of 3. Lin Xiaoman remained blissfully unaware of her parents' worries. Her belly even rounder after consuming a warm bowl of porridge. In a small corner, still burping, Lin Xiaoman caught the attention of Song Qingjing, who found her far more amusing than the novel toys he had played with before. She was warm, lively, capable of bouncing, jumping, and speaking. Undeniably more entertaining than mere metal trinkets that could only bounce. Lin Jing's illness had yet to improve after having kanji. She was watched by Lin Xiaoman as she took her medicine, struggling against the heavy fatigue that urged her eyelids to fall shut. Noticing her weariness, Song Qingjing suggested she rest, assuring her that he would take good care of Lin Xiaoman. Although he felt a twinge of concern, Lin Jing's body could hardly withstand the strain, and she understood the importance of not hindering Lin Xiaoman's interaction with her father. Lost in her thoughts, it wasn't long before Lin Jing succumbed to a deep slumber. Once she was sound asleep, Song Qingjing lifted the child from her corner and brought her before him. They exchanged curious glances for a moment, before he playfully inquired about her name. As a clever 3-year-old, Lin Xiaoman obediently responded, I am Xiaoman, Lin Xiaoman, named by my mother. Secretly, she thought her father seemed to have a poor memory, as she had already mentioned this. Song Qingjing was familiar with the name and knew she was born during the season of Xiaoman. He found it delightful, simple, easy to remember, easy to write, and pleasant to hear. Flattered by Song Qingjing's praise, Lin Xiaoman felt a little giddy, kicking her feet in delight. Finding her happiness quite endearing, he playfully pinched her cheek, enjoying the moment while teasing her until she squeaked and attempted to escape. Before her tears could truly flow, he released her, grinning as he offered her some red dates as a peace offering. For the sake of the red dates, Lin Xiaoman decided she could forgive him. Nibbling on the red date like a little mouse, Lin Qingjing observed her with curiosity and asked, do you know who I am? Halfway through chewing, Lin Xiaoman found herself at a loss, neither able to spit it out nor swallow it down. She feigned ignorance, blinking innocently and remaining silent. Song Qingjing was thoroughly amused by her little old lady demeanor, tousling her hair as he encouraged her to eat. Go on, eat up, I want to ask you again. Afterward, he glanced outside at the diminishing rain and mischievously suggested to Lin Xiaoman, once you're done, I'll take you to visit some neighbors. Although uncertain of his intentions, Lin Xiaoman obediently nodded in agreement. Once she finished the red date, Song Qingjing looked down at her tiny nose. Given the heavy rain outside, it was clear she couldn't walk on her own. He was unsure whether the water in the puddles was deeper than her height. However, he wanted to carry her, but hesitated on how to do so. In his moment of indecision, his gaze fell upon the waterproof leather bag he had brought along. At the Qian family's old residence, Aunt Qian was discussing Lin Jing's family matters with her husband. Just as she was about to finish her thought, a knock echoed at the door. Due to the heavy rain, they had shut the outer door to prevent the wind from causing it to bang. "Sanner, go open the door. See who it is," Aunt Qian called from inside the house. Left with no choice, Qian opened the umbrella and moved to the door. Yet, upon seeing the figure standing at the entrance, he stood there, dumbfounded, completely taken aback. This individual bears an uncanny resemblance to Lin Xiaoman. Anyone who sees him would immediately recognize the connection. He was momentarily taken aback, only regaining his composure upon hearing Lin Xiaoman call out uncle. Yet, he did not see her around. Following the sound, he glanced down to find a man holding an umbrella, with Lin Xiaoman nestled inside a leather bag, looking quite amused. Qian unexpectedly found this to be a splendid idea. "Sanner, where have you been?" Jian Auntie, known for her quick temper, appeared in her slippers, peering outside from beneath the eaves. Her sharp rural gaze caught sight of Song Qingjing, and though she was initially surprised, her astonishment nearly turned to disbelief upon seeing Lin Xiaoman in his grasp. What is going on here? Upon hearing his mother's voice, Qian snapped back to reality. Regardless of the visitor's intentions, he knew that guests should be welcomed, so he quickly smiled and beckoned them inside. "Ah, please come in. The rain is quite heavy." Song Qingjing, also holding an umbrella, returned the pleasantries with a smile. Yet, beneath the eaves, Qian Auntie grew anxious watching Lin Xiaoman sway within the leather bag, fearing that it might not be secure enough to prevent her from tumbling into the muddy ground below. Fortunately, the bag Song Qingjing carried was sturdy, and Lin Xiaoman remained blissfully unaware of any danger, merely finding it amusing. Curiosity piqued, Qian reached out to lift the bag, only to hear Song Qingjing caution him. "It's a bit heavy. Be careful." His warning was not out of concern for Qian's strength, but rather to ensure Lin Xiaoman's safety. The implication was clear, provoking Qian's competitive spirit. "Don't worry, I'm strong enough for this." He stepped forward to grasp the leather bag containing Lin Xiaoman, who giggled joyfully as she clutched the edge. However, lifting a child in a bag required far more effort than cradling them in one's arms. While lifting the child itself posed no challenge, maintaining a secure hold while navigating the path and shielding her from the rain proved quite taxing. After a few moments, Qian felt fatigued and contemplated setting Lin Xiaoman down, but pride compelled him to endure. "All right, Qian, you should let Xiaoman down before you accidentally drop her," Jian Auntie remarked, knowing full well that if her son were to cause harm, it would be she who would have to reprimand him, not Song Qingjing. Qian's face flushed with exertion. Heeding his mother's words, he awkwardly descended the ladder and placed Lin Xiaoman on the ground, sheepishly admitting, "I never realized how heavy Xiaoman is." As he glanced at Song Qingjing, admiration flickered in his eyes. The man had carried Lin Xiaoman effortlessly, his composure unwavering. In his heart, Qian silently echoed his mother's sentiments, acknowledging that Song Qingjing was indeed a remarkable figure, well suited for the rigors of rural life. As for Lin Xiaoman, who was placed down along with the leather bag, her eyes now sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Song Qingjing, clearly conveying her desire to continue playing upon their return. Song Qingjing unfastened the leather bag and lifted Lin Xiaoman out, before Aunt Qian could utter a word. Their family discerned the heap of items concealed beneath the bag. Observing the assortment of objects, which collectively weighed an indeterminate number of pounds, Qian, whose mind was still processing the situation, suddenly realized why he struggled to carry the seemingly light Lin Xiaoman. It was evident that the bag contained an entire household's worth of belongings, making his inability to lift it entirely understandable. It was not a deficiency of strength on his part. Rather, it was a testament to the extraordinary strength of Xiaoman's father. Chapter 25. Repaying kindness and revenge. For a moment, Aunt Qian and her family were rendered speechless, uncertain of the person's intentions. Elated, Lin Xiaoman affectionately tugged at Song Qingjing's arm. As he held her, he retrieved a large jar of lard, a hefty bag of meat, and various other sundries from the leather bag. He leaned down to Lin Xiaoman and said, "Come, Xiaoman, take these items to your grandma Qian." Just as she was about to receive them, Aunt Qian's family quickly reacted, vehemently refusing, insisting that it was unacceptable and urging him to take them back for Xiaoman to keep. The reason Song Qingjing acted thus was that he had inquired of Lin Xiaoman before departing whom she favored in the village. She had listed several names with her fingers, but when asked who her favorite was, She mentioned only two, Lin Jing and Aunt Qian. Previously, Aunt Qian had braved a torrential downpour to visit their home. Concerned for Lin Jing and demonstrating her genuine fondness for Lin Xiaoman, caring for her as one would a fragile chick. Lin Xiaoman even remembered the few peanuts Aunt Qian had given her, which attests to the kindness she had shown. Additionally, Aunt Qian was always eager to take Lin Xiaoman along to the county town, ensuring her safety. Had she not taken Lin Xiaoman along, Song Qingjing might still be oblivious to many things. Song Qingjing firmly believed in repaying kindness and settling scores. As Aunt Qian had shown kindness to Lin Xiaoman, he felt compelled to reciprocate, especially since Lin Xiaoman was his daughter, and as her father, he felt an obligation to act. He placed the items in Lin Xiaoman's hands, urging her to deliver them to Aunt Qian, who, along with Uncle Qian and Qian San, resolutely refused to accept them. Lin Xiaoman, with her petite arms and legs, was incapable of lifting the substantial bag of meat that was nearly half her height. In truth, it was Song Qingjing who was carrying it, merely using her hands to present it to Aunt Qian's family. However, Lin Xiaoman was unaware of this. She believed she had been entrusted with an important task and, blushing, tugged at the bag with all her might, panting for breath, when in reality, even if she released her grip, the items would not tumble to the ground. Song Qingjing possessed an inherently assertive nature, coupled with considerable strength, having previously dealt with numerous ruffians single-handedly. He found it impossible to be opposed by this trio of frail individuals. Aunt Qian and her family could neither force the items back nor outright refuse, especially with Lin Xiaoman caught in the middle, swaying back and forth. Song Qingjing sincerely intended to present them with gifts, and ultimately, these items found their way into Aunt Qian's hands. As she gazed at the hefty bag, her anxiety bubbled over. How can I possibly accept all this? Aunt, please, rest assured and accept it. Song Qingjing regarded the matter as trivial, feeling no remorse for the items, which had not cost him much at all. Seeing his insistence, Aunt Qian realized that further protest would be futile, and with a resolute heart, she accepted the gifts. Having received his offerings, it was only proper to invite him for a drink, so she instructed her second daughter-in-law to prepare some sweetened water to entertain their guest. Aunt Qian felt a twinge of nervousness as she looked at Song Qingjing, but her face remained adorned with a warm smile. Oh dear, I have accepted your gifts. Yet I do not even know your name. How embarrassing. With a sweet tongue honed from childhood, especially adept at charming elders, Song Qingjing smiled innocently and said, My surname is Song, given name Qingjing. You may call me Xiao Song. Upon hearing this, Aunt Qian was delighted, realizing he shared a surname with the deputy director of the county hospital, causing her heart to race. Uncle Qian, having learned of Song Qingjing's connection to the deputy director through Aunt Qian, initially felt indifferent, thinking that their circumstances were none of their concern. However, after accepting his gifts, he now felt a twinge of discomfort. The others, mostly unfamiliar with Song Qingjing, had exchanged only a few words with him, and sensing their unease, he lightened the atmosphere with some playful banter. With Lin Xiaoman, who Aunt Qian treated almost like a granddaughter, present, the mood in the room became amiable by the time the sweetened water was served. Song Qingjing's jovial disposition quickly put Aunt Qian at ease, even eliciting a rare smile from the usually stern Uncle Qian, leaving Qian San somewhat astonished by his charm. Lin Xiaoman sat on her small stool. Though she did not comprehend the conversation, she obediently smiled along, displaying her understanding and good manners. Song Qingjing had ventured out in the rain not only to deliver gifts to Aunt Qian, but also to glean information about Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman's circumstances over the years. As he broached the topic, Aunt Qian's heart surged with enthusiasm. She too had been eager to share the tales of their struggles over the years, and thus, they found a harmonious rapport. In mere moments, Aunt Qian recounted how Lin Jing's unscrupulous parents had tormented her since childhood, her emotions intensifying with every word. What sort of inhumanity is this? They've already given the child to the Lao Lin family, yet they come knocking, exploiting their kinship, causing a ruckus. Each time they were short on money, they would intrude, treating the Lao Lin family as if they were mere fools. They had no idea how much they had extracted from them, and to add insult to injury, they would berate the family for being unable to bear children, which was nothing short of cruelty. Although Lin Jing was not the biological child of the Lao Lin family, her uncle believed that at least she was his sister's flesh and blood, preferable to an adopted child. In his eyes, she would be someone to care for in their old age, alleviating his sister's worries about her daughter being mistreated. However, consider the subsequent events. Lin Jing's uncle and aunt have quarreled countless times, leaving Lin Jing in her childhood utterly uncertain of how to navigate her surroundings. Her biological parents showed no inclination to care for Lin Jing at all. Song Chungjing listened with calmness, occasionally interjecting with a response, gleaning fragments of Lin Jing's past from her words. Aunt Qian sighed, advising him not to blame her uncle and aunt, for they were sincere individuals who genuinely wished to raise Lin Jing well. However, due to the incessant troubles caused by Lin Jing's unscrupulous father and her oblivious mother, their affection eventually waned. I understand. It is not their fault, Song Qingjing remarked, casting a glance at Lin Xiaoman, who appeared to comprehend the conversation. Her eyes reddened with evident empathy for her mother, prompting a fleeting moment of surprise within Song Qingjing. Having never raised a child himself, he was taken aback. He had only experienced being a child and understood parental love. Now witnessing Lin Xiaoman's deep concern for Lin Jing, he realized that children are far more sensitive, perceptive, and deeply caring than he had ever imagined. Chapter 26. A heart wrenched with pain, Aunt Qian, perceiving his ignorance of these matters, sighed and continued. Initially, this situation escalated with quarrels and accusations, but as the years passed, we believed that once Lin Jing grew up, they would no longer return. Who could have anticipated that Lin Yang's wife, who had long lamented her inability to conceive, would eventually become pregnant? It was only later that we learned Lin Yong and his wife had secretly sought medical attention due to the turmoil caused by Lin Jing's parents. Uncle Qian, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "It is understandable that they wished to seek treatment." Qian Daqiang, Lin Jing's father, was exceedingly harsh in his words. Not only did he berate them, but he also demanded money with unabashed justification, claiming that since Lin Yong could not produce offspring, Lin Daqiang would raise the child for him. When Lin Yong eventually passed, the money would rightfully belong to him. So what was wrong with him claiming his own funds in advance? Who could endure such insults incessantly? No matter how strained the relationship became, Lin Daqiang was nothing but an unscrupulous rogue. Uncle Qian felt a twinge of shame as he spoke, for in truth, he was Lin Jing's paternal uncle, having previously mentioned their familial ties due to the association with Lin Daqiang. Aunt Qian sighed again, saying, "The subsequent events need not be elaborated. Once Lin Yong and his wife had their own child, after nurturing it to the age of 1, Lin Daqiang returned to cause a ruckus once more. This time, he did not demand money, but insisted that Lin Yong take Lin Jing back to raise her. After all those years of care, he suddenly appeared. Initially, Lin Yong resisted vehemently, but Lin Jing's younger brother, a mischievous child, seized the opportunity during an adult quarrel to sneak into the room, intending to suffocate the 1-year-old child in the crib. Had Lin Jing not intervened in time, the outcome is unthinkable. And you know what Lin Jing's brother exclaimed when discovered? He audaciously declared that the child deserved to die. If not for that child, all the wealth and property of the Lin family would be his. Which person could endure such a situation? Lin Jing's aunt had long since reached her limit with Qian Daqiang's family. In a fit of rage, she once brandished a kitchen knife, ready to confront Qian Daqiang, and in the process, Lin Jing was also cast out. Upon hearing these words, Song Chungjing felt a twinge of sympathy for Lin Jing's unfortunate circumstances, yet he could not summon any deeper emotions, as he was not well acquainted with her. However, the reaction of Lin Xiaoman, seated on a small stool and listening intently, was far more pronounced. Her empathetic nature caused tears to well up in her eyes as she began to weep silently, though she did not grasp every detail. She understood that her mother was unloved by everyone and had been driven away. This realization filled Lin Xiaoman with sorrow, as it seemed no one cherished her beloved mother. As Lin Xiaoman cried quietly, mirroring Lin Jing's silent tears, her small frame and lowered head made it difficult for others to notice her distress. Yet, Song Qingjing was astute. Possessing keen perceptual acuity, how could he overlook a child like Lin Xiaoman? He bent down and gently lifted the weeping little one from her chair, placing her upon his lap. Not wishing to be seen in her vulnerable state, Lin Xiaoman turned her head and nestled against him, stifling her sobs. When Song Qingjing felt the child clinging to him, his body stiffened momentarily, but he restrained himself from casting away the tear-streaked figure. He silently reminded himself that this was his daughter, and he must endure. Aunt Qian, witnessing Lin Xiaoman nestled in Song Qingjing's embrace, felt her heart soften. Indeed, the bond between a father and daughter was unparalleled. She had never seen Lin Xiaoman display such affection towards anyone other than her and Lin Jing. Fearing that the child might tumble from his lap, Song Chengjing wrapped an arm around her and turned to Aunt Qian, inquiring, "So, after that, Lin Jing returned home with them?" Aunt Qian, still caught up in thoughts of Lin Xiaoman, took a moment to respond before nodding and continuing, "Yes. She went back with Qian Daqiang and his family." Lin Jing had 3 older sisters, all of whom had married early, and Qian Daqiang had taken Lin Jing back to have someone to work for him, to serve him and his mother and son. At that time, Lin Jing was still quite young, yet she was tasked with the workload of several individuals. It was merely herself and her indecisive mother handling all the chores. Initially, Lin Jing had excelled in her studies, gaining admission to the best junior high school in the county. However, Qian Daqiang did not permit her to continue her education. Nevertheless, Lin Jing was determined and self-taught, even participating in exams in the county. Yet, that wretched Qian Daqiang insisted that his son marry, intending to trade Lin Jing to a man in his 40s for a bride price, thereby forcibly bringing her back. As fate would have it, upon her return, it was discovered that Lin Jing was with child, a revelation that the old man was unwilling to finance. Consequently, Qian Daqiang's frustration at failing to marry her off led to a confrontation with Lin Jing, resulting in a complete rupture of their relationship. When Aunt Qian spoke her final words, she glanced at Song Qingjing with a hint of awkwardness, though she did not know the specifics of what had transpired. It was evident that something had occurred between them that had resulted in Lin Xiaoman's existence. Song Qingjing remained silent, yet from Aunt Qian's account, he discerned the reasons behind Lin Jing's disappearance from the county. Song Qingjing merely glanced down at Lin Xiaoman, who was secretly crying for her mother, and then turned to Aunt Qian, inquiring, where was Lin Xiaoman born? He was aware that the conditions in the countryside were rather inadequate, at the very least. He presumed she would have been born in the town. If that was not feasible, surely they could have found an experienced midwife to assist at home? Aunt Qian, upon discussing this matter, became indignant and lamented. Where was she born? Just thinking about it makes me furious. A wave of anxiety washed over Song Qingjing as he listened to Aunt Qian's words, which were tinged with frustration. When Lin Jing was nearing labor, her irresponsible parents had caused chaos, barricading her in a room and preventing anyone from entering or her from leaving, insisting on money. Coincidentally, Aunt Qian's own family had matters to attend to, and during that time, Lin Jing was left to give birth alone. By the time her aunt and others managed to break in, the child had already arrived. To this day, Aunt Qian shudders at the thought of how Lin Jing endured it all in silence, giving birth to Lin Xiaoman. Thankfully, the baby was small, otherwise, Aunt Qian dared not contemplate the outcome. Each recollection of that event filled her with dread, causing her legs to tremble. Upon hearing this, Song Qingjing thought of that quiet individual, and a tremor of emotion surged within him. Chapter 27. A daughter's understanding and innocence when Lin Jing awoke. The sky was so overcast that she could not distinguish between day and dusk. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiaoman had also succumbed to sleep beside her. During the times when Lin Xiaoman was awake, Lin Jing was preoccupied, tirelessly earning work points and striving to survive. It was only in a fleeting moment of distraction that she realized how much Lin Xiaoman had grown. Now, reflecting on it, she felt as though she had missed witnessing her daughter's growth, as if she had overlooked so much. How had her little girl suddenly transformed into a child of considerable size? Lying in bed, Lin Jing gently embraced the warm Lin Xiaoman, for her world revolved solely around her beloved daughter. However, she soon sensed a gaze upon them. Turning her head, she was startled to meet the scrutinizing eyes of Song Qingjing. He observed Lin Jing's tender embrace of Lin Xiaoman, and she silently rose, leaving them both enveloped in a heavy silence. I will go prepare a meal. Let me mix some milk powder for Lin Xiaoman, he said. Song Qingjing was not one to endure hardship. The reason he had brought such provisions from home was to ensure his own sustenance. As for this unexpected daughter, he initially felt a deep-seated aversion, not wishing her to be near a woman of dubious character. Yet now, as Lin Xiaoman awoke to meet Song Qingjing's gaze, he had expected her to be a mere nuisance, but it seemed this situation required careful navigation. Perhaps the heavy rain from the previous night had driven all the mosquitoes indoors. With her delicate skin, who else would they bite but Lin Xiaoman? Her fair complexion made her an easy target, and now her once smooth face bore several welts, alongside other bites on her arms. Noticing her scratching in discomfort, Song Qingjing gently grasped her wrist, advising, "Do not scratch. it will only complicate matters further. The child's wrist was delicate, and even a slight pressure from Song Qingjing made him fearful of crushing it. Although Lin Xiaoman was slender, her young age still endowed her with a bit of baby fat, rendering her wrist as soft as tofu. Lin Xiaoman was indeed obedient. When Song Qingjing instructed her not to fidget, she complied without further ado. Whenever discomfort arose, she would merely tilt her head and nuzzle against his arm, prompting a sense of compassion and understanding in Song Qingjing. Rising from the bed, Song Qingjing retrieved a special anti-itch ointment from his large bag of supplies. He had brought it specifically to combat mosquitoes, determined to spare no expense for the comfort of his little companion. When he glanced back at the small figure on the bed, gazing at him with hopeful eyes, even his usually unyielding heart softened. He settled on the edge of the bed, one leg casually draped over the other. "Come here, let me apply some ointment, and the itching will cease." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman shuffled closer, lifting her face, which bore the unfortunate marks of mosquito bites, swollen and red. As Song Qingjing began to apply the ointment, he quickly realized that these mosquitoes were particularly vicious, having left large, painful welts on her delicate face. His brows knitted in concern, though his expression remained stern. He was careful not to apply too much pressure. The ointment felt pleasantly cool against her skin, and Lin Xiaoman, who had always resorted to rubbing salt to relieve itching, widened her beautiful peach blossom eyes in surprise. Amused by her reaction, Song Qingjing chuckled, his own eyes sparkling with a hint of innocence. "Does it feel good? Show me where else it itches, and I'll apply more." Eagerly, Lin Xiaoman extended her arm, pointing out several red spots, and then indicated the swollen bites on her legs, eliciting a sympathetic click of the tongue from Song Qingjing. In Chapter 28, he mused aloud about why he had escaped unscathed from mosquito bites, teasing Lin Xiaoman about whether she had been sleeping in a mosquito nest during her afternoon nap. Unaware of his jest, she earnestly shook her head and replied, "No, I slept on the bed with Mama." After treating her arms, Song Qingjing lifted Lin Xiaoman again, jesting, "Your mother has hardly any meat or blood for the mosquitoes to feast upon. If I were a mosquito, I'd specifically target a tender child like you." Despite his playful words, he proceeded with utmost care, applying ointment to her little arms and legs. The child was small, yet the number of mosquito bites on her was alarming, at least a dozen or 20. It pained him to see her once fair skin marred by red, swollen welts. Just as he finished applying the ointment, Lin Jing entered the room with breakfast. Upon noticing her daughter's condition, her brows knitted tightly in concern, a mother's heart aching at the sight of her beloved child's suffering. Observing her expression, Song Qingjing inquired, "How did you manage during summers in the past?" The mosquitoes that plagued them were not brought by him. Lin Xiaoman had not been bitten so mercilessly before, leading him to suspect Lin Jing had overlooked something. Lin Jing scrutinized the welts on Lin Xiaoman's face before responding, "I didn't burn mugwort in the house yesterday, which usually helps keep the mosquitoes at bay." Upon hearing these words, Song Qingjing understood immediately. Just yesterday, Lin Jing had taken her medicine and nearly succumbed to slumber, leaving no opportunity to burn mugwort for pest repellent. Lin Jing tidied the box beside the bed and then spoke, "We are out of mugwort at home. I will borrow some from Aunt Qian today, and tomorrow I shall return with fresh ones. A thorough fumigation with mugwort will significantly reduce the mosquitoes." Lin Xiaoman eagerly chimed in, nodding her head like a chick pecking for grains. "Yes, yes." Her pouting lips and nodding head made her resemble a little chick even more. Song Qingjing found the child's antics rather endearing and lifted the famished Lin Xiaoman, whose stomach was already beginning to grumble for sustenance. "Let us eat. Don't speak on an empty stomach." Lin Xiaoman, cradled in his arms, looked up at her dashing father in astonishment, her eyes wide with joy. And then she nodded vigorously in delight and admiration. "Yes, I want to eat a lot and grow tall." Song Qingjing glanced at the not-so-tall Lin Jing before shifting his focus back to Lin Xiaoman. "You indeed need to grow taller." Although his embrace of Lin Xiaoman appeared somewhat unpracticed, the very fact that he could hold the child securely was nothing short of remarkable. Naturally, the esteemed young Master Song did not acquire this skill without guidance. This newfound ability to hold a child was imparted to him by Aunt Qian, who, upon returning from her home, had been concerned he might accidentally place Lin Xiaoman into a burlap sack, and thus, she taught him the proper way to hold a child. To be candid, when Aunt Qian instructed him to sit and placed the soft, pliable Lin Xiaoman in his arms, then urged him to rise while holding her, Song Qingjing, a man unafraid of most things, felt an unusual wave of anxiety. He was convinced that he was holding a ticking time bomb, and images of accidentally dropping the child filled his mind, rendering him stiff as if he might toss Lin Xiaoman away at any moment. Aunt Qian and Uncle Qian, observing from the side, instinctively reached out, prepared to catch her at a moment's notice. Both the holder and the onlookers wore expressions of trepidation. Yet, Lin Xiaoman, being held, displayed pure joy, sitting up straight to gaze at the lofty surroundings. "How high?" she exclaimed, halting Song Qingjing's impulse to set her down. Standing at nearly 1.9 meters, Song Qingjing towered over Lin Xiaoman, who was not yet a meter tall, while Lin Jing barely exceeded 1.6 meters, and Aunt Qian was even shorter, at just over 1.5 meters. Typically, it was Lin Jing and Aunt Qian who held Lin Xiaoman, making this her first experience of such elevated views. Lin Xiaoman had never confided in her mother that, in the past, she had envied other children in the village who were carried by their fathers, believing they must have a better vantage point, able to see far and wide. Now, having been held by her father, she indeed saw much higher and farther, even spotting the white hairs on Grandma Qian's head and the bald crown of Grandpa Qian. As she observed them, a sudden wave of emotion washed over Lin Xiaoman, causing her to pout and feel a twinge of sadness. Being more astute than the average 3-year-old, she understood that aging leads to death. Akin to how many elders in the village seemed to vanish with time, she knew they did not merely disappear, they had passed away. Upon contemplating the mortality of Grandpa Qian and Grandma Qian, Lin Xiaoman felt an overwhelming sadness. She wished fervently for their continued vitality. In a sudden burst of emotion, she turned and embraced Song Qingjing, resting her head upon him and softly uttering a nearly inaudible "Dad," believing no one could hear her. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiaoman, Song Qingjing possessed exceptionally keen hearing and distinctly caught her muffled words. Throughout their brief acquaintance and the 2 days spent together, Song Qingjing had yet to truly feel the weight of fatherhood. However, upon hearing that barely perceptible utterance, it struck him like a gentle knock upon his heart, sending ripples of warmth through him. It was then that the realization dawned upon him. He was indeed a father. Chapter 29. Xiaoman calls her uncle in the office of the production team at the Forward Brigade. Lin Gui was taken aback when he received a phone call from the machinery factory, never anticipating such communication. Upon learning that the call was concerning Song Qingjing, Lin Gui stood in stunned silence, momentarily grasping the gravity of the situation. He summoned his son to inform Song Qingjing, yet his somewhat simple-minded eldest son, Lin Minfu, scratched his head in confusion, exclaiming, "Dad, are you sure you're not mistaken? Isn't there a man in Lin Jing's family?" Lin Minfu had just returned from a trip and, while generally good-natured, often lacked the wit to question matters deeply. "Just go? Why are you asking so many questions?" Lin Gui retorted, suspecting that his fatherly instincts might be waning with age. When Lin Minfu arrived at Lin Jing's home, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered Song Qingjing, who was enjoying a leisurely moment with a few walnuts in hand, entertaining a child. The sight of a man in Lin Jing's household, a man who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xiaoman, albeit in a larger frame, was enough to astonish anyone. Upon noticing Lin Minfu, Song Qingjing put away the fishing line he had been using to entice Lin Xiaoman with the walnuts and feigned indifference, asking, "Is there something you need?" Lin Minfu, still grappling with his father's earlier words, felt his mind momentarily blank, yet his mouth began to move. "There's a call for you at the brigade, from the machinery factory." Recognizing the timing, Song Qingjing anticipated that his family would soon be reaching out. He lifted Lin Xiaoman, who was diligently attempting to crack a walnut on the ground, only to have inflicted minimal damage to it. The walnut, too large for Lin Xiaoman to grasp single-handedly, was taken from her palm by Song Qingjing, who, with a single press, produced a satisfying crack. As he encouraged Lin Xiaoman to pick out the walnut meat, he expressed his gratitude to Lin Minfu, saying, "Thank you for making this trip, brother. As a newcomer, I am still unfamiliar with the brigade's location and would appreciate your guidance." Listening to Song Qingjing's words, Lin Minfu thought to himself that the gentleman's manner of speaking revealed him to be a city dweller, perhaps even an educated man of refinement. Those acquainted with Song Qingjing in the county town would likely erupt in laughter if they were privy to his thoughts, deeming it a truly extraordinary jest. After exchanging a few words with Lin Jing, who was preoccupied with her own tasks, Song Qingjing set off with Lin Xiaoman. Observing their retreating figures, Lin Jing, while hanging out laundry, clenched the fabric tightly in her hands. As Song Qingjing strolled about the village with Lin Xiaoman, it wouldn't be long before every villager was aware that Lin Xiaoman's biological father had come to visit. Indeed, just as Lin Jing surmised, Song Qingjing, cradling Lin Xiaoman, followed closely behind Lin Minfu. After only a few steps, they encountered several elderly villagers who regarded Song Qingjing as if he were a specter. They gazed at the imposing figure of Song Qingjing and then stole glances at Lin Xiaoman, who was munching on selected walnuts. The expressions on their faces were so delightful that Song Qingjing couldn't help but chuckle. He meandered along leisurely, ensuring that even the little yellow dog at the village entrance was aware of the news regarding Lin Xiaoman's father. Setting aside the amusement Song Qingjing's appearance brought to the otherwise mundane lives of the villagers, he entered the office of the production team of the Forward Brigade. Still holding Lin Xiaoman, Lin Gui had seen Song Qingjing a couple of days prior, but it had been raining heavily then. And though he had managed to discern Song Qingjing's face by candlelight, he could not see him as clearly as now. Moreover, today he had brought Lin Xiaoman along. The sight of the two together made their relationship unmistakable. However, Lin Gui, having experienced more in life than the younger generation, remained composed. "Ah, your Song, right? The mechanical plant called, asking you to return their call when you have a moment. They mentioned they have something to discuss with you." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Song Qingjing carried Lin Xiaoman to the telephone, dialing the mechanical plant while Lin Xiaoman watched with wide, curious eyes, noticing the intrigue in Lin Xiaoman's gaze. A playful impulse overtook Song Qingjing, and he teasingly inquired, "Have you ever made a phone call?" Lin Xiaoman shook her head. Although the brigade possessed a telephone, they had no one at home to call. "Would you like to make a call?" She perked up at the suggestion, blinking her eyes at Song Qingjing. Understanding her unspoken desire, he ruffled her hair, saying, "All right, you can give it a try. When the call connects, remember to greet your uncle." He handed the receiver to Lin Xiaoman, who struggled to hold it with both hands, the receiver being larger than her head. As she listened to the beeping sound on the line, her heart raced with excitement at making her first phone call, feeling a bit nervous. After a while, Song Qingjing picked up the line, seemingly occupied, and upon hearing a little girl call him uncle, he, being quick-witted, instantly deduced the identity of the caller. As the designers lingered in the office of the deputy factory director, they beheld their typically serious and composed superior, now rendered momentarily dumbfounded, yet visibly softened in demeanor. To their astonishment, they heard their deputy, whose voice usually bore a frosty edge, suddenly transform as if warmed by the gentle caress of spring. "Ah, Xiaoman, I am your uncle," he declared. Song Qingjing was closely listening to the exchange between Lin Xiaoman and the deputy, and upon hearing his usually commanding elder brother now playfully echoing Lin Xiaoman in a sing-song manner, he nearly succumbed to laughter. Could this be the essence of a tough man revealing his tender side? Lin Xiaoman, initially apprehensive, was instantly filled with a surge of accomplishment upon hearing her uncle's unexpectedly gentle tone. The child, her cheeks flushed with excitement and her eyes sparkling with a plea for praise, fixed her gaze upon Song Qingjing. Struck by an emotional chord, he affectionately ruffled her hair and generously commended her brilliance. Flushed with shyness from the compliment, Lin Xiaoman handed the phone to Song Qingjing, urging him to converse with her uncle. Not one to tease her, Song Qingjing allowed her to rest her head on his shoulder, basking in the moment of delight. She had been deceived by the book that insisted her uncle was cold and unfeeling, destined for a solitary fate. Yet in this instant, he appeared neither fearsome nor frigid. Unbeknownst to the child, whose mind raced with fanciful thoughts, Song Qingjing, upon receiving the phone, cheekily asked, "Brother, what does it feel like to be called uncle by your niece?" Song Qingjing replied, "Why is the change so sudden and unexpected?" He suddenly realized that this youngest brother was not as endearing as he once thought. Chapter 30. Unintentional bragging. When will you bring them back? Song Qingjing's voice returned to its usual tone when addressing Song Qingjing, a transformation that left the latter intrigued. However, upon hearing his brother's inquiry, Song Qingjing's thoughts turned to the present situation. Not just yet. In a few days, once the child had acclimated a bit more. Song Qingjing chose not to interfere overly with his brother's affairs, recognizing that he had made up his mind. Suddenly recalling an important matter, Song Qingjing said, "By the way, brother, could you inquire about the child's household registration? I have heard that transitioning from rural to urban status is quite a challenge. It would facilitate the child's schooling and medical needs. If our parents find themselves with some free time, Perhaps they could look into this to keep themselves occupied. One could not help but admire Song Qingjing's thoughtfulness as a son, particularly considering his mother, Zhao Hongmei, who was growing increasingly restless from not seeing her youngest son and granddaughter, especially after being confined indoors due to the heavy rains. As the skies finally cleared, she could hardly contain herself. Song Qingjing pinched the bridge of his nose, saying, "What I wanted to discuss with you is precisely this matter." This morning, as soon as mother saw the rain had ceased, she hurriedly set off on a tractor towards your location. Song Qingjing frowned. Did we not agree to prevent her from coming? The journey is far too taxing on her health. Feeling weary, Song Qingjing found it impossible to dissuade her. Coincidentally, his wife had the day off, so he had asked her to accompany their mother. She insists on keeping it a secret from you, wanting to sneak a few glimpses. But I am concerned. I wanted to inform you so you could meet her. The elderly matriarch has grown increasingly obstinate with age, often rendering communication impossible. Consequently, Song Qingjing found himself resigned to his fate. After ending the call, he exchanged bewildered glances with Lin Xiaoman, who seemed utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. According to his brother, their mother was nearing her arrival. With no other option, Song Qingjing embraced Lin Xiaoman and set off once more towards the Tianjin commune, hoping to intercept his mother. Lowering his gaze to the dazed Lin Xiaoman nestled in his arms, he uncertainly remarked, "Xiaoman, your grandmother and aunt are coming to see you." Lin Xiaoman, still unprepared for such an encounter, gasped in shock. In Chuan Province, Wenyang County, within the Hongqi commune at the Shanjian Brigade, Song Zhuang was squatting in the fields discussing agricultural matters with the brigade leader when he heard someone calling for him. Looking up, he saw a girl with hair obscuring her eyes. "Song Jiqing, you have a phone call." Upon hearing this, Song Zhuang stood up, excused himself to the brigade leader, and thanked the girl, whom he hardly knew, before hastening back. As he made his way, beads of sweat formed on his brow. The August heat was oppressive. He tugged at his collar to let in some air, wiping his forehead with his arm, the urgency of his return leaving him drenched. His anxiety was justified. His family frequently wrote, only calling when necessary. Every month, they would send him a small sum of money along with various items, ensuring Song Zhuang was well provided for at the youth commune. Despite his protests that they need not send anything, they persisted, often dispatching goodies, with his father, Song Rend being the most generous, believing he owed it to him. Initially reluctant to accept the money, Song Zhuang found his brother's reasoning compelling. It was better to receive assistance than to let it all end up in the hands of ungrateful relatives. Considering the stark contrast between rural conditions and his home, Song Zhuang, who had never faced hardship, found the adjustment challenging. Lying on a communal bed with a group of youths, he often mused how fortunate he was to be there instead of his younger brother, Song Qingjing, who would surely have struggled. When the call finally connected, Song Zhuang gasped. "Brother? Why the sudden call? Is something wrong?" "Just a minor issue." Song Qingjing intended to relay the news regarding Song Qingjing. Upon hearing this, Song Zhuang instinctively tightened his grip on the phone, his complexion paling. What could have happened? His parents were in good health. Their father, being a doctor, was particularly vigilant about their well-being. Although his mother had faced some stress from their antics and those of her students, it seemed unlikely that anything grave had occurred. His younger brother, while somewhat childish, was not without sense, and with his elder brother watching over him, he should be safe. As a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, he finally heard Song Qingjing say, "It's nothing serious. You've just gained a niece. You're now an uncle." The weight that had been suspended in his heart suddenly lifted, and with that revelation, a smile broke forth on Song Zhuang's previously solemn face. "Brother, your heavy breathing startled me. Is something amiss? Have you reconciled with sister-in-law? Yet, why such sudden news? You only tell me now that a child has been born. And by the way, you seem mistaken. Shouldn't you address me as second uncle instead of second elder?" Song Qingjing suspected that his brother was so elated that he had even misnamed him. Upon hearing these words, Song Qingjing realized his brother had misunderstood. He closed his eyes and pressed his brow, clarifying that it was indeed his second nephew, not his daughter, but rather Song Qingjing's little girl, who was 3 years old. Once he uttered this, he could distinctly hear the gasp from the other end of the line, followed by his younger brother's uncertain chuckle. "Brother, you're not joking, are you? How old is Qingjing?" Song Qingjing remained silent. He understood his elder brother's character well enough to know he was not one for jest, particularly not in such matters. It was not just Song Qingjing who felt a headache. Even Song Zhuang was taken aback. This lad had swiftly overtaken them both. are you coming back for the new year? Song Qingheng inquired over the phone. Upon hearing this, Song Chengwang recognized his brother's covert inquiry and found it amusing. Yes, I plan to return for the new year, lest our parents be driven to tears and rush to Sichuan. It's best not to burden them. Indeed, Song Chengwang was not exaggerating. Others often say women are made of water, and their father, Song Rend, was no less emotional. Since childhood, their mother, Zhao Hongmei, would scold them, while their father would gaze at them with reddened eyes, sighing, employing both sternness and gentleness to ensure their obedience. As Song Chengwang reminisced about his childhood, a wave of homesickness washed over him. Suppressing his emotions, he chuckled. Moreover, with a new niece in the family, I must return to see her. Ah, that's Song Qingjing. I truly must teach him a lesson upon my return. Upon learning that Song Chengwang would come back this year, Song Qingheng felt a sense of relief. The two brothers exchanged a few more words regarding Song Qingjing's upbringing. Given the high cost of the call, they decided to end the conversation shortly. However, just before hanging up, Song Qingheng suddenly remarked, "Oh, there's one more thing." "What is it?" Song Chengwang asked, puzzled. With an unchanging demeanor, Song Qingheng spoke casually. "It's nothing of great importance. Just that Qingjing's daughter just called me uncle quite clearly. I meant no offense, merely mentioning it." Song Chengwang sighed. Chapter 31. Spouses Resembling Each Other? At the county hospital, in the office of the deputy director, Song Ren sighed heavily while cradling a thermos. His breath alone could cool the water within. Others observed him and assumed that the deputy director was simply afflicted with a reluctance to work. The younger staff empathized, gazing at him with teary eyes. For they too wished to avoid their duties. They understood, truly they did. But no, they did not comprehend at all. Song, the deputy director, felt weary. These young ones ought not to misconstrue his sentiments so freely. Truly, the only one who grasped the truth was Dr. Wang. Over 50 years of age, yet possessing a physique honed by orthopedic training. When Lao Wang ambled into Song Ren's office, he found his friend wearing a troubled expression. With a smile, he inquired, "Old Song, why haven't I seen that mischievous little rascal of yours around town these past few days? What has he been busy with?" Song Ren's youngest son was notorious for his idleness in the county, often spotted in various locales. The fact that he had not been seen recently piqued Lao Wang's curiosity. However, the crux of the matter was that since old Song had encountered that young girl in the hospital, he had not laid eyes on Song Qingjing in the county, and one could easily surmise that he was preoccupied with that situation. Song Ren cast a forlorn glance at him. "Aren't you already aware of this?" Despite being caught in the act, Lao Wang displayed no embarrassment. Instead, he leaned in with a mischievous grin and teased, "Do tell, is that little girl your granddaughter? At her age, it's clear she must belong to someone." Upon hearing this, Song Ren, who had been feeling despondent, suddenly straightened his back. Such an adorable girl could only be a product of their family, and he puffed out his chest in pride at the thought. "That's splendid. When will you bring the child over? We must present her with a little gift. I shall bring my grandson along as well so they can keep each other company." He had long been eager to show off his grandson whenever Lao Wang boasted about his own. He envisioned bringing Song Qingjing's sweet child to the hospital to nonchalantly display her, in hopes of eliciting envy from his older acquaintances. He was not one to revel in ostentation. He merely wished to take his granddaughter out for a leisurely stroll. However, hearing Lao Wang's remark before his granddaughter had even returned home caused Song Ren's smile to falter. "What companion? My granddaughter can entertain herself. No other wild child can play with her." Observing his friend's protectiveness, Dr. Wang chuckled and shook his head. "Your granddaughter hasn't even returned yet, and you're already so fiercely protective. When she does come back, will you not attempt to pluck the stars and moon from the sky for her?" Song Ren mused that he might not be able to reach the stars or the moon. Yet, contemplating the absence of the child, he sighed and fell into a new round of turmoil, pondering what to prepare for dinner. It would be just him and his eldest son at home that evening, and he anticipated that the two would struggle to utter a single word to one another. At such moments, he often found himself yearning for the companionship of his considerate second son. The ever-sentimental old Song, after his friend departed, secretly wiped away a tear as he penned a letter to his second son. In contrast to old Song's melancholic disposition, comrade Zhao Hongmei was filled with a spirited fervor. On the tractor, she was in a state of agitation, prompting Yi Wenqing to comfort her. "Mom, don't worry, we'll be there soon. The child is right there and can't run away." "Oh, I'm not worried about the child. He's only 3 years old. And whatever temperament he has can certainly be molded. My concern lies with the child's mother. I am utterly uncertain about what kind of person she is. Their family was quite harmonious, with a dutiful son and a wonderful daughter-in-law, living peacefully without quarrels over trivial matters. Yet she feared that the girl, whom Song Qingjing had set his sights on, might be a formidable character. A fiery temperament was of little concern to her, for she herself was quite passionate. However, she dreaded the prospect of endless quarrels. That would indeed pose a problem. Yi Wenqing harbored a measure of apprehension as well, worried that the relationship between sisters-in-law might be fraught with difficulties. Nevertheless, she endeavored to reassure her mother, saying, "Qingjing has an excellent eye. We should trust his judgment." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongmei felt a mix of amusement and vexation, unable to believe in her youngest son's discernment. The things he fancied were hardly to her taste. She understood her son to be one who preferred beauty. In his words, he believed himself to be quite good-looking. Why should he settle for anything less than attractive? With such sentiments in mind, Zhao Hongmei surmised that the girl must be extraordinarily lovely, akin to a celestial being. In any case, Mrs. Zhao arrived at the frontline brigade burdened with trepidation. Just as she contemplated sneaking away to the third production team, she was unexpectedly caught by Song Qingjing. "Mother, what are you and your sister-in-law up to?" he asked, his heart aching for the discomfort his mother had endured along the way. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Hongmei's gaze was fixed solely on Lin Xiaoman, who was nestled in Song Qingjing's embrace, rendering even her beloved son momentarily invisible to her. Ever since Lin Xiaoman learned she was to meet her grandmother, she had felt a tinge of bashfulness. Upon hearing her father's call for mother, she instinctively tightened her grip on Song Qingjing's clothing. Nevertheless, her eyes could not help but dart towards Zhao Hongmei's face. Upon locking eyes with the latter's warm, excited, and affectionate gaze, the tension that had gripped Lin Xiaoman began to dissipate. Zhao Hongmei observed Lin Xiaoman cradled in Song Qingjing's arms, comparing her appearance to that of her son. Indeed, the resemblance was striking, more so than what her son had described. The child was undeniably beautiful, and it was certain that she would grow into an enchanting young woman. The worries that had plagued Zhao Hongmei throughout her journey were swiftly cast aside upon seeing Lin Xiaoman. Not only Zhao Hongmei, but even Yi Wenqing was taken aback by the child's likeness, for it was remarkably uncanny. Initially, she had thought her father-in-law had exaggerated, but now she realized he had not embellished at all. The resemblance was not only in appearance, but also in demeanor. They gazed at Lin Xiaoman, who, feeling shy, turned to hide in Song Qingjing's embrace. Song Qingjing, increasingly adept at holding the child, noticed her embarrassment and instinctively shielded her. Yi Wenqing, observing the familiar features of the child displaying a bashful expression, found it amusing and remarked, "Xiaojing, this child truly resembles you." Lin Xiaoman, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity, looked back at Yi Wenqing and Zhao Hongmei. Hearing this, Song Qingjing chuckled and retorted, "Sister-in-law, you are mistaken. This child is clearly a mirror image of her mother. The dimple in her smile is distinctly mine." Yi Wenqing and Zhao Hongmei glanced down at Lin Xiaoman, whose brows and eyes bore an almost identical resemblance to Song Qingjing as a child, and then exchanged a look with Song Qingjing, who was utterly convinced. Could it be that Song Qingjing and the child's mother shared an undeniable marital resemblance? Chapter 32. What happened to the so-called scheming daughter-in-law? Song Qingjing did not perceive Lin Xiaoman as resembling him. Rather, she evidently bore a striking resemblance to Lin Jing. The tranquility of her demeanor mirrored her manner of speech, and the only resemblance between them seemed to be the charming dimple adorning her face. Yi Wenqing, employed at the department store, was known for her eloquence. Upon hearing Song Qingjing's remark, she promptly retorted with a smile, "With such a beautiful daughter, it is likely that her mother is equally lovely." After considering her words, Song Qingjing found her assertion to be quite accurate. Lin Jing indeed conformed to his aesthetic ideals. Otherwise, he would never have tolerated any compromise regarding his daughter's mother. Well, her mother is even more stunning. Perhaps as this little one matures, she will resemble her mother in beauty. From the moment of her birth, Lin Xiaoman had been incessantly praised for her looks, and she felt no dissonance in this. She too believed her mother to be the most beautiful. Listening to Song Qingjing's tone, Zhao Hongmei grew increasingly apprehensive. The child's mother was an exceptionally attractive woman, and her son seemed utterly captivated by her. "Oh, how I hope she would consider becoming our daughter-in-law," Zhao Hongmei sighed, her gaze lingering enviously on Lin Xiaoman, who was nestled in Song Qingjing's embrace. After a moment of restraint, Mrs. Zhao could no longer contain herself and cheerfully suggested to Song Qingjing, "Qingjing, you've been holding the child for quite some time. Why not let your mother take her for a while?" Instinctively, Lin Xiaoman tightened her hold around Song Qingjing's neck. Sensing her slight grip, he felt an instant lift in spirits. No need. With her petite stature, I am hardly fatigued. As the elementary school head, Zhao Hongmei was well acquainted with children of such tender age. Observing Lin Xiaoman's actions, she discerned the little girl's desire to be held by Song Qingjing. This sight nearly moved Mrs. Zhao to tears. In just a few days, they had grown so close. It was evident they were indeed a father and daughter, distinctively connected. In truth, Lin Xiaoman merely wished to spare her grandfather any exhaustion. Furthermore, she had an inkling that her father possessed an endless supply of delightful treats. She was not greedy, merely curious to savor the flavors. The journey back would take over half an hour along the mountainous path, making the round trip quite lengthy. Thus, after sufficient admiration of Lin Xiaoman, Song Qingjing spoke decisively. "All right, we've seen enough. Sister-in-law, please escort mother back. I still have matters to attend to. Once everything is settled, I shall return." Feeling as though they had scarcely arrived, they were being sent back? Having come this far, how can we leave just like that? Allow me to visit your current residence and enjoy a cup of tea. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Song Qingjing declined. No, she is too shy. In truth, Song Qingjing himself was uncertain about how to interact with Lin Jing, let alone allowing her to mingle with his family. The thought felt awkward, leaving him frowning without a smile. Yi Wenqing inexplicably perceived a shadow of his elder brother, Song Qingheng, within him. Indeed, brothers share a certain ferocity, even when speaking without mirth. As they were locked in this stalemate, Lin Xiaoman, held in Song Qingjing's arms, suddenly caught sight of a figure in the distance carrying a basket and joyfully waved, calling out, "Mama!" Lin Jing, who had been diligently gathering mugwort, thought she might have heard Lin Xiaoman's voice, but dismissed the notion. After all, why would Xiaoman venture so far with Song Qingjing? She had just bent down to continue picking mugwort when the incessant calls of "Mama, Mama" reached her ears, unmistakably the voice of Lin Xiaoman. Lin Jing turned her head, squinting her eyes, and soon spotted two familiar figures not far away. As she took a couple of steps toward them, she realized that beside Song Qingjing stood two other individuals. One was strikingly beautiful and fashionable, causing Lin Jing to momentarily pause and glance down at her own casual attire of an oversized shirt and loose trousers. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhao Hongmei had already noticed her and, disregarding Song Qingjing's attempts to deter her, made her way toward Lin Jing. When Lin Jing saw Lin Xiaoman approaching, she instinctively hid her hand behind her back. Earlier, her hand had brushed against something sharp, and she had planned to tend to it discreetly later, not anticipating this encounter. She believed her movements were subtle enough to go unnoticed, yet Lin Xiaoman's keen gaze was far sharper. Upon being brought close, she tearfully exclaimed, "Mama, my hand hurts." Lin Jing sighed. It was indeed challenging to deceive Lin Xiaoman. She could only softly reassure her, explaining that it wasn't painful. She had merely misjudged and accidentally grabbed a thorny plant, and now it had stopped bleeding. Lin Xiaoman whimpered as Lin Jing lifted her into her arms, soothing her, while Song Qingjing retrieved the ointment he had applied to Lin Xiaoman the previous night, which not only alleviated itching but also had antibacterial properties. Lin Jing had not anticipated that Song Qingjing would apply ointment for her, causing her to instinctively flinch her hand, though she did not withdraw it, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Zhao Hongmei observed her son frowning as he tended to Lin Xiaoman, wondering if this was truly the same boy who had previously shown little regard for the feelings of young ladies. Both Zhao Hongmei and Yi Wenqing found it curious to witness this side of Song Qingjing, who was typically fearless and unruly. They exchanged glances, focusing on Lin Jing, the young woman who had captivated Song Qingjing's attention, contrasting sharply with their preconceived image of a stunning beauty who wielded power over him. Had they not heard Lin Xiaoman calling out "Mama" so many times, they would have struggled to believe that this was indeed the enchanting lady Song Qingjing had described, hoping Lin Xiaoman would resemble her more. Instead, they saw a girl dressed in simple clothing, slightly sunburned, with a modest appearance that could only be described as graceful. A large question mark slowly formed in Zhao Hongmei's mind. After applying the ointment, Lin Jing withdrew her hand and turned to the two individuals before her. Song Qingjing glanced at Lin Xiaoman, who was gazing up at them, and decided that since they had already met, an introduction was in order. He lifted Lin Xiaoman by the neck of her shirt, prompting a flurry of "Hey, hey, hey." from Zhao Hongmei. Unsure of how to introduce them appropriately, he instructed Lin Xiaoman, call her grandma and aunt. Lin Xiaoman did not respond directly, but turned to Lin Jing for confirmation. Lin Jing nodded. After all, these were her biological grandmother and aunt, and she would never prevent Lin Xiaoman from recognizing them. After receiving her mother's permission, Lin Xiaoman turned to her beautiful grandmother, who was already squatting in front of her, their gazes aligned. Zhao Hongmei looked at Lin Xiaoman as if she were gazing upon a young Song Qingjing. Having always held a fondness for him, she found herself even more enamored as she met Lin Xiaoman's eyes, her expression filled with anticipation. Lin Xiaoman, eager to please, sweetly called out, "Grandma." Oh, upon hearing this, Zhao Hongmei could barely contain herself. She felt an overwhelming urge to scoop the child into her arms and nuzzle her face against the soft, tender cheeks. How could someone be so endearing? Her husband, for once, had not been mistaken. This child was even more delightful than Song Qingjing in his youth. Lin Xiaoman, adept at charming gestures, then turned to the bent-over Yi Wenqing, who was resting her hands on her thighs, and sweetly addressed her, "Aunt." Though Yi Wenqing had no children of her own, she had always adored children, particularly well-behaved and lovely ones like Lin Xiaoman. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoman call her, she promptly pulled down the watch she was wearing. "Here, Xiaoman. Since it's our first meeting, Aunt has nothing prepared, so take this to play with." They had intended to visit discreetly, not planning for a formal introduction. Hence they had brought no gifts, and she could only offer something from her own possession. Lin Jing, witnessing this exchange, immediately shook her head and admonished Lin Xiaoman, "Xiaoman, you cannot accept such an expensive item." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman instinctively recoiled, hiding her hands and shaking her head like a rattle. Yet, she did not outright refuse. Instead, she smiled at Yi Wenqing and remarked, "Aunt, it looks lovely on you." "Oh, how sweet your words are." Yi Wenqing could hardly resist reaching out to touch Lin Xiaoman's chubby little face. Indeed, a child's face is delightful to touch, soft and tender. Song Qingjing, aware of his sister-in-law's genuine desire to give Lin Xiaoman the watch, also recognized that Lin Jing was not merely being polite. Should they accept it, Lin Jing would likely feel so burdened by guilt that she might lose sleep for 3 nights. "Sister-in-law, let us save this for another time. Keep the watch. Xiaoman is still too young to make use of it." Lin Xiaoman, standing by like a parrot, echoed, "Xiaoman can't use it." This amused everyone, and Song Qingjing chuckled as he ruffled Lin Xiaoman's hair. Her fine, soft strands felt rather pleasant to touch. However, the typically cheerful Lin Xiaoman became displeased, clutching her head with her little hands, frowning and puffing out her cheeks. "No, it will stunt my growth." "What?" Song Qingjing thought he must have misheard. Zhao Hongmei, listening closely, seized the moment to hug Lin Xiaoman and gently coaxed, "Did Xiaoman say that you shouldn't touch your hair, or it will hinder your growth?" Lin Xiaoman nodded, feeling that this grandmother was different from others in the village. Not only was she beautiful and fragrant, but she also spoke softly, making Lin Xiaoman feel that this grandmother was quite nice. However, Lin Xiaoman soon recalled a book she had read, which mentioned that this grandmother had gone mad after her father's death, unable to bear the shock, and had spent her days clutching a doll while laughing maniacally, eventually passing away within a few years. Thinking of these somber events cast a shadow over Lin Xiaoman's mood. Her family in the happy life of Yiku in the 1970s was far from happy. After confirming that he had not misheard, Song Qingjing looked at the noticeably younger Lin Xiaoman and found the situation both amusing and perplexing. It was rather absurd. He often realized, due to the child's reactions, that the little one standing by his side truly resembled a person. Lin Jing observed Lin Xiaoman surrounded by Song Qingjing's family, indulging in their affection and laughter, and felt a warmth in her heart. She believed that even if she and Song Qingjing could not end up together, her daughter would not suffer the same fate of being unloved as she had. Her daughter might, like Song Qingjing, possess an innate ability to love and to be loved. For Lin Jing, who had never experienced love from her own family, this was sufficient. Lin Xiaoman continued to charm her grandmother and aunt, to the extent that Zhao Hongmei wished to take Lin Xiaoman home with her immediately. Furthermore, Lin Jing appeared far better than she had anticipated. While Lin Xiaoman was busy examining watches with Yi Wenqing and Lin Jing, Zhao Hongmei pulled Song Qingjing aside to inquire about his relationship with her. Song Qingjing did not conceal the truth from his mother, recounting the troubles from the past, which left Zhao Hongmei with a complex array of emotions. She now understood why Lin Jing preferred to raise her child alone rather than seek Song Qingjing's support. Who would dare approach such a situation? Frustrated, she gave her son a light slap, her anger directed more towards Wang Ba and his group. Zhao Hongmei then asked Song Qingjing what his intentions were. For now, I'll take it slow. Regardless, the child needs time to become familiar with me. There's no rush, he replied. Zhao Hongmei agreed. Yet as she glanced at the obedient Lin Xiaoman behind her, she felt a pang of reluctance, wishing she could take the child home in a sack right then and there. However, she recognized the wisdom in Song Qingjing's words. After a brief chat and a hug for Lin Xiaoman, she decided against following them any further, fearing that the longer she stayed, the harder it would be to leave. Your sister-in-law and I will head back first. You all should return soon as well. The sun is quite intense, and it's uncomfortable to be out in it, she advised, her heart aching for Lin Xiaoman as the child's face was flushed red from the sun, accentuating the few mosquito bites. Song Qingjing nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that returning early would be beneficial, it was likely that they would arrive in the county before dusk, which would ease his father and brother's concerns. With a playful yet admonishing pat on his back, Zhao Hongmei leaned in to remind him softly, "You ought to temper that temper of yours, be gentler with the child, and treat her mother better. If you are serious about her, don't scowl all the time." "I am quite good to children," Song Qingjing replied, refraining from arguing the other points. Chapter 34. My name is Wen Yike. Zhao Hongmei realized that her son had remained single for so long for a reason. Had it not been for her exceptional genes, he likely would not have attracted anyone's interest. "Ah, thank goodness for my splendid genetics," she mused. Song Qingjing opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, finally settling on. "All right, I understand." Seeing that he had absorbed her advice, Zhao Hongmei nodded in satisfaction and pulled 2 large bills from her pocket, handing them to Song Qingjing. "Make sure to treat your wife and daughter well. They look too thin. It is evident that she has endured considerable hardships. As for Lin Jing, it appears she harbors no intention of holding Song Qingjing accountable, likely due to her belief in his unreliability. Otherwise, why would she act in such a manner?" Song Qingjing, who does not lack for money, initially intended to return the funds to his mother. However, upon contemplating his future endeavors that necessitate financial resources, he graciously expressed his gratitude towards her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongmei waved her hand dismissively, stating that no thanks were needed. She would be grateful if he could refrain from causing trouble. Amidst their conversation, a tractor approached, leaving Zhao Hongmei no time for idle chat with her son. "All right, I must take my leave," she remarked. After learning they were heading to the county, she promptly negotiated a fare with the driver and, with Yi Wenqing seated beside her, waved goodbye to Song Qingjing, saying, "We shall return now. Little Jing and Xiaoman. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek out Qingjing. Take care of yourselves." She wished to convey more. Yet given that Song Qingjing had not yet resolved his affairs, Zhao Hongmei found herself limited in her words. The tractor driver, indifferent to their desire for further conversation, called out and set the vehicle in motion. Zhao Hongmei quickly took her seat, but turned back to wave once more. Ms. Zhao arrived with a flurry and departed with equal haste. Her countenance had been clouded with worry upon arrival, yet it bore no lighter expression as she departed. Song Qingjing urged them to travel safely, while Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman remained to see them off. Once Zhao Hongmei and Yi Wenqing had disappeared from view, they withdrew their gaze. Zhao Hongmei inhaled deeply, now finding the leisure to appreciate her surroundings, and cheerfully remarked to Yi Wenqing, "The air in the countryside is indeed refreshing, though the mosquitoes are rather a nuisance. Look how they've bitten Xiaoman." The mention of her granddaughter stirred a pang of reluctance within Zhao Hongmei. Upon seeing the child, she had been compelled to voice her discontent regarding the mosquitoes that seemed to target the little ones rather than their fathers. Yi Wenqing recalled Lin Jing gathering mugwort leaves earlier and, upon hearing her mother-in-law's comments, suddenly understood. Lin Jing must have braved the sweltering sun to collect mugwort to ward off the insects. Zhao Hongmei nodded in agreement, glancing back momentarily with a soft sigh. At the family quarters of the county hospital, Song Ren paced in his yard when he fortuitously encountered Dr. Wen, who had recently been transferred from the northern city and was currently in the midst of relocating. "Ah, Dr. Wen, has your housing been approved? Are you residing here?" Song Ren, upon recognizing a familiar face, momentarily forgot his own concerns and approached with inquiry. "Indeed, I only realized I would be your neighbor after moving in. What a coincidence." Dr. Wen Yongsheng was in the process of unloading a table from a tricycle, and upon noticing, Song Ren hurriedly offered his assistance. No, I can manage this myself, Dr. Wen replied promptly. Nonsense, it's no trouble, Song Ren insisted. After setting the table down, it appeared to be Dr. Wen's wife, who, while coughing lightly, carried in 2 chairs. Though her health seemed somewhat compromised, she managed to smile towards Song Ren as she entered. Accompanying her were 2 small children who were also lending a hand. The boy was slightly older, while the girl was considerably younger. When Yongsheng, the head of the household, chuckled awkwardly, Director Song, I sincerely apologize. You see, having just moved in, everything is still in disarray. I can't even manage to pour a glass of water. No worries. We shall be neighbors from now on. It is only right to lend a hand, replied Song Ren, a warm-hearted elderly man. With his partner still absent, he observed that only when Yongsheng, a vigorous young man, remained. He decided to roll up his sleeves and offered, I have nothing else to do. I shall assist you. His physique was akin to that of his friend old Wang, both having strengthened themselves through hospital rehabilitation, so lifting a few items posed no issue. Although when Yongsheng's family attempted to dissuade him, they ultimately felt both touched and slightly embarrassed by their new neighbor's enthusiasm. In truth, there was not much to move, merely a collection of assorted furniture. Song Ren helped carry the belongings inside, while surveying the modest dwelling, which consisted of 2 rooms, smaller than his own. Nevertheless, it was adequate for a family of 4. When Yongsheng had even taken out local delicacies from the northern city to invite Song Ren to sit down. When Yongsheng's wife, possessing a pleasant disposition, had gone to boil water and prepare tea while they helped with the move, and the 2 children were obediently aiding their parents. Now a grandfather himself, Song Ren felt no envy upon seeing the little ones. Sitting in one Yongsheng's living room, holding a cup of tea, he remarked, Little one, you are truly fortunate. Blessed with both a son and a daughter. How old are your children? When Yongsheng gazed at his offspring, his eyes softened with warmth. The eldest is 6, and the youngest is 3. I married young and had children early, since discovering he had a granddaughter. Song Ren had taken to carrying small treats like peanuts and dried fruits in his pockets for children. Now, upon seeing the 2 little ones, he smiled and pulled out a handful of snacks, offering them to the children. Initially hesitant, they glanced at their father, who nodded, prompting them to accept the gifts. The joy in their eyes was unmistakable as they beamed at Song Ren, exclaiming, Thank you, Grandpa. Delighted by their response, Song Ren reached into his pocket again and inquired about their names. The older child, displaying restraint, momentarily set aside his treat and replied respectfully, I am Wen Zhengze. Afterward, he glanced at his younger sister, who was blissfully absorbed in her snack, and gently nudged her with his elbow, whispering, Grandpa is asking you, what is your name? The 3-year-old girl, hearing her brother, lifted her head and grinned widely, declaring, I am Wen Yike. Chapter 35. She Likes Little Man the most. Song Changjing carried the already drowsy Lin Xiaoman, following Lin Jing. Lin Xiaoman, tired, leaned against her father's shoulder, her eyes fluttering as she fought to stay awake. Although her body craved slumber, her mind was awash with thoughts. Today, she had encountered her grandmother, who was said to have lost her mind, and her aunt, who had tragically perished in an accident shortly after her divorce from her uncle. Lin Xiaoman believed they were both wonderful individuals, and unlike their fates, she wished for everyone to live well. Exerting the last remnants of her dwindling brain cells, Lin Xiaoman ultimately found her unable to conquer the frailty of her 3-year-old body. She closed her eyes and nestled against Song Changjing's shoulder, falling into a deep slumber. Upon hearing the rhythmic sound of her steady breathing, he knew the child was asleep. With a smile, he adjusted his hold on her. Reminiscent of a little piglet that slumbered throughout the day, Lin Jing, who had been walking ahead, turned upon hearing his words and offered, Let me carry her. She recognized that while Lin Xiaoman appeared small, she was not light, and Lin Jing had grown accustomed to her weight, finding it manageable. In contrast, Song Changjing had little experience carrying children. Should Lin Xiaoman fall into a deeper sleep, she would only grow heavier, and Lin Jing feared that his patience might wear thin, leading him to abandon her on the ground. No need. She is not heavy, Song Changjing replied instinctively, unwilling to let Lin Jing take her. He was not so callous as to take advantage of others. Observing Lin Jing's intent to argue further, he interjected, Allow me to hold her. I've never really carried a child before, and soon she will outgrow this. His words carried no ulterior motive. He merely felt that children change daily, and as a girl, she would soon reach an age when such embraces would no longer be possible. Lin Jing regarded him in silence for a few moments, tightly clutching the straps of her backpack. It dawned on her that Song Qingjing had missed 3 years of Lin Xiaoman's growth. Upon returning home, Lin Jing fared well. Her constitution was not prone to excessive perspiration. However, Song Qingjing, whose temper ran warm, was soaked in sweat, and Lin Xiaoman resembled him, her forehead glistening with perspiration. Unaware of the contents of her dreams, Lin Xiaoman murmured incessantly. Song Qingjing placed her on the bed and, using the water Lin Jing had fetched, wiped the sweat from Lin Xiaoman's brow. The child frowned, displaying her displeasure. He then applied an anti-itch ointment to the areas on her face, arms, and legs that had been bitten by mosquitoes. Once everything was settled, the little one seemed more comfortable, turning over and softly murmuring "Daddy." This utterance left both adults momentarily stunned, whether it was Lin Jing, who was busy fumigating the room with mugwort, or Song Qingjing, who was wiping his own sweat with a towel. Song Qingjing had previously heard Lin Xiaoman call out softly, but for Lin Jing, this was the first time she had heard the child utter those 2 words. At that moment, Lin Jing's heart began to grasp a profound realization. She had initially thought Lin Xiaoman, being so young, would be oblivious to her surroundings, yet it appeared that was not the case. Though small, Lin Xiaoman was acutely aware. Knowing that Song Qingjing was not a stranger who had suddenly appeared in her life, but rather her biological father. The reason she had refrained from calling out was likely due to her consideration for Lin Jing's feelings. Song Qingjing set down the towel and turned to observe the shifting expressions on Lin Jing's face. As she witnessed this side of Lin Xiaoman, Lin Jing felt a bittersweet sensation in her heart and reached out to grasp Lin Xiaoman's slightly warm hand. Lin Xiaoman was like a little heater, soft and comforting. Every summer, when Lin Jing placed her hand on the child's belly, Lin Xiaoman would promptly turn around, wrapping her arms around Lin Jing and gazing up with a playful pout, saying, "Mommy, you're so cool." Lin Jing, whose body consistently ran cooler, found solace in Lin Xiaoman's warmth during the summer, yet in winter, her chill was rather stark. Regardless of the season, be it winter or summer, Lin Xiaoman bestows upon her mother the warmest of embraces, often expressing that her love for her mother is eternal. Lin Jing gently caresses Lin Xiaoman's hair, smiling tenderly as she gazes at her daughter. Since Lin Xiaoman's birth, Lin Jing has felt as though her shattered world has been mended. Despite her own imperfections and flaws, Lin Xiaoman loves her unconditionally, stumbling toward her with a radiant smile and enveloping her in the most fervent hugs, often exclaiming, "Mom, I adore you." Lin Jing holds Lin Xiaoman tightly, her heart softened, thinking that she too loves Xiaoman the most. Chapter 36. Daughter. After a restful night, Lin Xiaoman is awakened early by the crowing of roosters outside, their spirits seemingly lifted by the clear weather. Full of energy, she rises from her bed, her head resting against the pillow, with the imprint of the cool mat still visible on her face. The mosquito bites from 2 days prior have mostly subsided. As she gets up, her mother remains asleep, and rather than making noise, she quietly observes her slumbering parents, her little legs swinging playfully behind her. After entertaining herself for a while, Lin Xiaoman dresses in the clothes she had prepared the night before, and with her tousled hair, she ventures outside to play in the yard. She waits for her father. But at this hour, it is still too early for Song Qingjing to be awake. Aunt Qian, noticing Lin Xiaoman playing alone in the yard while neither Lin Jing nor Song Qingjing is in sight, deduces that they are still asleep, given the absence of any sounds from the kitchen. Confirming this with Lin Xiaoman, Aunt Qian glances at the sun, realizing it is not as early as it seems. Lin Jing was once the most capable girl in the village, always up even when unwell. With her mind racing, Aunt Qian clears her throat to maintain her composure. Observing Lin Xiaoman, who is playfully pretending to eat mud, feeling both amused and concerned as she picks her up. "Have you not eaten yet?" Lin Xiaoman's hands, smeared with mud, are lifted high, as if surrendering. Her stomach audibly grumbles in response, and she shyly reveals her small, pearly teeth with a smile. Aunt Qian, understanding the situation perfectly, chuckles as she gives Lin Xiaoman a gentle shake, saying, "No worries. Let's go have a bite at Grandma's. Your father brought back a bounty yesterday. We can make you some savory egg and meat porridge to taste." Lin Xiaoman, enticed by the delicious-sounding food she has never tried, lets saliva dribble from her mouth. Her dirty hands still raised in excitement as Aunt Qian carries her away. Before departing, Aunt Qian glances back at the closed door, murmuring to herself, "Why is Xiaoman's father still asleep? Isn't he staying at Lin Gui's?" Lin Gui's household has only one son, with plenty of space, making it convenient for Song Chengjing to reside there. It seems that both of them have been unfairly judged. While Lin Jing and Song Chengjing may have had a fleeting experience that resulted in Lin Xiaoman, neither has much experience in intimacy beyond that singular encounter. Last night, they hardly exchanged a few words. It was merely Lin Jing who inquired about the fate of those who had wronged them. She harbored concerns about what might transpire if Lin Xiaoman were to truly return with Song Chengjing in the future, should they encounter such matters again. Song Chengjing did not conceal the truth from her. Over the years, he had been tracing the misdeeds of Wang Ba and his cohorts. If they dared to treat him in such a manner, it was evident that this was not their first instance of engaging in such nefarious acts. The more they acted, the more remnants of their deeds remained unaddressed. For years, Song Chengjing had kept a vigilant watch over Wang Ba's group, successfully incarcerating a significant portion of them and even receiving an award for his bravery. He was indifferent to their other troubles. His sole desire was to ensure that Wang Ba faced hardship. Wang Ba and his ilk were filled with hatred, perceiving Song Chengjing as a madman who relentlessly pursued them. Had they known better, they would have refrained from provoking this lunatic. What was he up to? Hadn't he encountered his own share of troubles? Regardless of the thoughts harbored by Wang Ba's group, Song Chengjing's quest for vengeance could not wane. Just as Lin Jing was concerned, Song Chengjing too feared that these individuals might turn their aggression towards his family. Now that he had a daughter, even though he had yet to form a deep emotional bond with her, there was an undeniable shift within him. Shortly after Lin Xiaoman fell asleep, Song Chengjing returned to Uncle Lin Gui's home, far removed from the trivial matters that Aunt Qian had anticipated. As fate would have it, just a couple of days prior, one had fallen ill while the other was exhausted, leading to the current state where Lin Xiaoman's hunger stirred Aunt Qian from her slumber, while the two remained blissfully asleep. In their unawareness of the world around them, Lin Xiaoman was soon enjoying a warm bowl of porridge at Aunt Qian's home. Chapter 37. Xiaoman's satiation. Aunt Qian generously added salted duck eggs and meat to the porridge, all of which had been brought over by Song Chengjing with Lin Xiaoman the previous day. Truly good fare. Since these were provisions from Song Chengjing, Aunt Qian had no reservations about offering them to Lin Xiaoman, even preparing a large bowl specifically for her, hoping to see her grow plump and healthy. Observing Lin Xiaoman smile at her, such a tiny being seated neatly at the table, eating with grace, evoked a sense of tenderness in Aunt Qian. Unable to resist, she placed the meat and egg yolk from her own bowl into Lin Xiaoman's. She wished to shower Lin Xiaoman with affection, for one could never know when her little one might depart for the county. The county was several hours away, and meeting again would not be so simple. While cooling off beneath the large banyan tree the previous night, Aunt Qian had overheard someone mention seeing Lin Jing conversing with a woman from the city at the entrance of the brigade. Lin Xiaoman had even called her grandmother an aunt. The person speaking happened to have a daughter married in the county, with a grandson studying there, and recognized Zhao Hongmei as the head of the primary school. Occasionally, they had glimpsed Yi Wenqing, a striking beauty employed at the department store. They also heard from Lin Gui's spouse that earlier that morning, the machinery factory had called the production team, looking for Song Chengjing. The caller was the deputy director of the county machinery factory, who was addressed as brother by Song Chengjing. Upon hearing this, Aunt Qian could not help but mutter several times in astonishment. The grandfather of the second-in-command at the county hospital, the grandmother of the primary school head, a young man who had become the deputy director of the machinery factory, and an accomplished aunt working at the department store. The conditions on Xiaoman's father's side are exceptionally favorable. To speak of nothing else, the items he delivered to their home are certainly not inexpensive if sold. The brown sugar and longan were shared with his two daughters-in-law, while the meat and salted duck eggs were reserved for cooking together. Song Chengjing's generosity is extraordinary. He even provided a bottle of malted milk essence. Although it is not a full jar, even this small bottle is worth at least a significant sum, and she feels it is rather excessive. She had only heard others speak of it. Not only had she never tasted it, but she had scarcely even seen it. Even if she had the money, she would rather spend it on rice and meat than on such luxuries. However, no matter how much she declined, Xiaoman's father was resolute in not taking it back. These items trembled in Aunt Qian's hands, far too precious. At that moment, she realized that Xiaoman's father was not only well off but also favored. Now, it is evident that their situation is indeed quite favorable. The combined salaries of the entire family could support a comfortable life. Watching Lin Xiaoman finish an entire bowl of porridge and lick her lips in delight, Aunt Qian Gritting her teeth, took out the malted milk essence and prepared a bowl for Lin Xiaoman and each of her 2 grandsons. Then, considering that her eldest daughter-in-law had just given birth and needed nourishment, she prepared a bowl for her as well. Since she had made one for the eldest daughter-in-law, she could not neglect the second. Reluctantly, she added another bowl. In total, 5 bowls were prepared, and this already modest amount of malted milk essence was quickly diminished by more than half, causing Aunt Qian to feel distressed. This is far too extravagant for anyone to consume in such a manner. Though her heart ached, Aunt Qian said nothing outwardly, thinking that she would save a little for her husband and younger son. It was not that she favored Qian-san, but rather that the eldest and second families had each received a bowl, while the third had not yet established a family or had children. It would not be fair to give nothing at all. Chapter 38. Xiaoman. As Aunt Qian pondered over the limited provisions, her grandson and daughter-in-law returned with 2 small bowls, eager to share with their men. Lin Xiaoman, curious about the flavor, took a sip from her bowl, finding it indeed delightful, and immediately praised it. When Aunt Qian returned to her senses, she noticed that there were no other people in the room, just her and Lin Xiaoman. As Qian-san and her husband had gone to the fields, and the others had returned to their rooms, Aunt Qian looked down to see that half of the malted milk essence remained in Lin Xiaoman's bowl, observing her incessant compliments with amusement, urging her to drink quickly so she could wash the dishes. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoman patted her belly and said, "Xiaoman is full." How could she be full? Hadn't she just been drinking happily? Aunt Qian was puzzled until she saw Lin Xiaoman carefully push the remaining half of the malted milk essence towards her, afraid of spilling it. Lin Xiaoman's eyes were still glued to it, but she looked up at Aunt Qian with a smile, saying, "Grandma, help Xiaoman drink." In that moment, Aunt Qian's eyes welled with tears. When she was at her family home, she was the eldest, always yielding to her younger siblings. After getting married, she had children almost without realizing it, saving all the good things for them, unwilling to indulge herself. After enduring the trials of raising her children, she and her husband have grown old, while their 3 sons have gradually established their own families. The good things are now lavished upon their wives and children, leaving her with a desire to leave something for her long-suffering partner. As these days piled up, she even forgot to be kind to herself. Now, gazing at the half-finished bowl of malted milk drink, Aunt Qian hesitated, genuinely reluctant to part with it, especially for Lin Xiaoman. Although Lin Xiaoman is not her biological granddaughter, human affection is boundless. Since Lin Xiaoman cherishes her, she too wishes to show kindness in return. Upon meeting Lin Xiaoman's expectant gaze, Aunt Qian could not resist embracing her, suppressing her emotions with a deep sigh. "Xiaoman, Aunt Qian is not young anymore. Life has taught her much, and she is not one to weep in front of a child, nor does she wish for her to see her reddened eyes. Her little Xiaoman is destined for a better life in the county, and though it pains her, she must let go." Under Lin Xiaoman's hopeful stare, Aunt Qian drank the half bowl of malted milk drink, cradling her in her arms, showering her with praise as if she wished to offer all her heart. Coincidentally, Lin Chunlan, the second daughter-in-law, witnessed this scene. Observing her mother-in-law's affection for Lin Xiaoman stirred discomfort within her, prompting her to retreat indoors. Upon entering, she found her son and husband still grinning, leading her to internally grumble. "My goodness, it's one thing to share some other food with Xiaoman, but this malted milk drink is precious. Why flaunt it? Xiaoman's father surely has more at home. He can make her some without needing our supply." In truth, she had noticed her mother-in-law preparing more for Lin Xiaoman than for her own son, which had already unsettled her. Moments ago, as she returned to put away the bowl, she overheard her mother-in-law affectionately declaring that Xiaoman loved her the most, igniting a fire of resentment within her. It seemed only Lin Xiaoman was favored. Without considering who would care for her in her old age, was it not her own son and husband? Chapter 39. Xiaoman is truly endearing. Her husband is the second son in the family, and she had previously sensed her mother-in-law's bias towards the younger brother and the eldest brother's family. Now, witnessing her mother-in-law willingly bestow the finest gifts upon outsiders rather than her own son, a simmering anger brewed within her. She was not naive. Even if all 3 sons were denied the malted milk drink in public, she knew her mother-in-law would secretly provide for the younger brother. Meanwhile, her husband remained oblivious to her grievances, cheerfully responding, "Well, it's all from Xiaoman's father anyway. Mother can give it to whomever she pleases. Besides, it's because she loves Xiaoman that her father brings these gifts to express his gratitude." The more she heard, the more discontented she became. Initially, She found Lin Xiaoman and Lin Jing somewhat tolerable, as their shortcomings provided her a sense of superiority. Yet now, those who once seemed inferior were suddenly rising above her, creating an uncomfortable sensation in her heart. Her view of Lin Xiaoman became increasingly prickly. Lin Chunlan huffed coldly at Qian, exclaiming that indeed, his mother favored Xiaoman more than her own children and grandchildren. Upon hearing this, Qian chuckled in agreement, recounting how his mother had long been vocal about her expectations. When Lin Chunlan was pregnant with a son, the villagers had confidently predicted she would bear a daughter, which delighted his mother. To everyone's surprise, she gave birth to a boy instead. This time, his sister-in-law also delivered a son, leaving his mother without a granddaughter to dote upon. However, when Xiaoman was born, charming and well-behaved, it was only natural for her to shower affection upon him. Moreover, his mother, being prudent, did not use family funds to indulge, instead assisting neighbors and relatives whenever possible. As he spoke, Qian's enthusiasm grew, and he mischievously pulled his wife closer, suggesting that if she bore a daughter, his mother would undoubtedly cherish her as a treasure. "Why don't we strive to have a daughter?" he proposed. Lin Chunlan promptly shoved his head away, glaring at him and hissing, "Our son is right here. What nonsense are you spouting?" Qian, blissfully oblivious, laughed heartily while holding their son, further aggravating Lin Chunlan's irritation. She had no desire to bear a daughter, recalling how during her pregnancy with their son, everyone had predicted she would have a girl. Her mother-in-law had looked on with glee, which only fueled her ire. Fortunately, her pregnancy had proven fruitful, defying all expectations with the birth of a robust boy. Her mother had always told her that without a son, one could not firmly establish oneself in the family. Now that she had a son, she felt entitled to her share of familial privileges. She mused that if she were to bear a daughter, she would likely face undue hardship. Would families in the county truly prefer daughters over sons? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd to her. She was curious to see how well Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman would fare if they returned home. Glaring at the 2 bowls of malted milk that had been nearly consumed, she turned her gaze back to Qian with exasperation, remarking that it was only she and their son who had been considerate of him. Without them, he likely wouldn't have even had a taste of that malted milk. Qian, interpreting her words as playful banter, affectionately kissed their son and replied, "Indeed, I am fortunate to bask in your generosity." Lin Chunlan's sentiments were genuine. She felt a twinge of injustice regarding her mother-in-law's favoritism. In her view, the 2 spoonfuls given to Lin Xiaoman could have easily made another 2 bowls, which would have been perfectly sufficient to serve Qian and his elder brother. As for the red sugar she shared with her sister-in-law, she couldn't shake the feeling that her portion was smaller than her sister-in-law's. Deep down, she resented the fact that her sister-in-law had borne 2 sons while she had only one. Mrs. Qian was oblivious to the fact that when she distributed the items gifted to her and her husband by Song Qingjing, she had made an error in her allocations. When Qian and their father returned home, Mrs. Qian prepared the last little bottle of malted milk for them, carefully explaining to her 2 sons that she was not being biased. "Do not accuse me of favoritism. Qian has yet to marry or have children, so I've saved this portion for him. Each of you gets a bowl, and I've done my utmost to be fair." Even when she prepared food for her daughter-in-law and grandson, she deliberately added an extra half-spoonful, hoping that her 2 sons could also enjoy a taste when they returned home. A mother's heart always aches most for her own children. Her sons had no objections. In fact, the eldest and the second son felt they had benefited, for brothers need not fuss over such trivialities. They jestingly urged Qian to find a wife and have children, lest they miss out on another bowl of milk powder. While they laughed heartily, Lin Chunlan felt that her mother-in-law's remarks were pointedly directed at her, igniting a fire of resentment within her. She looked at Lin Xiaoman, who was being doted on by Aunt Qian, with disdain, blaming her for all these troubles. At such a tender age, she was already so calculating, just like her mother. Who knows, she might return home one day with a child without ever marrying, unbothered by the shame. It seemed that thoughts manifested into reality. For Lin Chunlan was startled when she saw Lin Jing and Song Qingjing enter through the door, fearing that her innermost thoughts might be revealed. Lin Jing had been asleep until now, and upon waking, she reached out to find Lin Xiaoman, only to be startled awake when she realized the child was missing. Coincidentally, Song Qingjing had also awakened and decided to accompany her to Aunt Qian's to search for Lin Xiaoman. Upon seeing her parents arrive, Lin Xiaoman promptly slid off her chair. This was the first time Song Qingjing had witnessed such a descent and was taken aback, quickly urging her to be cautious. However, it was evident that Lin Xiaoman was already accustomed to climbing down. She not only landed safely, but swiftly darted towards Lin Jing and Song Qingjing. After a hearty meal, Lin Xiaoman was brimming with energy. Song Qingjing bent down to catch the approaching Lin Xiaoman, who was still light as a feather, lifting her effortlessly into his arms as she charged towards him like a little piglet. "Aren't you afraid of knocking me over?" he teased. Lin Xiaoman, clinging to his neck, coquettishly replied, "I want to knock you over. You're strong." Flattered by her sweet words, Song Qingjing felt pleased, realizing why so many adored her, treating her as if she were their own granddaughter. Meanwhile, Lin Jing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, expressed her gratitude to Aunt Qian, her cheeks slightly flushed, as she reflected on how she and Song Qingjing had both overslept, causing Lin Xiaoman to venture out in search of food. She cast several appreciative glances at Aunt Qian, then gently stroked Lin Xiaoman's face in a soothing manner. Upon feeling her mother's touch, Lin Xiaoman tilted her head, nuzzling her cheek against her mother's hand, eager for affectionate kisses. The warmth of her soft, slightly flushed face against Lin Jing's palm made her heart melt into a puddle of affection. Chapter 41. Partiality. Observing the tall, handsome, and affluent Song Qingjing, Lin Chunlan felt an inexplicable sense of resentment welling up inside her, a discomfort that lingered persistently. Lin Jing, who had been living off the generosity of their family, now seemed to be thriving beyond her own means. After Lin Jing and Song Qingjing took Lin Xiaoman away, the sons of the Qian family intended to retreat to their rooms for some rest. Just before entering, Lin Chunlan happened to see her mother-in-law carrying a bowl of sweetened egg soup into the room of her eldest brother and sister-in-law. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chunlan's discontent surged within her, her expression clouded with displeasure. When Qian tugged at her, she shook off his hand, and before they even entered the house, she could no longer contain her irritation and remarked to Qian, "Your mother is exceedingly biased." Just as Qian was about to respond, Aunt Qian, who had just emerged from the elder brother's room, overheard her words, igniting a fire in her heart. "Lin Chunlan, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I am biased? Whom have I favored?" Seeing his mother's anger, Qian quickly positioned himself in front of his wife and pleaded, "Mother, she speaks recklessly. Do not take her words to heart." Aunt Qian understood the challenge of pleasing all three of her sons, yet she had shared what she had among them, striving to maintain balance. She also recognized the difficulty of fostering harmony among daughters-in-law. They could speak freely behind closed doors, but once her ears caught their words, clarity was imperative. "Step aside. Lin Chunlan, you must clarify this matter today." Aunt Qian forcefully pulled her son aside. Initially intimidated by her mother-in-law's overhearing, Lin Chunlan found courage as Qian shielded her, recalling that she had borne a son for the Qian family. Her temper flared upon hearing her mother-in-law's disrespectful inquiry. Ignoring Qian's attempts to restrain her, she vented her frustration. "Am I mistaken? Your favoritism towards the eldest and the youngest is not a recent development. We, the second, have accepted our lesser affection. But now you offer Uncle 3 milk powder and provide my sister-in-law with sweet water and eggs, while I, the second, receive nothing. Are we not allowed to speak the truth?" Aunt Qian, trembling with rage, pointed at her. "That milk powder was given to us by Xiaoman's father, not as a tribute from you. I distributed it out of familial goodwill. Why should I give it to the third? Did you and your son consume it all? As for your sister-in-law's sweet water and eggs, the eggs were brought by her mother during a visit, and the sugar was shared between you and her. And so what if she consumes an egg post-delivery? Did I not prepare eggs for you during your confinement?" Upon realizing the confrontation had escalated, Lin Chunlan decided to abandon restraint. Shaking off Qian's grip, her chest heaved with fury. "Indeed, your sister-in-law's family dotes on her, bringing eggs post-childbirth. Mother, do you not disdain my family?" Her words, now out in the open, struck a nerve. Aunt Qian's anger flared. "Do I look down upon your family? Lin Chunlan, those with a modicum of sense can discern whether it is I who scorns your kin or if it is they who regard you with disdain. Your family is not impoverished, is it? Do you think I am unaware that the items you brought as dowry were all saved by your husband through hard labor? Are you oblivious to the financial support you have clandestinely provided to your family over the years?" Chapter 42. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Having come from being a daughter-in-law myself, I am loath to dwell on this, turning a blind eye, yet you have shown me ingratitude, and now you accuse me of favoritism. Have you not perceived your own parents' blatant bias? In the presence of numerous onlookers, Lin Chunlan felt utterly humiliated when the truth about her dowry, acquired through the funds provided by Qian heir, was exposed. Her embarrassment was particularly acute before her sister-in-law, with whom she had long been in silent rivalry, and her gaze towards Aunt Qian was laced with animosity. When her sister-in-law married, her family had bestowed upon her a lavish dowry consisting of a kettle, quilts, clothing, and numerous other items, which had been the talk of the town. Lin Chunlan, being the sensible daughter of aging parents with a younger brother yet to wed, felt the weight of responsibility. Thus, she urged Qian heir to find a way to restore her dignity. It was no small feat to find a bride, and Qian heir, fond of Lin Chunlan, gritted his teeth and made the purchase, leading others to commend Lin Chunlan's parents for their affection towards their daughter. Surely, Aunt Qian was not oblivious to these matters. However, since her son was enamored with Lin Chunlan, she chose to feign ignorance. Yet, every year, Lin Chunlan would return home laden with gifts for her family, which ignited a simmering resentment within Aunt Qian. During the festive season, Aunt Qian prepared equal gifts for both daughters-in-law, while the family of the eldest son would graciously reciprocate. In stark contrast, Lin Chunlan would return with her arms full, yet come back feeling empty and dissatisfied, often lamenting that there was not enough to share with her family, resulting in several quarrels over the matter. She accepted the exploitation from her parents as a given, and when her brother wed, she secretly slipped him a considerable sum without consulting Qian heir. Now, fueled by resentment, Lin Chunlan confronted Aunt Qian, accusing her of harboring grievances against her and questioning why she involved her parents in their disputes. What sister doesn't care for her brother? My kindness towards my own brother is far better than your undue affection for an illegitimate child. Upon hearing these words, Aunt Qian struck Lin Chunlan, her eyes reddening with anger, as she recognized the veiled insult directed at Lin Xiaoman. Until that moment, Aunt Qian had believed her two daughters-in-law, despite their own ambitions, were fundamentally good-hearted and had treated Xiaoman kindly. However, this revelation made her realize how gravely mistaken she had been. Lin Chunlan, having never endured such indignities since her marriage, exclaimed, "Did I say anything wrong? What did I say that was incorrect? Lin Jing is shameless, even if the child's father comes to claim her. Who knows if he truly desires her, or if he is merely toying with her?" Qian heir, who had failed to intervene despite several attempts, finally seized Lin Chunlan and barked fiercely. Just as Lin Chunlan was poised to escalate the confrontation, a knock reverberated at the door. Having witnessed the quarrel between his mother and sister-in-law, Qian San had already shut the door. Now, hearing the knock, everyone inside froze momentarily. After a brief pause, Qian San moved to answer the door. Yet, before he could reach it, a sharp creak echoed, followed by a sound of something snapping. As the once secure door was effortlessly pushed open, all eyes turned to see Song Chengjing standing at the threshold, twisting the broken lock in his hand. With a chilling glare fixed on the previously self-assured Lin Chunlan, he remarked, "It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment." Chapter 43. Remember those who treat you well. Lin Chunlan's face turned a ghastly white, uncertain of how much Song Chengjing had truly absorbed from her words. Likely not much, given that the door was securely locked and their conversation had not been particularly loud. She was merely someone who feared the strong and bullied the weak. The audacity to speak so boldly stemmed from her understanding of the Qian family's temperament. No matter how much she caused a ruckus or how irate her mother-in-law became, it would only amount to a few scolding remarks. However, Song Chengjing was different. He exuded a ruthless demeanor and came from a well-off family. After a brief moment of fear, Lin Chunlan straightened her back, reassuring herself that if Song Chengjing were truly to lay a hand on her, the Qian brothers would not simply stand idly by. Aunt Qian was flushed with anger. Her face reddened as she was overwhelmed with a mix of indignation and embarrassment upon seeing Song Chengjing standing at the door. The Qian family members found themselves at a loss for words. They had accepted gifts from him, yet before they could fully appreciate them, they were embroiled in a quarrel, even speaking ill of his wife and children. Among them, Qian heir's face darkened, for even if the words were not his own, they were uttered by his wife, leaving him both infuriated and ashamed. What a disgrace. The first to regain composure was Qian Da's wife, Chen Ku, who smiled and addressed Song Chengjing at the door, inquiring, "Is there something you dropped, little man's father?" The saying goes that one should not strike a smiling face, and her gentle address somewhat alleviated Song Chengjing's ire. He did not scowl at her, but simply raised the small basket of vegetables in his hand, clarifying that he had not forgotten anything. It was merely that Lin Jing had mentioned the vegetables growing well in the yard, prompting him to deliver some. In truth, it was Lin Jing who, as she was preparing to leave, had handed him the task when she noticed he was busy. Oh, how embarrassing, Chen Ke thought, feeling a flush of warmth. Though the words had been spoken by Lin Chunlan, they were all part of the same family, and now the very person they had spoken about was bringing them gifts. However, since it was merely vegetables, she had no reason to refuse. Lin Jing had consistently sent them offerings over the years, and Chen Ku had grown quite fond of her, even if their interactions had dwindled since Chen Ku had recently given birth. Had it not been for the fierce quarrel between her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, she would not have ventured out while still in her confinement. Yet, the weather was warm, and her confinement period was nearing its end, allowing her to emerge. She accepted the basket from Song Qingjing, retrieving the fresh vegetables and tomatoes, and smiled at him. These vegetables look exquisite. They must taste delightful. I have been craving such freshness for quite some time. Coincidentally, my mother sent me a basket of eggs, though not many. Please take 5 back for little man and Lin Jing. They are from our own hens, and you can prepare a sweet egg broth for them to enjoy. Chen Ke's family was relatively well off, capable of raising 5 chickens. Her diligent hen had produced a fair number of eggs, sufficient for their consumption. Being the youngest, her parents were particularly fond of her, and upon learning of her recent childbirth, they brought her eggs as a gesture of care. Chen Ke stepped inside to retrieve 5 eggs, knowing her mother-in-law was accommodating, allowing her to keep the eggs for herself. Regardless of whether Song Qingjing arrived or not, she initially intended to bring a couple of eggs for Xiaoman and the others. Encountering this situation, she decided to take a few more for Song Qingjing, partly to soothe his anger. Song Qingjing understood the significance of the 5 eggs for them, and knowing that grievances must be addressed. He held a decent impression of Aunt Qian, the eldest daughter-in-law, and after some reluctance, he ultimately accepted her generous offer. Seeing him willing to accept brought a sense of relief to the Qian family. As Song Qingjing prepared to leave, just before stepping out, he glanced back at Lin Chunlan. The chilling gaze he cast upon her sent shivers of fear down her spine. Instinctively, Lin Chunlan moved behind Qian Air. Song Qingjing merely smiled as he held up the twisted, broken lock in his hand, apologizing for the accidental breakage due to his momentary excitement. At that moment, the Qian family, previously distracted, finally noticed the lock in Song Qingjing's hand. Aunt Qian's face turned pale. It was evident that he had overheard everything, but out of respect, he refrained from embarrassing them. After Song Qingjing departed, the Qian family lowered their heads to examine the severed lock, their hearts trembling with unease. As Song Qingjing walked back, his anger still simmered beneath the surface, and a flicker of indignation shone in his eyes. He did not rush home. Instead, he visited the production team and exchanged a few casual words with Uncle Lin Gui before calling the machinery factory. Hello, brother, I need to speak with Xiangzi about something. Lin Jing looked out the window in confusion, wondering why Song Qingjing had yet to return from delivering vegetables. Lin Xiaoman, having indulged herself at Aunt Qian's, let out a satisfied burp. Noticing this, Lin Jing gently patted her round little belly and asked, "Did you enjoy a lot of delicious food at Grandma Qian's?" Lin Xiaoman instantly beamed and nodded, extending her finger to count off. "I had fragrant porridge with meat in it, and I drank sweet water." She was unaware of the name of the malted milk, but recalling its flavor, she smacked her lips in delight. The innocent chatter around her brought Lin Jing a sense of comfort as she held Lin Xiaoman on her lap, softly coaxing, "Remember to cherish Grandma Qian's kindness. Do not forget." Throughout her life, Lin Jing had encountered too few who treated her well, making her cherish every small act of kindness deeply. However, Lin Xiaoman's experience differed. Many had shown her kindness over the years. Lin Jing feared that Lin Xiaoman might take such affection for granted, forgetting to treasure it. She tenderly touched Lin Xiaoman's heart area with her fingertip, softly advising her to remember those who had shown her kindness. Lin Xiaoman clasped Lin Jing's hand, resting it upon her chest, both attuned to the palpable rhythm of her own vibrant heartbeat. She understood, in her small heart, there were countless individuals she cherished. There was Grandma Qian, who would pick out the meat from the porridge for her, and Aunt Ake, who occasionally shared her eggs with her. There was also Aunt Tai, who, despite not wanting to sew clothes for herself, secretly made a garment for her, and her uncles and aunts who, while sighing at her thinness, would still urge her to take home some sweet potatoes. Once, there was Grandpa A Kai, who would sit at the entrance of the village, flashing a toothless grin under the scorching sun, His skin darkened and wrinkled, yet he would always pull fruits from his tattered pocket to share with her. Although Grandpa, Kai has since departed to the heavens, she still remembers the sweetness of those fruits, so very sweet. Many have shown kindness to Lin Xiaoman, and she holds many of them dear in her heart, yet among them all, none can surpass her mother. Lin Jing remains unaware that while Lin Xiaoman fills her entire world, she has occupied every moment of Lin Xiaoman's life thus far. Chapter 44. Xiaoman calls Daddy. When Song Chungjing returned from the production team, he happened upon Lin Jing, who was cradling Lin Xiaoman as she exited. Noticing her furrowed brow and worried expression, he smiled and raised the basket in his hand, asking, "Looking for me?" Lin Jing responded with a slight nod, explaining, "I heard from Aunt Qian's house that they seem to be arguing. I worry that you might get involved." She and Lin Xiaoman had waited at home for quite some time without his return, and the sounds of things being thrown next door had left her restless, prompting her to check on the situation. Curious, Song Chungjing glanced towards Aunt Qian's house. "Everything seemed fine when I left. I even took some eggs from Aunt Qian's eldest daughter for you and Xiaoman." With her meticulous nature, Lin Jing looked at the eggs in the basket and felt troubled, suspecting that perhaps Sister Chunlan was upset because Sister Ake had given her eggs. Such incidents had occurred before, but this was the first time the situation had escalated so dramatically. With all that shouting, "Goodness, I hope nothing serious has happened. Should we go take a look?" Song Chungjing, seemingly unfazed, seemed to stoke the flames of curiosity. Cradled in Lin Jing's arms, Lin Xiaoman mirrored her mother's worried frown but regarded her father with curious eyes, reminiscent of his own. As he started to move towards the neighbor's house, Lin Jing quickly grasped Song Chungjing's arm, saying, "No, let us not intrude on their private matters." Song Chungjing feigned a struggle, truly reluctant to wade into the fray. "All right, I'll heed your wishes." As Lin Xiaoman observed her father with a slight lift of his chin and a smile, she shyly tucked herself into her mother's neck. Although Song Chungjing was unaware of what could cause such shyness in a child, he found her bashful demeanor endearing, and it lightened his earlier irritation. Though the child did not possess her mother's beauty, she was still their daughter, and he found her increasingly charming compared to the wild children outside. Left alone with them, Song Chungjing noticed Lin Xiaoman sitting obediently on a small stool, bending forward to watch the ants on the ground. Despite her inactivity, there was an inexplicable hint of vulnerability about her that caught his attention. In a few swift strides, he approached Lin Xiaoman, casting his shadow over her. The ants scattered in disarray, and Lin Xiaoman looked up at the towering figure of Song Chungjing, quietly clenching her small hand. He pulled up a chair beside her, lounging comfortably, and glanced at the sweaty Lin Xiaoman, chuckling softly as he tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Are you hot?" Lin Xiaoman's face was sun-kissed to a rosy hue. Yet she shook her head gently and rose to nestle beside Song Chungjing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Observing the child's eager expression for a hug, Song Chungjing found himself inexplicably understanding her desire, though he couldn't quite fathom why. He merely perceived her yearning for his embrace, and he chuckled inwardly, thinking how affectionate his little girl was. Parting his legs, he lifted her and settled her on his left thigh, bemused by the child's thoughts and whether she found the heat uncomfortable. In his hold, Lin Xiaoman gazed intently at Song Chungjing. Just as he was about to inquire what captivated her so, he heard her softly utter the word, "Daddy," filled with innocent hope. It was the first time she had addressed him in such a manner, and the teasing quip he intended to make caught in his throat. Overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, he had never envisioned himself as a father, nor did he anticipate that a child's tender voice, imbued with longing and expectation, would stir such profound feelings within him. The simplicity of the term, so commonplace in this world, resonated deeply when it fell upon his ears, allowing him to grasp, however faintly, the joy that accompanies parenthood. Momentarily stunned into silence, Song Chungjing observed Lin Xiaoman anxiously clutching her trousers. As she tensed, seemingly ready to slip away, he swiftly encircled her with one arm, pulling her close and soothing her unease with gentle pats on her back. "I'm here," he murmured. Initially, Lin Xiaoman was so tense that he could almost hear her heartbeat, but upon his words, she lowered her gaze, her lashes casting shadows, and felt a flicker of emotion welling up within her. "Did your mother speak to you about this?" Song Chungjing inquired of the little one in his embrace. Lin Xiaoman nodded softly in affirmation. Earlier, Lin Jing had confided in her that Song Chungjing was her father and encouraged her to call him as she pleased, without reservations. While Song Changjing reveled in the heartwarming moment of his daughter calling him dad, far away in the county town, Chen Xiangzi, upon receiving a call from Song Qingjing, drifted aimlessly to a small building beside the county hospital. Observing Chen Xiangzi's distracted demeanor, the group of friends who had been playing cards looked up in confusion, concernedly asking, "Xiangzi, what's wrong? Did something happen at work?" At the mention of work, Chen Xiangzi momentarily regained his composure and scoffed, "Nonsense, it's not about work." Hearing this, the others relaxed, dismissing it as trivial, and resumed their cheerful card game. "Hold on, it's about Chenggu," Chen Xiangzi declared as he sat down, furrowing his brow to process the shocking news he had just learned. Such explosive information could not be something he alone was startled by. Song Qingjing was always generous with them, and considering their long-standing acquaintance, it was no wonder they had missed him in recent days. Now, upon hearing the news, their interest was piqued. One of them asked, "So where has Chenggu been? Why haven't we seen him for days? Perhaps he has gone on a blind date." "Huh, didn't we hear his parents were trying to set him up with someone?" Another suggested. "Or maybe he has been assigned to a good factory job. That wouldn't be too bad either." The individuals engaged in discussion about Song Qingjing's matters felt that it was rather mundane. Now that Chenggu sought their assistance, it was likely that he wished to evade familial obligations, thus reaching out to Chen Xiangzi for advice alongside their motley crew. After indulging in idle speculation, they turned to Chen Xiangzi with playful grins, inquiring about Chengji's intentions. Observing their naive expressions, some with legs perched high on their chairs, Chen Xiangzi, feigning calmness with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Oh, it's nothing significant. Chenggu just called to inform me that he has a daughter." Chapter 45. The niece. Those who had been lounging with their chairs askew suddenly found themselves toppled, and a stunned silence enveloped the room. "Wait, Chenggu? A daughter?" How could these words possibly coalesce in their minds? "Which Chenggu are you referring to?" One recalled that Song Qingheng also bore the same surname and had recently married. Therefore, if there were to be a daughter, it must be his, right? Upon hearing their thoughts, Chen Xiangzi relished their astonishment, maintaining a facade of indifference. "Which other could it be? Am I on familiar terms with my superior?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the room fell into an eerie silence, only to erupt with lively chatter akin to sizzling oil in a hot pan. "Is it true? Xiangzi, you wouldn't conspire with Chenggu to deceive us, would you?" "Don't jest. Chenggu cannot abide such humor. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? You know well that Chenggu detests such mockery. Do you think I would speak frivolously? Is it true that Chenggu has a daughter? Wasn't he that Zhang Hui fellow joking at the state-run restaurant? Could he have been duped into taking responsibility? Are we certain it's his daughter? Are you foolish? Even if Chenggu were gullible, his parents and that cold-faced older brother are not easily fooled. But hasn't Chenggu always kept people at a distance? How could he have become a father? And who is the child's mother?" This motley crew of individuals, though unremarkable in many respects, possessed an extraordinary knack for gossip. Eager to uncover the identities of both the child and her mother, thoroughly engrossed in their deductions. Stop. Let us not delve into that just yet. You can discuss it privately later. We've been informed that Chenggu called with a matter at hand." Chen Xiangzi, noting the conversation had veered off course, swiftly redirected their attention. Those engrossed in the gossip had to momentarily set aside their chatter, turning back to Chen Xiangzi to inquire about the matter. Without further ado, he relayed Song Qingjing's words. "Chenggu mentioned that our little niece had been wronged in the countryside and provided us with a list of names to investigate, along with a request for a small favor. It is no wonder he has risen to be Song Qingjing's foremost aide. This is what it means to have a niece." However, joking aside, upon hearing this, the group recognized the gravity of the situation and set aside their levity. Accepting the 2 sheets of paper Chen Xiangzi handed over. Upon examining the names listed, one particularly burly individual named Xin pointed at 2 names with a sneer. "These 2, I know them well. They are notorious cowards." The Qian family had erupted into chaos following Song Qingjing's departure. Lin Chunlan felt wronged by her mother-in-law's harshness and continued to complain upon returning to her room, resulting in a heated argument with Qian Er, their faces flushed with anger. By the end of their quarrel, Qian Er bore several scratches on his face, storming out and refusing to look back, too ashamed to remain in the house. Fearing for his brother's well-being, Qian San hurried after him, while Qian Da and his wife began to clean up the mess left in the house. Inside, Aunt Qian and her husband simmered in silence, while Lin Chunlan's cries echoed through the room. her voice filled with a profound sense of injustice that irritated Chinku. She had long harbored discomfort towards her sister-in-law, who always seemed to exude a sense of grievance, convinced that she was the only one suffering. In the past, the only children in the family were her son Tai Tai and Qian Er's son Gongzi, who grew up together. Whenever she brought home a treat, she would always share some with Gongzi. However, she later overheard Lin Chunlan privately complaining to Gongzi, accusing her of being insincere and claiming that she gave Gongzi less than Tai Tai. Lin Chunlan wanted compliments while being reluctant to share anything of value. This nearly infuriated Chinku, who believed Lin Chunlan was the one with issues. Although she felt aggrieved, she would never take it out on the children. Yet, she learned from Tai Tai that Gongzi would not only finish what he had, but would also try to snatch from Tai Tai, crying and accusing Tai Tai of being stingy when denied. Ironically, Lin Chunlan maintained an impeccable facade, always smiling and thanking Chinku, insisting that brothers should support one another, and claiming that family was the most reliable. This sickened Chinku. Later, when Lin Chunlan sent Gongzi back with a smile, Chinku said little, merely returning him without offering anything to eat, which resulted in Lin Chunlan wearing a sour expression for several days. This amused Chinku, who felt she had seen through Lin Chunlan's true nature and decided to maintain a polite demeanor. Now, however, that facade had been stripped away. Inside, Lin Chunlan wept inconsolably, believing no one had a more miserable fate than hers. With a biased mother-in-law, a husband lacking discernment, and a young son, she thought she was striving for the good of their little family, only to be resented in the end. As her sobs intensified, her eyes, red and filled with hatred, reflected her bitterness. Ah, Lin Jing, have you not prospered? Can you really dismiss our gratitude with such trivial offerings? Can you so easily disregard your own parents? Chapter 46. She, Song Qingjing's daughter, need not be so understanding. Lin Jing was utterly oblivious to the events unfolding in the Qian family as she busied herself organizing her belongings. This was prompted by Song Qingjing's sudden desire to visit her maternal grandparents. His newfound impulse stemmed from Lin Xiaoman, who had just tugged at her clothing with glee, sharing that her grandmother had made it for her, adorned with her favorite flowers. Observing the fabric of Lin Xiaoman's attire, Song Qingjing noted that while it was not of the highest quality, it wasn't poor either. The careful stitching revealed the maker's attention to detail, and the embroidered sunflowers on the chest reflected an intimate understanding of the child's preferences, indicating a heartfelt effort. Recalling the words of Aunt Qian, it dawned on me that had it not been for Aunt Lin Jing and her family arriving just in time, Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman might have perished on the day of childbirth. Regardless of the circumstances, it was essential to pay a visit. Song Qingjing brought forth a considerable assortment of gifts, while Lin Jing felt no need to bring too much, as everything was ultimately from Song Qingjing. A sense of unease washed over her, as if she were taking advantage of him. However, Song Qingjing saw no issue with the gifts. His attention was primarily devoted to Lin Xiaoman, who had devoured her sweetened egg and even finished the broth. Observing the child relish such a simple delicacy, he mused that she must not have experienced much in terms of culinary delights. Do you like it? Song Qingjing inquired, prompting Lin Xiaoman to nod enthusiastically, yes. Yet, perhaps due to her maturity, she quickly tempered her excitement, saying, just a little bit, with such emotions transparently displayed on her face. It was evident to Song Qingjing that she truly enjoyed it. At such a tender age, why should she exhibit such restraint? Thus, before departing, he deliberately returned to the village to procure another basket of eggs. Placing them before Lin Xiaoman and affectionately ruffling her hair, he remarked, if you like it, you can have it every day. His daughter, Lin Xiaoman, need not be so grown up. Meanwhile, in the county town, Mrs. Zhao Hongmei found herself idly reflecting on Lin Xiaoman during the holiday. She couldn't help but compare her to the plump and healthy Wen Yike, who had recently moved in next door. After inquiring about Wen Yike's age, she learned that she was born in August, a few months younger than Lin Xiaoman, yet appeared far sturdier. Oh, but I mustn't let Wen Yike hear this, she thought, knowing the little girl had a penchant for vanity and would likely protest. You're robust. Your whole family is robust. Despite her youth, her temper was formidable. Her family was generally easygoing, yet she was a bundle of energy, often bouncing about. Her mother would say that when they went out, she needed to be tethered, lest she vanish in the blink of an eye. Watching the chubby little one roll about, exuding charm and softness, Zhao Hongmei considered how her parents could never bring themselves to chastise her. In contrast, She recalled the one-time encounter with Lin Xiaoman, who seemed to have endured considerable hardship. Placing her alongside Wen Yike, one could easily imagine her feeling like the elder sister. As for Lin Jing, she too was slender. Zhao Hongmei, now of a certain age and preoccupied with health, resolved to nourish both mother and daughter upon their return. She even made a special trip to her eldest daughter-in-law's workplace to procure some fabric of better quality and comfort, intending to craft 2 new garments for them to wear upon their arrival. Yi Wenxing, skilled in textiles, had studied weaving in vocational school, originally intending to work in a textile factory post-graduation. However, fortune smiled upon her, and she secured a position as a saleswoman at a state-owned department store. It was through this stable employment that she was introduced to Song Qingheng, who worked at a machinery factory. Their families both resided in the county, and after some positive interactions, they eventually became a couple. However, a rather distressing incident occurred later, leading to a rather lukewarm relationship between the two. They neither separated nor reconciled, merely coexisting in a state of cold indifference. Yi Wenxing was a person of commendable character, with a particular fondness for children. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoman, she was consumed with the desire to craft a lovely dress for the little girl, deliberately procuring some exquisite fabric and setting up her sewing machine to create it. When Song Qingheng returned home from work and observed Yi Wenxing diligently working with her prized materials to make the child's clothing, a pang of emotion struck him, momentarily halting his movements. Unconsciously, he gazed at Yi Wenxing, who, in a rare moment of joy, was sewing with a smile in her eyes. However, the moment Yi Wenxing noticed Song Qingheng standing at the door, the smile vanished from her face, replaced by a frown of displeasure. Generally, Yi Wenxing preferred to avoid communication with Song Qingheng, a request she had made clear. Had it not been for Song Qingheng's reluctance, they would have parted ways long ago. She found it absurd and could not comprehend his unwillingness. Nevertheless, she resigned to the fact that their situation, whether divorced or not, bore little significance. She held no grievances against the other members of the Song family and even maintained a pleasant rapport with her mother-in-law, who treated her far better than her stepmother did. This was one of the reasons she had not insisted on a divorce. Noticing Song Qingheng's return, Yi Wenxing spared him a few glances before turning back to her sewing. Yet, his presence disrupted her concentration, and she lost the motivation to continue, opting instead to tidy up and return everything to the box. Observing her halt, Song Qingheng could not help but inquire, "Are you not going to continue?" "I don't wish to," Yi Wenxing replied. Over the years, she had harbored little resentment towards Song Qingheng, but the affection that once existed had nearly eroded, leaving her with a desire to simply get by and save some money for her own future. After speaking, she left the room without lingering. Watching her retreating figure, Song Qingheng swallowed hard and ultimately chose silence. Upon exiting, Yi Wenxing fortuitously encountered her in-laws gathered in the front room, engrossed in reading a letter. Noticing the joy on their faces, the remnants of her earlier discontent vanished, and she cheerfully asked, "Has my second brother written to us?" "Yes," Zhao Hongmei replied, unable to contain her delight. "Your second brother heard from Qingheng about Cheng Jing's matter, so he sent us a letter, mentioning that due to his commendable work in the production team, the team leader has approved his return around the 11th. It was already late August, and the 11th was fast approaching. The location where Song Qinhuang had been sent was somewhat distant, making visits quite rare. One could only wonder what kind of connections he had leveraged to secure this return, but it was indeed a blessing. Along with the letter, he had also sent some cured meats and grains. Seeing these items, Song Ren could not help but comment, "Why does this child send us so many local specialties along with the letter? The production team distributes some goods to him. He could simply keep them for himself." As he spoke, pride shone in his eyes, though he continued to scold, "When he returns, I need to have a word with him about this. Why does he keep sending things home? He should save them for himself." Chapter 47. The most courageous of the Song family, Yi Wenxing, understanding their joy, joined in with a few light-hearted remarks, eliciting laughter from Zhao Hongmei. However, Comrade Song Ren had a knack for dampening spirits. Observing the cheerful demeanor of his daughter-in-law and wife, he cleared his throat and tentatively suggested, "Since Qinhuang has sent back so many items, perhaps I should take some to mother another day?" The moment his words escaped his lips, laughter within the room ceased abruptly, and Zhao Hongmei's previously bright expression darkened instantly. Noticing her displeasure, Song Ren hastily added in a hushed tone, "If we send her something, perhaps mother will be kinder towards Qinhuang." It would have been better had he remained silent, The mere mention of the subject ignited Zhao Hongmei's ire. Don't even think about it. You know how your mother treats Chengwang. Why would you want to offer a warm gesture only to be met with cold indifference? Even if she were to see Chengwang's gifts, do you honestly believe it would elicit any goodwill? She would certainly receive them with disdain, convinced that Chengwang is merely trying to curry favor. I cannot fathom what she is so proud of. As for her work, it's hardly commendable. And her pension is nothing remarkable. She is merely an ordinary citizen from the county, yet she carries herself as if she were a city dweller, looking down on everyone as if they were mere peasants. Such pretentiousness is truly revolting to me. Mother is not that kind of person, Song Ren murmured, his own conviction wavering. Zhao Hongmei, incensed by his conciliatory words, retorted sharply, not that kind of person? Fine. Chengwang may not be your mother's biological grandson, and I do not expect her to treat him with great affection. However, what about Qingheng and Chengjing? They are her own grandsons. How does she treat them? The things she has done are beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. What do your brother's children receive? When Qingheng, Chengwang, and Chengjing visited her, they didn't even get a sip of warm soup. Instead, she sat there scolding Qingheng, who was merely a child at the time. The words she directed at him were unbearable even for outsiders. And as for Chengjing, when your brother's son injured him with a stone, they did not rush him to the hospital, but rather sought to conceal the incident from me, preventing me from seeing Chengjing. Had it not been for Qingheng and Chengwang bringing him to light, who knows what might have happened to him? I will remember this for a lifetime. Now that the children have grown and she is aged, she suddenly demands respect and filial piety? Song Ren, if you wish to honor her, do so with your own gifts, but do not use the children's belongings as offerings. Song Ren felt a twinge of discomfort at her words, remaining silent and stewing in frustration, believing her perspective to be unreasonable. While he felt that the children excelled in many aspects, their lack of respect towards their grandparents was indeed troubling. Yi Wenqing, witnessing the once pleasant atmosphere transform into discord due to his father-in-law's mention of the old house, felt it unwise to interject as a younger member of the family. Nonetheless, it was the first time she had heard about Song Qingheng's childhood from her mother-in-law, and it was evident that the reminiscence was far from pleasant. Having overheard the quarrel, Song Qingheng emerged to mediate, attempting to soothe his mother, who was nearly in tears reliving past grievances, while also chastising his father for his indecisiveness. Father, if you utter those words in my presence once more, I would not hesitate to break the legs of your brother's sons again. Upon hearing the audacious words of Song Qingheng, Song Ren was seething with rage, his indignation palpable. Qingheng's boldness was not unfounded. He had previously acted upon his ire, having once shattered the skull of his cousin, which led him to break his cousin's leg in retaliation. Subsequently, Qingheng endured a severe beating from his second brother. When Song Ren and the others arrived to witness the spectacle of 3 children in such a state, his fury reached its zenith. Typically amiable, Song Ren's temper flared, resulting in a prolonged estrangement from his mother and brother. However, as time passed and age softened his heart, he found himself succumbing to old habits. Upon hearing Qingheng's tone, devoid of harshness, he regained a semblance of rationality. In his vexation, Song Ren surmised that the tempestuous demeanor of Song Qingjing was largely influenced by the eldest, who seemed to revel in conflict, rapidly becoming the most audacious man in the Song family. Chapter 48. A beautiful yet useless display? With the intention of making a visit, Song Qingjing deemed it unwise to arrive empty-handed. He cradled Lin Xiaoman in his arms while also hoisting a well-prepared leather bag. The bag was filled to the brim, heavy and cumbersome, which he effortlessly secured to his bicycle. The once muddied bicycle, now restored to its former glory, had been salvaged from the filth by Song Qingjing's diligent efforts. Lin Jing had long harbored a desire to clean the filthy bicycle, but recognizing its value as Qingjing's possession, she hesitated, fearing the potential repercussions of acting without his consent. Initially, she intended to inquire if he wanted assistance, but after tidying up, Qingjing finally recalled the bicycle that had been carelessly discarded in a corner. With a look of disdain, he dragged the filthy bicycle into the yard, washing it thoroughly multiple times and scrubbing it diligently. The effort left him sweating profusely, prompting Lin Jing to intervene. "Let me handle it," she offered. Despite the sweat cascading down his forehead, Qingjing turned to glance at Lin Jing. Had anyone else made such a suggestion, he would have gladly relinquished the task. But this was not a labor he was accustomed to. "No need. It's not difficult. I can manage it myself." After a considerable struggle, He managed to elevate the bicycle's appearance to a level he deemed presentable for public viewing, nodding in satisfaction. However, feeling unfit to be seen in his disheveled state, he took a moment to freshen up before emerging. Upon his return, he noticed Lin Xiaoman gazing curiously at the bicycle. He affectionately wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her, placing her on the rear seat of the bicycle. Startled by the sudden elevation, Lin Xiaoman instinctively clutched the seat, her feet dangling uncertainly. Finding amusement in the child's reactions, Chengjing playfully twisted the bicycle, eliciting a mix of thrill and fear from Lin Xiaoman, who buried her head into the seat cushion. Lin Jing, observing the scene, frowned in concern, admonishing, "Do not frighten her, she is still very young." Lin Xiaoman, eyes tightly shut, feigned ignorance of the situation, her timid demeanor making it clear to Chengjing that he had indeed startled her. He promptly scooped her back into his arms, soothing her. "If you're scared, why hide? If you're frightened, you need not ride. We shall wait until you are brave enough." After being lifted into the air, Lin Xiaoman immediately clung to Song Chengjing's neck, evidently intimidated by the height and somewhat resistant to the bicycle. Song Chengjing pushed the bike with his right hand while cradling Lin Xiaoman with his left. Observing this, Lin Jing reached out to take Lin Xiaoman, saying, "Let me handle it." "No need. She's quite light," he replied. Noticing her gaze drift to the bicycle laden with 2 leather bags, which was undoubtedly heavier than Lin Xiaoman, he added, "These things aren't burdensome. I'll manage. You just lead the way." Lin Xiaoman nestled against Song Chengjing's shoulder as Lin Jing, with a hint of reluctance, forged ahead to guide them, quickening her pace in hopes of reaching their destination sooner. As Song Chengjing pushed the bicycle, they traversed the main road of the village, typically bustling with people. Now, under the sweltering sun, many preferred to linger beneath a large banyan tree, fanning themselves and engaging in idle chatter after a day of labor, with few entertainment options available. The villagers, often congregating to exchange gossip, noticed Lin Jing accompanied by a tall, handsome man strikingly similar to Lin Xiaoman, who was also cradling her in his arms while pushing a bicycle. Although many had heard rumors of Lin Xiaoman's father arriving, only a handful had actually met Song Chengjing. The majority, having only heard tales of Lin Xiaoman's resemblance to her father, her nose and eyes said to be a mirror of his, had dismissed them as mere exaggerations. Yet, witnessing the scene before them, the villagers could not help but exclaim in astonishment, recognizing him as Lin Xiaoman's biological father. Indeed, Lin Xiaoman bore a striking resemblance to him. Observing his eyes, nose, and mouth, they noted he appeared even more refined than they had anticipated, explaining why Lin Xiaoman was considered more attractive than other children in the village. As they drew closer, it became apparent that he possessed a commendable stature, and those accustomed to working in the fields quickly discerned his capabilities. Even the most critical of the production team, a woman known for her sharp tongue, could not help but express her admiration upon seeing Song Chengjing, remarking that, regardless of looks, at least he had fathered a beautiful daughter. Chapter 49. Remarkable tactics. After making her observation, she glanced at her son, whose appearance was less than flattering. "No wonder I've been so critical these years. It's all because of those two," she mused. Under the shade of the tree, Lin Jing took a convoluted route and called out to a distant elder, who was fanning himself, inquiring about their large bundles. Realizing that the considerable load and the bicycle would attract attention, Lin Jing hesitated before responding. "We're heading to my uncle's place." She then awkwardly introduced Song Chengjing, saying, "This is my third uncle." Song Chengjing, unaccustomed to modesty, immediately chimed in with a cheerful greeting, "Hello, third uncle." Clearly taken aback by Song Chengjing's boldness, the elder coughed in surprise, nearly choking on the smoke. Uncertain how to respond, after a few coughs and a shake of his old tobacco pipe, he awkwardly acknowledged the greeting. Lin Jing appeared noticeably more uncomfortable than her third uncle. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Xiaoman, nestled in Song Chengjing's arms, was bold enough to peek out and call out, "Great-grandfather." Upon hearing Lin Xiaoman's voice, the awkwardness on the third uncle's face transformed into a smile, his wrinkles shifting as he responded with a gentle hey. At her tender age, Lin Xiaoman was unable to fully grasp the complexities of these familial titles, and even Song Chengjing found it challenging to determine what Lin Xiaoman should call Lin Jing's third uncle. Although Song Chengjing was slightly confused about these relationships, it did not hinder his ability to navigate the situation. He carefully set Lin Xiaoman down, steadied his bicycle, and casually retrieved a box of fruit candies and a pack of cigarettes from his leather bag. Noticing that Lin Jing's third uncle was smoking, he immediately offered him the pack of cigarettes. The third uncle, upon seeing the gift, insisted he could not accept it, refusing for quite some time. However, he could not withstand Song Qingjing's persuasive words and considerable strength. Ultimately, after much reluctance, the third uncle accepted the cigarettes, allowing Song Qingjing to turn around and hand Lin Xiaoman a box of candies, instructing her to share one with everyone. Lin Xiaoman handled the box of round fruit candies with utmost care, fearful of dropping it and spilling its contents. She was a generous and obedient child, not one to cling to the candies for herself. Rather, she delighted in sharing. Everyone treated her kindly, often sharing their food with her, and she found greater joy in giving them candies than in consuming them herself. This particular box, encased in a sturdy tin, was substantial and of high quality, bursting with fruity flavors that were popular in the county, appealing to both children and adults alike. Song Qingjing had procured this box for his somewhat pretentious father, who enjoyed indulging in sweet treats while composing his melancholic poetry. To his knowledge, such a large box would cost around $3.50, sufficient for his father to savor for several months. As generous as Song Qingjing was, Lin Xiaoman followed suit, distributing one candy to each person. The elder couple politely declined, stating it was unnecessary, as it was merely children's candy, and they felt uncomfortable accepting something that appeared so luxurious. However, Lin Xiaoman's sweetness prevailed as she recalled how her grandmother had previously given her oranges, prompting her to offer her grandmother orange-flavored candies, and how her grandfather had defended her from a bullying dog, thus wishing to share candies with him as well. Though still young, Lin Xiaoman remembered every small kindness bestowed upon her, as her mother had taught her. Now, as she recounted these seemingly forgotten moments and handed out candies, the elders felt a wave of emotion wash over them. The candies, whether clutched in hand or savored in mouth, brought a sweetness to their hearts. After distributing the candies, only two remained in Lin Xiaoman's tin. She turned and offered one to Lin Jing and the other to Song Qingjing. Holding the box, she licked the remnants of sugary dust from her fingers, her eyes squinting in blissful delight. The sight stirred a sense of tenderness in those present, prompting them to eagerly offer any uneaten candies to Lin Xiaoman. Song Qingjing, as a father, seized the opportunity to pop a piece of candy into his mouth, his face beaming with joy. He then retrieved a few large white rabbit milk candies from his pocket, lifted Lin Xiaoman, who was still licking her fingers on the ground, and placed the candies into her embrace. He finally lifted his head and smiled at the others. "You all enjoy your snacks. There's plenty more from Xiaoman." While the others might not recognize the large iron box of fruit candies, they were certainly familiar with the elusive white rabbit candy that was often unavailable in the market. Previously, someone had boasted about acquiring a piece, extolling its delightful taste, claiming that every bite was filled with creamy goodness. They even mentioned that it cost 5 yuan per pound and required a candy ticket to purchase, making it a rare delight. Yet, Xiaoman's father casually produced a handful for Lin Xiaoman, eliciting envious glances from the others. His generosity was indeed remarkable. Observant eyes noted that Xiaoman's father discreetly slipped a handful to Lin Jing as well. Initially resistant, Lin Jing found herself unable to refuse, and fearing their little exchange might be observed, she flushed with embarrassment and accepted the offering. Though Lin Jing intended to wait until they were further away to share the fruit candy in her hand with Lin Xiaoman, the moment was interrupted as Song Qingjing had already peeled open a white rabbit candy and was feeding it to Lin Xiaoman. Consequently, she decided to forego stashing her candy away. Just as she placed it in her mouth, she felt a gentle tug on her hand. Turning to see Song Qingjing presenting her with a handful of white rabbit candies identical to those in Lin Xiaoman's embrace, she felt a twinge of discomfort. She was no child to be accepting such a bounty. She shyly nudged his hand away, yet their subtle movements captured the attention of a few onlookers. Embarrassed, she reluctantly accepted the handful from Song Qingjing, feeling the warmth of his fingertips against her palm, a sensation that stirred an inexplicable feeling within her. "Mom, this candy is so delicious." Lin Xiaoman's exuberant voice jolted Song Qingjing from his reverie. He averted his gaze, but his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Lin Jing responding to Lin Xiaoman, noticing the flush creeping up her ears. Could he really be blamed for this? Accepting candy was one thing, but what was Lin Jing implying by reaching for his palm? Truly, her methods were quite exceptional. Chapter 50. Song Qingjing Livestock. As Song Qingjing, lost in youthful fancy, departed with the astute Lin Jing, The elderly folks under the banyan tree erupted into lively chatter, eager to critique Song Qingjing's lineage. Although Lin Jing and Song Qingjing had not ventured far, the elders, with their age-related hearing issues, spoke with such volume that their words were unmistakably clear to the pair. Even someone as thick-skinned as Song Qingjing felt a prick of embarrassment, while Lin Jing, overwhelmed, averted her gaze to the sky, the ground, and everything but Song Qingjing. Having received a few candies, Lin Xiaoman, now unafraid to lean against the bicycle's back seat, curiously inquired, "Mom, what does livestock mean?" Hearing the innocent question from Lin Xiaoman, Lin Jing's face turned crimson as she recalled the unfiltered remarks of those behind them. Although Song Qingjing might indeed resemble livestock in some respects, such thoughts should not be spoken aloud. They say coarse words may contain truth, but their remarks were excessively crude. Even Lin Jing, typically reserved, found herself unable to contain her mortification, while Song Qingjing, with a facade as thick as a city wall, could not help but cover his face, inwardly cursing the brazen spirit of this production team's culture. However, Lin Xiaoman was still waiting for their response. Song Qingjing took a deep breath to calm his emotions and happened to glance at the old yellow cow by the field, pointing and saying, "Yes, this is livestock." With genuine kindness and innocence, he explained the meaning of the word livestock to Lin Xiaoman, who gazed up at her father with admiration after hearing his words. When the child's attention swiftly shifted elsewhere, both Song Qingjing and Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief as they stood at the door and knocked. The occupants inside were unaware of who had come to visit at this hour. When Lin Jing's grandmother opened the door, the first person she noticed was the striking Song Qingjing. The sight of his face startled the elderly woman, as Lin Jing typically refrained from visiting unless necessary. Standing at their doorstep with Song Qingjing created an awkward tension. Only Lin Xiaoman, who was perched on the back seat of the bicycle, holding onto the seat cushion, raised her head and cheerfully called out, "Grandma." Upon hearing Lin Xiaoman's voice, her grandmother, still in a daze, responded, "Oh, Xiaoman." Song Qingjing lifted Lin Xiaoman off the bike. And inside, Lin Yong, noticing that his mother had been at the door for some time without returning, set down his work and walked into the yard, asking, "Who is it?" Just as he stepped outside, he saw Song Qingjing pushing a bicycle. In recent days, he had heard quite a few rumors concerning Lin Jing, and he was surprised to see the person involved so suddenly. "Since you are here, please come in," he said. Regardless of the circumstances, they had visitors, and Lin Yong insisted they be allowed inside. It was only then that his grandmother snapped out of her stupor, realizing she had been blocking the entrance. Feeling both embarrassed and a bit anxious, she nervously wiped her hands on her clothes. Had she known guests were coming, she would have changed into something cleaner and more presentable. This was Lin Yong's first encounter with Song Qingjing, and he felt an indescribable discomfort, mixed with a sense of shame, as he felt indebted to Lin Jing. He brought out several low bamboo chairs and invited them to sit. Lin Xiaoman followed Lin Yong closely, affectionately calling him uncle as she entered the house to fetch her own little chair. That chair was so small that only Lin Xiaoman, of her size, could occupy it. In a couple of years, as she grew, it would likely need to be stored away or perhaps even used as firewood. Lin Jing's aunt, who had been busy, along with her grandfather, who had limited mobility and seldom ventured outside, joined them in the yard. It was evident that a family capable of raising someone as stubborn as Lin Jing was not comprised of particularly loquacious individuals, from the grandfather to the uncles. They were all rather taciturn. Lin Jing's aunt was not particularly outgoing either and appeared somewhat nervous. In a fluster, she went inside to prepare some sweet soup and, while retrieving peanuts to serve, accidentally spilled a few, which Lin Xiaoman promptly helped to pick up. Lin Jing and Lin Yong sat across from each other, both remarking how the nephew resembled the uncle. Indeed, Song Qingjing could discern a hint of Lin Jing's features in Lin Yong's sun-kissed, wrinkled face, just as the two shared a legacy of reticence. Noticing the inexplicably heavy atmosphere in the yard, Song Qingjing decided to lighten the mood. He removed a bundle of items from his bicycle and said with a smile, "I should have visited earlier. I have delayed too long, and for that, I apologize. Please accept this small token of my goodwill." Observing as he extracted a vast array of items, the few individuals in the yard, already on edge, hurriedly rose to restrain his hands, insisting that he should take them back, that they were unnecessary, truly unnecessary. They genuinely hesitated to accept Song Qingjing's offerings. Yet he was earnest in his desire for them to do so, fully aware of their reluctance rooted in past grievances, particularly in the presence of Lin Jing, where emotions invariably intertwined. Lin Jing, usually reticent, spoke up at that moment, urging her aunt, please accept them. Upon hearing Lin Jing address her as aunt, Wang Xiu's heart quivered with emotion. Lin Jing's words softened the family's initial resistance, and they refrained from further refusals, especially Wang Xiu, who, as she grasped these items, felt her eyes prick with tears, flooded with memories of yesteryears. When Lin Jing was born, her biological father had attempted to end her life. Coincidentally, Wang Xiu and Lin Yong, unable to conceive, were overjoyed when they were entrusted with the care of the child, spending a sleepless night in sheer delight. Although they had to tighten their belts after providing a sum for the child's nourishment, their spirits remained undampened. The couple laid together with the tiny infant, marveling at her presence. Wang Xiu was apprehensive that Lin Yong might inadvertently harm the child, so she cradled the baby, gently soothing her. This diminutive creature seemed destined to be part of their lives, smiling up at them from Wang Xiu's embrace, nearly bringing her to tears. Yet it was Lin Yong who offered her comfort. After deciding to bring Lin Jing home, Lin Yong sought out someone literate from the production team to name her, settling on Lin Jing. Upon hearing this name, Wang Xiu exclaimed its beauty and memorability. Cradling the child, she called out the name they had chosen, while Lin Yong embraced Wang Xiu. And the couple shared laughter and dreams for the future as they lay in bed together. They envisioned hard work to earn points, raising the child, eventually sending her to school, buying her new clothes, and indulging her appetite, no longer skimping as they had before. As they contemplated these aspirations, both Wang Xiu and Lin Yong felt their eyes moisten, experiencing the profound joy of parenthood as they held Lin Jing. However, Wang Xiu had initially believed that by providing nourishment fees, Lin Jing would be their child, but Qian Daqiang had different intentions, repeatedly intruding upon their lives, exploiting their familial ties. Wang Xiu vividly recalls the painful words he hurled from outside their door. The ensuing events spiraled into a series of unfortunate missteps, and Wang Xiu recalled the terror of nearly losing her own child, consumed by the urgency to distance herself from Qian Daqiang's family, which inadvertently led her to misdirect her anger towards Lin Jing. After Lin Jing returned home with Qian Daqiang, Wang Xiu could hardly bear to look upon her again, and even the sight of her son reminded her of the raw emotions of first-time parenthood. Later, when Lin Jing encountered her misfortune, Wang Xiu brought her back with a heart full of anger, resentment, and guilt, shedding silent tears in solitude, hidden from the world. The resentment towards the individual who caused Lin Jing's pregnancy, and yet remains unaccountable, is palpable, as is the frustration directed at Qian Daqiang for pushing Lin Jing to such extremes. Regrettably, she reflects on her earlier decision to allow Lin Jing to return. When Lin Jing gave birth to Lin Xiaoman, a tumultuous scene unfolded. Had the baby not been small and well-positioned, the outcome could have been disastrous. Upon learning of the situation, she was so overwhelmed that she sat in shock for an indeterminate time. As Lin Xiaoman grew slightly older, Wang Xiu would discreetly offer her small gifts, though these instances were infrequent. She could not bear to see Lin Jing, nor could she stand the sight of Lin Xiaoman, whose demeanor mirrored that of a young Lin Jing. Fortunately, Song Qingjing's conversational prowess and Lin Xiaoman's lively presence prevented the atmosphere from becoming too tense. Just as they were successfully navigating a discussion about their grandfather and uncle, a sudden, forceful knocking at the door interrupted Song Qingjing's thoughts. Lin Jing, Lin Yong, open up. I know you're in there, hurry. In stark contrast to Song Qingjing's furrowed brow, Lin Jing and Lin Yong displayed unmistakable disdain upon hearing the raucous voice outside. The person outside, with a coarse and grating tone, accompanied their words with heavy thuds against the door, suggesting a willingness to force entry. With no response forthcoming, the insults grew even more vulgar. Lin Jing, you wretched creature, did you hear me? Don't make me repeat myself. At that moment, Lin Xiaoman, who had been sitting on a small chair swinging her legs, sprang up and darted into Song Qingjing's embrace. He glanced down at the visibly frightened Lin Xiaoman, and as he listened to the vitriol spewing from the outside, the anger that had been merely simmering suddenly ignited into a fierce blaze. This individual was likely Lin Xiaoman's biological father, the very man responsible for nearly preventing her birth. Before Song Qingjing could seek him out, he had come knocking uninvited. He lifted Lin Xiaoman and moved towards the door. Lin Yong attempted to intervene, fully aware of Qian Daqiang's notorious reputation and fearful that Song Qingjing might be put at a disadvantage. However, Upon seeing Song Qingjing's imposing stature and the resolute expression on his face, Lin Yong inexplicably swallowed his words, allowing him to proceed. Instead, he and Lin Jing retreated into the house to procure an axe and a kitchen knife. As Lin Xiaoman was lifted, she turned back, casting a fearful glance outside. For a passage from a book she had recently read echoed in her mind. The narrative depicted how Lin Xiaoman was unlike the fortunate Wen. After her mother's death, her uncle's family had intended to take her in, sparing her from the orphanage. However, her callous grandfather, Qian Daqiang, caused a fatal incident on the very day Lin Xiaoman was to be taken back, and in a fit of fear, he set fire to Lin Yong's family, leaving only Lin Xiaoman alive. Seeing that the incident had not been uncovered, Qian Daqiang blamed Lin Xiaoman, branding her a harbinger of misfortune, claiming that any association with her would bring disaster, even to Qian Auntie, who had previously treated her kindly but now lay paralyzed due to inexplicable circumstances. Others listened with skepticism. However, she dared not approach Lin Xiaoman too closely. With no one willing to care for her, she was sent to an orphanage. Lin Xiaoman and Fu Xing Wenyu led entirely different lives. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiaoman could not fully comprehend their meaning. Yet she understood from her readings that this person would bring ruin to her uncle's family, compounded by the fact that he had previously assaulted individuals and destroyed property, instilling a sense of fear within her. Song Qingjing swiftly made his way to the door, where the clamorous knocking continued unabated. Without uttering a word, he flung the door open and delivered a kick to the individual still barking wildly outside. His kick bore no restraint, sending the hefty man, who must have weighed at least 180 pounds, sprawling to the ground. Renowned for his ruthless demeanor, Song Qingjing was no stranger to violence. Having bloodied his fists before, he strode forward, placing a foot upon Qian Daqiang's face, his gaze fierce and unyielding, his teeth clenched in rage as he demanded, "Who were you calling just now?" Lin Jing, armed with an axe and clearly experienced in confrontations, glanced at her weapon and once again acknowledged the disparity in strength between herself and Song Qingjing. Qian Daqiang, in agony, felt as if his teeth were being crushed underfoot, accompanied by a sickening crack from his temple. He cried out in distress. Meanwhile, the woman who had remained silent during Qian Daqiang's knocking now turned to Lin Jing, weeping. "Xiaojing, please make him stop. Your father cannot endure this. He is your biological father." Lin Jing felt her axe was not wielded in vain. She regarded this so-called mother with cold eyes and replied flatly, "I warned you. Each time I see him, I will strike." Upon hearing this, the woman who had been clutching her sleeve turned pale and stared at Lin Jing as if she were a stranger. "How could I have birthed such a daughter? How can you truly lay hands on your own father? Regardless of his faults, he is still your father." Though Lin Jing was not one for many words, she possessed an innate talent for retorting. Looking at the woman who accused her, she coldly remarked, "Why have I not seen you show such filial piety towards your own father?" The woman, who had been lamenting with great fervor, was momentarily silenced. Hearing Lin Jing's words, Song Qingjing let out a derisive laugh. Chapter 52. The bully parents. Lin Jing's mother, upon hearing Song Qingjing's scoff, flushed with anger and embarrassment. Observing the emotionless and cold-hearted expression of Lin Jing, she slumped to the ground, stretching her legs as she began to wail. "You ungrateful girl! Without us, would you have your current life? Now that you live well, you forget your biological parents and allow others to bully them." Lin Jing was perplexed. She could not fathom why she should be grateful to them, feeling that she owed her ancestors a bow of gratitude for their benevolence. However, it seemed her ancestors were unreliable, and she could only rely on herself. As the commotion continued, her furious grandparents stepped outside, gazing down at their weeping daughter on the ground, their hearts aching with indignation. "Always causing a scene. What have we done to deserve this? Your father, your father." You repeat those two words endlessly. "I am also your father. Why have I not witnessed any filial respect from you?" Lin's grandfather scolded, his cane pointing accusingly at his sobbing daughter. He remained oblivious to the calamity that had befallen their household, resulting in the birth of a daughter who wreaked havoc upon the family. Initially, he had been ensnared by Qian Daqiang's deceit, insisting that he was the only one for her, to the point of desperation. Qian Daqiang, in his youth, possessed a face that was somewhat pleasing to the eye, yet he was notoriously indolent, and his family was equally infamous for their difficult temperament, particularly his mother, who would undoubtedly make life arduous for Lin Ying. Despite the warnings, Lin Ying was resolute. Reason had been presented, attempts to dissuade her were made, and even harsh words were exchanged, yet ultimately, her parents' concerns fell on deaf ears. Frustrated, they could only witness Qian Daqiang swaggering home with their daughter. Had he shown the slightest sincerity or uttered a few credible words, her parents would not have been driven to such frustration. After Lin Ying's marriage, she appeared to have lost her senses, treating Qian Daqiang as if he were the very center of her universe, hanging on his every word. Lin Ying's grandmother often wondered if she had abandoned her child, as if she had merely nurtured a placenta. Following the birth of 3 daughters, Lin Ying felt an overwhelming guilt towards Qian Daqiang, wishing she could strip her own family bare to support her corpulent yet pitiable husband. "Father, Qian Daqiang is your son-in-law," she exclaimed, her voice laced with resentment. "Or do you believe you have taken what rightfully belongs to me and Qian Daqiang, refusing to return it?" Wang Xiao, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of anger, her eyes reddening. She remarked on the audacity of their uninvited visit, suggesting they had come to capitalize on the news of Song Qingjing's arrival with gifts. Wang Xiao harbored a profound aversion towards them, to the point of nausea, as she pushed open the door and berated Lin Ying. "What do you mean by claiming we have taken what is rightfully yours? You have no right to demand Lin Jing's possessions. You are unworthy of being parents." Lin Ying, witnessing the suffering of Qian Daqiang alongside her cold-hearted parents and daughter, while hearing her sister-in-law's vitriol, was overwhelmed with despair, crying out in anguish, "This is an abomination! An abomination!" The cacophony of voices tested Song Qingjing's patience, yet in the next moment, Lin Ying's wails morphed into a piercing, harrowing scream. Turning, Song Qingjing was met with the sight of an axe, which should have been in Lin Jing's hands, lodged between Lin Ying's parted legs. Remaining composed, Lin Jing noticed Song Qingjing's overly fervent gaze and wished to conceal this troubling scene from him. After a moment of silence, she awkwardly explained that it had slipped from her grasp. The smile in Song Qingjing's eyes deepened as he held Lin Xiaoman. Lin Ying's grandfather observed Lin Ying, who was so frightened that she had lost control of her bladder, and then glanced at the nearly lifeless Qian Daqiang, whom Song Qingjing had kicked. After a brief silence, he suggested they bring her inside. If they did not, and others witnessed the commotion, even though the villagers were aware of Qian Daqiang and Lin Ying's true nature, it would still tarnish Lin Jing and Song Qingjing's reputations. Wang Xiao, filled with disgust, dragged the urine-soaked Lin Ying into the house. Lin Ying, pale and trembling with fear, lacked the strength to resist as she was pulled along. Lin Yong, with a complex expression, retracted his foot from Qian Daqiang's face and offered a seemingly harmless smile to Song Qingjing. Holding Lin Xiaoman, Song Qingjing feigned nonchalance, continuing their conversation. "Uncle, shall we resume our earlier discussion shortly?" Before the interruption from the beleaguered Qian Daqiang, who appeared as if he were on the brink of death, Song Qingjing had just engaged in a conversation with Lin Yong and others about some anecdotes from Lin Xiaoman's childhood, which piqued his interest. Lin Yong, who had previously maintained a relatively cordial demeanor, now regarded the seemingly refined Song Qingjing with a tinge of complexity in his emotions. He chose to set aside such thoughts for the moment, focusing instead on dragging Qian Daqiang into the courtyard, while Wang Xiao promptly secured the door. The neighbors had long grown accustomed to the occasional disturbances brought forth by Lin Jing's parents, and even if they were not close enough to witness the commotion, they would lend an ear, ready to assist Lin Jing's family if necessary. However, they were taken aback by how swiftly the ruckus had subsided today. Could it be that Qian Daqiang had experienced a moment of conscience? Uncertain, they perked up their ears to listen. It was no wonder they speculated thus. After all, Qian Daqiang's misdeeds were not a recent development. Even during Lin Jing's confinement after giving birth to Lin Xiaoman, he had caused a scene, insisting on finding a suitable husband for Lin Xiaoman, while simultaneously seeking a man for Lin Jing who would not mind her having a child. Although that man was older than Qian Daqiang, he had much to offer. A cornered rabbit will bite. How much more so a woman like Lin Jing, who was far from meek. Just days after giving birth, Lin Jing had brandished an axe at Qian Daqiang, and had it not been for a miscalculation, he might very well have met his end at her hands. Furthermore, she had issued a dire warning. Every encounter with him would result in another attempt on his life. Not just him, but also his beloved son was advised to stay away, lest she take drastic measures against the very root of their family's troubles. Lin Jing was a woman of her word, and Qian Daqiang knew she was capable of carrying out her threats. She was a madwoman, one who harbored a deep-seated desire for the demise of his entire family. It had been quite some time since he had dared to show his face before Lin Jing. But upon hearing that Lin Xiaoman's biological father had come to visit and was a wealthy individual bearing gifts aplenty, his interest was piqued. As Lin Jing's father, he felt an overwhelming urge to seize the opportunity for personal gain. Yet, Qian Daqiang was unprepared for the fact that Lin Jing's chosen companion was equally formidable, a fighter. No less. A single kick left him feeling as though his very insides were being torn apart. Neither of these individuals was easy to contend with. Chapter 53. The rogue Lin Jing and Song Qingjing opted to disregard the fearful and resentful gaze of Qian Daqiang, their attention directed squarely at Lin Xiaoman. At that moment, her face was flushed, her small hands clenched into fists, and her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had been invigorated by some unseen force. Her father, remarkably impressive. Song Qingjing enveloped Lin Xiaoman's diminutive fists with his right hand, adopting a serious tone as he imparted wisdom. We must respect our elders and cherish the young. Do you understand? The few individuals present in the room, having just witnessed Song Qingjing's earlier confrontation with Qian Daqiang, found themselves at a loss for how to respond to his seemingly thick-skinned demeanor. Lin Xiaoman, currently in a state of adoration for Song Qingjing, hung onto his every word, nodding earnestly and letting out an enthusiastic mm. Song Qingjing, caught in the captivating gaze of Lin Xiaoman, felt a ripple of emotion within him. Raising a child appeared to be quite an intriguing venture. However, it was unacceptable for his daughter to always behave so obediently. Song Qingjing released Lin Xiaoman's fist, playfully tousling her hair, and in a hushed tone, while Lin Jing was momentarily distracted, whispered, "I will teach you how to fight later." Lin Xiaoman was utterly oblivious to her mother, who possessed remarkably keen hearing. Upon catching those words, Lin Jing's ears subtly twitched. Having overheard Song Qingjing's plans, Lin Jing did not oppose them, even finding some comfort in the idea, as long as Lin Xiaoman was not bullied. Regaining her composure, Lin Ying suddenly sprang up, vehemently pointing at Lin Jing, unleashing a torrent of vitriol that was as offensive as it was crude. The momentary warmth that had blossomed in Song Qingjing's heart evaporated in an instant. A sharp slap echoed through the courtyard, interrupting Lin Ying's piercing tirade. Lin Ying's head was jerked to the side by Wang Xiu's furious strike, her eyes ablaze with rage. Wang Xiu was baffled by how someone like Lin Ying could so effortlessly assume the role of a mother, and why there existed individuals capable of such profound indifference towards their own child. The years of entanglement, quarrels, and insults had left Wang Xiu utterly drained. Yet, these burdens might haunt Lin Jing for the better part of her life simply because she was the biological daughter of these two individuals before her. With a weary gaze, she looked at this once beloved sister-in-law, disappointment lacing her voice as she questioned, "What do you truly want? How will you ever let Lin Jing go?" Lin Ying, shaken from her stupor, covered her slapped face, her eyes wide, as if about to pop from their sockets. Ignoring Wang Xiu's words, she cried, "You dare to hit me?" Raising her hand to retaliate, she was abruptly restrained by Lin Jing, whose dark, oversized pupils glared at her like a vengeful spirit. Lin Ying had never liked those eyes since Lin Jing's birth. They unnerved her profoundly, and after suppressing her fear, she was quickly engulfed by a resurgence of anger. "Lin Jing, I am your mother. How could you possibly side with an outsider against me? I should have never stopped your father." Before she could finish, Song Qingjing interjected, maintaining a smile that belied the coldness in his eyes, as if regarding a mere object. "I understand your agitation, but please, temper your emotions." He glanced at his watch, noting the position of the hands, and continued with a smile, "In a little while, something will occur that will escalate your excitement even further." He cast a scornful glance at Qian Daqiang, who had been feigning innocence on the ground since being dragged in, while secretly instigating Lin Ying's chaos. Whether by coincidence or foresight, scarcely had Song Qingjing's words left his lips when Lin Gui's anxious voice broke through from outside. "Lin Yong, is Qian Daqiang with you? Hurry and tell him to stop causing a ruckus. There's been an incident. His son is in serious trouble." Qian Daqiang, who had been lurking on the ground, waiting for the moment when the outside world would storm in to witness his pitiful state, suddenly sprang to his feet at the alarming news. "What do you mean my son is in trouble?" Meanwhile, Lin Ying, who had been sobbing and wailing, was jolted into a panic by the revelation. Immediately trailing behind Qian Daqiang, as the couple frantically attempted to open the door, only to find it securely shut by Wang Xiu. As Qian Daqiang grew increasingly agitated, the door remained obstinately shut. Their patience was already wearing thin, and in a fit of frustration, Qian Daqiang turned to Lin Yong and shouted, "Are you all deaf? Hurry up and open the door." Outside, Lin Gui was initially anxious, but upon hearing these words, he furrowed his brow in displeasure. This was not a matter concerning their production team. Qian Daqiang's incessant disturbances had become quite tiresome. At his age, one would expect him to manage such trivialities without ordering others around. One might think he had lost his limbs. When Qian Daqiang finally managed to wrench the door open, Lin Gui, observing his frantic demeanor, felt compelled to inform him, "Your son is in town, caught red-handed engaging in rowdy behavior." And now the matter has escalated to the police. Upon hearing this, both Qian Daqiang and Lin Ying felt a wave of darkness wash over them. They were well aware of the severity of charges related to hooliganism, having heard tales of harsh penalties. They had but one son. "Do not linger here. Hasten to the police station. Hooliganism is no trifling matter," Lin Gui advised, noticing the anxious expressions of the parents. However, before he could finish, Lin Ying erupted at the mention of the word hooligan. "What hooliganism? My son is just a child. What mischief could he possibly be up to? It's those shameless people seeking to provoke trouble." Lin Ying's frantic accusations made Lin Gui's expression darken. Who considers a 20-year-old still a child? He merely wished for this couple to leave post-haste to prevent their children from learning such foul language. In her fury, Lin Ying happened to meet the mocking gaze of Song Qingjing and suddenly recalled his earlier words, as if struck by lightning. "It's you, isn't it? You are the one harming my son." Song Qingjing, taken aback, retorted, "Aunt, I do not even know your son. How could I harm him? Am I to forcibly press his hand onto someone else?" Whether he intended it as sarcasm or not, he added with a sneer, "I must be quite talented then." Lin Gui found Lin Ying's irrationality utterly exasperating. Truly, she had lost her mind. It was her son's wrongdoing that led to this situation. Yet she sought to shift the blame elsewhere. His patience waned, and his tone grew harsh. "If you delay any longer, do not hold us accountable when you receive news of your son's demise." The couple, hearing this, bore a grudge against Lin Gui. They shot him a venomous glare. Their hearts filled with resentment, yet they could only rush to the town, fearing for their son's safety. Watching the couple leave with such urgency, Lin Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at her father, filled with such joy that she wished to rush underground and practice a few moves alongside him. Song Qingjing, under Lin Xiaoman's intense scrutiny, coughed, unexpectedly feeling a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 54. What is honor worth? In Nanning County, beside the county hospital, a dilapidated room was crowded with people. On the table lay a half-eaten plate of peanuts. A young man with a buzz cut squeezed in among a group surrounding a smoking man, curiously asking, "Hey, brother how did you manage to get that kid sent in? Wanna know?" Xian leaned against the edge of a recliner, flicking ash from his cigarette. At this moment, the brazen fellow demonstrated remarkable discernment, promptly presenting a brand new cigarette and lighting it up, eager to uncover the truth. After all, it had only been a short while since Chenggu had conveyed the news, and here you were, genuinely sending the person he intended to discipline straight into the fray. Surely, you must possess some secret identity unknown to us. Xian accepted the cigarette, casting a disdainful glance at the foolishly naive fellow, dismissing his absurdity. The others, equally intrigued, gathered around, urging him to elaborate. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Xian remarked, "I lack such formidable prowess. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon that impertinent lad, whose unscrupulous actions have been repeated on more than one occasion. A coward relying on the virtue of those young ladies." He dared not speak up even after being taken advantage of. In truth, he had committed no grave offense. He merely sought out a beautiful young woman in dire financial straits, persuading her to saunter around the frequented paths of Qian Yaozong. Beyond that, he had done nothing else. And what was the outcome? Qian Yaozong, an unrepentant rogue, seized the opportunity when no one was watching and made his move. This time, however, he encountered a formidable challenge. Being caught in the act, the young woman was accompanied by individuals arranged by Xian, who promptly stepped forward to testify. It was not only one witness who observed Qian Yaozong's hand wandering. Many in the vicinity had suffered at his hands, and upon witnessing his disgraceful capture, the onlookers could only cheer and revel in his downfall. Indeed, there was a commotion. Honor is but a trifling matter. The young woman Xian had chosen was a fierce adversary of evil. As a woman of the new era, she possessed both intellect and awareness. Even before Xian's associates approached her, She had contemplated how to deal with the despicable Qian Yaozong. Such a disgraceful being deserved to be sent back to his mother's womb to prevent him from causing further harm. Her fury was largely fueled by the memory of a timid friend who had once been bullied by Qian Yaozong but lacked the courage to speak out. For a long time, she had silently wept over her friend's plight. Only a few days prior, she had inadvertently discovered this injustice, igniting her anger to the point where she wished to flay the wretched Qian Yaozong alive, though her friend had tearfully stopped her, unable to swallow her indignation. It was at this juncture that Xin approached her with a proposal for collaboration. Initially, she felt apprehensive, but when Xin placed a 5 yuan note on the table as a down payment, she felt a shameful stir of excitement. This was merely the initial installment. Upon successful completion of the task, she would receive the remaining half, and any further profits extracted from Qian Yaozong would be hers to keep. With a resolute heart, she accepted the endeavor without hesitation. Subsequently, she exceeded all expectations. Qian Yaozong was detained by the police, and when confronted by the enraged Qian Daqiang and Lin Ying, she stood her ground, boldly retorting to their insults. Lin Ying, spitting venomous slurs, was met with her disdain as the young woman wrinkled her nose. "Are you catching a whiff of your own foulness to hurl such accusations?" Lin Ying nearly fainted with rage, while Qian Daqiang, embarrassed by the spectacle Lin Ying presented, simultaneously harbored a deep resentment for the woman who refused to relent in her pursuit of justice against his son. What harm was there in a mere touch? His willingness to lay hands on her was a mark of esteem. She should consider it a blessing, he thought, and he vocalized his sentiments. Hearing this, Xin's subordinate, tasked with observing, wasted no time in mimicking the actions of Qian Yaozong, and without hesitation, he groped the areas most abundant in flesh, prompting an immediate outburst from Qian Daqiang. Xin's subordinate was tall and robust. Until now, everyone's attention had been focused on him and the girl, completely oblivious to the imposing figure behind them. Qian Daqiang, humiliated, pointed and cursed at the man, who casually dug at his ear, seemingly indifferent. "Didn't you say? Touching you is a mark of respect, a blessing bestowed upon you. You should relish it. How is it that a grown man cannot appreciate such fortune?" Xin's subordinate, with a tongue as sharp as the girl's, engaged in a heated quarrel with Qian Daqiang and his companions. Just as it seemed they would come to blows, the police officer banged the table, demanding, "What is going on here? I called you in to resolve issues, not to escalate conflicts. If this continues, you might as well go home." Fearing for their son's safety, Qian Daqiang and Lin Ying hastily apologized, albeit with veiled jabs at the woman they believed had harmed their beloved son. The woman, feeling the sting of their words, pinched her thigh in anguish. Her eyes welling with tears, trembling with indignation, she pointed at them, exclaiming, "You dare to insult my character. Very well, officer, I refuse any form of reconciliation." As Xin recounted these events, the listeners in the room reacted as if they were attending a dramatic performance, cheering enthusiastically. The remaining peanuts were quickly devoured, and from somewhere, they produced a handful of sunflower seeds, munching eagerly while inquiring, "And then? What happened next?" Xin, leisurely cracking seeds, teased them with suspense until they pressed him for more. He finally spoke, adhering to Cheng Ji's advice, hold back for now and await their sincerity before discussing anything further. This group of young men, in their late teens and early 20s, had no serious business to attend to, yet they were not inclined towards malevolence. Unlike those from East Street, they relished the idea of punishing the wicked and defending the innocent. Among them was a fellow named Ho, whose single character name was Evil. They affectionately called him Monkey due to his lean physique, resembling that of the animal. Quick-witted, with a sharp memory, he recalled Cheng Ji's instructions to teach 2 individuals a lesson. What about the other one? What is the plan for him? This lad thrived on the chaos, seeking not just one spectacle, but 2. When Xin heard Monkey mention the other individual, his eyes reflected not disdain, but outright loathing. He feigns respectability, yet at his core, he is utterly rotten. No need for us to intervene. He is on a self-destructive path. Interestingly, I heard he was recently beaten by that group from East Street. Why would they assault him without cause? What did he do? Although Ho harbored a distaste for the East Street crowd, he understood they were not mindless brutes. They would not attack without reason. Their misdeeds were clandestine, hidden away from prying eyes. He had become addicted to gambling and had accrued significant debts. Rumor had it that if he failed to settle his dues soon, dire consequences awaited him. Though regulations were stringent now, and gambling could not be openly discussed. Those determined to gamble would always find a way. Xian chose not to elaborate further, but they all understood the East Street crowd's methods. It seemed Lin Shunju was in for a rough time. Chapter 55. Do not gaze at me so. In the Qian household, the atmosphere had plummeted to a frigid silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Even the two diminutive children had learned to read the room. Chunku felt a sense of exasperation at this oppressive ambience. She brought the freshly cooked meal into the room, and her mother-in-law, perhaps consumed by fury, had remained bedridden all day. When she finally emerged, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Lin Chunlan, who rushed in with a ghostly pallor, as though she had witnessed something dreadful. Furrowing her brow, Chunku sensed that something was amiss with Lin Chunlan's demeanor, yet she could not fathom what calamity could have befallen her. Ultimately, she shook her head and returned to the confines of her room, hoping fervently that Lin Chunlan would not cause any further turmoil for the family. Meanwhile, Lin Chunlan, trembling uncontrollably, had merely ventured out to observe some commotion. She harbored no ill intentions. Was it not a natural duty for a daughter to honor her parents? She intended to witness Lin Jing being harassed by Qian Daqiang, and then, like a savior, to intervene with a few supportive words, expecting that Lin Jing's character would compel her to express gratitude. However, she was taken aback to find that Song Qingjing was as much of a lunatic as Lin Jing, effortlessly incapacitating the well-known strongman, Qian Daqiang, with a single kick. Moreover, Lin Jing herself proved to be a harbinger of chaos, hurling an axe without hesitation. After all, that was her own father. It became evident to her that these two had skillfully masked their true nature before her mother-in-law, revealing themselves instead as self-serving individuals devoid of familial loyalty. Their offspring, Lin Xiaoman, was not much better, despite her age. She still clung to her father as if her legs were broken, failing to utter a word of protest as her elder was wronged. Lin Chunlan had presumed she was inconspicuous, but as they returned, whether by instinct or due to the noise of her stumbling feet, both Lin Jing and Song Chungjing glanced in her direction. Uncertain if she had been spotted, Lin Chunlan felt a pang of fear regarding potential retribution. Yet her heart simmered with resentment, believing Lin Jing had grown audacious now that she had support. Lin Jing retorted, "I do not possess such inclinations." After departing from the Lin household, Song Qingjing pushed his bicycle while glancing at Lin Xiaoman, who lay languidly on the rear seat, beginning to doze off. Earlier, she had shown trepidation, yet now she clung to her father as though reluctant to part with him. Once assured that the child would not tumble from the bicycle, he turned to Lin Jing and inquired, "What did you discuss with your aunt inside?" Lin Jing paused momentarily, then continued to walk forward nonchalantly, engaging in casual conversation. Song Qingjing had also spoken at length with Lin Jing's uncle outside, reflecting on the challenges she had faced in raising Lin Xiaoman over the years, considering it a series of unforeseen tribulations. Lin Jing was perplexed by the emotions swirling in Song Qingjing's gaze, having rarely encountered such intensity. She was at a loss for how to respond. After a prolonged silence, Lin Jing finally murmured, "Since Lin Xiaoman's birth, I have had many who have supported me. I did not raise her alone. Aunt Qian taught me how to dress children, Aunt Ling instructed me on how to feed an infant, and Sister Ake advised me not to touch water during the postpartum period. I spent an entire month washing Lin Xiaoman's diapers." During her early years, Lin Xiaoman's health was frail. Thus, the childless elder A Kai from the village specially crafted a patchwork quilt for her, believing it would ward off evil spirits and promote her recovery. Although the other aunts and grandmothers in the village looked down upon my situation of having Lin Xiaoman out of wedlock, they could not help but lend a hand when we faced difficulties, often offering a few encouraging words along with some of their own food. Sister Chunlan once provided us with a bowl of porridge during our trying times and even helped return a lost Lin Xiaoman to our home. Song Qingjing, I have been living quite well over these years. There is no need for you to regard me with such pity. Chapter 56. Xiaoman is growing up well. Lin Xiaoman, reclining on the back of the bicycle, was unaware of her father's emotions upon hearing these words. He fell silent for a long while. All Lin Xiaoman knew was that whenever she listened to her mother's stories, her heart felt tender. With each tale recounted, she could envision Grandma Qian dressing her as a baby and Grandma Ling cradling her, gently patting her back as they walked through the house. Considering herself a medium-sized child now, Lin Xiaoman felt immensely fortunate to be surrounded by such kindness from so many. Her little legs swung gently from either side of the bicycle, And as thoughts of the late elder Akai crossed her mind, a bittersweet sensation welled up within her. On their way home, her parents exchanged few words. When they arrived, Song Chungjing lifted Lin Xiaoman off the bicycle and set her down. In that moment, she unexpectedly grasped his hand. When his palm was enveloped by her small, soft fingers, he felt a fragment of his hardened heart soften, leaving a subtle yet profound imprint on his soul. Lin Xiaoman gazed up at her significantly taller father, tugging his hand and leading him towards the cabinet. As Song Chungjing followed her, he had to bend down slightly. The creaky, worn cabinet held a special drawer designated for Lin Xiaoman, containing treasures she could view whenever she wished. Feeling a mix of hesitation and nervousness, she fidgeted with her hands. Noticing her unease, Song Chungjing knelt beside her. Observing the drawer filled with Lin Xiaoman's cherished possessions, numerous and varied, as if this small compartment contained all the kindness she had encountered in her brief years of life. When Lin Xiaoman saw him crouching, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She carefully retrieved a well-worn, patched quilt from the cabinet, exclaiming, "This is from Elder Akai." Though she did not know what a patchwork quilt was, she felt that the quilt, which Elder Akai had lovingly sewn even when the fabric was too tattered to mend, must be something truly precious. As Song Chungjing regarded the fabric, which was neither fine nor colorful, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Lin Xiaoman pointed to the treasures filling her drawer, introducing each one to her father. "This little cricket was made for me by Brother Teasy. He is incredibly skilled. He even takes me to collect duck eggs and secretly hides them for me. He can catch dragonflies, big and plump." The children in the countryside are quite wild, and although Lin Xiaoman is young, she follows them around, rolling in the mud and getting bitten by mosquitoes in the bamboo grove. "This colorful flower was given to me by Sister Ping'an. Her roasted sweet potatoes are simply delectable. She even helps me peel them when they are hot, and she is formidable when it comes to scolding others." Song Chungjing watched as Lin Xiaoman held a floral hairpin with a missing petal, likely broken and thus given to her. Yet, even in its imperfect state, it was invaluable to Lin Xiaoman. "And this," she continued, "was worn by Grandma Zhang's granddaughter. Now that I have grown, it no longer fits me." In Lin Xiaoman's drawer, there were even some beautiful stones, wilted yet well-preserved dried flowers, a desiccated insect, and an assortment of peculiar items, all meticulously stored by Lin Jing, placed lovingly in this drawer belonging to Lin Xiaoman. The treasures within her drawer may not even amount to a single meal at a state-run restaurant for Song Chungjing. Yet she cherished the kindness of everyone, carefully safeguarding their sentiments. As Song Chungjing listened to her patiently introduce the origins of each item, the child spoke slowly but clearly, and he could vividly imagine the scenes she described. Lin Xiaoman treasured the kindness shown to her, for her mother often said that every encounter is fleeting. Much like the first experience of loss Lin Xiaoman faced with the passing of Grandpa Sai, when she could no longer see the grandfather who always sat at the door smiling at them, occasionally sharing fruits, and whose missing front teeth showed when he laughed. Lin Xiaoman felt a deep emptiness within her. It was then that she began to understand her mother's words about the transient nature of encounters. In her earlier carefree days, rushing past Grandpa Sai while he smiled and urged her to play, their time together was quietly counting down. When Grandpa Sai passed away, Lin Xiaoman did not fully grasp the concept of death. She only understood that her mother was preoccupied, busy earning work points and assisting with Grandpa Sai's funeral arrangements. In a daze, she followed them up the mountain, watching the kind man who had always treated her well become a small grave. Amidst the genuine and feigned sobs of those around her, Lin Xiaoman, who had been the one most cherished by him, found herself unable to cry. She did not comprehend why they pointed to a stone, declaring it to be Grandpa Sai. It was only later, when she passed by the spot where he used to sit at the door and found him absent, that she belatedly wept and understood the meaning of death. Longing is not something that occurs suddenly. Rather, it emerges on an otherwise ordinary afternoon. It surges forth when one glances back at the empty doorway, realizing that the familiar figure will never be seen again. On that day, Lin Xiaoman held in her hands the fruits she intended to share with Grandpa Akai, yet they slipped from her grasp. At the threshold of Grandpa Akai's abode, Lin Xiaoman wept inconsolably, submerged in her longing. Song Chungjing observed the child, still enthusiastically showcasing her treasures, and a pang of discomfort stirred within him. It was likely that she had overheard his conversation with Lin Jing, prompting her to invite him to admire her possessions. In her earnestness, she endeavored to construct a portrait of her childhood for him, conveying the message, "Father, see. I am thriving. Though you are not by my side, I am growing well." Chapter 57. Second Uncle Song Chengwang. Song Chengjing inhaled deeply, lifting the little girl into his arms, feeling a blend of tenderness and pity. Lin Xiaoman's small hand brushed against the corner of his eye, perhaps in a gesture of comfort. He was certain that if his sentimental father were present to hear Lin Xiaoman's words, he would undoubtedly weep profusely, embracing her tightly and depleting his savings to shower her with all things splendid. Lin Xiaoman noticed her father pinching her cheek, and, rather than feeling disheartened, she tilted her head, playfully pressing her face against his hand, smiling brightly. The sight melted Song Chengjing's heart. He reached out to gently stroke Lin Xiaoman's head, looking earnestly into her eyes and praising her. "Xiaoman is an exceptionally wonderful child." Flattered, Lin Xiaoman felt a tinge of shyness, burying her flushed cheeks into her father's hand, revealing her clear and beautiful eyes, which sparkled with delight. Her round, cherubic face was soft to the touch, and her smile, framed by her delicate brows, was particularly enchanting. Overwhelmed by a surge of paternal affection, Song Chengjing lifted Lin Xiaoman above his head, allowing her to perch upon his neck. A soft gasp escaped her lips. Being somewhat cautious, she instinctively clutched his head, resting her chin upon it. Although it felt precarious, Lin Xiaoman was a tad apprehensive, not daring to look down. Lacking a sense of security, she clung tightly to her father's head, reminiscent of a child gripping the seat of a bicycle. Song Chengjing, of course, supported her, ensuring she would not fall. He chuckled softly and said to Lin Xiaoman, who was perched on his shoulder, "Come, let me introduce you to everyone. Those who will love you as dearly as Grandpa Kai does." Lin Xiaoman had yet to comprehend the full meaning of her father's words when he, seizing the moment, took a step forward, causing her head to tilt back due to inertia. Fortunately, she held on tightly, and Song Chengjing's arms secured her legs, preventing any mishap. Lin Jing, who was in the midst of washing clothes for Lin Xiaoman, saw Song Chengjing, who had become her makeshift steed, as he stepped through the doorway. Had Lin Xiaoman not been cautious enough to lower her gaze, she might have added a bump to her forehead from colliding with the doorframe. The house had two doors, one leading indoors and another to the courtyard, and she witnessed Lin Xiaoman instinctively bowing her head to evade such an unfortunate fate. Lin Jing remarked. Song Chengjing, having already exited, turned back to the house to clarify. "I'm taking Lin Xiaoman to make a few phone calls." The office of the deputy director of the county hospital. Today, Song Ren found himself burdened with numerous responsibilities. The hospital had recently acquired a new batch of instruments that required his inspection and approval. Amidst the flurry of tasks, his phone rang. Song Ren, who preferred to work undisturbed, displayed an irritable demeanor regardless of the caller's status, whether superior or subordinate. Anyone who interrupted his work was met with a frosty reception. When he answered the call, his tone was curt and impatient, demanding, "Who is it? State your business." The silence on the other end momentarily caught him off guard, and his patience waned further. Typically, if there was no response within 3 seconds, he would hang up, mentally chastising the caller for wasting his time. Just as he was about to disconnect, a timid voice on the line uttered, "Grandpa." Despite nearly ending the call, his hand hesitated at the sound of that affectionate title. "Is that you, Xiaoman?" he inquired, his medical background affording him a remarkable memory, especially when it came to the voice of his beloved granddaughter. On the other end, Lin Xiaoman's cheeks flushed as she clutched the oversized receiver, nodding vigorously. Shortly thereafter, he heard a clatter followed by the sound of laughter from his son. Concerned, he quickly pressed, "What happened? Is everything all right?" Song Chengjing chuckled as he gently patted his daughter's forehead, explaining to his anxious father, "It's nothing." Xiaoman just bumped her head on the receiver while nodding in excitement. Unlike the adults, Lin Xiaoman held the phone in front of her rather than against her ear, and her enthusiasm led to the unfortunate collision. Upon imagining the scene, Song Ren felt a mix of tenderness and amusement, unable to suppress his nagging instincts. "Chengjing, you're a father now. You should pay more attention. You can't let the child bump her head like that. Be more careful in the future." All right. Are you still going to talk, or should I hang up?" "I want to call Urge," he responded. "Hey, why the rush? Xiaoman and I haven't even had a proper chat." Song Chengjing marveled at his father's relentless focus on work, which seemed to overshadow all familial ties. As if even the king of heaven himself would receive no courtesy. Once he ensured Xiaoman's bump was minor, he playfully pinched her cheek, remarking, "You certainly have a way of charming people." Lin Xiaoman, still enraptured by the phone call, continued to address her grandfather, nearly endearing herself to him completely. With a sudden realization that this was indeed her grandfather from the hospital, she gasped in delight. She then began to spin and twirl, showering praises on her grandfather for his remarkable skill in healing her mother and for the delicious eggs he had gifted her, claiming they were extraordinarily tasty. Such adulation filled Song Ren with joy, invigorating him with the thought that he could still work for several more years to earn more for his granddaughter, providing her with delightful treats and pleasures. It is likely due to the prior acquaintance between Lin Xiaoman and Song Ren, having exchanged a few words, that they feel relatively familiar with one another. Song Qingjing noted that Lin Xiaoman was noticeably more talkative this time compared to when she spoke with his elder brother. Their conversation lingered on until it became difficult to part ways. Observing that the phone bill was about to exceed expectations, Song Ren reluctantly ended the call, glancing back thrice before hanging up. After disconnecting, Song Qingjing dialed the front team again. As soon as the call was connected, he announced his second brother's name, and fortuitously, his brother was nearby. Upon learning that it was Song Qingjing on the line, Song Qingheng chuckled first, saying, "Song Qingjing, you rascal, you're making quite the strides. I was just thinking of calling you in the next few days, and here you are calling me instead. By the way, is your little girl with you?" "Yes. She's right here." Song Qingjing cleared his throat, feeling a flicker of anticipation. He had not forgotten his elder brother's earlier, casual boast. Chapter 58. Xiaoman, do not fear. Just move forward. Who is Song Qingjing? He naturally discerned what his second brother wished to hear. Casting a glance at Lin Xiaoman, who was patiently waiting, he deliberately refrained from handing over the phone to her, continuing his banter with his brother. Song Qinhuang thought, this little rascal is certainly being intentional. Song Qingjing was amused by his brother's silence. Initially, Song Qinhuang intended to reprimand him upon hearing his laughter, but unexpectedly, the phone was filled with the delightful giggles of a child. Any intention to scold his younger brother was abruptly extinguished. Through the phone, Song Qinhuang was charmed by the child's sweetness, not to mention the sight of his brother, oblivious to everything, simply laughing along with his daughter. This was his own little girl, and Song Qingjing's once unyielding heart was now nearly melted by Lin Xiaoman's charm. No wonder Qin Xiangzi had been prattling on about his daughter since her birth. Song Qingjing now found himself succumbing to the same urge to boast. Lin Xiaoman, however, was unaware of what made her father laugh. She understood that he was on the phone with her second uncle, his brother, and that they shared a close bond, which brought him joy. Seeing her father happy made her happy too. Song Qingjing, unable to resist the impulse, refrained from touching Lin Xiaoman's face. Despite Lin Jing's admonition against frequent face-touching, fearing it would lead to excessive drooling. Yet, how could this child be so endearing? Wary of Lin Xiaoman drooling, Song Qingjing held back his hand and simply inquired with a smile, "What are you grinning about? What brings you such joy?" Seated on the table with her little legs swinging, Lin Xiaoman gazed at Song Qingjing with starry eyes. Upon hearing his question, she replied without hesitation, "Daddy is happy. So Xiaoman is happy too." Taken aback by her response, Song Qingjing initially thought Lin Xiaoman was merely mirroring his laughter, a behavior some sensitive children exhibit to align with others' emotions. However, looking into her eyes, he realized that Lin Xiaoman was genuinely delighted. She was authentically joyful because he was in a good mood. Unable to contain himself, Song Qingjing gently touched Lin Xiaoman's face with his fingertip, pondering, "Why is it that when I feel happiness, you sense it too?" Lin Xiaoman raised her head with a soft hum, her words tumbling out in a jumble. A remarkably astute child, she recalled her mother's admonition to cherish the kindness of others, and thus, in the depths of her heart, she had established a hierarchy of affection. Previously, her most cherished individuals were her mother, Grandma Qian, and Grandpa Asai, followed by Aunt Tai, grandfather, and her uncles and aunts. However, now Lin Xiaoman wished to add another name to this list. Though Song Qingjing did not fully grasp Lin Xiaoman's words, he sensed a fragment of her thoughts and surmised that he had earned a modicum of her recognition. Yet, this acknowledgement weighed heavily on his heart. What had he done? Was it merely feeding her a handful of peanuts, holding her a few times, or assisting her in making a couple of phone calls, accompanied by a few pieces of candy? Song Qingjing believed he had only performed the most mundane acts, yet these were sufficient for Lin Xiaoman to remember him fondly. Even the wrapper of the big white rabbit candy he had peeled for her was something she wanted to keep. Initially, Song Qingjing could not comprehend why Lin Xiaoman desired a mere candy wrapper, thinking it was just a child's whim. However, Upon witnessing her meticulously folding the wrapper and placing it inside a wooden box, he realized its significance. After carefully securing it within, Lin Xiaoman beamed up at him, proudly declaring, "Now it won't get lost. This box was made by my mother. She said that if you keep things inside, they won't disappear." Lin Xiaoman generously shared her most treasured possessions, pointing at the little box without reservation. As Song Qingjing gazed at the finely crafted wooden box, adorned with a small clasp, he was astonished to discover its contents, trinkets so trivial that even a thief would scoff. Yet, these seemingly insignificant items were Lin Xiaoman's most cherished treasures. Although Lin Jing remained silent, she consistently nurtured and safeguarded Lin Xiaoman's whimsical innocence. Embracing Lin Xiaoman, Song Qingjing let out a long sigh, attempting to soothe his turbulent emotions. His daughter truly had a way of evoking deep compassion. However, aware that phone calls could be costly, Lin Xiaoman furrowed her delicate brows and pointed at the phone, reminding Song Qingjing. "Uncle." The soft utterance of uncle caught Song Qingjing's attention, who, without hesitation, responded cheerfully, startling Lin Xiaoman. Song Qingjing, who had been left hanging for quite some time, was not displeased. Not only had Song Qingjing heard Lin Xiaoman's words, but he had as well. The mere thought of his brother's daughter melted the heart of Song Qingjing, who had long resisted the idea of marriage, now impulsively yearning for a wife and a daughter of his own. Regaining his composure, Song Qingjing addressed Lin Xiaoman in his arms, calling her second uncle, obedient and sweet-tongued. Lin Xiaoman echoed with a cheerful second uncle into the phone, causing the typically stern Song Qingjing to soften his tone, cautious not to frighten her with a loud voice. He even initiated several topics of conversation, to which Lin Xiaoman responded dutifully. Moreover, Lin Xiaoman was uncertain as to where she had acquired this habit. At the conclusion of their call, she would, much like a little old lady, pat the phone and admonish, "Uncle, you must eat well, sleep well, and take care not to fall ill." Song Qingjing found this amusing. Such sentiments were typically expressed only by his parents during their calls, not even by his brothers. Now, however, he was receiving such tender admonitions from a mere 3-year-old child. "All right, uncle understands. Xiaoman must also eat well, sleep well, and take care of herself." Lin Xiaoman nodded in agreement, cautious not to do so too forcefully for fear of bumping the phone again. Both she and Song Qingjing were concerned. The red mark on her forehead had yet to fade. Her skin was too delicate. Thus, when she nodded, Song Qingjing had already covered her forehead with his hand to prevent her from bumping it again. Lin Xiaoman felt the warmth of those large hands on her forehead, her eyes sparkling with delight. Unbeknownst to him, Song Qingjing hung up the phone, settled the call charges, and then lifted the child once more, placing her upon his shoulder as they exited. Once again, Lin Xiaoman found herself perched upon her father's shoulder, yet this time, inexplicably, she felt less apprehensive. Though she had previously harbored fears of heights, pain, and falling, at that moment, she felt none of those trepidations. Her father would protect her, just as he had moments ago when he shielded her from the phone. From her vantage point atop her father's shoulders, she gazed upon the golden fields, the towering trees, the narrow paths between the furrows, and the distant large tree bustling with people, along with the empty house left behind by the benevolent Mr. A. Kai. Lin Xiaoman felt the sweltering heat of summer breeze through, taking in all her favorite sights, as if she could once again hear Mr. Akai's cheerful words echoing in her ears. "Xiaoman, do not be afraid, just move forward." Chapter 59. A little comfort should soothe the tears. Song Qingjing was unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Lin Xiaoman's small mind. He sensed that ever since he had taken her to make a few phone calls, their bond had deepened significantly. She seemed to follow him like a little shadow, and every time he turned, he could see her looking up at him, softly calling Dad. Truly, no matter how hardened one's heart may be, it would inevitably succumb to her charm. He retrieved a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and placed it in Lin Xiaoman's mouth before cradling her in his arms. Scrutinizing her closely, the mosquito bites on her face had nearly healed, though a faint mark remained. The child was quite lovely, albeit a bit slender. She was light enough to carry, and despite his efforts to nourish her with 2 boiled eggs and a bowl of malted milk every day, she had yet to gain any significant weight. As Lin Xiaoman sat on his lap, savoring the candy with a radiant smile, Song Qingjing tenderly stroked her face and inquired, "Do you like it that much?" Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoman nodded vigorously. Seeing her delight, Song Qingjing offered her a handful of candy, but then, reflecting for a moment, He felt compelled to remind her, "You can only have one a day. Too many will give you a toothache." He was determined that her few precious teeth, which her mother had cared for so well, should not suffer due to his indulgence. Lin Xiaoman gazed at the small handful of candy, blinked her eyes, and asked Song Qingjing, "Can Xiaoman give one to Grandma?" Song Qingjing discovered that his daughter, much like himself, possessed a tendency to let good things slip away. Upon hearing her inquiries, he chuckled lightly. "Very well. Can I give one to Brother Tizi?" Lin Xiaoman ventured tentatively. Song Qingjing, with a resigned smile, replied, "Of course. What about one for Sister Ping'an?" He pondered for a moment, recalling the name she mentioned, realizing that Lin Xiaoman might be quite different from him. Embracing her gently, he said, "Once I give it to you, it belongs to you. If you wish to share, then share with whomever you choose." With a joyous exclamation, Lin Xiaoman clutched the candy, and Song Qingjing chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. Elated by her treat, Lin Xiaoman dashed outside, with Song Qingjing following leisurely behind. Observing her as she ran to Aunt Qian's house next door, Aunt Qian was in a foul mood, her health suffering as well. She had no desire to see anyone. Yet, upon hearing Lin Xiaoman call her name, she reluctantly rose from her bed, opening the door to find Lin Xiaoman bursting into her room like a firecracker. Holding the candy aloft on tiptoes, Lin Xiaoman exclaimed, "Grandma Qian, candy. Sweet." Aunt Qian, noticing the precious piece of candy in Lin Xiaoman's small hand, one she knew was expensive, requiring both a sugar ticket and a considerable sum, couldn't resist squatting down to embrace her. A tumult of pent-up emotions welled within her. She found herself at a loss for words, feeling a mixture of affection, sorrow, and guilt towards Lin Xiaoman, especially due to her daughter-in-law. "Grandma?" Lin Xiaoman, clutching the candy, looked a bit perplexed. Taking a deep breath, Aunt Qian finally smiled and said, "You silly child, keep the candy for yourself. Why bring it to an old woman? I have my own. You should enjoy yours." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman mimicked Song Qingjing, bending down to unwrap the candy. Aunt Qian watched her with a smile. But in the next moment, the candy was popped into her mouth, releasing a rich, creamy flavor that swirled sweetly on her tongue. Seeing her enjoy it, Lin Xiaoman revealed her little canine teeth, smiling as her warm little hand gently touched the dry, wrinkled corners of Aunt Qian's eyes. The tender touch of the child's fingertips brushed against her eyelids, and Lin Xiaoman softly reassured her, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." It was reminiscent of the countless times Aunt Qian had cradled her during her falls or illnesses, whispering soothing words to alleviate her fears. Lin Xiaoman feared pain. She would cry from a tumble or discomfort. She sensed that Aunt Qian, too, had the urge to weep. Though she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort, Lin Xiaoman felt that Aunt Qian, much like her when unwell, needed someone to soothe her. With a sweet candy that warmed the heart, the warmth lingered in their eyes. Lin Xiaoman feared the sting of pain, while Aunt Qian likely feared the thought of never seeing Lin Xiaoman again, never having another who would willingly share her precious candy just to comfort her. "My dear Xiaoman." Aunt Qian gazed at the girl she had watched grow up, taking a deep breath to suppress the lump in her throat. She smiled and said, "What could I possibly fear? Xiaoman is well aware that her grandmother is both the strongest and the most courageous." Lin Xiaoman is easily persuaded. She gazes at Aunt Qian with admiration, nodding excitedly in agreement. "Yes, Grandma is amazing." Aunt Qian, wishing to exchange a few more words with Lin Xiaoman, finds her attention diverted as Xiaoman spots Tizi, who still has several pieces of candy in hand. Eager to share, Lin Xiaoman turns to Aunt Qian and exclaims, "Grandma, Xiaoman is giving candy to brother." Aunt Qian, momentarily taken aback, chuckles and waves her hand. Go on, you little chatterbox. Your noise keeps me from sleeping soundly." Lin Xiaoman beams at Aunt Qian, who encourages her to play, and she dashes into the courtyard to find Tizi. Aunt Qian remains indoors, observing the two children chattering animatedly outside. Tizi, having received the candy, shows no restraint. Upon hearing that Xiaoman intends to visit Sister Ping'an, he eagerly expresses his desire to taste her roasted sweet potatoes, deciding to accompany Lin Xiaoman on her quest. As they prepare to leave, Lin Xiaoman calls out to the house, "Grandma, we're going to find Sister Ping'an." Aunt Qian responds, "Off you go? With you two gone, I can finally get some rest." Hearing this, Tizi cheekily retorts, "Grandma, you've been sleeping all day." Aunt Qian stifles a laugh, urging the troublesome children to hurry along, and the two youngsters gleefully scurry about. Just as they are about to exit, Lin Xiaoman instinctively glances back, catching sight of Grandma Qian, who, despite her earlier intention to sleep, stands at her previous spot, watching them with a gentle, benevolent gaze. She waves to Lin Xiaoman, encouraging her to hurry after Tizi, lest she be left behind. For reasons unknown, Lin Xiaoman suddenly recalls the last time someone waved goodbye to her, Grandpa Kai. Once the children have exited, Aunt Qian finally retracts her gaze, intending to return indoors. However, in the next moment, she feels a sudden embrace around her leg. Turning slowly, she sees Lin Xiaoman, who had seemingly run off, back again, hugging her tightly. Lin Xiaoman looks up, smiling brightly, and says, "Grandma, when you wake up, Xiaoman will come back to play with you." Chapter 60, Sweet Potatoes and Milk Candy in Wenyang County, at the Hongqi Commune, in the Shanjian Brigade. Song Chunwang hangs up the phone, his heart still aflame with warmth. His typically stern and serious face now bears a smile, enough to make the brigade leader passing by rub his eyes in disbelief, feeling as if he has mistaken the identity before him. Upon realizing it is indeed Song Chunwang, the brigade leader finds it quite astonishing. "Little Song, what good fortune has befallen you? Why the broad smile? Have you perhaps found a romantic interest?" Despite being a man himself, the brigade leader possesses a curious nature. Song Chunwang shakes his head with a smile. "No romantic entanglements, just a call from home. I was chatting with my little niece for a while." "Little niece? I haven't heard you mention her before." The brigade leader has known Song Chunwang for several years and is quite familiar with him. After all, this young man is clever, capable, strong, and devoid of any airs typically associated with city folk. He is well aware of Song Chunwang's family circumstances. As for the matter concerning Song Qingjing, Song Chunwang refrains from discussing it openly, offering a vague explanation instead. Ultimately, it suffices for others to know that he has a 3-year-old niece. The captain, not giving it much thought, merely assumed that Song Chunwang had never mentioned it before, and now, seeing this rare enthusiasm, couldn't help but chuckle. "If you like them so much, why not have one of your own?" Observing Song Chunwang, he thought he was quite charming. Indeed, this young man was still unmarried, had a good family background, a pleasant disposition, and was responsible and diligent. "You're in your 20s, aren't you? With such qualities, it's not as if you can't find a good wife. Why not marry a fine girl? Would you like me to play matchmaker?" The captain, invigorated by the thought, felt a certain discomfort, akin to seeing a cabbage that had fallen from the basket, which one couldn't ignore. Song Qingjing was somewhat apprehensive of such people. He had no interest in marriage. Back in the city, his mother had urged him relentlessly, and his father would occasionally bring it up, fearing he would end up alone. He had hoped to escape the pressure of marriage by moving to the countryside. However, he soon realized that no matter where he went, he could not evade the topic of matrimony. Although he had just heard the heartfelt words exchanged between Lin Xiaoman and Song Qingjing, which did stir a desire for a daughter within him, he rationally understood that he could not possibly raise a girl of such caliber and promptly relinquished that notion. "By the way, Captain, could I trouble you to ask your wife to help me dry some meat from the wild boar we caught a few days ago? And for the rabbit I hunted, please feel free to share the meat. But could you inquire if your wife could make a pair of gloves for a child from the rabbit fur?" Generous by nature, Song Chunwang was willing to offer compensation for any assistance rendered, ensuring that no one felt taken advantage of. The captain chuckled in response. "Sure, I'll ask around for you." The captain, being quite affable, found a kindred spirit in Song Chunwang and often looked out for him. "By the way, since you'll be returning home soon, bring back some of our local specialties for your beloved niece to try." Song Chunwang, appreciating the sentiment, replied, "Absolutely, the food here is indeed delightful. My parents have been raving about it. I will certainly bring some back for my little niece." Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman, lost in her playful antics, was unaware that her uncle was planning to clear out his belongings in the countryside to present them to her as gifts upon his return to the city. She was currently roasting sweet potatoes alongside her older sister, Ping'an. These sweet potatoes were the small ones left over from a bountiful harvest that did not need to be submitted, which the village children would gather and hoard. At 8 years old, Ping'an was quite capable and generous, and her family was well off enough not to mind the small sweet potatoes the children collected. After enjoying some milk candy from Lin Xiaoman, Ping'an, with a touch of older sisterly bashfulness, chewed on the candy and declared to the 2 younger ones, "Wait here. I won't just take your candy without giving anything in return. I'll roast sweet potatoes for you." She specifically selected the 4 largest sweet potatoes from her collection, found a clear patch of ground, and began to dig, with Lin Xiaoman assisting her, her delicate hands becoming soiled in the process. Song Qingjing found this amusing and leaned in for a closer look. Ping was a child with strong opinions. Upon noticing Song Qingjing's presence, she looked up and said, "Uncle Xiaoman, we only have 4 sweet potatoes, and there isn't any for you. If you want some, you can go home and get one, and I can help you roast it." Ping believed that her companions were truly extraordinary. Song Qingjing perceived that this child was clever beyond her years, playfully inquiring, "How do you know I am Xiaoman's father? And there are 4 of us. Why is there none for me?" Ping, gazing at the 2 faces that were nearly identical, surmised that this uncle must not be very bright. Did he really need to ask? Her eyes were perfectly fine. As for why there were no portions for him among the 4, she chose to remain silent. She had no desire to converse with a fool. So Ping lowered her head and continued her work with the roasted sweet potatoes. Lin Xiaoman, with good intentions, stealthily approached Song Qingjing, leaning in close to whisper softly. Covering her mouth with her hand, it was Xiaoman who said so. She had informed her friends that she too had a father. Even the village children who often bullied her for lacking a father had heard her declare this. Henceforth, they could no longer use that against her when arguing with Sister Ping. Ping was Lin Xiaoman's protector, fiercely watching over her. In the village, there were several rascals who picked on Lin Xiaoman. She would either scold them or roll up her sleeves and confront them directly, tugging their hair and retaliating. Tizi, robust in stature, would take on 3 at once, while Lin Xiaoman showed no signs of fear, boldly charging forward to strike at their legs, her tiny sharp teeth ready to bite. Quite valiant. Yet, the outcome appeared tragic. After receiving a kick that sent her flying, Lin Xiaoman, like a crumpled piece of paper, was hurled far away, nearly brought to tears by the pain. Nevertheless, Sister Ping had advised her that it was better to lose gracefully than to lose her composure. Thus, with tears welling in her eyes, Lin Xiaoman managed to hold back her cries, pursing her lips in a valiant attempt to remain steadfast. If it had not been for old Kai fortuitously passing by and scolding the group of rascals, it was likely that the trio would have borne even more injuries. Old Kai, helplessly observing these young scamps, had no choice but to take them home and treat each to a piece of fruit. Consequently, after her father came to find her, Lin Xiaoman proudly proclaimed to Sister Ping and Brother Tizi that she indeed had a father. After the sweet potatoes were finished roasting, the 3 children did not rush to eat. Instead, they wrapped them up and meandered to a small slope nearby. Out of curiosity, Song Qingjing followed, and upon approaching, he realized it was a modest grave, the resting place of old Kai, who was said to have had a close bond with Lin Xiaoman. Beside the grave stood 2 mulberry trees, and a little further was a field. The 3 children placed 4 sweet potatoes before the grave, each taking one, leaving the largest for the one memorialized on the tombstone. Next to the largest sweet potato were 2 large white rabbit milk candies, one gifted by Lin Xiaoman and the other that Ping had hesitated to consume, wanting to share its flavor with old Kai first. In this chapter, when I became Sister Ping's follower, it appeared that these 3 little ones were familiar visitors to this grave, chattering away in a manner that was hard to decipher. In any case, before the sweet potatoes had cooled, they took them back, breaking them open while still steaming, and the 3 of them shared the largest one. Lin Xiaoman, upon receiving her portion, divided it in half for her father, and sensing its warmth, she gently rubbed it against Song Qingjing's palm, leaving it slightly warm to the touch. The 3 of them were engrossed in their meal, relishing the delicious roasted sweet potatoes. Lin Xiaoman's little face was smeared with the charred sweetness of the tubers, and upon noticing her father had yet to partake, she blinked her eyes and urged him, "Grandpa, Kai has already eaten. You should eat too, Daddy. We must not waste food. It is a shameful act to squander grains." With a firm fist, Lin Xiaoman resolved to be the guardian of sustenance. Having been taught to leave no grain uneaten since childhood, Song Qingjing smiled in response, peeling away the blackened skin of the sweet potato, which had been roasted to a crispness akin to charcoal. If roasted a moment longer, one could likely strike it against the ground and ignite sparks. Nevertheless, as he tore into the scant golden flesh within, he found it surprisingly delightful, sweet, with a hint of smokiness that graced his palate. Lin Xiaoman's fondest memory was of her elder sister, Ping, occasionally preparing roasted sweet potatoes. They were fragrant and sweet, leaving her feeling warm and satiated after each indulgence. Each night, the thought would resurface, bringing with it a nostalgic craving. She believed that when her sister grew up, she could become a master chef specializing in roasted sweet potatoes, selling them in state-run restaurants with great success. By then, she hoped to have also matured, aspiring to be her sister's little apprentice, sharing in the joy of roasting sweet potatoes together. While Lin Xiaoman and her companions enjoyed their roasted delicacies in front of Grandpa Kai, turmoil brewed within the Qian household. When Lin Xiaoman darted into the Qian courtyard, Lin Chunlan inside the house heard the commotion and realized Lin Xiaoman was likely there to boast. Upon learning that Lin Xiaoman had shared sweets with her grandmother and Tizi, Lin Chunlan trembled with anger, feeling that Lin Xiaoman was a heartless ingrate. Why did Tizi receive a share while her own son, Gongzi, did not? Did she look down upon her? Surely, Lin Jing had whispered something to her. Otherwise, why would Lin Xiaoman deny Gongzi a sweet? Her heart ached with the unfairness she perceived, and tears streamed down her face. Coincidentally, Qian Er returned home, and as the two exchanged words, what began as a civil discussion erupted into a fierce argument. It was incomprehensible to Lin Chunlan. She had her own twisted logic. Qian Er could not fathom why a mere piece of candy could escalate to such distress and lamentation. Lin Xiaoman's gift of candy to Tizi stemmed from their close bond. Tizi would protect her and share with her. The omission of Gongzi was simply due to the fact that he was among those mischievous village children who bullied Lin Xiaoman. She was no fool. Why would she reward someone who tormented her? For this reason, her mother had scolded her countless times, and he had reprimanded Gongzi on numerous occasions. Yet, each time he tried to discipline him, Lin Chunlan would rush out, screaming and crying, questioning whether Lin Xiaoman was his daughter or if Gongzi was his own flesh and blood, insisting that he should not discipline his child for the sake of others. Qian Er found it baffling. Clearly, this was a case of Gongzi being the bully. As a father, was he to stand idly by and witness his son stray down the wrong path, only to be corrected by others? Watching his son hide behind Lin Chunlan and stick out his tongue at him ignited Qian Er's fury, prompting him to pull the child out and administer a stern lesson. Each time this matter arises, the two are unable to reach an understanding and inevitably end up in a heated argument. Now, Lin Xiaoman's refusal to share candy with Gongzi has become a source of resentment, and Qian Er is so incensed that he believes Lin Chunlan needs a doctor to treat her mind. As their quarrel escalates, an elderly man suddenly rushes in from outside, crying out, "Chunlan, Chunlan, this is terrible. Your brother has been attacked." Lin Chunlan, who was initially shouting at Qian Er, finds herself momentarily stunned by this revelation, her mind struggling to process it. It is Qian Er who first regains his composure, recognizing the voice of the man outside. He steps forward to open the door, only to be blocked by Lin Chunlan's instinctive reaction. "Where are you going?" she demands. Qian Er, driven to anger by Lin Chunlan's response, shouts back, "That is your father out there. Your brother is the one who has been beaten. Where do you think I can go?" The cries from outside continue unabated, and Qian Er hastily opens the door. It is only then that Lin Chunlan, still reeling from her anger, begins to comprehend the gravity of the situation, and she feels a wave of darkness wash over her, her legs growing weak. Upon opening the door, Lin's father is met with his daughter's blank expression, igniting his fury. "Lin Chunlan, did you not hear what I said? Your brother has been attacked, and you still have the leisure to sit here." As he speaks, he raises his hand, ready to strike. Lin Chunlan instinctively flinches, but Qian Er seizes his hand, his expression grim. This is the Qian household. Take your bravado elsewhere. Most individuals, witnessing such a father and husband, would instinctively know whom to support, but Lin Chunlan has never been an ordinary person. Seeing Qian Er's attitude only deepens her feelings of bitterness and despair. She shoves Qian Er away, tears streaming down her face as she fiercely confronts him. "If you have anger towards me, direct it at me. What does your attitude towards my father signify?" Caught off guard by her push and her words, Qian Er's chest heaves with indignation, a bitter laugh escaping him. He runs his fingers through his hair, pacing in agitation. Turning back to Lin Chunlan, his fury nearly reaches its peak. "Fine, Lin Chunlan, you truly are something. I am indeed foolish for caring about whether your father strikes you. If I concern myself with you again, I will no longer bear the surname Qian." With that, he storms off, initially considering accompanying Lin Chunlan to her maternal home, but then reflecting on the troubles there, troubles that could consume her entirely. Yet, some people simply refuse to acknowledge the good. They complain whether they go or stay. So why should he feel compelled to help? As Qian Er leaves, Lin Chunlan's sobs grow more intense. She knows that Qian Er has long harbored disdain for her maternal family. He looks down upon them. "All you do is cry. Your brother is in trouble, and you still have the time to weep. Hurry, Gather all the money from your room. Your brother is waiting for it. With Qian gone, Lin's father speaks bluntly. Considering the money in his daughter's hands as his own, Lin Chunlan does not find this objectionable. After all, she has only one brother. The members of the Qian family are unreliable, and she will need her brother's support in the future. As she rummages through the cupboard for money, her heart seethes with resentment towards Lin Jing, the treacherous ingrate, convinced that it was she who instigated the attack on her brother by sending someone from the Song family. That person must have acted upon hearing her words. Otherwise, how could her brother have been assaulted so suddenly? Chapter 62. Apologies allow for non-forgiveness. Observing her hesitance, Lin Chunlan's father, eyeing the sum of money in her box, swiftly extracted all of it, exclaiming, "Hurry up! Your brother is waiting for you." Alarmed by the sight of her father clutching such a substantial amount, Lin Chunlan implored, "Father, this is all I have. If you take it all, what will we do from now on?" Gongzi still needs to continue his studies. Upon hearing her words, Lin's father, incensed, admonished her sternly, "Isn't your mother-in-law still around? You won't starve. Gongzi is her biological grandson. Surely she will care for you. Your brother urgently requires money for his survival." His words sent a shiver down Lin Chunlan's spine. Yet as she pondered, she acknowledged the validity of her father's reasoning. After all, could her mother-in-law truly neglect them? Perhaps her habitual favoritism might work in their favor now, allowing them to extract some assistance from her. In her hurried return to her maternal home, she was met with the harrowing sight of her brother, battered and bruised, with a broken leg, and her mother, weeping inconsolably beside him. The sight left Lin Chunlan weak in the knees. As her mother caught sight of her, tears streamed down her face like rain. "Chunlan, you are finally back. Look at your brother. He has been so brutally beaten." Overwhelmed with guilt and anger upon seeing her brother in such a state, Lin Chunlan stepped forward, self-reproachfully stating, "It's my fault, all my fault. I should never have meddled in the affairs of that mother and daughter. I foolishly sent over some vegetables. Now look, I have been repaid with malice." Her husband came knocking, and because of one careless word of mine, Chun's hus has suffered like this. Lin's mother, amidst her sobbing, glanced at her son, bewildered, realizing that the circumstances were not as her daughter had described. Chun's hus, the one who had been assaulted, was far more aware of the truth than Lin Chunlan. He had been beaten for losing a bet and being unable to repay his debts, resulting in a thrashing from the thugs of Shijia. This was no isolated incident. It was a well-known predicament, far removed from Lin Chunlan's narrative of a vengeful husband. However, if a plausible reason for the beating was at hand, would it not be a wasted opportunity to utilize it? Immediately, Chun's hus began to wail, "Sister, this is all your fault. Look at what they have done to me. I demand compensation." Hearing this, their parents feigned anger, chiming in, "Yes, you must compensate him. Otherwise, you need not return to this family." Lin Chunlan, feeling a mixture of sorrow and distress for her injured brother, was also apprehensive at the thought of her parents forbidding her from returning home. She felt it was indeed her obligation to repay her brother. Tentatively, she inquired, "Compensation?" "Sister will undoubtedly compensate you. Just name your price." Chun's hus, desperate for funds to repay his gambling debts, seized the opportunity and, with shrewdness, declared, 500. Not a penny less. 500. The news of Chun's hus predicament alongside the troubles faced by Qian Yaozong swiftly spread through the village. One had been imprisoned, while the other had suffered a broken leg. Everyone recognized them as two calamities, met with applause from the onlookers. Yet, some pondered the uncanny timing of events. Just as Lin Xiaoman's father arrived, the two who had tormented her most severely encountered misfortune. Those contemplating this were largely those with guilty consciences, and soon, many arrived at Lin Jing's home, carrying baskets of vegetables or eggs, accompanied by their own mischievous offspring. They came to express their apologies, acknowledging that the children had behaved foolishly in their earlier skirmishes, and assured that they had been sternly reprimanded, promising that such incidents would not recur. Previously, when Lin Xiaoman was bullied, Lin Jing had sought an explanation, yet those involved merely laughed it off, dismissing it as childish play, insisting that they were all from the same village and that creating a scene would be unseemly. However, Lin Jing was determined to make a scene and refused to let anyone save face. What need was there for dignity or propriety? After returning home, Lin Jing deliberately refrained from trimming Lin Xiaoman's nails for a time, teaching her how to strike where it hurts and how to defend herself. When the children inevitably clashed again, she would coldly remark that children were naive and that adults should not meddle, But should the other party truly hold Lin Xiaoman accountable, she would certainly escalate matters once more. In essence, no one was permitted to bully her daughter. Those who had once scorned them were now hastily apologizing. Intimidated by the affairs of Qian Yaozong and Lin Chanch, Lin Jing, with a hint of stubbornness, insisted that apologies should be directed to Lin Xiaoman, not to Song Qingjing, for it was Lin Xiaoman who had been wronged. As for whether to accept the apologies, that was contingent upon Lin Xiaoman's wishes. Coincidentally, Ping Yin and Tai Zi were present, visiting as usual, and they encountered this situation. At her mother's signal, Lin Xiaoman stood before her tormentors, who were clearly still unrepentant. Some with tears on their faces and mucus clinging to their noses. One particularly obstinate child, resembling a stubborn little calf, sobbed heavily while glaring at Lin Xiaoman, shouting through tears that she had bitten him first. Lin Xiaoman, mimicking her sister Pingyan, placed her hands on her hips and boldly retorted, "You hit me first. That is why I bit you. And you kicked me too." She felt justified, recalling how she had been airborne for a moment. The mother of the boy beside her saw Song Qingjing's darkened expression and immediately slapped her son, raising her voice to scold. When told to apologize, just apologize. If you've erred, shouldn't you recognize your mistake? Seeing his mother's anger, he was frightened into crying out, "I'm sorry." The other parents also urged their children to apologize, instructing them to speak loudly, urging that the past be forgotten now that apologies were made. Lin Xiaoman pointed to Ping Yin and Tai Zi behind her, insisting, "You must apologize to Sister Ping Yin and Brother Tai Zi too. You hit them as well." One apology was insufficient. They had to acknowledge two more. Yet, with their parents' hands still poised, whether they wished to or not, they gritted their teeth and offered their apologies. Lin Pingyan, who often fought with them, relished their discomfort, his spirits soaring as he affectionately ruffled Lin Xiaoman's hair, praising her until she shyly covered her face and shifted her feet. The mother of the loudest crying boy glanced awkwardly towards Song Qingjing, then offered a sheepish grin to Lin Xiaoman. "Ah, Xiaoman, your brother has already apologized to you. Moreover, you did indeed bite him initially. Let us leave this matter be. After all, you are just a child, and there is no need for such a tempestuous temperament. We are all from the same village, destined to encounter one another frequently. I have even brought a basket of eggs for you." Lin Pingyan, who is typically fierce and protective of her offspring, felt a stir of displeasure upon hearing this. It was her son who had bullied the most, acting quite maliciously. She had always been the one to defend him most fervently. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoman managed to evade the aunt's touch and stated, "I have heard the apology, but I do not wish for your gifts, nor do I desire to play with them." Lin Xiaoman remembered her mother saying that an apology signifies a wrongdoing by another, and it does not necessitate her to respond with its fine every time someone utters an apology. Who decrees that an apology must be met with forgiveness? Lin Xiaoman reserves the right to withhold forgiveness from those who have wronged her. Chapter 63. Sister Pingyan's fondness for her initially displeased at being coerced into apologizing. The obstinate little rascal cried out, "Who wants to play with you? I don't want to play with you." After declaring this, he paid no heed to Lin Xiaoman's reaction and cried out to the heavens, feeling utterly wronged. Was it merely pushing Lin Xiaoman once in passing, occasionally pinching her cheeks, or tugging her hair and soiling her dress? Why must he be compelled to apologize to Lin Xiaoman? Had she ever been easy to provoke? He felt aggrieved, especially as Pingyan, known for her fiery temper, chastised him. The child, even while crying, did not forget to retort, determined not to lose face. As the children continued their quarrel, the parents stood by, covering their mouths in an attempt to intervene, yet finding themselves utterly unable to do so. In the end, they were left with neither laughter nor tears. Song Qingjing, initially incensed by the news of Song Xiaoman being bullied, felt a simmering anger within. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Xiaoman standing with hands on her hips, mimicking Pingyan like a parrot, echoing her every reprimand, he realized that Lin Xiaoman had not held on to her anger. Lin Xiaoman had accepted their apologies but did not wish to play with them, and that was perfectly acceptable. Song Qingjing adhered to Lin Xiaoman's wishes, confiscating the items they had brought. The other parents, anxiously glancing at Song Qingjing's demeanor, felt a wave of relief wash over them upon confirming he bore no ill intentions. They understood that the children's affairs could conclude amicably, thanks to Lin Xiaoman's grace. Having been thoroughly intimidated, the parents looked at their unruly children, determined to discipline them sternly to prevent any future calamities akin to those involving Qian Yaozong and Lin Chunzu's. The most mischievous children in the village returned home to receive a thorough reprimand, followed by a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. Amidst a chorus of wails and cries, the three children, however, were filled with joy, racing back and forth in the courtyard, their foreheads glistening with sweat. Yet undeterred in their exuberance, the spirited Ping'an even lifted Lin Xiaoman, twirling her around in delight. Lin Xiaoman's little legs soared through the air, and when she was finally set down, she reached out to Ping'an for another embrace, yearning for yet another whirl. The chubby Teasy wished to join, but was met with a disdainful glance from Ping'an, who teased him for his rotund figure. Yet, in the end, she gritted her teeth and awkwardly spun around with him in her arms, only to be left panting with exhaustion upon setting him down. Upon witnessing Ping'an's fatigue, Lin Xiaoman rushed over, clasping her hand and affectionately nuzzling her cheek against it, showering her with admiration, declaring Ping'an's sister to be formidable, the most formidable of all. The afternoon sun bathed the scene in warmth, causing Lin Xiaoman's eyes to glimmer with excitement. With a playful hum, Ping'an ruffled Lin Xiaoman's messy hair. Her spirits lifted as she decisively proclaimed, "Let us go. I shall take you to catch dragonflies." At the mention of this adventure, Lin Xiaoman and Teasy promptly obeyed. Scurrying off to find bamboo poles, they planned to wrap a thinner rod around the bamboo, then adorn it with a bit of spider silk, ensuring their success in capturing dragonflies. Summer brought an abundance of dragonflies to the fields, and they could spend the entire afternoon playing, catching, and releasing them joyously. While they sought out the bamboo, Ping'an waited like a dignified elder, occasionally wandering about. In an unguarded moment, she overheard Lin Xiaoman's parents discussing their plans to return to the city after marriage. It was clear that Lin Xiaoman could not remain here indefinitely, and this weighed heavily on Ping'an's heart. At 8 years old, Ping'an was perceptive and mature, unlike her two naive companions. She comprehended the gravity of loss. Asai had passed away, and they would never see him again. He would no longer come to their aid when they were bullied, nor would he leave behind the sweetest fruits for them, or share enchanting tales of Beicheng they had never heard before. She understood that some people departed and dispersed, never to return. Her closest friend, Xiaozue, had gone to the city with her mother, never to be seen again. Every day, Ping'an waited at the village entrance for her return, but it never came. Eventually, she grasped that those who went to the city seldom returned. They led better lives and had no desire to return to the hardships they once endured. Ping'an also realized that if Lin Xiaoman went to the city, she too would not come back. She would meet new people and perhaps a new sister, Lin Xiaoman. Being so endearing, would surely find many who cherished her in the city. Yet, she worried for Lin Xiaoman, wondering if she would face bullying without her support. The thought of Lin Xiaoman being hurt without her to provide comfort filled Ping'an's mind with turmoil. Sensing Ping'an's distress, Lin Xiaoman abruptly released the precious bamboo pole they had painstakingly found for catching dragonflies. She dashed over, her little legs moving swiftly, standing before her beloved Ping'an, gazing up in admiration at her most revered sister. Lin Xiaoman furrowed her brow in concern, suspecting that perhaps the commotion caused by the dog earlier had displeased Ping'an, who favored beauty above all. Hearing the voice, Ping'an gently caressed Lin Xiaoman's face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She watched Lin Xiaoman grow up, saw her running behind her, sharing sweet potatoes, engaging in playful fights, and shedding tears and laughter together. The thought of never seeing Lin Xiaoman again filled her with an unbearable sorrow, reminiscent of the pain she felt upon learning of Akai's death, an irrevocable farewell. Ping'an lowered her head, taking a deep breath, reassuring herself that if Lin Xiaoman could lead a better life, free from the hardships she currently endured, then perhaps her absence would not be so grievous. She wished for Xiaoman's happiness, for her to be with her parents, to thrive and blossom beautifully. With a stubborn lift of her chin, despite her blurred vision, she pinched Lin Xiaoman's cheek, teasingly calling her smelly Xiaoman, asserting that she would not miss her at all. She was Lin Xiaoman's big sister, Ping'an, resolute in her affection and unwillingness to part with her. Lin Xiaoman, though still young, might soon forget her, but that was acceptable. When she grew older, she could seek her out, wiping away a nearly fallen tear while Lin Xiaoman was distracted. Ping'an then instructed Qian Tizi to fetch a bamboo pole, eager to lead them in catching dragonflies. Her mood lifted. Lin Xiaoman, having her face pinched and teased, laughed along. She knew that her Ping'an's sister adored her the most. In Chapter 64, Severing Ties, Lin Xiaoman accompanied her sister Ping'an to catch dragonflies while Song Qingjing and Lin Jing discussed their impending marriage. They were not averse to one another and decided to obtain a marriage certificate, thus legitimizing their intention to bring Lin Xiaoman back to the city. However, one matter required resolution before that could happen. With the wedding approaching, Song Qingjing did not conceal his arrangements regarding he xin from Lin Jing, viewing it as a test to gauge her reaction. Upon hearing this, Lin Jing nodded and inquired, "How should I cooperate?" Song Qingjing smiled, admiration flickering in his eyes. Yet, before they could ponder the matter further, the issue presented itself unexpectedly. Before they even entered the house, the sound of weeping reached them. Lin Jing's mother, Lin Ying, was not feigning sorrow this time. Her cries were heart-wrenching. To prevent Lin Xiaoman from being frightened during the day, the courtyard door had been left ajar, inadvertently allowing Lin Ying and Qian Daqiang, both weeping with snot and tears streaming down their faces, to enter. Upon seeing Lin Jing, Lin Ying's face contorted in rage as she screamed, "You heartless wretch! Do you wish to bring harm to your brother? Was it you who urged your man to hurt him? How can you call yourself a sister? Have you lost all sense of decency?" Without hesitation, Lin Jing turned to fetch an axe, suspecting that this couple must have some issue with their hearing or reasoning, as they seemed to have forgotten the consequences of their previous encounters. Qian Daqiang had initially intended to appeal to Lin Jing's emotions, but seeing her ready to retrieve a weapon, he realized that their relationship was devoid of any genuine affection. She had been raised in someone else's household and remained ungrateful. "Enough, Lin Jing. I know you instigated this. Just tell me what you want, and we will provide it." Qian Daqiang, having encountered more people and consumed more rice than Lin Ying, ceased his cries and merely fixed a fierce gaze upon Song Qingjing. Lin Jing paused momentarily, yet still felt reassured once she grasped the axe firmly. Under the scrutiny of Song Qingjing, who stood about half a head taller than Qian Daqiang, the latter feigned ignorance, questioning, "What have we done? Do I possess such power to command your son to shamelessly harass others?" Qian Daqiang and Lin Ying, consumed by urgency, had no time to engage in Song Qingjing's banter. Qian Daqiang, in a fit of desperation, struck the table in the courtyard several times. "Do you dare claim that wretched woman is not of your doing? She is hell-bent on imprisoning Yaozong. Can you truly insist that this bears no connection to you?" Song Qingjing shrugged nonchalantly. "We lack such influence. If the young lady is unwilling to reconcile, what can I do?" As time dragged on, it became apparent that Yaozong was in dire straits, and faced with the obstinacy of the individual before him, Qian Daqiang, though furious, could only suppress his anger and plead. "What do you desire? What must we offer for you to relent? Just give me a clear answer, and I shall comply." Hearing this, Song Qingjing clicked his tongue, hesitating briefly as he noticed their palpable anxiety. "Very well, since you have broached the subject, I am not unreasonable. I require but two things. Speak." Qian Daqiang and Lin Ying urged him to continue. "First, you, Lin Jing, Lin Xiaoman, and the Lin family must sign a severance agreement, renouncing any ties henceforth. This matter must also be publicly announced, with all necessary documentation in order." Song Qingjing extended a finger, his gaze unflinchingly fixed upon the two before him. A tremor coursed through Qian Daqiang and Lin Ying's hearts. Should the severance truly be signed, Lin Jing would thereafter have no connection to them. They opened their mouths to protest, but upon meeting Song Qingjing's unwavering eyes and recalling the recent events, they realized that arguing would yield no benefit. The pain in Qian Daqiang's heart stemmed not merely from the thought of severing ties with his daughter, but from the loss of a dependable ally. "Fine. Let it be so. Lin Jing, do not regret this later." Qian Daqiang glared at Lin Jing, responding in anger. Song Qingjing acknowledged this. "Good. Shortly we shall visit Uncle Lin Gui to find a few elder witnesses for signatures. The announcements must be completed without exception." Qian Daqiang harbored thoughts of subterfuge, yet they were swiftly extinguished. He felt a deep-seated resentment, yet dared not confront Song Qingjing directly, resorting instead to exclaiming irritably, "Enough! Let us hear the second demand." Without further ado, Song Qingjing continued, "The second matter is simple as well. The sum you have extracted from the Lin family over the years, with interest included, amounts to 200 yuan. Should you wish for that young lady to reconcile with you, the total rises to 300 yuan. In total, 500 yuan. Pay the sum, and this affair shall be considered resolved." Upon hearing this, Lin Ying sprang to her feet, shrieking sharply, 500? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Isn't that money merely what you've pilfered from the Lin family?" With a nonchalant demeanor, Song Qingjing retorted, unfazed by their outburst. He merely glanced at his watch, tapping it lightly. You have all the time in the world. But whether Qian Yaozong can afford to wait is another matter entirely. Qian Daqiang and Lin Ying trembled with rage, pointing at Song Qingjing, as if they might faint at any moment. However, having indulged themselves with the finest of sustenance over the years, the prospect of fainting was utterly implausible. As Qian Daqiang's gaze fell upon the incessantly ticking watch on Song Qingjing's wrist, darkness enveloped his vision. This time, his heart truly bled. Fine, 500 yuan. I will give it to you. My kindness has reached its limit. Qian Daqiang uttered these words through gritted teeth, fearing he might spew blood at any moment. All right, I shall now seek Uncle Lin Gue. You two return home for the money. The sooner this matter is resolved, the sooner we can settle things with Qian Yaozong. Song Qingjing stood his ground. What he desired had yet to be acquired, and he would not yield. Though loath to comply, Qian Daqiang had but one son, and if he were to lose him, the Qian family would truly face extinction. All his fury could only be directed at Lin Ying, the seemingly useless one. What are you dawdling for? Hurry back and fetch the money. Lin Ying, incensed and aggrieved by his outburst, ultimately complied, her heart bleeding as she returned for the money, muttering curses upon Lin Jing, denouncing her as a wretched debt collector. Meanwhile, Song Qingjing seized the opportunity to summon Uncle Lin Gue and several elder villagers, enlisting Uncle Lin Gue's son, Lin Minfu, to draft 2 letters of severance. After Qian Daqiang inscribed his name and pressed his seal, he tossed the document to Lin Jing, who then signed her name and affixed her own seal. Just then, the rambunctious Lin Xiaoman returned, bewildered by the gathering in her home. Upon hearing Song Qingjing call her, she eagerly approached her father. He briefly elucidated the situation before taking her right hand, guiding her to write her name. Upon completion, Lin Xiaoman glanced up at her father and then down at the 3 characters on the paper, her heart racing with trepidation. She fixated on her name for several moments before, following her mother's instructions, she touched the red clay beside her and then pressed her crimson thumbprint upon her name. With warm tears brimming in her eyes and her heart ablaze, she felt a sense of liberation as she severed ties with her mother and this villain. Assured that this wicked man could no longer harm their family, would this not mean that they would no longer suffer as depicted in the tales? Chapter 65. This is her father Lin Ying, likely driven by concern for her son, hastened back with the money at an unprecedented speed. Upon her return, her eyes burned with a fury that could consume Lin Jing and Song Qingjing. Gone was the meek demeanor she typically displayed when her daughters faced punishment. Song Qingjing's demand for severance was not merely aimed at Lin Jing and Qian Daqiang, but extended to Lin Ying and the entirety of the Lin family. What audacity did she have to cause such turmoil, merely leveraging her identity as a member of the Lin family for endless disturbances? It was time to cut all ties decisively. Upon hearing this, Lin Ying realized that her familial safety net was being ruthlessly severed. Naturally, she wept and protested vehemently, declaring her parents' love for her, crying out to the elderly couple, and lamenting her brother's absence. Nonetheless, over the years, Lin Ying had turned a blind eye to Qian Daqiang's transgressions, allowing him to deplete their resources and enduring his insults, theft of their grain, and the disgraceful rift that had formed. The series of events unfolded with a clear intention to leave them no escape, despite any affection once bestowed upon her. The elders of the Lin family and Lin Yong had long since lost hope in their daughter and sister. As for Wang Xiao, the sister-in-law, her feelings had transformed from mere disappointment to a profound hatred for Lin Ying. It was said that Wang Xiao was more than eager to sever ties with Lin Ying, even going so far as to summon her still-studying son to sign the necessary documents, ensuring they would never again be entangled with this troublesome relative. She had grown fearful of her sister-in-law, whose sole fixation on wealth had produced a most ungrateful creature. When Qian Daqiang observed Lin Ying's reluctance, he kicked out in anger, berating her for her hesitance. He warned her that should anything happen to Yaozong, she would bear the brunt of the consequences. Lin Ying, lacking any retort to Qian Daqiang's aggression, attempted to protect him, questioning the intentions of the Lin family. What are you trying to do? Are you bullying me? What does this mean for you, Lin family? Initially, Lin Mu had felt a twinge of sympathy for her daughter after the kick, but upon hearing Lin Ying's outburst, her fury surged, her hand shaking as she pointed at Lin Ying. Fine. If this is how it is, then why waste words? Let's sever ties right now. I will consider you no daughter of mine. From this point on, your fate is no longer my concern. Even the most beloved child can reach a point of utter desolation. The Lin family had indeed cared for Lin Ying, yet since her entanglement with Qian Daqiang, she had become entranced, placing him above all else. Lin Ying, feeling both wronged and enraged, thought to herself, what good were these family members? Even if she severed ties with the Lin family, Daqiang would undoubtedly still treat her well. With him and their son, she felt complete. Let it be. Once Yaozong succeeds, don't come seeking me. When we prosper, you shall not take a single cent from me. Lin Yong, incensed, pointed at his sister, angrily shaking his hand before turning away to affix his thumbprint. Lin Gui and the captain of Qian Daqiang's team bore witness as the two families formally severed their ties, rendering them mere strangers henceforth. The villagers, upon witnessing this separation, felt no concern. Such relatives were better off severed, and had it not been for the shameless Qian, the ties would have been cut long ago. There had been prior discussions of severing ties, but nothing could reign in the raucous Qian Daqiang. Now, it seemed that Xiaoman's father had employed some means, and as long as the ties were severed, that was what mattered. The villagers rejoiced for the Lin family, as they could now find peace without the incessant disturbances caused by the Qian family. After the ties were severed, Song Qingjing presented the severance document to Lin Jing and Lin Yong, instructing them to keep it safe. Lin Xiaoman, cradled in Song Qingjing's arms, stretched her neck to get another look. Amused, Song Qingjing pondered how a tiny child, who could hardly comprehend the situation, remained so curious. As the crowd began to disperse, Qian Daqiang glared fiercely at Song Qingjing, who held Lin Xiaoman, and through gritted teeth demanded, this connection, as you claimed, is severed. Here is the money, 500 yuan, count it. As Qian Daqiang extracted such a substantial sum of money, the Lin family felt a pang of anguish in their hearts. Where had this money come from? If not from their own hands, extorted and seized over the years. For so long, they had stirred up turmoil. Yet it was the Lin family who now lived in comfort. This 500 yuan was not the sole amount. It also included the dowries they had received for marrying off their daughters, disregarding their well-being, merely seeking to extract a greater sum for the dowry. Thus, eldest sister Lin married a limping man who was easily manipulated, while the second sister was a considerably older gentleman. Yet, they managed to hold sway over their households, ensuring that funds were sent back to support Qian Daqiang and his family. Over the years, their lives had been far more prosperous than those of the Lin family. However, this 500 yuan had nearly depleted their savings. But fear not, they could always compel those two daughters to contribute a little more. Here is the money. Hurry, get that vile woman to release our Yaozong. Qian Daqiang felt an acute pain in his heart at the loss of such a hefty sum. Were it not for the fact that he had only this one son, he would have been indifferent to his well-being. With the severance letter and money in hand, Song Qingjing had no intention of letting Qian Daqiang's family off so easily. However, patience was key. Taking measured steps, he handed the money to Lin Jing, instructing her to return 200 to the Lin family. As for him, he cradled Lin Xiaoman and made his way to the production team, calling Shanzi to inform He Xin that this matter was to be resolved for now. Qian Daqiang, having heard the completion of the call, rushed back to the commune, fearing for his son's safety. Watching Qian Daqiang and Lin Ying's figures recede, Lin Xiaoman gradually relaxed her small frame, leaning against her father's shoulder. After a long day of play, her eyelids began to droop. Song Qingjing glanced at the drowsy child resting on his shoulder and smiled, adjusting his hold on her. Surprisingly, in just a few days, he had grown adept at carrying children. As he held Lin Xiaoman, who was dozing off, he noticed her high body temperature and fear of heat. Yet, nestled against his equally warm form, she slept soundly. The scent wafting from his nose was that of his favorite soap, refreshing and pleasant, far superior to the stale odor of many uncles in the village who smoked. Lin Xiaoman, in a daze, thought of her father, who would carry her on his shoulders, defend her from bullies, hum a tune she didn't recognize, and shield her from the sun's rays, swaying as he brought her home. She quietly clutched his shirt, her eyes glistening with the slightest hint of moisture. For she was a tad frightened, worried that this was merely a dream she had conjured to soothe herself. Chapter 66. Xiaoman returns to the city exhausted from play. Lin Xiaoman, carried back by Song Qingjing, remained in a deep slumber when placed on the bed, even snoring softly from her fatigue. Lin Jing brought water to bathe Lin Xiaoman, cleaning her body and also wiping the child's face, which had become smeared with the dark residue of roasted sweet potatoes. Half of it still stuck from where she had wiped it clean. When Song Qingjing entered and saw the black smudge on his white short-sleeved shirt, he realized where the other half of the grime had come from. Your clothes are dirty. Change them, and I'll wash them together. Lin Jing held Lin Xiaoman's soiled clothes in her arms and glanced at Song Qingjing's garments, stained by Lin Xiaoman. To avoid disturbing Lin Xiaoman, she spoke in a hushed tone. Initially, Song Qingjing intended to decline, but upon reflection, considering that he and Lin Jing had mutually agreed to register their marriage, he realized that continuing to interact in such an awkward manner was impractical. Very well, then, I appreciate your help. After discussing the matter of Song Qingjing's dirty clothes, Lin Jing retrieved a wad of cash from her pocket and handed it to him. As per your suggestion, I have returned to the Lin family the money that Qian Daqiang had taken over the years, a total of 197 yuan and 63 fun. The remainder is here. Please take care of it. Song Qingjing did not hesitate to accept the money, but felt compelled to clarify. This amount needs to be given to the individual who reported Qian Yaozong. This time, we are primarily relying on her. Lin Jing nodded in understanding, and Song Qingjing added, I will have my friend deliver it to her. This time, it is mainly dependent on the two of them. Later, you can bring Xiaoman, and we shall invite them for a meal together. All right. Although Lin Jing was not fond of social niceties, she was not oblivious to their importance and recognized that this situation was indeed thanks to their efforts. Severing ties with Qian Daqiang and cutting off relations alleviated some of the burdens she had been carrying, ensuring that Qian Daqiang could no longer threaten her or Lin Xiaoman. She gently stroked Lin Xiaoman's sweaty head, using a fan to provide a slight breeze, which brought a modicum of relief to the stifling room. When Lin Xiaoman awoke, the enticing aroma of food roused her. Her stomach stirred before her mind was fully alert. With her eyes still shut, she wriggled on the mat, using her face to leverage herself up and steady her swaying body. Song Qingjing, nearby, was engaged in wood carving. Noticing Lin Xiaoman's awakening, he handed her a small, polished wooden carving to play with. Lin Xiaoman's hair was tousled and voluminous, resembling a curly cloud. Song Qingjing tidied her hair a bit, still half asleep. She clung to him and softly called out, Daddy. Even the most stoic of hearts would soften at such a tender moment. He bent down to scoop up the groggy Lin Xiaoman and carried her to the dining table, where a bowl of meat, a bowl of greens, and a bowl of egg custard awaited. Lin Xiaoman had her own special stool, crafted by her great-uncle, designed to accommodate her small stature, ensuring she could reach her food. Unlike children in the city who often needed to be fed, most rural children were well-behaved at mealtime. At 3 years old, Lin Xiaoman independently savored her meal, her appetite evident. The egg custard was garnished with a touch of pork fat and some chopped scallions. Lin Xiaoman, unpicky, eagerly took large spoonfuls for herself and even served her parents each a spoonful, embodying a spirit of generosity that delighted in sharing her good fortune. Once Lin Xiaoman had finished her meal and her belly was round and content, Lin Jing wiped the remnants from the corners of her mouth. Lin Xiaoman was in high spirits today, having enjoyed sweet potatoes and candy, visited Grandpa Asai, and played with Sister Pingyan, catching dragonflies. She also savored a generous bowl of egg custard and meat, patting her belly while humming a cheerful tune. Song Qingjing exchanged a glance with Lin Jing, and it was he who broke the silence. Xiaoman, he called, and she, swaying her little legs and still patting her belly, eagerly responded, Daddy. Sometimes, a child's overly sweet tongue can lead to complications. For instance, Song Qingjing found himself hesitating, his intended words twisting in his mouth, becoming roundabout. After a moment, he managed to ask, Xiaoman, have you met Grandma and Auntie? Do you like them? Lin Xiaoman pondered for a moment, recalling her gentle grandmother and beautiful aunt. Nodding, she replied, I like them. They are pretty and kind to me. Hearing this, Song Qingjing felt a sense of relief and continued to coax her. You've chatted with Grandpa and your uncles before. They like you very much, but you haven't met them in person yet. Would you like to? Remembering the phone calls, Lin Xiaoman felt shy, but nodded enthusiastically yes. I want to see my uncles. Having met her grandfather already, she felt less urgency to see him again, thinking to herself how clever she was. After laying such groundwork, Song Qingjing finally revealed his true intention. Then Xiaoman, our family will move to the city together. What do you think? Lin Xiaoman, oblivious to any underlying issues, blinked in surprise. She recalled her previous visit to the county town, filled with delightful foods and exciting sights. Overwhelmed by the thrill of play, she nodded without hesitation. Okay. Her reaction exceeded Song Qingjing's expectations, and he let out a sigh of relief. Lin Jing, understanding her daughter, said nothing but gently caressed Lin Xiaoman's cheek. The thought of moving to the city with her parents filled Lin Xiaoman with immense joy. She chattered about it while playing, during bath time, and even as she drifted off to sleep, recounting all the fascinating things she had seen with Grandma Qian. This excitement carried into the next day. Lin Xiaoman burst out into the yard early in the morning, running about like a liberated chick, unable to contain her enthusiasm. When Pingyan and Tizi came to visit, she rushed towards them, beaming, "Sister Pingyan, Brother Tizi, I'm going out to play with you. Daddy and Mommy are taking me to the county town." Lin Xiaoman was overjoyed. She had never gone out to play with her parents before. As she spoke, she couldn't help but clench her tiny fists, bouncing on the spot with excitement. While she chattered away, Tizi, equally naive, joined in her merriment. Only Pingyan felt a pang of sadness. Knowing that Lin Xiaoman wasn't merely going to play in the county town, her parents were taking her back to the city. It seemed only Lin Xiaoman, blissfully unaware, and equally oblivious, Tizi comprehended nothing of the deeper implications. In the previous moment, Pingyan was internally lamenting the foolishness of Lin Xiaoman, and the next instant, this very fool enveloped her in an embrace, playfully exclaiming, "Sister Pingyan, Xiaoman has gone to the city to bring you delicious treats." Chapter 67. Xiaoman must live well. Thus, one cannot help but declare that a fool is indeed a fool, mistaking her trip to the city as mere leisure. Pingyan opened her mouth to clarify that Lin Xiaoman was not embarking on a jaunt, but upon meeting Lin Xiaoman's earnest gaze, she swallowed her words. Never mind. What does a fool truly comprehend? Pingyan gently pinched Lin Xiaoman's cherubic cheeks and remarked, "All right, I await your delightful offerings, and I must have the candy from today. I have heard the meat buns in town are quite delectable." Pingyan surmised that Lin Xiaoman's venture to the city might mean she would not return, thus emboldening her to speak freely. Lin Xiaoman, listening intently to Pingyan's culinary desires, meticulously committed them to memory while calculating her pocket money, uncertain if it would suffice. This allowance was earned through her assistance to her mother. However, should Sister Pingyan desire something, Lin Xiaoman resolved to borrow a bit from her father, promising to repay him once she saved enough from her future labors. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Xiaoman nodded earnestly at her sister Pingyan, affirming, "Yes, Xiaoman will remember." Nearby, Tizi, upon overhearing, immediately exclaimed, "Xiaoman, I want some too. I want some." Generously, Lin Xiaoman decided to forego her hard-earned pocket money without hesitation, waving her small hand, proclaiming, "Yes, I will buy for Sister Pingyan, for Brother Tizi, and of course for Grandma Qian." Lin Xiaoman held a special fondness for Grandma Qian, ensuring she would not be overlooked. Having played until exhaustion the previous day, Lin Xiaoman had not yet visited Grandma Qian. Remembering this, she promptly grabbed Pingyan and the others, rushing towards the Qian residence. Tizi had no inclination to return home, for the outside world was far more entertaining. Yet, with both Lin Xiaoman and Sister Pingyan heading there, he had no choice but to follow, all the while grumbling about the dullness of his home. Where his second aunt wept, his uncle was irate, and his cousin had become timid, leaving his grandparents in discontent. Neither Lin Xiaoman nor Pingyan could decipher his mumblings, and Pingyan found it peculiar that Tizi had taken to muttering prayers, doing so with surprising fervor. Upon pushing open the door to the Qian household, an unusual silence greeted them. Tizi peered curiously, wondering where his seemingly grieving second aunt had vanished. Early that morning, Qian Chunlan had rushed to her maternal home, engaged in some unknown task. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, as it spared the household from a perpetual atmosphere of sorrowful silence. Mrs. Qian, once in good health, had recently succumbed to a malaise of despair, having remained indoors for 2 days, utterly drained of vitality. Lin Xiaoman, who had initially entered the room with a cheerful demeanor, immediately transformed into a visage of concern upon seeing Mrs. Qian reclined on the bed. She dashed forward, her eyes brimming with tears, recalling the time when Grandpa Asai had lain similarly, only to be lost to her forever. Lin Xiaoman's pale, delicate countenance betrayed her distress as her eyes, along with her nose, reddened conspicuously. Mrs. Qian's ailment stemmed from a heart burdened by anger. However, upon catching sight of Lin Xiaoman entering the room, she had already risen to a seated position. It was unexpected how swiftly the little girl could scuttle over, reaching her bedside in just a few moments. Even more rapid than her little legs was the flush of red around her eyes. This tiny being gazed at her with tears welling in her eyes. filled with worry and fear, while Xiaoman remained oblivious to the cause of her distress, yet her heart ached for her nonetheless. A wave of emotion surged within Aunt Qian, making her reflect on how, during her parents' lifetime, they might not have shed a tear for her even when she fell ill. Throughout her life, it seemed she had never truly been cherished, until in her later years, she encountered Lin Xiaoman, a child whom she had occasionally cared for out of kindness, and who had come to occupy a cherished place in her heart, second only to her own mother. Aunt Qian wiped her hands on her clothes before gently reaching out to dab at the corners of Lin Xiaoman's reddened eyes. With a resigned smile, she chided, "Oh, my dear, why are you crying? Your grandmother is quite well." To ease Lin Xiaoman's worries, Aunt Qian lifted her from the bed and took a few steps, reassuring her. "See, I'm perfectly fine, just being a bit lazy." When lifted, Lin Xiaoman wrapped her arms around Aunt Qian's neck, relying on her as she had done when they first journeyed to the county town, where she had felt secure enough to sleep soundly in an unfamiliar environment. "Grandmother must stay healthy," Lin Xiaoman insisted, nuzzling against Aunt Qian's neck with earnest concern. In response, Aunt Qian chuckled and embraced Lin Xiaoman a little tighter, bringing her closer. "Yes, my dear, I will remain healthy, for I must watch you grow, study, and become a remarkable child." Tizai nearby felt that Lin Xiaoman was far too adept at being affectionate. Unlike himself, he preferred not to be coddled and certainly did not require his grandmother's embrace. After all, he was not a mere 3-year-old like Lin Xiaoman. He was already 5. "What are you two doing here instead of playing outside?" Aunt Qian inquired, cradling Lin Xiaoman as she looked at Pinyin and Tizai. Before they could answer, Lin Xiaoman proudly shared the news with her grandmother. "Grandma, Mom and Dad are taking me to the city. I came to ask what you would like to eat, and I'll bring it back for you." Upon hearing the first half of Lin Xiaoman's statement, Aunt Qian felt her heart skip a beat, her mind momentarily blank, as the latter part of her words faded into a blur. Although she had braced herself since Xiaoman's father had approached her, the reality of it struck her deeply. She was still reluctant to let go. The cheerful chatter of the children seemed to echo from a distance, until Tizai called out, "Grandma, Xiaoman wants to know what you would like to eat." Lin Xiaoman nodded eagerly in Aunt Qian's embrace. "Grandma, what do you want to eat? I'll bring it for you." The little girl, though small, had great ambitions. One might think she intended to empty a department store, when in fact, she merely planned to buy 3 buns. Yet, to Lin Xiaoman, those 3 meat buns represented the finest treasure. After all, they contained meat within the fluffy dough. Aunt Qian regained her senses and, upon gazing at Lin Xiaoman, felt a bittersweet ache in her throat. Throughout her life, she had scarcely ventured into the county town. It was a distance so great that she doubted she would ever make the journey more than a handful of times, with the years dwindling in her life. Even if she were to see Xiaoman twice or thrice a year, the encounters would be few. Perhaps in a few years, Xiaoman would forget her. After all, children are prone to forgetfulness, which is entirely natural. Aunt Qian's eyes brimmed with warmth, yet she was accustomed to hardship and reluctant to shed tears. She reached out to tuck the hair sticking to Lin Xiaoman's face behind her ears, and gazing at the child's delicate features, she smiled wistfully. "Xiaoman is going to the county town. How wonderful. The county town is splendid. From now on, Xiaoman will be able to lead a good life." Lin Xiaoman, however, did not comprehend what constituted a good life, nor did she perceive her previous existence as one of hardship. To her, life had always been delightful. From the moment she was born, she was the fortunate Lin Xiaoman. Nestled against Aunt Qian's shoulder, she laughed joyfully, enamored with the county town and the adventures it promised alongside her beloved aunt. The grandfather who offered her water was kind, and the uncles and aunts who assisted her mother with medical expenses were equally wonderful. Even the elderly men she encountered at the hospital treated her with kindness. She could still recall the tantalizing aroma of meat buns wafting from the roadside in the county town, a scent that lingered in her memory, making her wish to buy some to share with everyone. On that day, she had been cradled in Aunt Qian's arms, lulled to sleep by the familiar scents. The weather had been splendid, the breeze refreshing, accompanied by the sweet lullabies sung by Aunt Qian. She thought to herself that she must truly adore that place. News of Lin Xiaoman's impending journey to the county town spread swiftly throughout the village. Although they had suspected her departure ever since her father had arrived, they had not anticipated it would happen so soon. Lin Jing and Song Qingjing were not ones to procrastinate. Once they decided to take Lin Xiaoman back, they promptly submitted their marriage application while she was playing in the fields. Upon learning of the news, The Song family wasted no time in presenting their information to the street committee, leveraging connections in hopes of expediting the marriage certificate process. Zhao Hongmei even broached the subject of the dowry with Song Qingjing, inquiring when it should be delivered. After conferring with Lin Jing, they resolved to present it on the day they returned to the city, treating it as part of her dowry to take back. This arrangement would spare them additional trips. Song Qingjing also inquired if Lin Jing wished to host a wedding banquet, to which she shook her head, explaining that it was not customary in their village. In a community where every household faced financial challenges, weddings were marked by a simple sharing of sunflower seeds and sweets, perhaps accompanied by a cup of tea, with family gathering for a modest meal. Thus, on the day of their marriage application submission, Song Qingjing emptied the burlap sack containing their belongings and, alongside Lin Jing, approached the Lin family to share the news, inviting them to a meal. They also made a special visit to the Qian family, who had been particularly considerate towards Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman, inviting them to join in the celebration. However, in these times, even when dining at another's home, it was rare for an entire family to attend, as the sight could be overwhelming. After much discussion, only Aunt Qian and her eldest son, along with a friend, were able to join in. After scattering wedding candies and affixing 2 red papers, they enjoyed a meal at home, changed their titles, submitted their application, and received their marriage certificate. In this rural setting, they were considered husband and wife. Song Qingjing felt a peculiar sense of unreality, yet he had no time to dwell on it, as the day they had promised to return to the city drew ever closer, and their belongings remained unprepared. Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman had lived here for 3 years. Despite the house's dilapidated appearance, it was filled with numerous items. Lin Xiaoman's drawer of treasures needed to be packed with care. Any loss or damage would surely cause her great distress. Song Qingjing thought that the cheerful little girl shouldn't accompany him back only to face hardship. So he specifically sought out a renowned carpenter in the village to help construct several large and small boxes. The larger boxes would hold their assorted items, while the smaller ones were meant for Lin Xiaoman's peculiar treasures. As Lin Xiaoman gazed at the chaotic home and her busy parents, she remained unaware of the situation. Her mother instructed her to organize her treasures into the small boxes that her father had made for her, and she merely thought it was a change of storage. Lin Xiaoman was enamored with her newly crafted, personal small box, gingerly touching it and exclaiming in delight. This made Song Qingjing pause amidst his busyness to affectionately ruffle her hair, amused by her joy. Lin Xiaoman, eager to express her excitement, attempted to illustrate a circle with her hand, exclaiming how much she adored it. Song Qingjing found himself charmed by the child's innocent antics. Understanding at last why some people cherish daughters so deeply, who could possibly resist such sweetness? I'll make you a few more later. For now, focus on keeping your treasures safe, he said, though he had already resolved to visit the old carpenter later that day to create more boxes. Eager to lend a hand himself, while Lin Xiaoman and Lin Jing possessed many items, few were of significant value, yet they still had some remnants of their life together. After Lin Jing organized everything, she looked around the home she and Lin Xiaoman had shared for several years, now gradually becoming emptier, stirring a bittersweet sentiment within her. As she surveyed the space, she carried the remaining grains to Aunt Qian's house. Aunt Qian, having learned of Lin Xiaoman's impending departure, had not visited them since. Only when Lin Jing arrived with her belongings did Aunt Qian lift her gaze, offering a smile as she greeted her. "You've come." Aunt Qian was not particularly old, perhaps in her 40s or 50s, yet she appeared at least a decade or 2 older than Song Qingjing's mother. Her sun-kissed, ruddy face was lined with wrinkles, her hair a mix of silver and black, her hands calloused and rough, and her teeth somewhat yellowed. Her figure seemed to have changed after bearing 3 children. Whenever she held Lin Xiaoman, her roughness became more apparent, which had led Song Ren to question whether she was Lin Xiaoman's biological grandmother when he first saw them together in the hospital. Regardless of her appearance or the accent she spoke with, Granny Qian was the most cherished person in Lin Xiaoman's heart, second only to her mother. Lin Jing understood that she could not bear to see Lin Xiaoman at that moment, fearing that the encounter would only deepen her reluctance. Moreover, she had certain words to convey to Granny Qian, which is why she did not bring Lin Xiaoman along. Though Lin Jing was not particularly eloquent, her gratitude was profound. There were many items she needed to take to the city, yet she also left behind a multitude of things. The vegetables in the yard were sufficient for their family's consumption, and she entrusted them all to Granny Qian. Additionally, she divided other miscellaneous items, giving half to her uncle and reserving the other half for Granny Qian, whose care over the years for both her and Lin Xiaoman was etched in her heart. After discussing numerous matters, Lin Jing grasped Granny Qian's rough, weathered hand, expressing her heartfelt appreciation. "Auntie, thank you for your care over the years for both me and Xiaoman. If you ever find yourself in need, I will do my utmost to assist you." Granny Qian, well aware of Lin Jing's disposition, understood the weight of her words in their hearts. She sought nothing in return from Lin Jing. The sincerity of her sentiment was enough. She gently patted Lin Jing's hand, her eyes glistening with tears as she advised, "When you go to the city, do not allow yourself or Xiaoman to suffer any grievances. If life becomes unbearable, return. Do not shoulder burdens alone. Auntie and your uncle are here to help." Chapter 69. Longing and yearning. Having grown up amidst the trivialities of life, Lin Jing felt an unsettling uncertainty as she prepared to move to the county town. Yet, upon hearing Granny Qian's words, an inexplicable sense of comfort washed over her. Over the years, Granny Qian had cared not only for Lin Xiaoman but also for her, a gratitude that Lin Jing found difficult to articulate in mere words. Thus, she lingered a while longer, engaging in conversation. As the time to depart drew nearer, Lin Jing hesitated before speaking again. "Auntie, on the day we leave, please come to see Xiaoman off. She thinks of you often." Granny Qian, unable to see Lin Xiaoman these days for fear of shedding tears, which would only cause the child worry, smiled upon hearing Lin Jing's request. "I will certainly come. I must see Xiaoman off. Who knows when I will have the chance to see her again." On the eve of their return to the city, Lin Jing and Song Qingjing busied themselves organizing the belongings in their home. Lin Xiaoman's little box was filled to the brim with treasures, including her favorite stones from the yard. However, as she gazed upon the transformed and empty house, Lin Xiaoman leaned against Lin Jing, feeling a bit disoriented. A sense of unease washed over her, as though she were being abruptly extracted from a familiar environment. Since her birth, Lin Xiaoman had lived in this small house with her mother, where she could gaze up at the ceiling and see the sunlight and stars filtering through. Leaning against the window, she could admire the moon outside. Next to their home was a shallow, crystal-clear ditch, where Lin Xiaoman would sometimes run barefoot, splashing in the cool water on hot days. Xiaoman cherished this place. It was her childhood home. In the mornings, the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking filled the air. Next door lived her beloved Grandma Qian, who held a special place in her heart, second only to her mother. Whenever she wished to play, she would seek out her brother Tieji and sister Ping'an. Occasionally, when she faced bullying, she would sneak away to the grave of Grandpa Asai, confiding her grievances to him in whispers. As night fell, she would gaze up at the multitude of stars, always able to locate the brightest one in the sky. Ping'an had told her that was Grandpa Asai, a kind soul who surely shone the brightest among the stars. She also shared the belief that when people passed away, they transformed into stars, watching over those they cared about on earth. In the stillness of the night, Lin Xiaoman quietly glanced at her sleeping mother before stealthily rising and pushing open the window beside her bed. The window creaked as it opened, and Xiaoman leaned against the bed, resting her chubby arms beneath her head, swaying her little face from side to side. The summer air was stifling with little breeze, yet the clear sound of cicadas filled her ears. Closing her eyes, she inhaled the familiar scent of earth mingled with the fragrance of the mountains, a comforting presence. Tonight, the moon shone exceptionally bright, accompanied by twinkling stars. Among them, Xiaoman quickly spotted the brightest star next to the moon. For some reason, she felt a sudden longing for Grandpa Asai. Gazing at the luminous star, she silently asked, "Grandpa Asai, are you well as a star? Please don't let the other stars bully you. Remember to eat well, sleep soundly, and stay healthy. I'm heading to the city soon. And you once said that meat buns are delicious. I want to try them. You mentioned that studying is important. And my father said I could also learn in the future. You said you missed home. I want to see it for you." Her young mind wandered through countless thoughts, sharing with Grandpa Asai everything that had transpired, including how she now had a father who brought her sweets, roasted sweet potatoes with them, and applied ointment to her wounds. She pondered whether, as Ping'an had suggested, Grandpa Asai's ascent to the heavens meant he would protect them, enabling her to find her father, heal her mother, and live well. With a touch of sadness, Xiaoman gazed at the stars, recalling how Grandpa Asai had once shielded them from harm. It seemed that even as a star, he continued to watch over them. Yet, she was baffled as to why those who had been bullied while alive could transform into stars and become their guardians. How could her frail, elderly Grandpa Sai possessed such strength after becoming a star. Lost in her thoughts, Xiaoman unknowingly succumbed to sleep at the window. When she finally drifted off, Lin Jing opened her eyes and gently cradled the child in her arms, softly rocking her in hopes of alleviating the little one's troubles. The following morning, Song Chengjing arrived at Lin Jing's home early. Lin Jing had risen early as well, while Xiaoman, having been restless the previous night, was still soundly asleep in bed. Observing the sleeping child, Song Chengjing noticed several swollen bites on her face, likely from pesky mosquitoes, and his heart ached for her. Fortunately, he brought along some medicine. While Lin Xiaoman was still slumbering, he took the opportunity to apply it to her. The child had enjoyed some nourishing food over the past few days, and her face felt slightly fuller to the touch than before. With a bit more care, she would likely grow plump and radiant. It was only when the raucous sounds of drums and gongs echoed from outside that Lin Xiaoman was stirred from her sleep. Noticing her frowning, reluctant to awaken, Song Chengjing decided to cradle her in his arms, shielding her ears with his arm. After all, it was a time for growth, and a little more rest wouldn't hurt. Yet, the clamor was so relentless that even the deepest sleeper could not remain undisturbed. With her curly hair tousled, Lin Xiaoman gazed vacantly out the window, discovering an unfamiliar tractor parked outside. Villagers were gathered, assisting with the moving of items. Among them were several familiar faces, as well as some she had yet to encounter. Zhao Hongmei, seeing her granddaughter nestled in her son's embrace, felt her heart swell with tenderness, wishing she could snatch Lin Xiaoman away for a cuddle. However, Lin Xiaoman, still groggy from sleep, clung to Song Chengjing, barely recognizing anyone. The sight of her granddaughter, so intimately close to her son, brought Zhao Hongmei immense joy. Being the astute person she was, she did not solely focus on Lin Xiaoman. She warmly engaged with Lin Jing, ensuring she felt included. Generously, she distributed wedding sweets to everyone present, both adults and children alike, showcasing the Song family's regard for Lin Jing and her daughter. She made sure to prepare all the necessary gifts, including the traditional 3 rounds and a sound, to signify their esteem for the two women, thus silencing any idle gossip that might arise. Among the Song family members present, only Song Qingheng had never laid eyes on Lin Xiaoman before. Previously, he had dismissed their claims that she bore an uncanny resemblance to Song Chengjing, considering them mere embellishments. However, upon witnessing Lin Xiaoman in person, he recognized the truth in their words. She was indeed a spitting image of her father. It was the kind of resemblance that would be unmistakable even to a passerby. No wonder their mother had mentioned that Uncle Lu rushed home one day after spotting Lin Xiaoman's face, urgently inquiring if there was a child resembling Chengjing outside. Anyone with even a slight familiarity would certainly ask such a question. Lin Xiaoman remained dazed for a moment, gradually becoming more alert, yet still exuding a languid charm as she rested against her father's shoulder, blinking at the gathering. She particularly scrutinized Song Qingheng, who bore a striking resemblance to Song Chengjing. Being at an age where she could not fully recognize everyone, she tilted her head to glance at Song Chengjing, then turned to observe Song Qingheng, who bore a resemblance of about 60 to 70%. She looked back and forth twice, eliciting laughter from everyone in the room. With a smile, Song Chengjing walked toward his older brother, teasing Lin Xiaoman to come closer for a better look. Unfazed, she indeed drew nearer, leaning in to examine both Song Chengjing and Song Qingheng closely. However, she sensed a subtle difference that she couldn't quite articulate. There was something distinctly unique about them. Finally, Lin Xiaoman firmly embraced her father's neck, her cheek pressed against his, affectionately calling out Daddy. Do not mention the individual involved, Song Chengjing. Even Song Qingheng, who was merely an observer, felt a twinge of excitement. He extended his hand towards Lin Xiaoman, a hint of a smile breaking through his stern countenance. Xiaoman, I am your uncle, the one you spoke with on the phone. Do you remember? Lin Xiaoman, possessing a remarkable memory, nodded enthusiastically upon hearing this. I remember. That was the very first call I made, and your voice is just as I recall. With curiosity sparkling in her eyes, she gazed at Song Qingheng, and without needing her father's encouragement, she beamed and exclaimed, Uncle. Song Qingheng was indeed taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere 3-year-old could retain the memory of their phone conversation. His heart warmed, prompting him to scoop Lin Xiaoman into his arms. Having just awoken, she was past the initial grogginess of recognizing faces, and she was eager to be held by familiar individuals. As he cradled her, a wave of nervousness washed over him, fearing that his unfamiliarity with handling a child might cause her discomfort. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoman was cooperative and light, making it effortless for him to hold her. Noticing her ease, he let out a sigh of relief and silently resolved to call his younger brother upon their return, simply to engage in a casual conversation. After all, as an uncle, he imagined his brother would be equally curious about the nuances of holding a child. The Song family had brought numerous gifts and made a special visit to Lin Yong's family, especially since they had heard from Song Qingjing about the circumstances surrounding Lin Jing's family. Henceforth, they intended to maintain a closer relationship with Lin Yong and his kin. They had brought an abundance of offerings for Lin Jing's grandparents and uncles, and as they prepared to leave, Lin Jing's aunt shyly presented a box to Lin Jing, her expression tinged with bashfulness. Though it pales in comparison to what you've received from them. This is a modest dowry prepared by your uncle and me. It isn't much, just some quilts, clothes, and fabric. But at least it counts as a token from your maternal family. Wang Xiao, holding Lin Jing's hand, recounted these matters with careful emphasis. Lin Jing observed her, then glanced at the group surrounding Lin Xiaoman not far away, and the feelings of confusion and hesitation that once clouded her mind gradually began to dissipate. She bore no resentment towards their past choices and graciously accepted their current goodwill, acknowledging that everyone had their struggles at that time. Let it be, she thought. After sharing a meal at the Lin household, distributing sweet treats in the village, and partaking in tea, the union between Lin Jing and Song Qingjing was made public. With matters settled, they intended to return while daylight still lingered. As the distance to the county town was considerable, the tractor, summoned through social connections by the Song family, could not be kept waiting for too long, so they planned to depart promptly after their meal. The village had been abuzz for several days about Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman's impending move to the city. Yet, seeing them actually leave stirred a subtle shift in the hearts of those who had previously interacted with them, whether amicably or otherwise. So soon? It feels somewhat abrupt. Yet in truth, it is not unexpected. Ever since Xiaoman's father arrived, there had been whispers in the village, and now the day has finally come. As Lin Xiaoman was lifted onto the tractor, she remained blissfully unaware of any impending sorrow. Instead, it was Lin Jing, who typically maintained a serene demeanor, who took a few more glances at the place where she had spent her childhood and returned after conceiving Lin Xiaoman, a locale where they had shared several years together. Pingyan squeezed through the crowd to Lin Xiaoman's side, and Lin Xiaoman joyfully called out, "Sister Pingyan." Pingyan thought her to be a true innocent, blissfully unaware of troubles. She reached out to pin a brand new hairpin, her most cherished and aesthetically pleasing one, onto Lin Xiaoman's hair. "Xiaoman, I gift you this sunflower hairpin. Make sure you look lovely when you go to the city. Don't let the city children outshine you." She had heard that children from the city often indulged in comparisons and looked down upon those from the countryside. Fearing that Lin Xiaoman might face bullying in her absence, she admonished, "And remember, if you are bullied, tell your parents and grandparents. Also, if someone is mean to you, just cry. Cry so loudly that everyone sees their wickedness. They will feel sorry for you. After all, you are beautiful and deserving of love, understood?" Lin Xiaoman did not comprehend why Sister Ping and felt compelled to say such things, yet she nodded earnestly. Sister Ping and was her role model, and she believed every word. "Yes, I'll remember," Lin Xiaoman affirmed with a vigorous nod. Pingyan had more to express, but upon seeing Granny Qian nearby, she graciously made space for her to speak with Lin Xiaoman. Lin Xiaoman beamed at Granny Qian, sweetly complimenting her beauty, exclaiming, "Granny, you look especially lovely today." Granny Qian's weathered hands caressed Lin Xiaoman's cheeks. She wished to smile, yet her eyes brimmed with tears. She had donned her finest attire and even borrowed a bit of face cream from her eldest daughter-in-law, rising early to tidy her hair. All to leave Lin Xiaoman with a favorable impression, for this departure might very well be their last encounter in this lifetime. She was reluctant to part with Lin Xiaoman, the child who had affectionately called her granny since childhood. The first word Lin Xiaoman learned to say, aside from mother, was indeed granny, directed at her. Granny Qian grasped Lin Xiaoman's hand, feeling its warmth, yet was concerned that her calloused hands might hurt the child. She began to repeat her countless admonitions, "Xiaoman, you must eat well, sleep well, and stay healthy." Granny Qian's voice caught in her throat, unable to continue, transforming into gentle pats of reassurance, reminiscent of the countless times she had soothed Lin Xiaoman to sleep. Chapter 71. Xiaoman's pride. Lin Xiaoman possessed a remarkable capacity for empathy. Although she did not understand why Granny Qian felt such sorrow over her departure to the county, she tightly clasped Granny Qian's rough hands, echoing her words. Granny, Xiaoman will eat well, sleep well, and stay healthy. Wait for me to bring you meat buns. I will buy the biggest and most fragrant ones for you. Granny Qian's vision blurred with tears, yet her face broke into the smile Lin Xiaoman adored. All right, Granny will wait for Xiaoman to bring back the buns. Lin Xiaoman nodded with joy upon hearing her words, lifting her gaze to look at Grandma Qian. The child smiled, revealing her lovely dimples. Grandma Qian often joked about her smile, saying, Xiaoman, perhaps you're quite the drinker. A myriad of memories flooded Grandma Qian's mind, and a wave of emotions surged within her chest. Her lips trembled, but she eventually released Lin Xiaoman's hand and nodded toward Lin Jing, signaling them to hurry along. The sound of a tractor echoed through the small village as Lin Xiaoman turned to glance at Grandma Qian, who remained rooted in place. The complexity of Grandma Qian's gaze was beyond her comprehension. Grandma Qian waved her hand with a smile, and Lin Xiaoman reciprocated, envisioning herself returning with a large, fragrant bun. She believed that after enjoying the bun, Grandma Qian would likely forget her sorrow. Once the tractor started moving, Lin Xiaoman was cradled in Song Qingjing's arms to ensure her comfort. Unfazed, she smiled at her father and exclaimed, I've ridden this before. Perhaps concerned that Song Qingjing might not know, she turned around for emphasis and proudly declared, Grandma Qian took me on this ride to the county to find you. She vividly recalled the sweltering day when Grandma Qian first took her to the county. When Grandma had placed her only straw hat on Lin Xiaoman's head to shield her from the sun, offering her water to keep her cool. She remembered how, upon arriving in the county, Grandma Qian treated her to sweet water, an indulgence she seldom allowed herself due to its expense. The joy Lin Xiaoman felt at being given something so precious was far greater than the sweetness of the drink itself. It filled her heart with warmth. And she wished for Grandma Qian to enjoy it too. Indeed, after sipping the sweet water, Grandma Qian's happiness radiated as she embraced Lin Xiaoman, calling her name. Lin Xiaoman cherished the sound of her loved ones uttering her name. Each voice became a treasured memory etched in her mind. When Sister Ping'an called her, it was always with a cheerful tone, high-pitched yet melodious. Sometimes, when Lin Xiaoman did not respond, she would call her full name, Lin Xiaoman. At the village entrance, Uncle A Kai would wave his fan and gently call out, Xiaoman, his voice slow and tender. Grandma Qian's calls varied, sometimes urgent, sometimes filled with concern, and at times joyful, but they were always directed at Xiaoman. Meanwhile, Grandma Qian, like others, stood watching the tractor as it receded into the distance. Tears blurred her vision as she gazed at the fading figure of Lin Xiaoman, whispering, Xiaoman, take care and grow up well. Lin Xiaoman, still young and unacquainted with the depths of parting sorrow, was cradled in her father's arms on the tractor, gazing at the passing scenery and feeling the summer breeze. The home she had known for 3 years felt so distant from the county, and it seemed to Lin Xiaoman that they had been traveling for an eternity. Yet, unlike her previous feelings of fear and worry, this time she was filled with joy, surrounded by her father, mother, grandparents, and uncles and aunts. Lin Xiaoman felt as though she were the happiest child in the world. Upon arriving in the county town, Zhao Hongmei, noticing Lin Xiaoman's curiosity about everything, felt her heart soften. She handed 10 yuan to Song Qingjing, instructing him to take Lin Xiaoman and Lin Jing for a leisurely stroll while she and her husband tidied up their home. Song Qingjing glanced down at Lin Xiaoman, whose spirit seemed to soar beyond the skies, and with a smile, he lifted her into his arms, then took Lin Jing's hand. Come, let us explore together. Lin Jing instinctively attempted to pull her hand back, but realizing they were now a proper couple, she paused her movement. Lin Xiaoman looked at her mother, then at her father, and playfully covered her face with her tiny hands, giggling. Song Qingjing felt a touch of discomfort, yet did not release his hold. Instead, he leaned down and said to Lin Xiaoman, Haven't you been longing for the steamed buns from the state-run restaurant? Come, let me take you to taste them. Upon hearing the mention of the buns, Lin Xiaoman immediately lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and drool forming at the corners of her mouth. Seeing her reaction, Song Qingjing knew she was eager to eat, and without hesitation, he led them to the restaurant. As a frequent patron of the establishment, Song Qingjing had not visited in a while, leaving the staff puzzled about his absence. However, when they saw him carrying a little girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, the manager, who was somewhat familiar with him, nearly stumbled in shock. Could it be that during his time away, he fathered a daughter? They mused. But no. It's impossible to have a 2- or 3-year-old child in just a short span. What's with that expression? Haha, come, Xiaoman, greet uncle, Song Qingjing teased, reveling in the astonishment of those around him. Lin Xiaoman, with her sweet voice, called out, "Hello, uncle." Old Zhang, startled by her greeting, snapped back to reality, his heart racing with disbelief. It was indeed remarkable. How could Song Qingjing have such a sweet and well-behaved daughter? Were it not for the striking resemblance in their features, he might have questioned where she came from. Yet, despite his astonishment, he quickly composed himself. "Hello, little one. You truly are quite beautiful." As the manager of the state-run restaurant, he had an eye for talent and did not overlook Lin Jing, saying, "This must be Qingjing's wife. The child's temperament surely mirrors yours. She appears to be quite amiable." Hearing the praise directed at both her and her mother, Lin Xiaoman straightened her back and puffed out her little belly with pride, relishing the compliment from uncle. "Indeed, my mother and I are both good-natured. I look just like my mother." She beamed with pride. Chapter 72. Returning home as the family sat down to dine, Song Qingjing encouraged Lin Xiaoman and Lin Jing to order their favorites. Lin Xiaoman, not being greedy, simply requested 3 buns. Song Qingjing gently caressed Lin Xiaoman's modest belly and jestingly inquired if she could manage 3 dumplings. Sitting on a stool, Lin Xiaoman swung her legs, her face radiating joy as she expressed her eagerness to share the meal with Grandma Qian, Sister Pingyan, and Brother Zhangzi. A fleeting glance exchanged between Song Qingjing and Lin Jing made him realize that Lin Xiaoman seemed unaware of the true purpose of their visit to the city. He opened his mouth to explain, but found himself at a loss for words that would resonate with the child. Fearing that she might grasp the gravity of the situation and lose her appetite, he decided to postpone the conversation until later in the evening, allowing her to revel in her playtime for now. After their share was settled, her father would ensure she could indulge freely, savoring the dishes and choosing her favorites. Song Qingjing ordered several additional dishes based on Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman's selections. Lin Xiaoman gazed at her father with unabashed admiration, causing Song Qingjing to feel somewhat elated. While Lin Jing, concerned about the impending bill, felt a pang of unease, reminding herself that it was time to seek employment. As the dishes were served, Lin Jing noticed an extra bowl of shredded meat noodles had been added. Upon mentioning it to the waiter, Manager Zhang, upon witnessing this, cheerfully remarked that it was a treat for his little niece, asserting that she could not call him uncle without a proper offering. Song Qingjing, having spent an undisclosed amount at the establishment, did not perceive the addition of a bowl of noodles as a significant matter, especially since he and old Zhang shared a camaraderie that included casual drinks and skewers. Lin Jing graciously accepted the gesture, gently patting Lin Xiaoman and softly reminding her to express her gratitude for the unexpected bounty. Typically well-behaved, Lin Xiaoman was now utterly absorbed in her meal, exclaiming how delicious the meat dumplings were. She flashed an irresistibly radiant smile at Manager Zhang, her dimples emerging, and exclaimed her thanks. "Thank you, uncle." Upon witnessing her infectious smile, Manager Zhang chuckled, remarking to Qingjing that his daughter's dimples mirrored his own, predicting that she might grow up to enjoy a drink just like him, possibly out-drinking a group of friends. Lin Xiaoman, blissfully munching on her dumpling, was oblivious to her potential prowess. Qingjing playfully poked at her dimple, noting her capacity for indulgence, yet he reminded himself to encourage moderation, aware of the potential harm that excessive drinking can bring to one's health. However, he also considered the necessity of teaching her to hold her own, lest she be taken advantage of by unruly boys. Though Lin Xiaoman was merely 3 years old, the thought of her being preyed upon by mischievous boys troubled him. Old Zhang, recognizing the expression on Qingjing's face, teased him, saying, "Qingjing, your daughter is still so young, and you are already wary of those rascally boys. Who was it that once proclaimed I was overly indulgent with my daughter, insisting that children should be encouraged to walk on their own? Your daughter seems to be around 2 or 3 years old, yet you carried her all the way here." Had Manager Zhang not been preoccupied with work, he would have delighted in ribbing Song Qingjing about the transformation from a proud father to someone fussing over his daughter at the table, ensuring she enjoyed her fish while deftly picking out the bones. Qingjing, undeterred, maintained his composure, raising an eyebrow as if to assert that there was nothing wrong with cherishing his own daughter. They waited patiently for the family to finish their meal before stepping outside. As twilight began to cloak the surroundings, just a few steps out, Xiaoman's keen eyes recognized the man who had once offered her and Grandma Qian sweet water, and she immediately called out, "Grandpa." Song Qingjing, carrying Lin Xiaoman, walked alongside Lin Jing, both unaware of the figure behind them. It was Lin Xiaoman, perched on Song Qingjing's shoulder, who spotted the spirited elder. Upon hearing her call, Song Qingjing turned, initially thinking it was his father, who was nearly incapacitated, taking a stroll. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was not Lin Xiaoman's grandfather, but his own, specifically his mother's sixth uncle, whom he affectionately referred to as Lu Shugong. The two families shared a cordial relationship and often visited one another. Seeing him out at such a late hour, Song Qingjing furrowed his brow. "Lu Shugong, why have you sneaked out again? It's getting dark. The night roads can be perilous. What would happen if anything went awry?" Lu Shugong waved his hand dismissively, indicating he understood, then smiled warmly at Lin Xiaoman. He had heard from Hongmei that this little girl was indeed Qingjing's daughter. Observing the pair together, it was abundantly clear, and the woman beside them, presumably Qingjing's wife, radiated a sense of comfort and capability. Lu Shugong, recalling that it was Lin Xiaoman who had first spotted him, felt a mix of surprise and delight. He pointed to himself and asked Lin Xiaoman, "Do you remember your grandpa?" Lin Xiaoman had a good memory when it came to food, and since it was her first visit to the county, the impressions lingered vividly in her mind. She distinctly remembered his bald head glistening in the sun. Lu Shugong was unaware of the true reason behind her recollection, attributing it to their blood connection, which made him think highly of her. Had he known what Lin Xiaoman was truly thinking, his sentiment might have been considerably diminished. After a brief exchange, Song Qingjing escorted his uncle home, reassured by the familiar scolding from his uncle's brother. However, due to this little detour, their plan to return home before complete darkness was thwarted. Fortunately, the county was not as remote as the countryside, and it wouldn't plunge into utter darkness. Song Qingjing held Lin Xiaoman close, with Lin Jing beside them as they engaged in casual conversation, primarily led by Lin Xiaoman. She seemed to be a little trumpet, capable of elaborating on a single thought for quite some time. Lin Jing, understanding Lin Xiaoman's exuberant nature, had even brought a water bottle, offering her sips whenever she paused, as if to refuel her enthusiasm without needing to prompt her. Song Qingjing found it amusing how a mute could produce such a loquacious offspring. Perhaps his genes were exerting their influence, albeit excessively. Contemplating this, he suppressed a laugh with a cough, only to have both Lin Xiaoman and Lin Jing fix their gazes upon him. Unable to contain himself at the thought of a mute giving birth to a chatterbox, he burst into laughter, leaving the other two bewildered. Song Qingjing, with a smile, took Lin Jing's hand while lifting Lin Xiaoman slightly with his other arm, sharing a humorous tale about a mute trumpet with them. Lin Xiaoman chattered away in spirited debate, though her words were lost on her parents, who could not help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. In the pitch-black alley, amidst flickering lights and overlapping shadows, a gentle breeze wafted by, accompanied by the laughter of her parents coaxing her. Lin Xiaoman nestled in her father's embrace, quietly etching this moment into her memory. Chapter 73. A family together at night. When Song Qingjing returned home with Lin Xiaoman and Lin Jing, the night had enveloped the surroundings in darkness. Unaccustomed to carrying a key, he knocked on the door, coincidentally encountering Dr. Wen, who had just returned from a night shift. Upon seeing the trio, Dr. Wen felt a sense of unfamiliarity and stared a little longer. Just then, Lin Xiaoman peeked out, and the initially guarded Dr. Wen's expression softened upon seeing a delicate child, reminiscent of his own daughter, and he smiled warmly at Lin Xiaoman. In the dim light at the entrance, a few mosquitoes buzzed around. Dr. Wen discerned the features of the three before him. The man bore a striking resemblance to Song Qingjing's elder brother, Song Qingheng, while the little girl in his arms was unmistakably his daughter, sharing an uncanny likeness with him. The woman standing nearby was presumably the child's mother, as the little one seemed to prefer her embrace, reaching out for her. Dr. Wen recalled what teacher Zhao had often mentioned about her younger son, daughter-in-law, and the granddaughter she frequently spoke of, likely these three before him. Just then, Zhao Hongmei, who had been waiting in the courtyard, opened the door and playfully scolded Song Qingjing. "Honestly, let your wife hold the child." With Lin Xiaoman having barely left his arms for a few seconds, Song Qingjing raised his hands in mock innocence, choosing not to contest her remarks. Zhao Hongmei, concerned that Lin Jing might tire, reached out to take Lin Xiaoman. But noticing the little one was somewhat shy at night, she refrained from insisting, offering an apologetic smile to Lin Jing and playfully swatting her thoughtless son. Only then did she notice Dr. Wen standing nearby, and with a hint of embarrassment, she greeted him. Dr. Wen, just off work? This is my younger son, daughter-in-law, and my granddaughter. Dr. Wen? Lin Xiaoman perked up at the familiar name, lifting her head to take a closer look, as if recalling it from the pages of a book in her mind. Pondering this, Lin Xiaoman propped her chin on her hand. Before she could fully process her thoughts, Dr. Wen exchanged a few polite remarks and then entered the house. Zhao Hongmei waved her hand dismissively at the mosquitoes that still dared to approach Lin Xiaoman, urging, "Come on, let's get inside. Why are you still standing at the door feeding the mosquitoes?" As Song Qingjing led Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman inside, Lin Xiaoman gazed curiously at this house, which differed slightly from those in the countryside. The Song family's residence was quite spacious, with a generous courtyard, and upon entering, they found the family waiting in the main room. Seeing them return, Song Ren was the first to express his joy, exclaiming, "You're back. It's good to see you." Song Qingheng and Yi Wenqing are amiable and easy to get along with. Zhao Hongmei, with her straightforward disposition, sensed Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman's discomfort and took the initiative to formally introduce her family. Qingjing also has an elder brother who is currently in the countryside but will return in October. Zhao Hongmei shared some details about her family. The Song family is small. Even counting Lin Xiaoman and Lin Jing, there are only 8 members in total. Since the house can accommodate them and it is more convenient to care for the elderly parents, Song Qingheng did not apply for a separate residence. Their home consists of 4 rooms, one for each of the 3 brothers, one for Song Ren and his wife, and in the future, when the children arrive and space becomes limited, they can apply for dormitory accommodation. Zhao Hongmei also took Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman to see their room, which was far better than their dwelling in the countryside. She had even specially replaced the bed with a new, expensive one and adorned it with a red bedspread. This bed can comfortably fit all 3 of you. I discussed with Grandpa Xiaoman about making a small bed for her during these quieter days, so you needn't worry about squashing her. Lin Xiaoman listened to their conversation with curiosity, feeling a bit drowsy as she leaned against her mother's shoulder, wrapping her arms around her neck, her eyes blinking in confusion. Aren't we just here to visit Grandpa and Grandma for a few days before going back? Why make a small bed for Xiaoman? Oh, right. And the boxes you brought are all set here, along with a wash basin, towels, thermos, and toothbrushes. Everything is prepared for you and Xiaoman. Just let me know if anything is missing, Zhao Hongmei said, gesturing to the other items in the room. These are all part of your betrothal gifts. Make sure to keep them safe. Lin Jing expressed her gratitude to Zhao Hongmei, who seemed eager to continue their conversation. However, noticing that Lin Xiaoman had begun to nod off in her arms, she cheerfully suggested, "The child is tired. You both should rest early. We'll be heading back now." Song Ren echoed her sentiments, urging them to sleep as they prepared to leave. Once they were alone, Lin Jing sighed in relief while holding Lin Xiaoman. Observing her demeanor, Song Qingjing offered consolation. "My mother is accustomed to her routine at school and enjoys organizing things. You need not mind her." In this unfamiliar setting, Lin Jing felt more uneasy than Lin Xiaoman, who was comforted by the presence of her parents and could easily drift off to sleep. Lin Jing, however, felt a sense of uncertainty. Moreover, she would soon be sharing a room with Song Qingjing, which left her unsure about how to navigate their interactions. Sensing her discomfort, Song Qingjing granted her some space to process her feelings and took the basin to wash up. He returned with a pot of hot water and a basin of cold water, then leaned in to quietly ask Lin Jing, "Would you like to wash up?" Having spent the day moving, coupled with the summer heat, Lin Jing first cleaned up Lin Xiaoman and changed her clothes before placing her on the bed. Yet, when it was her turn, she hesitated, feeling awkward. Noticing her discomfort, Song Qingjing made an excuse, saying, "I'll just step out for a moment." Once he left, Lin Jing finally exhaled in relief and hurriedly wiped herself clean. Song Qingjing crouched outside, contemplating lighting a cigarette. However, recalling Lin Xiaoman's sensitive nose that detested the smell of smoke, he merely toyed with the unlit cigarette for at least half an hour before finally putting it away and heading indoors. Upon entering, he found the room illuminated by a solitary lamp. Lin Jing rested against the wall on the left, while Lin Xiaoman occupied the middle of the bed, leaving ample space for Song Qingjing. Having always slept alone, this was his first experience sharing a bed with others, which felt decidedly awkward. He breathed softly, wary of disturbing Lin Xiaoman, who appeared to be the most comfortable of the 3. As he lay down, He turned to see Lin Xiaoman sleeping soundly, her fists clenched by her head, her face serene after a long, exhausting day. The room was enveloped in silence, and just as they were on the brink of slumber, Lin Xiaoman began murmuring indistinctly in her sleep, uttering something about delicious dreams. Lin Jing and Song Qingjing opened their eyes, straining to hear Lin Xiaoman's incoherent mumblings about tasty treats, which elicited a stifled chuckle from Song Qingjing. Even with her eyes closed, Lin Jing seemed to be affected by his amusement, her lips curving into a slight smile. The following morning, Lin Xiaoman awoke to the oppressive heat, her delicate brows furrowing in discomfort. Struggling to open her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar setting, momentarily bewildered. Before fear could set in, she turned to realize she was wedged between two people. With a soft grunt, she did not push away the warmth of her parents, who were enveloping her like a furnace. Song Qingjing had initially maintained his distance in bed, considering the ample space available. Yet, in slumber, he unconsciously shifted closer, fulfilling the familial role of embracing both wife and child. Lin Xiaoman, feeling excessively warm, murmured softly, but her parents, exhausted from a day of packing and moving, remained undisturbed by her sounds. After considerable effort, Lin Xiaoman finally extricated herself and made her way to the edge of the bed, noting the subtle differences in this space compared to her home. Nevertheless, she managed to slip off the bed on her own, skillfully putting on her shoes and tiptoeing to open the door. When Zhao Hongmei saw the door to Song Qingjing's room ajar, she was intrigued, wondering how her son had learned to rise early after a trip to the countryside. Had she known, she would have sent him down there long ago. However, her expression changed instantly upon seeing Lin Xiaoman emerge, disheveled and clad in loose-fitting pajamas, looking somewhat dazed. "Xiaoman, why are you up so early?" Zhao Hongmei exclaimed. "Oh dear, how well-behaved you are. Are you sleepy?" She reached out to embrace the child but hesitated, fearing rejection, and instead clasped her hands together, crouching slightly to inquire of the still groggy Lin Xiaoman. Lin Xiaoman went to bed early yesterday and slept soundly, so she wasn't tired. She shook her head, tugged at her pants, and felt a bit anxious, needing to relieve herself. Zhao Hongmei smacked her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to prepare a small urinal for Lin Xiaoman. Come, Grandma will take you to the bathroom." As they made their way to the restroom, the dawn was just beginning to break. It was barely past 5 in the morning. Zhao Hongmei couldn't sleep, feeling restless due to her age and the early bedtime the night before. Unlike the younger generation, who could slumber for longer hours. After using the toilet, Lin Xiaoman was intrigued by her grandparents' bathroom, which was quite different from the latrine in the countryside. She had always feared falling into the pit, having heard from her sister Pingyan about a child who had once fallen in and drowned. Thus, she was always cautious, gripping the sides tightly. Zhao Hongmei found it amusing to see Lin Xiaoman staring at the squat toilet for an extended period and picked her up. The soft, warm Lin Xiaoman radiated heat, and on a cool summer morning, she was just right to hold. Having finished in the restroom, Lin Xiaoman felt refreshed, and knowing that this was her father's mother, she was happy to be held by her, much to Zhao Hongmei's delight. The grandmother affectionately called out to her several times. In a cheerful mood, Lin Xiaoman swayed her head merrily, while Zhao Hongmei, overwhelmed with affection, nuzzled against her neck, causing Lin Xiaoman to giggle and shyly pull away. After enough playtime, Zhao Hongmei reluctantly set Lin Xiaoman down, filled a basin with water, checked the temperature, and then fetched a clean towel to wipe Lin Xiaoman's face. "Come, Xiaoman. Let Grandma wash your face and style your hair beautifully." Lin Xiaoman obediently closed her eyes as she was wiped, her little face soft and warm. Zhao Hongmei found immense joy in washing her face, exclaiming, "Oh my, our Xiaoman is truly both well-behaved and beautiful." Once Lin Xiaoman had brushed her teeth and washed her face, she transformed into a clean little child, beaming a sweet smile at her grandmother. Her tiny, sharp teeth and the little dimples at the corners of her mouth resembled those of Song Qingjing when he was young. Zhao Hongmei's heart swelled with pride, and she couldn't bear to let Lin Xiaoman go, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how endearing our Xiaoman is." Lin Xiaoman reached up to tug at her hair, feeling uncomfortable with some strands on her face. It was then that Zhao Hongmei remembered she needed to comb Lin Xiaoman's hair. With a smile, she brought over 2 lovely hairpins to adorn her granddaughter. Upon seeing the beautiful hairpins, Lin Xiaoman proudly lifted her head and exclaimed, "Xiaoman has them too. Sister Pingyan gave them to me." Zhao Hongmei paused, then realized that Lin Xiaoman was referring to the hairpins gifted by the 7- or 8-year-old girl the previous day. Immediately, she praised, "Xiaoman is truly remarkable, and Pingyan is such a good child." Lin Xiaoman felt a bit shy from the compliment, but upon hearing her sister Pingyan being praised, she nodded enthusiastically, affirming that her sister was indeed the best. Zhao Hongmei seated Lin Xiaoman on a small stool, while she took her own seat in a chair to style her hair. With the family's good fortune, Zhao Hongmei had always cherished beauty, frequently changing her hairstyles in her youth. Originally, he had hoped for a daughter, envisioning the joy of adorning her with beautiful attire. Alas, that wish was dashed, as it seemed she would not bear a daughter, leaving the anticipation for the next generation. Consequently, after several years of marriage, Cheng Heng showed no inclination to have children, while Cheng Wang, at his age, remained unmarried. As for Cheng Jing, she had resigned herself to the belief that he was of little promise, yet unexpectedly, he proved to be the most successful, having fathered a 3-year-old child. Reflecting on the relationship between Cheng Jing and Lin Jing, Zhao Hongmei felt a wave of apprehension had the past been uncovered. The repercussions for Cheng Jing would have been severe, with his very existence hanging in the balance. Now, with circumstances as they were, her focus shifted to caring for Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman. Tenderly, Zhao Hongmei styled Lin Xiaoman's hair, cautious not to inflict any discomfort. One could not deny, Lin Xiaoman's hair mirrored her own, slightly wavy, soft, and fine, albeit somewhat discolored due to years of inadequate nutrition. This, of course, needed attention. As Zhao Hongmei's thoughts wandered, her hands worked diligently, fashioning Lin Xiaoman's hair into the latest trendy, adorable braids, adorned with 2 beautiful hairpins. She then retrieved a lovely new dress for Lin Xiaoman, a pale yellow frock, specially chosen with her daughter-in-law from a department store. Hearing the commotion, Song Rand, still asleep in the other room, muttered for her to keep it down, wishing to catch a few more minutes of slumber. "Always sleeping," Zhao Hongmei retorted, her temper flaring. "The granddaughter is awake, and yet you still wish to sleep." The once drowsy Song Rand, upon hearing that Lin Xiaoman had risen, quickly opened his eyes. "Xiaoman is awake." Chapter 75. Xiaoman's new dress. The sleepy Song Rand immediately perked up, rising from bed to see the delightful yellow dress in Zhao Hongmei's hands. A selection made by her and his eldest daughter-in-law from the department store. Rumor had it that the merchandise hailed from Haishur, and it was said to look particularly charming and trendy on young girls. Zhao Hongmei had been captivated by it at first sight. Seeing Song Rand awake was fortuitous. She urged him to step outside while she brought Lin Xiaoman, who was sipping a malt beverage from a cup, back into the room. Turning on the light, she presented the yellow dress before Lin Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, come and see. Do you like it?" The dress featured Lin Xiaoman's favorite sunflower, in a color she adored, yellow. Instantly, Lin Xiaoman's eyes were glued to the garment, and she couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Zhao Hongmei, recognizing the child's expression, understood perfectly that Xiaoman was enamored with it. Prior to her purchase, she had discreetly inquired with Song Chengjing about Lin Xiaoman's preferences, knowing well of her fondness for sunflowers. After acquiring the dress, she had even requested Yi Wenqing to embroider a small sunflower on it, which complemented the yellow fabric beautifully, enhancing its charm. When Zhao Hongmei received the dress, she praised Yi Wenqing profusely and even secretly prepared a nourishing stew for her, ensuring the 2 men in the household remained oblivious. Lin Xiaoman, in awe, reached out to touch the dress but hesitated, fearful of accidentally damaging it. Seeing Zhao Hongmei feeling both heartbroken and affectionate, she unconsciously softened her voice. "Xiaoman, this little dress is specially embroidered for you by your aunt, as your father mentioned your fondness for sunflowers. We hoped you would find it comfortable and beautiful. Do you like it?" Lin Xiaoman glanced at the dress and then at her grandmother, smiling and nodding slightly, indicating her approval. "But Mom says I shouldn't accept things from others. However, since it's Dad's, Mom said it's all right to accept it. If Dad knows about the new dress, then it should be fine, right?" Zhao Hongmei, oblivious to the child's hesitation, merely smiled and began to change her clothes, not allowing any chance for refusal. Although Zhao Hongmei was energetic, she was cautious not to hurt Lin Xiaoman, moving with great care. When Lin Xiaoman donned her new skirt, she exclaimed delightedly several times, prompting Song Rand, who was still brushing his teeth with a towel draped over his shoulder, to hurriedly rush to the door, anxiously asking what was happening. Before he could voice his concerns further, the door swung open, revealing Zhao Hongmei joyfully leading Lin Xiaoman, who was adorned in a yellow, flower-embroidered dress. Zhao Hongmei proudly raised her chin towards Song Ren. As he beheld Lin Xiaoman in her new attire, a radiant smile lit up his eyes. Lin Xiaoman's skin was exceptionally fair, and the pale yellow dress flattered her complexion, making her appear even more luminous. Despite the summer sun, which had darkened her friends, she remained strikingly white. As her grandmother would say, at night, if you laugh while getting up, all you can see are your white teeth, not the person. Lin Xiaoman seemed to glow, wearing the delicate yellow dress, her hair styled in the latest fashion and adorned with 2 lovely hairpins. Her grandparents lavished her with compliments, exclaiming how stunning their granddaughter was. Overwhelmed by their praise, Lin Xiaoman twirled in her dress, earning more adoration. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Xiaoman is the most charming child in Nanning County. Zhao Hongmei crouched down to embrace Lin Xiaoman, pressing her face against hers. But upon noticing the old shoes still on her feet, she immediately tapped her right hand against her left palm. She then directed the beaming Song Ren, "Old Song, go to the box under the bedside table and bring me the new shoes I bought for Xiaoman, specially to match this dress." Song Ren was an obedient listener. Without hesitation, he replied affirmatively and went inside to search. Although he was eager to help, he often struggled with tasks. After rummaging around, he exclaimed, "Where could they be? I don't see them. Are you sure about the location?" Hearing this, Zhao Hongmei felt a surge of irritation. "I told you clearly. It's in the box under the bedside table. Where else could it be? Your eyes are like decorations. You can't find anything." Grumbling, Zhao Hongmei carried Lin Xiaoman, who was peering curiously at the commotion, into the room and squatted to search herself. "Oh, it's really not here." Song Ren, unable to locate her, stood nearby, reveling in her misfortune. "See, I told you it wasn't here. You've misremembered." Zhao Hongmei, feeling embarrassed, rummaged through her things while muttering, "How peculiar, how peculiar." Eventually, the elderly couple discovered the box within the wardrobe. Upon finding it, Zhao Hongmei smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, right. I feared it might be dragged away by a mouse from under the bedside table, so I thought it best to place it securely. Little did I know. I secured it too well and lost track of it." After saying this, she bashfully smiled at Song Ren, saying, "I mixed it up, mixed it up." Song Ren had been wronged before, yet there were times when things did seem to sprout legs. Whenever he searched, they would stubbornly elude him. But as soon as Zhao Hongmei arrived, she would effortlessly seize them. Hence, he had been chastised countless times. He had thought today would be another instance of items sprouting legs, preparing himself for another scolding. But to his surprise, it was indeed Zhao Hongmei who had erred. Not having embarrassed themselves in front of their granddaughter made Song Ren stand a little taller, his hands clasped behind his back, swaggering with a self-satisfied demeanor. Zhao Hongmei, however, was too preoccupied with Lin Xiaoman to pay him much mind. Gently placing Lin Xiaoman down, she cheerfully said, Come, Xiaoman, try on these new shoes." The shoe size was also obtained from Song Qingjing, who initially had no idea what size Lin Xiaoman wore, responding to his mother with, "It's about the size of my palm." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongmei nearly berated Song Qingjing, exclaiming, "How could you not know? Just ask." He displayed a complete lack of paternal awareness. After being chastised, Song Qingjing reluctantly inquired with Lin Jing, who, upon learning, informed him of Lin Xiaoman's shoe size. She surmised that Song Qingjing's parents intended to make shoes for Lin Xiaoman and, after some thought, decided to contribute by fetching 2 pieces of fabric. As she could not always be receiving things from Song Qingjing's parents, Zhao Hongmei opened the box to reveal a pair of exquisite white, round-toed, heelless leather shoes for children. Lin Xiaoman, having never seen such beautiful shoes, gasped in awe, momentarily frozen in place. "Come, Xiaoman, Grandma will help you put them on." Zhao Hongmei eagerly retrieved the shoes she had long prepared for Lin Xiaoman, nearly wishing to don them herself. However, Lin Xiaoman, having been taught by her mother to handle her own affairs and not to let her grandparents do her work, quickly shook her head, insisting, "I can put on my shoes by myself." She pointed to the well-fitted shoes she was already wearing, adding, "Mom and Dad are still sleeping, but when they wake up, I can squat down and put them on all by myself." Lin Xiaoman's voice was soft and gentle, carrying the unique lilt of childhood. Yet her words expressed a remarkable self-sufficiency. Zhao Hongmei and Song Ren, who had only recently become grandparents, looked at her with admiration, tilting their heads and smiling, praising. "Xiaoman is truly capable. How impressive she is. Xiaoman is the best child." Lin Xiaoman's cheeks flushed with pride, Her small hands intertwined as she shyly fidgeted on her toes. Pingin's sister can also put on her own shoes, and Teasy brother can do it too. Xiaoman isn't that impressive. I'm not the best child. She believes that Sister Pingin is truly remarkable. She can put on her own shoes and, during her childhood, would even teach her to do so. Sister Pingin would carry her to the creek to catch little shrimp and small snails. Brother Teasy is also impressive, adept at climbing trees. However, there was an instance when he climbed too high and couldn't descend. Upon being spotted by his father, he was rescued but received a severe reprimand. While crying, he clutched the pear he had painstakingly picked. As he departed, he sobbed and handed her a pear and one to Sister Pingin, saying that these pears grew high and basked in the sun, surely sweet. That time, when Lin Xiaoman discovered that Grandpa Akai was missing and stood by the roadside in tears, Sister Pingin, following her gaze, felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing the empty little stool and quietly wept behind her. In the past, whenever they were unhappy or upset, Grandpa Akai would treat them to the sweetest fruits, which would instantly lift their spirits. Thus, Teasy wished to gather the sweetest fruits for them. Lin Xiaoman still recalls Brother Teasy's words, "Do not be sad. If Grandpa Akai is no longer here, I will protect you. I am a man too." She feels that, compared to herself, Sister Pingin and Brother Teasy are the most formidable and wonderful children. Zhao Hongmei had heard from Song Qingjing that Lin Xiaoman's closest friends in the village were these two children, who had even saved a bag of candy and a piece of meat for each of them during their last visit. Now, upon hearing Lin Xiaoman mention them again, Zhao Hongmei and Song Ren were certainly not going to dampen the mood. They praised the children profusely in response to Lin Xiaoman's words. Unlike the shyness she felt when receiving compliments herself, Lin Xiaoman beamed with pride at the praise for Sister Pingin and Brother Teasy, nodding her little head continuously. Indeed, Brother Teasy is incredibly skilled, capable of climbing the highest trees, and after being spanked by Uncle Qian, he claims it doesn't hurt at all. Lin Xiaoman thought with certainty that perhaps her brother Teasy has an iron bottom. Zhao Hongmei and Song Ren laughed heartily at Lin Xiaoman's words. Recognizing this was not a matter of pain, but rather a show of bravado, yet little Lin Xiaoman believed it wholeheartedly. By the time Song Qingheng and Yi Wenqing rose, it was only 6 o'clock. They were both accustomed to early mornings. They noticed that today's breakfast was particularly abundant, as their parents were gathered around Lin Xiaoman. Watching the little girl diligently sip her porridge, Zhao Hongmei wished to feed her, but Lin Xiaoman insisted on doing it herself. Though somewhat disappointed, she could only assist by stirring the eggs and picking vegetables. By the time Song Qingheng took his seat, Lin Xiaoman had already been fed a full bowl of porridge, an egg, and a cup of malted milk. Zhao Hongmei, a bit overly enthusiastic about feeding the child, was gently stopped by Song Ren, a doctor, who advised to take it slow, as the child's stomach could not handle such a large quantity at once. She shouldn't eat so much at once. Aware of this wisdom, she wiped Lin Xiaoman's mouth and smiled, asking, "What would you like to eat for lunch, my dear? Grandma will make it for you." Having spent the morning together, Lin Xiaoman had grown somewhat familiar with her grandmother. After a moment of thought, she smiled and replied, "I want to eat sweet potato leaves. I used to go with my mother to pick them on the mountain. They grow abundantly in spring, and my mother cooks them deliciously. They are both sweet and fragrant, filling my belly." Hearing these words, Zhao Hongmei felt a pang of sorrow. It was merely sweet potato leaves, after all, in the county town. Some pig farmers fed their livestock with the same. Lin Xiaoman's perception of them as sweet and fragrant likely stemmed from the lack of fresh produce during winter, which made her cherish such simple fare. This thought tugged at Zhao Hongmei's heartstrings, leaving her to ponder the hardships endured by the mother and daughter over the years. "All right, Grandma will prepare sweet potato leaves for you at noon, along with braised pork, steamed egg custard, and a fish," she proposed. Naturally, Zhao Hongmei wished to indulge Lin Xiaoman, but it was inconceivable to limit her diet to sweet potato leaves alone, hence her added offerings. Though Lin Xiaoman had already eaten her fill, the mention of braised pork made her swallow hard. The child clearly still craved meat, but remained silent, her only request being a bowl of humble sweet potato leaves. At merely 3 years of age, Lin Xiaoman exhibited such maturity that it pained Zhao Hongmei deeply. Even just moments ago, had she not peeled the egg for Lin Xiaoman, the little one would not have thought to eat the egg set before her. Yi Wenqing discerned the sorrow in her mother-in-law's heart and quickly diverted the conversation to Lin Xiaoman's new dress. She ladled out a bowl of porridge and cheerfully praised, "Xiaoman, who got you that lovely new dress? It's truly beautiful." This was no mere formality. Previously clad in dull, gray attire, Lin Xiaoman was already exceedingly adorable. Now, adorned in fresh clothes with her hair elegantly styled and a flower atop her head, she radiated even more vitality and beauty. Lin Xiaoman's arms, exposed to the world, were fairer than her face, and the yellow dress accentuated her liveliness, reminiscent of flowers blooming in summer. Flushed with praise, Lin Xiaoman dutifully replied to Yi Wenqing. Grandma got me the dress, and the flower was also given by Grandma. Perhaps feeling it would be unfair to exclude her grandfather, she added. The shoes were found for me by Grandpa. Pointing to her little white shoes, her innocent words brought smiles to the faces of her grandparents, who were utterly charmed by their sweet granddaughter. She was like a delightful treat from a department store, one that was too precious to hold on to yet too tempting to resist. Song Qingheng observed Lin Xiaoman effortlessly winning over his difficult parents and chuckled, shaking his head in bemusement. Such was the bond of grandparental affection. At least, he had never witnessed his parents being so doting towards him and his brothers. Especially not towards the youngest and most favored, Song Qingjing. Once critical of his parents' indulgence, Song Qingheng found his heart softened by the sight of Lin Xiaoman, who shyly revealed a dimpled smile while looking down. In that moment, he retracted his earlier thoughts. Affection? No, a little girl deserves to be cherished. Chapter 77. When Yi wants a sister. After Lin Xiaoman finished breakfast, Zhao Hongmei knocked on Song Qingjing's door, informing him that she would take Lin Xiaoman next door for a stroll and a visit. It was barely past 6 in the morning when Lin Jing, inside the room, heard Zhao Hongmei's voice and immediately awakened, momentarily disoriented and unsure of her surroundings, regardless of the chaos unfolding within Song Qingjing's abode. At the moment Lin Xiaoman stood at the doorstep awaiting Zhao Hongmei, a child resembling a traditional New Year painting suddenly dashed out from the neighboring courtyard. Clutching a half-eaten boiled egg in her hand, with remnants of yellow, presumably egg yolk, staining the corners of her mouth, she gazed curiously at Lin Xiaoman and gestured animatedly, indicating that she was shorter and younger. Wen Yike's eyes sparkled with delight. Initially resembling a frenzied little piglet, she approached Lin Xiaoman, extending the half-eaten egg with a flushed face, managing to utter, "Sister, eat." Lin Xiaoman shook her head, gently pushing the egg away. "You eat. I've had enough." Hearing this, Wen Yike, with a hint of disappointment, stuffed the half-egg into her mouth, unperturbed by the risk of choking, devouring it with great enthusiasm. As she puffed out her cheeks, she noticed Lin Xiaoman observing her and grinned, revealing her egg yolk-stained teeth in a smile. "Yike, do not frighten your sister," came a voice, causing both Wen Yike and Lin Xiaoman to glance behind her. They spotted a small boy, resembling a miniature scholar, standing a good height above them. "Yike?" Lin Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback. Upon spotting her brother, Wen Yike rushed forward, throwing a tantrum. "Brother, I want a sister. I want this sister. Let's take her home." With a serious expression, Wen Zhengzi replied, "Yike, your sister is someone else's child. We cannot take her home. That is what human traffickers do." Previously, while in Beijing, when a neighbor had a baby sister, that child had been overjoyed, boasting about it everywhere. When Yike had heard and sneaked a peek, upon returning home, she had sarcastically remarked, "She is all wrinkly and can only blow bubbles. Humph, what is so cute about that? Just a tad softer and a bit more fun? I don't want her. If I were to raise someone, it would be the prettiest." That day, when Yike had thrown a fit, crying to her parents about wanting to be an older sister, her parents were left exasperated. When Yike's mother had health issues and could not bear a third child. During Wen Yike's birth, she had nearly faced a life-threatening delivery, and both mother and child had narrowly survived, with Wen Yike being no larger than a mouse at birth. Having fought for survival, her parents felt an undeniable guilt towards their premature daughter and, in their care, had inadvertently overindulged her. Now, there was no sign of her premature birth in Wen Yike at all. Her unreasonable desire for a sister was met with unyielding refusal, leading her to protest by withholding her snacks for several days, much to her parents' amusement, who warned Wen Zhengzi not to secretly indulge their strong-willed daughter. After 3 days of protest, Wen Yike came to understand that her parents would not grant her request for a sibling. "No matter. I shall simply find one to bring home." The bewildered Lin Xiaoman listened to their conversation, the content of the book she had read flashing through her mind. With a sudden realization, she tapped her left hand against her right, recognizing that the child before her was indeed the exceedingly fortunate Wen Yike. When Zhao Hongmei emerged, She found Wen Yike diligently using her clothes and tears to mop the ground of their courtyard. The remarkably steadfast Wen Zhengze stood resolutely, refusing to budge even when tugged at by his little sister, firmly stating that it was simply not permissible. At that moment, Lin Xiaoman, the granddaughter of her family, squatted on the ground with a curious expression, observing the graceful and intelligent protagonist of the book, who, at the tender age of 3, had transformed her pristine trousers into a pair of split-crotch pants and was now rolling about in her family's courtyard. Zhao Hongmei lifted the child from the ground, listening as Wen Yike cried out in a jumbled mess of words, leaving her utterly bemused, unable to comprehend a single syllable. It was only from the slightly older Wen Zhengze that she grasped the situation. Yike wished to take Xiaoman home as a sister. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongmei was further amused, tears of laughter streaming down her face as she playfully informed Xiaoman, "Yike, Xiaoman is actually 3 months your senior. She is the elder sister." When Yike, who was sobbing with a mix of snot and tears, paused momentarily, turning to glance at Lin Xiaoman, who was adorned in a lovely little dress. A flower perched atop her head, her stature smaller and her chubby form less than her own. How could she be the sister? The earlier pretense of crying faded, and genuine sadness engulfed Wen Yike, her eyes swelling like fried eggs, tears cascading down in rhythmic droplets, leaving the 3 present in a state of disarray. Just as Dr. Wen was preparing to leave for the hospital, he caught wind of his daughter's cries and knocked on the door before entering the Song family's courtyard. Upon seeing her father, Wen Yike dashed over, her pink slippers slapping against the ground, and clung to his leg, weeping pitifully, truly heartbroken. Dr. Wen picked her up and cradled her in his arms, while Wen Yike buried her face in his shoulder, still sobbing like an uncontrollable faucet. Zhao Hongmei held Lin Xiaoman, a look of guilt washing over her as she explained the situation to Dr. Wen. Understanding the context, he gently patted his daughter's back, soothing her with soft words to calm her distress. Though still sniffling and tearful, Wen Yike gradually ceased her wailing. As she spoke, she began to sweetly coax her father, her emotions shifting swiftly from sorrow to the whims of childhood desires, asking for candied hawthorns, a white rabbit candy, steamed buns, and new clothes like her sister S. Having composed herself, she declared that if she said Xiaoman was her sister, then she indeed was. Dr. Wen, fully aware of his daughter's imaginative nature, smiled and acquiesced to her requests, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe her tears and snot. Meanwhile, Wen Zhengze, acting like a little adult, shook his head, deeming his sister a mere child. Lin Xiaoman watched with a hint of envy as Wen Yike cozied up to her father. He would always prepare a floral handkerchief for her, wiping away her tears and snot without a hint of disdain for her dirted clothes from rolling on the ground. It seemed that no matter her actions, her father would never be angry or disapproving of her. Awoken by his mother, the exhausted Song Qingjing also rose, carrying a basin with intentions of brushing his teeth and washing his face, only to discover the lively commotion in the courtyard. As he stepped outside, he happened to overhear Lin Xiaoman, held in his mother's embrace, express with envy, "Yike's daddy is so wonderful." Song Qingjing's reaction was one of bewilderment. Chapter 78. Xiaoman yearns for home. Zhao Hongmei remained oblivious to the complex feelings her son harbored upon overhearing his sister praise another's father. At that moment, she cradled Lin Xiaoman in her arms while leading Wen Zhengze and his daughter, Wen Yike, next door, engaging in light conversation. After Dr. Wen had successfully soothed his daughter, he departed for the hospital, leaving Wen Yike, now pacified, rummaging through boxes to find delightful treats and toys to present to Lin Xiaoman. However, as she turned her gaze mischievously towards Lin Xiaoman, she grinned and coaxed in a hushed tone, "Call me sister." Lin Xiaoman shook her head, pointing to herself to indicate. Xiaoman is older, Yike is younger, affirming her role as the elder sister. Wen Yike, stamping her feet and biting her handkerchief, whimpered, "Xiaoman is so clever. I cannot deceive her." While Lin Xiaoman played in the Wen family's courtyard, Song Qingjing furrowed his brow, inquiring of his older brother, who was engrossed in the newspaper. "Who was that unfamiliar person in our yard just now?" Song Qingjing shook the newspaper, recalling, "Oh, just the father of that little chubby girl, accompanied by a rather handsome little boy. The man they called father wears glasses." Upon hearing this, Song Qingjing confirmed, "They are from the Wen family, who have recently moved in next door. I mentioned them briefly. You probably didn't pay much attention. He works at the county hospital, with 2 children, a boy and a girl. The girl is about the same age as Xiaoman, perhaps 2 or 3 months younger. Works at the county hospital? Song Qingjing asked, biting into a sesame-flavored pancake. Unaware of any underlying issues, Song Qingjing replied, yes, he works at the county hospital. I heard he was transferred from Beijing and is reputed to be an excellent doctor, humble and amiable. I've met him a few times. He seems to be a good person, caring for his family. Song Qingjing, though not personally acquainted with this individual, recognized his brother's commendation as a mark of merit. Oh, and I heard he is a university graduate, quite educated. If he finishes work early, he even teaches his wife and children. Despite their daughter being a lively bundle of energy, often playing in the mud, she surprisingly knows many idioms and can recite several Tang poems. Their mother has praised his ability to educate without stifling the child's natural spirit. Listening to these remarks and reflecting on Lin Xiaoman's envious gaze towards their children, the sesame pancake in Song Qingjing's hand began to lose its appeal. As a leader, Song Qingheng discerned the subtle shift in his brother's mood but chose not to address it directly. Instead, he casually remarked, by the way, when Qing mentioned that mother asked her to keep an eye out for any temporary work nearby. Your wife is industrious and ambitious. She has managed to raise Lin Xiaoman alone thus far, clearly not one to rely on others. Mother noticed her on her first day here and has been mindful of any job opportunities. I, along with your sister-in-law, will keep an eye out for work. However, given her lack of formal qualifications, securing a good position may prove challenging. That's why I suggested your sister-in-law speak with her privately about the possibility of obtaining a certification. The intention is for her to work while studying for the certification, which would facilitate finding a better job later on. With that, Song Qingjing not only found the pancake tasteless, but also felt a growing discomfort within himself. Song Qingheng spoke succinctly, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Jing, a person of remarkable efficiency, industrious, and capable, swiftly secured a position as a temporary dishwashing worker at a state-owned enterprise. Although the remuneration was modest and the work arduous, it provided a source of income, allowing Lin Jing to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon returning from work the next day, she shared the news with Song Qingjing, who furrowed his brow in concern and confided in her. Not all of my funds are supplemented by our parents and elder brother. The majority I have earned myself. The money is kept in the nightstand in our room. Feel free to take what you need. I heard from my brother that you wish to pursue a qualification. If you're intent on studying at home, focus on that, and we can discuss work once you've succeeded. Having navigated the streets of West Street for many years, Song Qingjing, though not indulging in illicit activities, had established connections. A few trips to the black market yielded quick returns, far surpassing the meager earnings Lin Jing made washing dishes for a month. When he revealed a substantial sum of money hidden in his drawer, Lin Jing's eyelids fluttered. She was certain that the rest of the Song family was unaware of the extent of his wealth, including a rare sewing machine ticket valued at over 100 yuan. Do your parents and elder brother know about this? Lin Jing inquired, not addressing his earlier statement, but focusing on this matter. Song Qingjing did not respond. And from his silence, Lin Jing understood that the origins of this money were indeed questionable. With a soft sigh, she subtly reminded him that such a considerable amount was more than sufficient. In the past, Song Qingjing had been audacious, feeling no qualms about spending freely since he had already established his own household and would bear the consequences alone if anything went awry. The black market was a place where all parties benefited, reaping rewards without committing any heinous acts. However, now that Song Qingjing had a family of his own, he was less inclined to think in such a manner and considered adopting a more restrained approach. As Lin Jing remarked, the money they had was ample, albeit not in a manner that could be spent openly. Over the years, he had spent lavishly under the guise of parental support, with not only his parents but also his elder and second brothers and sisters-in-law contributing to his finances, thus allowing him to spend freely without raising suspicion. Yet now, with the decision to refrain from further dealings in the black market, Song Qingjing needed to contemplate his future arrangements seriously. At that moment, Zhao Hongmei returned from visiting a neighbor, cradling Lin Xiaoman in her arms. Lin Jing took the opportunity to inform Zhao Hongmei about her new job. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongmei expressed her concerns about the hardship, but seeing Lin Jing's determination, she chose not to press further. Instead, Lin Xiaoman gazed up at her mother with admiration, reaching out for her embrace. Aware of her daughter's clingy nature, Lin Jing took Lin Xiaoman from Mrs. Zhao. As soon as she was in her mother's arms, Lin Xiaoman planted a kiss on her cheek and snuggled against her, exclaiming, "Mommy is so amazing. Mommy is the best." I think mommy is the most amazing. Listening to Lin Xiaoman's flattery, Lin Jing felt her spirits lift. No matter what she did, Lin Xiaoman offered unwavering support, and her affection for her daughter was boundless. However, it wasn't until later that evening, after Lin Jing had given her daughter a bath and tucked her into bed, that Lin Xiaoman, in a delayed realization, finally sensed that something was amiss. She gazed at her new clothes with a hint of confusion, recalling her mother's words about the new job, and surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Standing on the bed, a flicker of uncertainty and a touch of anxiety appeared in her eyes as she tugged at Lin Jing's sleeve, nervously asking, "Mom, when are we going home? I miss Grandma Qian and Sister Ping." In Chapter 79, a mother's embrace. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoman's words, Song Qingjing and Lin Jing exchanged glances. The previous day, they had come to realize that Lin Xiaoman might not fully grasp the implications of living in the county town and had intended to clarify things with her. However, by the time they returned home, Lin Xiaoman had already fallen into a deep slumber. Today, she had been playing joyfully with the two children from the Wen family, and they had not found an opportune moment to speak. Having just dried his hair, Song Qingjing sat at the edge of the bed, cradling Lin Xiaoman, now dressed in her new pajamas, in his lap to provide comfort. "Do you not like it here?" he inquired gently. Lin Xiaoman shook her head. She rather enjoyed her time here. Her grandparents treated her well, her uncles and aunts smiled at her, and the playful Wen Yike rolling on the ground was quite entertaining. The food was delightful, and the sleeping arrangements were comfortable. Yet, this place was not truly home for Lin Xiaoman. Her own home, while not as splendid, held its own charm. In her own room, she could gaze up at the stars twinkling outside her window, and her yard boasted vegetables she had planted herself. From her garden, she could hear Grandma Qian scolding Brother Tizi next door, along with the sounds of roosters crowing, birds chirping, and cicadas singing. She would follow Sister Ping and Brother Tizi, running through the entire village, surrounded by the familiarity of her surroundings. Occasionally, they would encounter uncles and aunts along the way, who would smile at the sight of them frolicking in the fields. During the summer, when wild fruits were abundant, the village uncles would see them gazing longingly at the fruits and would climb trees to pluck a few for the children to relish. The sunlight, the woods, the flowing streams, and the wind rustling through the leaves created a tapestry of memories that enveloped her in warmth. Lin Xiaoman cherished the essence of her home, which was distinctly different from this place. Noticing the child's despondency, Song Qingjing gently swayed her in his embrace and softly reassured her, "Xiaoman, that is your home. And this is your home too. If you miss Grandma Qian or Sister Ping'an, we can visit often." However, Lin Xiaoman had no concept of often. She understood that traveling from her village to this town was a long, arduous journey, requiring a considerable amount of time on the bus. Grandma Qian had remarked that she had only been to the county town a handful of times throughout her life. Song Qingjing and Lin Jing took turns comforting Lin Xiaoman, who appeared listless and lacking in spirit. It seemed as though she always grasped their sentiments a beat too late, whether it was regarding Grandfather Kai, Grandma Qian, or Sister Ping, and reflecting on the moment when Grandma Qian held her hand. With moist eyes, Lin Xiaoman finally comprehended the depth of that gesture. It was a fear of never seeing Xiaoman again, a fear of longing for her in the days to come. A pang of sorrow welled up within her. She felt a twinge of sadness for not having listened more closely to Grandma Qian's words when she had left, for believing she would return shortly, and thus not engaging in meaningful conversation. She had always thought there would be ample time ahead. Lin Xiaoman sniffled softly, recalling that separation could arrive unexpectedly. There are individuals who, perhaps on a tranquil afternoon, wave goodbye as usual, never to be seen again for the rest of their lives. The once cheerful and spirited young girl now resembles a wilted eggplant, her head bowed, clutching them tightly. Lin Xiaoman, having been away from home for the first extended period, finds herself yearning for her family. Lin Jing cradles Lin Xiaoman, painstakingly lulling the child to sleep, gently stroking her head and the reddened corners of her eyes. Lin Xiaoman seldom cries, and she despises shedding tears in front of others. She possesses a hint of stubbornness within her. Song Qingjing brushes his damp shoulder and reaches out to caress Lin Xiaoman's face, his long fingers dwarfed by her delicate features, gently rubbing her forehead. That night, Lin Xiaoman is plagued by a series of strange dreams. Much like the previous visions of her parents' tragic fate, this time she dreams of Sister Ping'an and Grandma Qian. In her dream, a book declares that Lin Xiaoman is cursed, and thus, all those she holds dear are destined for misfortune. In her slumber, she witnesses Sister Pingin's father suffer a leg fracture while traversing the back mountain, subsequently succumbing to a bout of food poisoning. Shortly thereafter, Sister Pingin's mother remarries. But her new husband transforms into a different man post-wedding. Her beloved Sister Pingin endures abuse, while Lin Xiaoman stands in the dream, weeping silently behind her as she sees Sister Pingin's head bloodied from blows. Yet in the dream, Sister Pingin does not embrace her. Lin Xiaoman observes her once fearless Sister Pingin, who now hides her eyes beneath her hair, too timid to meet anyone's gaze. Ultimately sold by her father to an old bachelor for 50 yuan. Sister Pingin cherished her studies, but was only able to attend school for 2 years. She once expressed a desire to explore the northern city described by Grandpa as Sai, yet she never ventured beyond the confines of her small village. Her dreams were stifled, her spirit languished, and she lived in a state of numbness. Lin Xiaoman squats beside her, watching as Sister Pingin matures into an attractive young woman. Yet she no longer smiles or proclaims her ambition to become an extraordinary figure. It is not only Sister Pingin who suffers. Grandma Qian also endures hardship. In Lin Xiaoman's dream, she sees herself alone at the doorstep, awaiting a mother who will never return. Grandma Qian, heartbroken, wishes to take her home, but Aunt Chunlan, in a fit of tears, insists that Lin Xiaoman is a harbinger of misfortune, creating an unending uproar. As if this turmoil were not enough, the tragic incident involving Lin Xiaoman's uncle's family being consumed by flames ensues, further solidifying Aunt Chunlan's refusal to bring Lin Xiaoman into her home. Lin Xiaoman becomes the calamity in the eyes of many. In her dream, she witnesses Grandma Qian and Aunt Chunlan quarrel over her, only to see Aunt Chunlan inadvertently push Grandma Qian to the ground. Grandma Qian suffers a broken leg and a stroke. Yet Aunt Chunlan insists that it is all Lin Xiaoman's fault. The fire that claimed Lin Yang's family was instigated by Qian Daqiang. Yet it is Lin Xiaoman who bears the blame. The act that led to Grandma Qian's incapacitation, orchestrated by Aunt Chunlan, is likewise attributed to Lin Xiaoman. In the midst of these dreamlike horrors, Lin Xiaoman realizes that no matter how fervently she points to the true culprits, her voice remains unheard. Xiaoman, Xiaoman, awaken. The anxious voice of the mother pierced through the nightmare, as the dim light of the night illuminated her face. Lin Xiaoman opened her tear-streaked eyes, meeting the worried gaze of her parents. Still not fully detached from the terror of her dream, Lin Xiaoman recalled the helplessness and fear of sitting alone at the doorstep, waiting for her mother. At that moment, when she faced her mother's healthy, beautiful, and familiar visage, the grievance in Lin Xiaoman's heart magnified manifold, and she found an outlet for the emotion she could rely on to pour out. The little girl reached out her hand toward her mother, tears rolling down like marbles. It was only when she fell into the familiar embrace, enveloped by the scent she recognized, that Lin Xiaoman finally exhaled the heavy breath that had been trapped within her heart, clutching her mother's clothing tightly as she cried with a mix of sorrow and nostalgia. Chapter 80. The firecracker. The next day, Song Chungjing awoke early. Zhao Hongmei, who had grown accustomed to rising early due to her age, found it peculiar and peered out at the still dark sky. Why had her youngest son risen so early today? With a hint of suspicion, she inquired while not pausing in her task of boiling noodles, intending to prepare a warm bowl for Xiaoman, along with a fried egg. Recalling the previous night, the lively and cheerful Lin Xiaoman had been sobbing uncontrollably, leaving Song Qingjing's heart in discomfort. He shared the events of Lin Xiaoman's nightmare with his mother, prompting Zhao Hongmei to quickly wipe her wet hands on her apron and approach him with a concerned expression. Did she have a nightmare? Is she still not used to it? She asked. Children often struggle with sudden changes in their environment. They had worried initially, but thought Lin Xiaoman had settled in well after seeing her sleep peacefully the night before, just as they had sighed in relief. It seemed that she had indeed experienced a frightful dream. Song Qingjing sighed as well, acknowledging that she was still somewhat unaccustomed to the new surroundings. Having never been away from home for such an extended period, it was natural for her to overthink. Just yesterday, she had expressed a desire to bring back meat buns to share, and now it seemed that thought lingered in her heart. Not only Lin Xiaoman, but Zhao Hongmei also felt a pang of sympathy. She had been reluctant to leave home at 18 or 19, let alone Lin Xiaoman, who was only 3. Take good care of Lin Jing. But isn't Lin Jing working today? You should take Xiaoman out for a stroll, Zhao Hongmei advised, still feeling uneasy. She specifically urged. Aside from her mother, you are the one she is closest to. Make sure to reassure her that she will visit again. Lin Jing's family is still there, and they must keep in touch. Song Qingjing had indeed contemplated this from the start. He noticed how much Lin Xiaoman enjoyed her time there, as most people treated her kindly. Therefore, he had intended to return every few months for a short visit, allowing the child to experience the world and enjoy a sense of freedom and comfort. He had not anticipated Lin Xiaoman would cry so heart-wrenchingly. Her tears fell silently. Her small face flushed, droplets accumulating and cascading down. She did not wail loudly, disturbing others. She cried softly, which was why his mother had not heard her. Lin Xiaoman had a restless night and remained in bed this morning, clinging to Lin Jing's shirt, fearful that her mother might vanish like in a dream. Although Lin Jing was in a hurry, she could not bear to release Lin Xiaoman's hand. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoman woke up just before Lin Jing was about to be late. Lin Jing reassured her that she would go to work and return swiftly. Once Lin Xiaoman was certain her mother would not suddenly disappear, she quietly let go of her grip, being handed over to her father, Song Qingjing, who noticed her urgency and the fact that she skipped breakfast. He stuffed 2 cooked eggs into Lin Jing's hands. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Jing accepted them with gratitude, casting a few lingering glances back at Lin Xiaoman, who was nestled in Song Qingjing's embrace, ensuring that she would not cry before finally stepping out of the yard. However, in the next instant, as Lin Jing exited the courtyard, Lin Xiaoman suddenly pouted and buried her face in Song Qingjing's shoulder. Typically, when Lin Xiaoman was with her father, she was cheerful, lifting her head to smile at him, and he had never encountered a moment when she felt the need to cry. Last night, it was Lin Jing who had comforted her, while he stood nearby, fanning her to keep her cool. As Song Qingjing strolled around the yard with Lin Xiaoman in his arms, he soothed her with gentle words, promising that her mother would return that evening and that no one would ever abandon her, least of all Lin Xiaoman. At the mention of this, Lin Xiaoman's nose tinged with sadness, for she knew that even in her dreams, her mother could not bear to leave her side, wishing to stay with her for an eternity. During her mother's most serious illness, she would cradle Lin Xiaoman, softly patting her to sleep while tenderly whispering, "Xiaoman, even if I cannot be with you for a lifetime, you must remember that I love you most dearly, and you are not a child unloved." Unlike her mother, Lin Xiaoman was cherished and would be loved, so in whatever form, her mother would bless her daughter, ensuring Lin Xiaoman would thrive. With her head resting on her father's shoulder, Lin Xiaoman revealed only her swollen, red eyes, remnants of yesterday's tears. Listening to her father's soothing voice, she recalled the tender moments shared between Wen-yi and her father. After being obedient for so long, Lin Xiaoman suddenly felt an urge to be a little willful. She sniffled, her nose and the corners of her eyes reddened as she gazed up at her father. Song Qingjing gently wiped the tears from Lin Xiaoman's eyes and asked with a smile, "What is it?" Lin Xiaoman quickly lowered her gaze, tears still clinging to her long eyelashes, her fingers nervously fiddling with each other as she softly voiced her perceived disobedient request. Her words were so faint that Song Qingjing could barely hear them. She mentioned that her steamed buns had not yet been given to them. Song Qingjing had been attentive to Lin Xiaoman, observing her anxious little gestures. He understood her feelings of reluctance and regret. After a brief moment of hesitation, he picked Lin Xiaoman up and headed outside. Lin Xiaoman looked up to see her father smiling brightly at her, and he cheerfully declared, "Let us go. Dad will take you back to share the buns." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman's eyes lit up, and as she lifted her head, Song Qingjing noticed the spark of vitality returning to his daughter. He affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Let's go buy some buns." Song Qingjing was not someone who acted recklessly. Since he intended to take Lin Xiaoman back, he had to inform Lin Jing. Conveniently, Lin Jing was working at the state-run hotel. He ordered a dozen buns in one go, wrapped 10 of them, fed one to Lin Xiaoman, and called Lin Jing out to mention his plan to take Lin Xiaoman to the countryside, assuring her that they would return the same day and that she need not worry. Lin Jing knew this trip would not be easy, but recalling Lin Xiaoman's tears from the previous night, she refrained from voicing any objections, merely advising them to be cautious on the road. After Song Qingjing left, carrying Lin Xiaoman, Lin Jing turned to head back to the kitchen, only to be informed by manager Zhang that Song Qingjing had left her 3 warm pork buns, urging her not to go hungry at noon. Perhaps the warmth of the buns eased her hidden worries, if only slightly. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Wen household, Xiang Qin helplessly watched as Wen Yike hastily consumed her breakfast, nearly choking in the process. She offered her water, advising her to take her time. assuring her that her sister would not disappear. When Yike had returned from next door the previous day, still murmuring sister, sister in her dreams, making one wonder if she was a sheep that had turned into a spirit. After finishing her drink, when Yike, having swallowed her food, darted towards the Song family like a small firecracker. Chapter 81. Learning to be spoiled and petulant. Just then, she bumped into Zhao Hongmei, who was about to leave. When Yike peeked inside, still repeating, sister, where's my sister? Zhao Hongmei no longer corrected her, instead smiling as she pinched When Yike's chubby cheek, informing her that Xiaoman and her father had gone out and would not be home, suggesting she wait until tomorrow. When Yike's little mind could not comprehend such complex information. All she understood was that her sister was not at home, which struck her like a bolt from the blue. The little chubby girl widened her eyes. Rooted at the doorstep, deeply affected, Xiangqin observed her daughter rushing out energetically, her hands hanging down, her head bent low, arms weakly swinging side to side, seemingly suffering from some great disappointment. What is it? Did you not expect your sister? She inquired with concern, setting aside her yarn. As soon as she asked, when Yike could no longer contain herself, rolling on the ground in the yard, crying out for her beautiful sister. Passing by Wen Jingze, carrying a cup of water and with his hands behind his back, kindly reminded his weeping sister, Yike, Xiaoman is older than you. You should call her sister. Hearing her brother's words only deepened Wen Yike's sorrow, and she hugged her plump self tightly, crying out several bubbles of snot. She thought her brother was the most annoying. At this moment, Lin Xiaoman, the object of Wen Yike's affection, was being carried by her father toward the village. After experiencing a nightmare the previous night, Lin Xiaoman, along with Song Qingjing, had not slept well. Now, seated in the car and cradling Lin Xiaoman, Song Qingjing felt exhausted. He could barely keep his eyes open, yet remained alert enough to ensure that Lin Xiaoman, being so small, would not fall, following the unsettling dream that seemed to foreshadow future events. Lin Xiaoman felt a deep unease within her. It was as if she had foreseen her mother's potential demise. She would devise a way to reach the town, intent on altering such a future. It was Grandma Qian who had initially brought her here, helping her locate her father, and now, it was her father who was taking her back. She believed that both Grandma Qian and Sister Ping and would not resemble the figments of her dreams. By the time they reached the forward brigade, dawn had fully broken. Not only Lin Xiaoman, but even Song Qingjing, upon returning after a mere 2 days, felt a tinge of nostalgia. As Song Qingjing set Lin Xiaoman down, she immediately dashed towards familiar places, shedding any trace of the subtle restraint she had exhibited in the county town. Following closely behind her, Song Qingjing observed as she occasionally glanced back, seemingly anxious that he might fall behind. However, despite her swift pace, her legs were still quite short. 3 of her strides equated to just 1 of his. He maintained a distance of no more than a meter, ensuring she remained within his sight. Lin Xiaoman, unbeknownst to her own urgency, ran fervently under the sweltering sun. Gasping for breath, Song Qingjing contemplated striding forward to scoop her up, only to witness Lin Xiaoman suddenly wrap her arms around the leg of a bewildered man in his 30s who was wielding a hoe. Before he could mask the confusion on his face, he saw his daughter dramatically fall to the ground before this man, exclaiming in a manner reminiscent of a leaf blown off a tree. What was Lin Xiaoman up to? Lin Minin set down his hoe, squatted, and with a smile, lifted Lin Xiaoman up, placing her gently back on the ground. What game is this? He inquired. Due to the bond formed through his daughter's friendship with her, Lin Minin was quite familiar with her. Occasionally, he would allow Ping in to share some food with her, and the child, wise and grateful, would often come by to lend a hand. Although her tiny stature rendered her assistance minimal, their hearts would swell with affection as they witnessed her carrying a few vegetables back and forth. Lin Xiaoman was taken aback by how effortlessly she was lifted, feeling like a mere basket of vegetables. The reason for her haste to return was the ominous event she had envisioned in which Sister Ping and S father would venture into the mountains today. She was determined to prevent her uncle from going there, to ensure he remained safe and unharmed. Uncle, let us go find Sister Ping'an, she exclaimed, tugging at Lin Minin's arm, eager to dissuade him from heading to the mountains. Song Qingjing was perplexed by his daughter's insistence, and Lin Minin too was puzzled by her clinginess today. Perhaps her recent trip to the city had made her more affectionate towards them? Nevertheless, Lin Minin remained steadfast, gently ruffling Lin Xiaoman's hair with a smile. Little man, you should head back. Sister Ping is waiting for you at home. I will just go to the back mountains to gather some herbs, and will return shortly. Lin Minin had some knowledge of herbs, which were bought by the local herbal supply cooperative. Though the prices were modest, they would suffice for him to purchase a lovely outfit for his daughter and perhaps a meat bun from the state-run restaurant. He gazed at Lin Xiaoman, who was wearing a particularly lovely dress. In all of Pingin's years, he had never seen such fine attire. Other fathers might have made a name for themselves, but he too could not afford to fall short. The rain had recently fallen, and the mountains likely held treasures. He had heard from the wife of Qian's second son that her brother had unearthed a plethora of medicinal herbs in the back mountains, which stirred a sense of curiosity within him, compelling him to explore. Upon hearing back mountains, Lin Xiaoman's face turned pale. She was at a loss for what to do and resorted to mimicking when Yiku, clinging to him and throwing a fit, insisting that he not go. Song Chungjing found the scene amusing. He realized that although his daughter had only known the little girl from the Wen family for a day, she had already honed the art of pouting and throwing tantrums. Though he was unsure why she was so adamant about not allowing anyone to venture to the back mountains. She was still his daughter, and if he did not support her, who would? Understanding the psychology of children, Song Chungjing interjected, Lin, perhaps it would be wise to return home for now. Xiaoman has been crying since last night, and upon waking, she insisted on coming back. She's clinging to you now. As the saying goes, children can see what we cannot. Should we not consider returning? Lin Minin, knowing that Lin Xiaoman was typically obedient, felt an unsettling sense of foreboding at her unexpected outburst. He pondered how she had been perfectly content in town only to suddenly desire to return home. Perhaps children truly perceive things beyond the adult realm. Though he was reluctant to believe such notions, those raised in the countryside, especially men of Lin Minin's age, held a certain reverence for these beliefs. After some consideration, he decided to forego the expedition to the back mountains for the time being. Playfully pinching Lin Xiaoman's slightly chubby cheek and smiling, it's a rare occasion for Xiaoman to return. Pingin will surely be delighted to see you. Chapter 82. Her joy for Lin Xiaoman. As Lin Minin escorted Lin Xiaoman home, Pingin's mother emerged first. Upon seeing Lin Minin unharmed, she sighed in relief. Once her brow unfurrowed, she caught sight of Lin Xiaoman in her lovely new dress, momentarily failing to recognize the once dusty girl, now transformed in vibrant attire. Wang Fun, Pingin's mother, was struck by a mix of astonishment and envy. Xiaoman has returned. Pingin, Xiaoman is back. She called joyfully into the house. Pingin, hearing her mother's voice, rushed outside. Wang Fun happily accepted the basket Lin Minin offered and placed it on the ground just as Pingin hurried over, having just been interrupted from her task. Xiaoman, why have you come back? No one has bullied you, right? She asked, lifting Lin Xiaoman's arm and turning her around for a thorough inspection. Lin Xiaoman quickly shook her head. No? Grandmother, grandfather, uncle, and aunt are all wonderful, and Yiku is also great, as is Yiku's brother. Pingin scrutinized Lin Xiaoman closely, ensuring she had not been mistreated. Her face was rosy, her spirit bright, and her attire splendid, resembling a city child indeed. It seemed she had made new friends in the city and had not faced any harm. Pingin felt a wave of relief and smiled. She was genuinely happy for Lin Xiaoman. As two children engaged in hushed whispers, Wang Fun cast a glance at Lin Minin and inquired about his sudden return. Lin Minin recounted how Lin Xiaoman had clung to his leg, weeping and refusing to let him ascend the mountain. He also mentioned that Song Chungjing had said Lin Xiaoman had a nightmare the previous night, crying out for Pingin. Wang Fun felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart as she listened, furrowing her brow and pressing her hand against her racing heart. This morning, when I saw you leave, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease, especially after noticing the clouds gathering ominously shortly after your departure. I wanted to call you back, but when I rushed outside, you were nowhere to be found. My heart remained in suspense until I heard Xiaoman calling out for Pingin, and only then did I hastily open the door to find you standing at the entrance, my heart finally at ease. Lin Minin, hearing her concerns, gently patted her hand. This morning, I encountered the wife of Qian, who informed me that the usual path we take was flooded, which prompted me to choose a different route. Wang Fun frowned at this revelation, feeling a sense of discomfort. The reason her husband wished to venture to the back mountain was due to Lin Chunlan's tale of her brother discovering a wealth of treasures there. Now, the mention of an alternate path only heightened her suspicion. Unable to articulate her unease, the typically mild-mannered Wang Fun firmly stated, for now, you should refrain from going to the back mountain. With the unpredictable rain, it would be wiser to wait until the ground dries out. Let the treasure be, even if it means less fortune. Initially, Lin Minin had intended to venture into the mountains in the coming days, but upon hearing his wife's resolute words, he reconsidered and acquiesced to her wishes. As they lifted their gazes, they spotted Lin Xiaoman presenting a meat bun to Ping'an. Being a perceptive child, Ping'an recognized that her friend's father was willingly offering the bun, signaling that it was indeed for her consumption. She was pleasantly surprised that Lin Xiaoman had returned specifically to deliver a meat bun, and with a hearty bite, the rich aroma of the filling burst forth in her mouth. Ping'an had always considered herself quite mature, yet that single bite of the bun revealed her youthful delight, causing her eyes to sparkle as she enthusiastically nodded at Lin Xiaoman, exclaiming, "Delicious! This meat bun is truly exquisite." Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman watched with envy as her friend savored the bun, feeling a joy that surpassed her own appetite. The meat bun was generously filled and substantial in size. Noticing Lin Xiaoman's desire for a bite, Ping'an, ever the generous spirit, intended to share as she usually did, but Lin Xiaoman patted her belly and declared, "Xiaoman had 3 yesterday." In truth, she had not consumed 3, for her small stomach could hardly manage such an amount. Even if she could, Lin Jing and Song Qingjing would never allow her to overindulge, fearing it would lead to discomfort later on. As it was, most of the 3 buns had found their way into Song Qingjing's stomach, the young master who rarely ate leftovers willingly consuming what Lin Xiaoman could not finish. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoman's words, Ping'an felt reassured and continued to enjoy her bun, even sharing a portion of the generous meat bun with her father and mother. Wang Fan smiled as she playfully thanked Lin Xiaoman, who waved her hand, imitating the generous and spirited demeanor of Ping'an. Whether she succeeded in her imitation is secondary. At least she did exhibit a hint of Ping'an's poise. Lin Xiaoman did not linger long at Ping'an's home. After they finished their buns, the two clasped hands and hurried to the Qian family to find Tizi. Lin Xiaoman also wished to see her grandmother Qian. As soon as they entered, a cacophony erupted. Song Qingjing shielded the 2 children behind him, preventing them from entering. In the courtyard of the Qian residence, Qian Er and Lin Chunlan were embroiled in a heated argument. The matter at hand was simple. Qian Er had discovered that Lin Chunlan had given all the savings the couple had accumulated over the years to her brother. Upon learning this, Qian Er was infuriated, his head spinning as he pointed an accusing finger at Zhangzi, questioning Lin Chunlan. "Zhangzi will be starting school in a few years. Have you considered your own son in giving all the money to your brother?" Lin Chunlan, however, felt no remorse. She believed Qian Er was merely seizing the opportunity to express his grievances. She felt wronged and resentful. "Money, money, money. All you talk about is money. That is my own brother. My own brother. Am I to disregard his well-being? I've already said he will repay us once he has money. Chen Zhu will have a bright future. Zhangzi came from my womb. How could I not care for him? Besides, we have yet to separate our households. Can your parents truly ignore Zhangzi's education?" Her words only fueled the fire, escalating the argument further, while Aunt Qian, powerless, wore a dark expression. She had only just learned that Lin Chunlan's supposedly promising brother had incurred gambling debts and had been beaten up. Lin Chunlan was now eager to help her brother pay off his debts, even willing to dip into her own pockets to support her gambling-addicted sibling. Once entangled in gambling, there seemed no way to avoid disaster. At such a critical moment, she still refused to draw a line and was instead rushing to fill the void, causing Aunt Qian to feel a tightening in her chest, fearing that these troubles would eventually lead to serious health issues. Song Qingjing and his daughter stood at the door, engrossed in the commotion, when suddenly a new drama unfolded. Lin Chunlan's mother burst in, crying out as she grabbed Lin Chunlan, berating her. "It's all your wretched ideas. You've caused your brother to be buried under a landslide in the back mountain. If anything happens to him, you will bear the responsibility for our family's ruin." Chapter 83. Truly remarkable. Lin Chunlan's mother's accusation resonated clearly with everyone present. Ping'an, though only 8 years old, was not an oblivious child. She was the sharpest among all the children in the village. She had studied with Master Kai and learned to read and write, and she instantly grasped the gravity of her words. Without a moment's hesitation, Ping'an dashed home to summon her parents. The village was small, and it was but a few steps, so by the time Lin Minin and his wife arrived, Lin Chunlan's mother was still striking her daughter while hurling insults. Lin Xiaoman, cradled in Song Qingjing's arms, observed the lively scene in the Qian courtyard. Occasionally, Song Qingjing would express his sentiments to Lin Xiaoman, remarking that this commotion paled in comparison to that of her great-grandmother's, promising to take her to witness it one day. At the entrance, the lively atmosphere was starkly contrasted by the anxious expressions of Lin Minin and his wife. Unlike Song Chungjing and Lin Xiaoman, they were far from calm. As they listened, Wang Fun's face darkened, her usually gentle demeanor replaced by fury. She stormed forward, seizing Lin Chunlan by the hair, her eyes filled with malice and her voice harsh. Lin Chunlan, explain yourself. What are you plotting with your brother lurking in the back mountains? Lin Chunlan bore the marks of her mother's earlier slap. Caught completely off guard by Wang Fun's sudden confrontation. You lunatic, let go of me. I don't know what you're talking about. Panic gripped her. The last thing she wanted was for the Qian family to discover the truth. In desperation, she turned to Qian Er, tears streaming down her face. Qian Er, are you just going to watch me get bullied? Are you even a man? Despite his irritation towards Lin Chunlan, Qian Er recognized her as the mother of his child and his own wife. He was about to step in and ask Wang Fun to release her, preferring a rational discussion when his elder brother intervened. Although Qiando was typically taciturn, he was perceptive and had spent enough time with Lin Chunlan to understand her nature. Her current state suggested something was amiss. Regardless of whether his brother planned to continue their relationship, it was imperative to clarify the matter at hand. Unaware, are you? Lin Chunlan, how can you claim ignorance? Wang Fun's mother, perhaps overwhelmed by her son's predicament, seemed intent on dragging everyone down with her. With disheveled hair from her earlier tussle with Lin Chunlan, she glared at her, as if viewing an enemy. If it weren't for your promise to deceive Lin Minin into the back mountains, where you intended to quietly harm him and sell his wife and daughter to a lecherous old man for a hefty sum, would we find ourselves in this situation? The revelation stunned Wang Fun and Lin Minin. They had already been alarmed by the news of mudslides in the back mountains, thankful that Xiaoman had prevented them from going there. Little did they know, it was a man-made disaster from the outset. Wang Fun, driven to madness by this realization, cried out, Lin Chunlan, you heartless wretch. Grasping Lin Chunlan's hair, she slapped her face repeatedly, her eyes burning with rage. Almost oblivious to the danger, she realized that she and her daughter could have been sold without their knowledge. If her husband were to perish, leaving her without support and unable to care for her child, and if Lin Chunlan misled her into marrying an unreliable man, what future awaited them both? For the sake of money, mere money, was Lin Chunlan truly capable of orchestrating such devastation, leading to the ruin of another family? Lin Minin, the perennial good man, felt his anger boiling. I wondered why you were loitering at our doorstep this morning, talking about the abundance of herbs after the rain and your brother's supposed earnings. Was it all a scheme to ensnare our family? Lin Chunlan, what have we ever done to deserve this? Why do you wish to bring us such harm? Lin Chunlan frantically waved her hands, shaking her head in denial. No, it's not like that. I never intended to harm you. I only wished to inform you out of goodwill. It's all a misunderstanding. Please don't listen to my mother's nonsensical rants. She is simply reacting to the stress from my brother's situation. At that moment, Lin Pingon emerged from the shadows. Her calm demeanor belied her tender years, standing in stark contrast to the adults around her. With a haughty snort, she addressed Lin Chunlan with resolute clarity. A misunderstanding? Very well. Then we shall report this to the authorities. The commotion in the room fell silent at her declaration. Just then, the door to the inner chamber swung open, and Aunt Qian and Uncle Qian stepped out. Aunt Qian's chest heaved with indignation as she exclaimed, Yes, let us do as Pingon suggested and report this to the police. They had been inside, listening to the quarrel between the second son and his wife, which had left Aunt Qian in a state of distress, clutching her chest in pain. Little did she anticipate that her act of kindness, offering Lin Xiaoman a bowl of malted milk drink sent by Lin Xiaoman's father, would lead to this complete fallout with Lin Chunlan, who was now unrestrained in her behavior. The situation had escalated alarmingly. They had recently learned that Lin Chunzhong had fallen into deep debt and been assaulted, prompting Lin Chunlan to rush to his aid and remain absent for several days, which raised their suspicions. Today, they overheard another argument about her misappropriating funds to support that brother of hers. Aunt Qian, exasperated, decided to lock the door and ignore their troubles. Yet, out in the open, Lin Chunlan continued to speak outrageously, even calculating how to spend the little money the elderly couple possessed. The audacity of Lin Chunlan in front of their son, while submissively enduring her family's scorn, was infuriating. When Lin Chunlan's mother came to lament her son's predicament, Aunt Qian could hardly muster the energy to respond. She found it all quite vexing. However, The unfolding events took an unexpected turn, and in her haste to intervene, Aunt Qian strained her back, resulting in her slow response. Both Aunt Qian and Uncle Qian were acutely aware that this matter could not simply be brushed aside amidst Lin Chunlan's hysterics. Uncle Qian chimed in, "We must report this. Let the authorities get to the bottom of it." Upon hearing this, Lin Chunlan panicked. "No, we cannot report it." As she clumsily rose to her feet, she caught sight of Song Qingjing standing at the door with Lin Xiaoman cradled in his arms. A wave of resentment surged within her, threatening to drown her in bitterness. "It's you. You are the cause of all this suffering for my brother and me. What wrong has my brother done to you that you would unleash such cruelty? If it weren't for you, I would not have had to deplete our family's assets to atone for my brother's mistakes. My brother only sought to ease my heartache by confronting Lin Minin on the back mountain. Had he not gone there, this calamity would never have occurred." Song Qingjing, holding Lin Xiaoman, marveled at the brainwashing techniques employed by Lin Chunlan's parents. They were truly formidable. Chapter 84. The little clever one. At this juncture, she still defended her brother? Seeing Lin Chunlan in this light opened Song Qingjing's eyes to the depths of her delusion. "Enough. Can you not see the truth yet?" Qian Er struck Lin Chunlan across the face, his fury palpable as he clenched his jaw. Lin Chunlan usually appeared quite normal, but whenever it came to matters concerning her family, she seemed to lose her mind entirely. "You hit me? Qian Er, even you struck me. What have I said wrong? If it were not for Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoman, those two wretches, and their words to this scoundrel, how could this have happened?" Before she could finish her sentence, Song Qingjing, with a darkened expression, kicked Lin Chunlan, who was spewing nonsense, to the ground. Song Qingjing had no habit of physically assaulting beasts. His kick was devoid of any force, and as he gazed at Lin Chunlan sprawled on the ground, he coldly remarked, "Call the police. Engaging with such a brainless individual is utterly futile." The Qian family wore equally grim expressions, showing no dissent to his words. Lin Chunlan, now gripped by fear, turned to grasp Qian Er, but before she could reach him, he deftly evaded her touch. Before Lin Chunlan could utter a sound of despair, Lin Minfu rushed in. Oblivious to her pitiful state, he chanced upon Lin Chunlan's mother, who frantically called out several times, "Hurry, hurry, your son has been unearthed." Lin Chunlan's mother, in a state of panic, clutched Lin Minfu, asking, "What has happened to my son? Is he?" She had come to find Lin Chunlan because her husband had remarked that if their son was indeed in trouble and had not perished, then Lin Chunlan must take care of him. If he were dead, Lin Chunlan would be held responsible for their later years. Thus, she hurried over to berate Lin Chunlan. The fool. Ironically, Lin Chunlan, being foolish as she was, only drew closer to them as they scolded her, and upon hearing about her brother's misfortune, she immediately took the blame upon herself. However, even if Lin Chunlan was to care for them, she could never replace her own son, and so she anxiously inquired about her brother's condition. After a long pause, Lin Minfu finally resigned himself and said, "Your son. He was found with a broken leg. He is covered in injuries. He can barely breathe." Upon hearing this, Lin Chunlan's mother felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly losing her balance, while Lin Chunlan was left utterly stunned. Her mother had a tendency to exaggerate, so initially, when she heard about her brother's incident, she dismissed it as mere rambling. But now, as Lin Chunlan sat on the ground, her face ashen, she pondered whether she had truly caused her brother's plight. They hurried to leave, and Lin Minfu intended to follow, but was stopped by Lin Minin, who wasted no time and directly mentioned reporting the incident to the police. Upon hearing the full story, Lin Minfu's initial sympathy for Lin Chunlan and her mother turned into outrage. How absurd. If they truly do this, then Lin Chunju has only herself to blame. Observing the situation, Song Qingjing interjected, "Lin Go, it's best to have evidence when reporting to the police." Lin Minin found himself at a loss. Evidence? What evidence did he possess? Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman, held in Song Qingjing's embrace, lifted her head upon hearing this. In her dreams, she had witnessed Aunt Chunlan devising a scheme to marry Aunt Wang Fun to an old bachelor, exchanging money for a piece of paper. She believed that piece of paper might be useful, and she had seen where Aunt Chunlan hid it. Lin Xiaoman twisted her body, eager to get down, and although Song Qingjing was uncertain about the little one's intentions, he released her. Upon touching the ground, she grasped Sister Pingin's hand and led her around to the back of the Qian family's courtyard, behind the woodshed. Pingin, still sulking from earlier events, lacked the desire to play, Yet, being pulled along by Lin Xiaoman, she refrained from pulling away, merely muttering, "Xiaoman, I don't want to play hide and seek right now. This isn't a game." Lin Xiaoman, with a serious expression, attempted to shift a rather inconspicuous stone nestled in the corner, but her small stature rendered her efforts futile. The stone remained steadfastly in place. Unaware of Lin Xiaoman's goal, Ping'an observed her futile struggle and, exasperated, rolled up her sleeves to assist, playfully chastising. "If this isn't a game, then what are we doing? Treasure hunting?" Although they found no treasure, moving the stone revealed a few insects that scurried away. However, having been raised in the countryside, neither of them feared such creatures. Once the stone was removed, Lin Xiaoman emulated the actions of Aunt Chunlan from her dreams. Reaching into the small patch of soil, her delicate hands soon covered in dirt. "Hey, Xiaoman, what are you doing? If you want to dig, just tell me. I can help," Ping'an said, reaching for Lin Xiaoman's hand, but missing. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoman joyfully exclaimed, "I found it." With her face smeared with dirt, she raised a small box triumphantly, declaring, "Xiaoman has found the evidence." She mimicked her father's earlier words, her expression brimming with delight. Ping'an took a glance inside the box, her countenance immediately shifting to one of alarm as she hurried to the front yard with the box in hand. Song Qingjing had been keeping a watchful eye on the children, ensuring Lin Xiaoman remained within his line of sight. Given the current chaos surrounding the Qian family, he feared that a moment's inattention could lead to trouble for Lin Xiaoman. Upon witnessing the two children genuinely unearthing something, Song Qingjing was astonished by their stroke of luck. What were the odds of stumbling upon something so significant? "Dad, Mom, look at what's inside this." Lin Ping'an rushed out, opening the box to reveal two slips of paper. Lin Min'an, familiar with medicinal herbs and having dealt with the supply and marketing cooperative, had attended literacy classes and could read a few characters. As he opened the note, he realized it bore the handwriting of Lin Chunlan and a local bachelor from the next village, detailing an arrangement regarding his daughter. Lin Min'an's face flushed with rage upon reading it. Moreover, another paper clearly outlined Lin Chunlan and her brother's sinister plan to incapacitate Lin Minfu, gradually depleting his family's resources before ultimately leading to his demise. It further suggested that his wife and daughter would be sold to the bachelor, and when the daughter matured, she could be sold again for profit. Each line of this nefarious scheme was vividly inscribed, leaving Lin Minfu, who had been observing, in disbelief, exclaiming how could such individuals emerge from their production team? With irrefutable evidence in hand, Lin Min'an was seething with fury, his lungs nearly bursting from indignation at the blatant treachery inscribed in black and white, marked with a red handprint. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Lin Xiaoman, he dared not contemplate the grim fate that awaited his family. Song Qingjing held Lin Xiaoman, whose face was smudged from digging for evidence, and gently wiped her dirty face with his hand. Elated by the discovery of the evidence, Lin Xiaoman beamed at her father, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Seeing this, Song Qingjing couldn't help but chuckle and compliment the clever child. Chapter 85. "Ah, my daughter's whimsy," Aunt Qian noticed Xiaoman. But given the turmoil at home, she could not muster a smile. With 3 sons, her youngest was operating a tractor in the team, an adept driver and literate. After reading the documents, he nodded towards his second brother, leaving Qian Air's mind buzzing. Lin Chunlan, the daughter-in-law he had chosen himself, had proven to be a calamity. For years, he had failed to see the true nature of the woman beside him, greedy and malevolent. She embodied everything he had thought she was not. Aunt Qian felt a pang of sympathy for her second son, observing the anger reddening his eyes. Yet, Lin Chunlan's destructive presence could no longer remain in their home. Otherwise, she feared it would eventually bring ruin upon them all. Previously, she had overlooked Lin Chunlan's minor faults, but now, having crossed their threshold of tolerance, she could no longer allow her to stay. "Second son, what do you intend to do now?" Aunt Qian inquired, recognizing that her son was old enough to have his own opinions. If her second son insisted on staying with Lin Chunlan, she would have no choice but to separate them, urging them to live apart. Deep down, she hoped for a divorce, wishing to avoid further complications. However, the final decision rested with him. She could not force him to part ways, as that would only leave an indelible scar on his heart. Qian Air's face contorted in anguish. He understood what needed to be done, yet Lin Chunlan had borne him a child, and they had shared so much time together. The thought of separation weighed heavily on him, as her fate would be dire. Observing his turmoil, Qian Sin anxiously called out, Second brother. Qian glanced at the visibly displeased Lin Minin and his family, realizing how close they had come to being devastated by Lin Chunlan's actions. With a deep sigh, he finally declared, "I will divorce her." Upon hearing this, Aunt Qian exhaled in relief, and Lin Minin's expression softened slightly. Having grown up with Qian, he trusted that his friend was unaware of the full extent of the situation. Lin Minin accompanied Lin Minfu to report to the authorities, while the entire Qian family hurried to the village entrance. Initially, Song Qingjing had no intention of getting involved, fearing that witnessing Lin Chunlan's dire state might frighten Lin Xiaoman. However, Lin Xiaoman pointed outside, leaning forward in eagerness to see. Amused, Song Qingjing marveled at the child's shifting courage. Today, her boldness knew no bounds. "Do you truly wish to go? Are you not afraid?" he asked, cradling Lin Xiaoman in his arms. Though she was indeed fearless, her father's inquiry drew out her sweet nature as she nestled closer to him, declaring, "Daddy is here." Xiaoman is not afraid. Song Qingjing suddenly comprehended the sentiment expressed by Xiangzi, the feeling of wanting to pluck the stars from the sky for his daughter when she playfully pouted. Lin Xiaoman, however, was indifferent to the celestial bodies and was instead captivated by the commotion surrounding Lin Chunzu's impending misfortune. Upon their arrival, Lin Xiaoman peered out and was taken aback to see Lin Chunzu contorted in agony, his body marred with injuries, while a barefoot doctor stood nearby, sighing in despair. Witnessing their son's dire state, Lin Chunzu's parents nearly fainted from distress, and his wife, pale as a ghost, stepped back cautiously, seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Lin Chunlan, upon seeing her brother in such a plight, wept more sorrowfully than their parents, garnering admiration from all for being a devoted sister. Gongzi, too, appeared from who knows where, lamenting by his uncle's side with an air of pitiful grief. The villagers remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, believing Lin Chunju merely to be unfortunate and thus extending their sympathy to his family. Their attention shifted to the Qian family, who stood aloof, neither approaching nor speaking, with one villager frowning at Qian, questioning why he was not lending a hand to his stricken brother-in-law. Qian, surveying Lin Chunzu's wretched condition, acknowledged its severity but felt no compassion, for it was a consequence of his own making. While he might have felt a modicum of sympathy for Lin Chunlan on behalf of the children, his heart was filled with animosity towards Lin Chunju, and even more so towards Lin Chunlan for sacrificing their small family for her brother's sake. Brother-in-law? That label would soon cease to exist. Qian's temper flared, and with a grim expression, he declared before all, "Lin Chunlan, today we shall divorce." The moment Lin Chunlan heard the word divorce, panic seized her. No matter how fiercely they had quarreled in the past, Qian had never uttered such a thing. "We cannot part ways, absolutely not. If we do, how will I support my family? How will I care for my brother?" she implored. "Qian, I bore you a son, cared for you. And now that my family is in trouble, you are so quick to distance yourself. You heartless wretch, may you meet a miserable end." Her cries and accusations drew the villagers' sympathy, prompting some elders to intervene, urging Qian not to be so unkind, for they were a married couple and should not casually mention divorce. Upon hearing support for her plight, Lin Chunlan clutched her son, weeping as if no one could be more innocent and pitiable than she. She pointed fingers at Qian, accusing him of ingratitude, then at Song Qingjing and Lin Xiaoman, blaming them for her brother's predicament, and finally at the entire Qian family, alleging they were bullying their daughter-in-law, her tears flowing with heartfelt sincerity. Qianani, fueled by her indignation, did not tolerate Lin Chunlan's behavior and approached her, vehemently rebuking, "Lin Chunlan, you shameless one, who is truly ungrateful here? Whose daughter is marrying? And whose dowry is it that has been amassed by the groom's family? Which daughter, after her marriage, has taken all the money from her husband's family back to her own to support them? You took our second son's money and the funds for Gongzi's education to give to your mother, and then you dare to claim we are ungrateful? For all these years, we have regarded you as the wife of our second son and the mother of Gongzi, maintaining a facade, yet you accuse us of ingratitude? Furthermore, can your brother's misfortunes be blamed on others? Do you think we are unaware of the sordid deeds you have committed? Were it not for Minin's fortunate survival, he would be lying here now. You wretched woman." Once Aunt Qian's words were uttered, the onlookers erupted in a frenzy. "Taking all the money back to support your maternal family? What about your own life? Occasionally assisting is acceptable, but how can you take even the funds for your child's education to give to your brother? I have heard that this brother of yours recently incurred debts in town due to gambling and was subsequently beaten. And yet, you still wish to send money his way? The family that marries such a woman is truly unfortunate. Aunt Qian, what vile deeds are you referring to? How does this involve Minnan? Where is he? Lin Minnan accompanied Lin Minfu to report to the police, yet Lin Pingyan, though still young, articulates clearly. She pointed at Lin Chunlan, declaring that the two of them have set their sights on my family. She intends for her brother to incapacitate my father, and then to systematically drain our family's resources. They even signed a note. Upon hearing this, Lin Chunlan's face turned ashen. How could she know about the note? It was impossible for it to be discovered. She didn't even dare to hide it in her house, fearing it might be found by Qian. Lin Xiaoman, who unearthed the note, concealed her achievements amidst the crowd. Lin Chunlan, feeling guilty, clenched her fists, yet still felt powerless. As soon as Pingyan spoke, she immediately retorted, claiming it was untrue. How could I possibly do such a thing? Do you have any evidence? Lin Pingyan, are you conspiring with the Qian family to harm me? Chen Ku, the sister-in-law who was always at odds with Lin Chunlan, sneered at this moment. Are we harming you? If these matters had not been disclosed by your own mother, would we have known? Lin Chunlan's overly scheming parents exchanged glances, remaining silent. If their son truly becomes incapacitated, they will have to cling to this daughter for survival. Moreover, since their son was indeed harmed by their daughter, she should be responsible for supporting them for life. With this in mind, they ceased to concern themselves with the quarrel between the Qian family and Lin Chunlan. As long as Lin Chunlan provided them with money when they asked, they would not interfere further. The villagers who initially supported Lin Chunlan also fell silent. However, Aunt Qian's temperament always attracted detractors in the village, and at this moment, Aunt Wang seized the opportunity to voice a mocking remark. Chen Ku, your Qian family certainly speaks in defense of your own. Pingyan is still a child. Such words should not be carelessly uttered. Moreover, who is unaware that Pingyan and your Tizi have a close relationship? Minnan and Qian have grown up together. Their words should not be taken at face value. Could it be that you are orchestrating a divorce between Qian and Lin Chunlan at such a critical juncture merely for monetary gain? Chen Ku was incensed, her face flushing with indignation. Before the Qian family could retort, Lin Minnan and Lin Minfu had already arrived with the police. Lin Minnan approached Lin Chunlan and Lin Chunju, declaring, "Comrades of the police, it is them." Upon confirming the identities of Lin Chunlan and her family, the police stepped forward to detain them. "Comrade Lin Chunlan, we have received reports alleging your involvement in murder. You must accompany us for an investigation." The word murder echoed through the village, igniting an uproar akin to pouring water into hot oil. It was true, as the girl from the Peace family had claimed. Lin Chunlan was indeed entangled in murder. Terrified, Lin Chunlan hastily protested, "No, that's not true. You cannot wrongfully accuse me." The police produced a note signed by Lin Chunlan, presenting undeniable evidence. The villagers gasped in shock. This was a blatant act of betrayal. With irrefutable proof at hand, Lin Chunlan found herself bereft of any defense. Seeing their son and themselves in peril of being taken away, her parents panicked and hastily distanced themselves from the situation. "Comrades of the police, this has nothing to do with us. It was all this wretched child's idea. We were unaware. Look at how our son has been harmed by her wickedness. Yes, indeed. This has nothing to do with us. All the schemes originated from that vile Lin Chunlan." Fearing for their own capture, Lin Chunlan's father clenched his teeth and declared that if the money obtained from selling Lin Pingyan and her daughter was insufficient, he would go so far as to incapacitate his mother-in-law to procure more funds from the Qian family. Lin Chunlan gazed in disbelief at her parents, who she had sacrificed so much for, now throwing her under the bus in front of everyone. What? A crowd that had initially gathered to observe was now left astounded by the unfolding revelations. They looked at the usually amiable Lin Chunlan, unable to fathom that she could commit such deeds. The Qian brothers were seething with rage. Qian, provoked to the point of violence, was restrained by the more rational Qian. Qian's eyes reddened, his temples throbbing. The woman he had stubbornly chosen against his parents' wishes was on the verge of ruining their entire family. Aunt Qian and her husband were utterly bewildered. Without Chen Ku's support, Aunt Qian would likely have collapsed. Lin Chunlan's mother, terrified of being arrested, began spilling secrets in desperation, urgently addressing Qian. "Why does Lin Chunlan care for us so deeply? No matter how well you treat her, she believes you will eventually abandon her." "Mother!" Lin Chunlan shouted uncontrollably. Qian felt an ominous premonition. He truly wished to understand what could compel Lin Chunlan to utter that she had only one brother, and that sons could be born anew, choosing to favor her maternal family. Lin Chunlan's mother, observing Qian Er's darkened expression, felt a twisted sense of satisfaction and venomously retorted, "Because Zhangzi is not your child at all." She was unable to conceive another child, and thus feared that upon discovering this matter, you might abandon her. Initially, she had a good rapport with a family in town, but they merely toyed with her emotions and had no intention of marrying her. It was only after that she accepted you, marrying you while she was already pregnant with her son. She was apprehensive that we would disclose this matter to you, which is why she favored her maternal family so much. As the truth began to unravel, Lin Chunlan's complexion drained of all color, while Qian Er was so incensed that he spat out a mouthful of blood, prompting the barefoot doctor nearby to rush forward to stabilize his condition. The Lin family was embroiled in a fierce internal conflict, and the police officers present today were taken aback by these revelations. However, such matters did not hinder their duties, and they ultimately decided to take the entire family away. Once they departed, the village fell into a sudden silence, with those who previously thought the Qian family to be heartless now harboring a hint of sympathy. Meanwhile, Wang Dinyang, who had previously defended Lin Chunlan and deliberately provoked the Qian family, noticed that those around her instinctively distanced themselves from her, leaving her filled with regret. Why did she have to speak up at all? Everyone looked at Qian Er with pity, except for Lin Xiaoman, who nestled against her father's side, secretly pondering the fate of her uncle Qian. Would he escape a tragic end now that the wrongdoers had been apprehended? Chapter 87. The mind seems to have faltered. Lin Chunlan's situation stirred considerable turmoil in the forward brigade. Yet the Qian family was too engulfed in their own sorrow to engage in the commotion, retreating behind closed doors, shrouded in gloom. The matter concerning her son was publicly aired by Lin Chunlan's mother, not only stripping Lin Chunlan of her modesty, but also trampling upon Qian Er's dignity. Aunt Qian insisted that the third son keep an eye on his second brother, fearing he might act rashly in his despair. As her son suffered, Aunt Qian felt a pang of sorrow as well. However, it was for the best that this venomous thorn was removed swiftly. Aunt Qian did not consider Lin Xiaoman as an outsider. Thus Song Qingjing and Lin Xiaoman accompanied them back to the Qian family's courtyard. Lin Xiaoman hurriedly approached Aunt Qian with a meat bun in her arms, leaning against her leg and gently cooing, "Grandmother." Aunt Qian opened her eyes and, upon seeing Lin Xiaoman before her, reached out to stroke her head. "Xiaoman." She then cast an apologetic glance at Song Qingjing. "I'm sorry for the spectacle. It's rare for you to bring Xiaoman back, and I've failed to properly entertain you." Aunt Qian felt somewhat weary. She ought to have treated Xiaoman with great hospitality, yet with so many events transpiring, she simply lacked the energy. With her mind consumed by turmoil, even now, facing Lin Xiaoman, she felt drained. Noticing her grandmother's distress, Lin Xiaoman gently placed the small bundle she had been holding onto Aunt Qian's lap. Upon opening the bag, it revealed the white, fluffy meat buns inside. Imitating how Aunt Qian had once comforted her, Lin Xiaoman's delicate hand brushed against Aunt Qian's rough, sun-kissed palm. She patted it repeatedly, mimicking the comforting gesture. "Grandmother, Xiaoman has brought meat buns to see you." Aunt Qian looked down to meet Lin Xiaoman's concerned gaze and heard Song Qingjing's cheerful voice beside her. "No need for formalities. It was just a promise Xiaoman made a few days ago to bring you meat buns. She has been thinking about it, so I brought her back for a visit." Song Qingjing refrained from mentioning Lin Xiaoman's midnight tears, wishing to spare Aunt Qian further heartache. Yet, even in silence, Aunt Qian sensed the truth, her hand gently caressing Lin Xiaoman's delicate face. Oh, how beautiful her little Xiaoman was. She deserved to wear a floral headpiece, don exquisite garments, and relish a life of comfort. Aunt Qian had imagined that, given Lin Xiaoman's tender age, a few pleasant days in the county would lead her to forget the old bones and muddy feet of her humble origins. Little did she know that Lin Xiaoman remembered, her heart ever yearning to share meat buns with them. These pristine, plump buns were a rare treat for Xiaoman, who had hardly tasted such delicacies throughout her childhood. Aunt Qian, though she had not lavished much care upon Lin Xiaoman over the years, found herself overwhelmed by the child's capacity for gratitude, cherishing every small kindness. Faced with numerous trials, even her daughter-in-law had plotted against her frail existence. Yet, as Aunt Qian reflected on Lin Xiaoman, who always thought of her, her heart swelled with bittersweet emotion. Words eluded her, and as she gazed at Lin Xiaoman, her lips trembled. Lin Xiaoman, from her bundle, retrieved the largest, most fragrant bun and placed it in Aunt Qian's hands. "Grandma, I adore this place, and I cherish you, Grandma Qian, as well as Sister Pingyan and Brother Tieshi." With a firm grip on her grandmother's hand, she counted off, one by one, the cherished individuals and things in her small village, from Grandma Qian to Pingyan, her uncle's family, and even the beloved village dog, De Huang. She adored the gentle hillside, the bamboo groves, the wild fruits of spring, and the cicadas of summer. Though she was but a small child, her heart held an abundance of affection for her surroundings, unwilling to part with the home that had cradled her memories since the dawn of consciousness. Yet, lowering her head, her cheek resting in Grandma Qian's palm, she spoke softly, just as she had countless times before in playful affection. "This place is wonderful. I love it dearly. But home is only where my parents are. Grandma, it seems I will be living in the city soon. I want to be able to visit often, nor take De Huang for a run, or catch little shrimp with Sister Pingyan, nor gaze at the stars with you." Lin Xiaoman understood that whenever Aunt Qian felt melancholic, she would lie alone in her chair, fanning herself and staring blankly at the sky. On occasion, Lin Xiaoman would climb beside her, nestling in her embrace, sharing those quiet moments of stargazing. She recalled Sister Pingyan's words, that each star represented a lost soul. Observing Aunt Qian's sorrowful expression, Lin Xiaoman surmised that her grandmother, too, must be longing for her own parents. Hot tears cascaded onto Lin Xiaoman's face, prompting her to shut her eyes. She longed to lift her gaze, but Aunt Qian covered her eyes, and so Lin Xiaoman ceased to struggle, accustomed to this ritual, listening to her grandmother's muffled sobs. Without uttering a word, she reached out to embrace Aunt Qian, mimicking her grandmother's comforting gestures, patting her gently, time and again. Lin Xiaoman heard a long sigh, a sound filled with bittersweet reluctance, softly calling out, "Xiaoman." Her eyes grew warm as she closed them, embracing her grandmother Qian, inhaling the familiar scent. This time, she attentively listened to every word her grandmother spoke, bidding her farewell with sincerity. It was essential to part without lingering regrets. Thus she embraced the moment to say goodbye before embarking on a new chapter in life. When Aunt Qian, Lin Pingyan, and the Lin Yong family accompanied Xiaoman to the vehicle, they brought along an abundance of local delicacies. It was Aunt Qian who first carried Lin Xiaoman to the county town, and now, she was the one handing Xiaoman over to Song Qingjing. Compared to the previous gloom, the current openness allowed Aunt Qian to accept the separation more readily. Song Qingjing assured them that he would return every couple of months, whenever they had the leisure, to spend a few days together. Xiaoman made promises to Pingyan and Tizi, vowing to relish Pingyan's roasted sweet potatoes at their next meeting. They even agreed that when they entered junior high, they would strive to be admitted to the county school. They would remain friends, lifelong companions. Lin Minan and his wife had specially prepared a silver bracelet for Lin Xiaoman, but Song Qingjing quickly intervened. They insisted on giving it, claiming that without Lin Xiaoman's intervention, their family could have faced dire consequences. To express their gratitude for such a significant favor, they felt compelled to part with something valuable. After some back and forth, the slightly oversized bracelet was finally placed on Lin Xiaoman's wrist. At that moment, as she curiously examined the bracelet, she heard a chime echoing in her mind, leaving her feeling as if her thoughts had momentarily derailed. Chapter 88. My daughter, growing up slowly after bidding farewell to Aunt Qian and the others. Song Qingjing hastily led Lin Xiaoman back as dusk approached. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that his daughter seemed a bit dazed, perhaps due to the sadness of parting. It wasn't so much that she was foolish. Rather, she rested her chin on her thumb and index finger, deep in contemplation. Indeed, Lin Xiaoman was pondering, wrestling with her thoughts to decipher the sudden voice that had emerged in her mind, along with its cryptic message about accumulating virtue through good deeds. Just as she accepted the bracelet from Uncle Minan, her mind felt as though it had momentarily malfunctioned, leading her to a flurry of thoughts. Successfully altered the tragic fate of Lin Minan, Lin Pingyan, and Wang Fan's family. Virtue points rewarded. 3. Successfully salvaged the lives of Wang Xiaodi and Qian Er, indirectly changing the grim fate of the remaining Qian family members. Virtue points rewarded. 5. Indirectly ensured that Lin Chunlan and Lin Chunju receive their due punishment. Rewards for justice. 5. Current accumulated points. 14. Song Qingjing suddenly noticed his daughter tapping her palm, her expression one of dawning realization, which left him puzzled with several question marks floating in his mind. Lin Xiaoman remembered. On the night her father came to their door, While she was drifting in and out of sleep, she had heard a similar voice, earning her 1 point. At the time, she thought it was merely a dream. But now, as she blinked, Lin Xiaoman understood. She is currently lost in a daydream. Song Chungjing gazed at the child who had just been earnestly resting her chin in contemplation, suddenly leaning against him with a pitiful expression, saying, "Daddy, Xiaoman wants to sleep. If I don't sleep soon, my brain might really break." Although he was unaware of what the child had been playing, faced with Lin Xiaoman's adorable antics, Song Chungjing reached out and embraced her, murmuring for her to sleep. Having been tossed about so early in the morning, Lin Xiaoman was indeed weary. By the time they reached the county town, her little face was flushed with slumber, and Song Chungjing, upon exiting the vehicle, did not rouse her. Whether it was the impending rain or simply the brisk wind, he was grateful that he had left home early and had taken a coat with him. It was just right. Wearing the coat, he cradled Lin Xiaoman in his arms, zipping it up to shield her from the chill. As Lin Xiaoman was held by her father, they strolled along the quaint streets of the county, her ears filled with the gentle hum of her father's low, raspy voice, softly lulling her into deeper sleep. "My daughter, do take your time growing up." When Song Chungjing returned home with Lin Xiaoman, the family had already finished dinner. Zhao Hongmei intended to step outside to warm up a dish for her son, but just as she was about to leave, she heard the door of Song Chungjing's room open. She immediately halted her movements, pressing her ear against the door to eavesdrop. With her bottom raised and her ear glued to the door, she strained to catch the sounds outside, prompting Song Ren, the elderly physician, to lower his newspaper and peer over his glasses at his wife with a puzzled expression. Setting down the paper, Song Ren approached and also leaned in to listen, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "What are you doing here? Playing the eavesdropper in your own home?" Zhao Hongmei swatted at him like shooing away a fly, retorting, "Who asked the eavesdropper? Don't bother me. I'm listening to what is happening outside." "Listen, isn't Qingjing's wife coming out to warm up food for him?" With his keen hearing, Song Ren pressed his ear to the door and listened intently for a moment before nodding. It indeed seemed that way. Upon hearing this, he chuckled. "All right then, since someone is looking after our son, you needn't worry anymore. They must have private matters to discuss. Why should we intrude?" Pleased, Zhao Hongmei ceased her clandestine posture against the wall and turned to discuss the marriage of Song Qingjing and Lin Jing with Song Ren. Regardless of the circumstances, some arrangements needed to be made, and they ought to make a show of it in front of the neighbors, relatives, and friends. Inside the house, the elderly couple whispered to one another, while outside, Lin Jing noticed Song Qingjing's return and quickly poured him a glass of water, careful not to wake Lin Xiaoman. And in a hushed tone asked, "Xiaoman didn't he cry, did she?" Song Qingjing, cradling Lin Xiaoman, chuckled softly. "No, she didn't he cry, but Aunt Qian did. We certainly stirred up quite a scene on our way back." Still holding Lin Xiaoman, Lin Jing gestured towards the interior, saying, "Place Xiaoman down first. I'll go warm up your meal. If she isn't hungry, let her sleep. She can have some malted milk if she gets hungry later." Lin Jing glanced at the child who had been fussed over all day, yet was now peacefully asleep in her father's arms. Seeing that the little one was still quite tired, she decided against waking her forcefully. Song Qingjing, heeding her wishes, carried Lin Xiaoman into the house, gently removed her shoes, and laid her upon the bed. The child furrowed her brow slightly, but upon Song Qingjing's tender pat on her belly, Lin Xiaoman showed signs of waking. After soothing her until she was calm, Song Chungjing finally draped the corner of a blanket over her abdomen and knelt by the bed to observe her for a few moments. Having held Lin Xiaoman for such a distance, he suddenly felt a void upon setting her down, a sensation of unease washing over him. He reached out to smooth back the hair that clung to her face, noticing that even without his embrace, Lin Xiaoman slept soundly, her breaths fragrant and peaceful. Unable to resist, he playfully pinched her nose, chuckling at her ungratefulness. As he stood to gently close the door behind him, Lin Jing emerged just in time, carrying a tray of freshly prepared food, and explained, "It's all clean. Your mother specially saved this for you." Song Qingjing opened his mouth to remind her that she too was her mother, but thought better of it, choosing to avoid any awkwardness. He was indeed hungry, so he accepted the bowl and chopsticks, and Lin Jing had even prepared a simple soup to accompany his meal. As he savored the loofah soup, Song Qingjing recalled the pile of items he had brought back, gesturing toward them. "Lin Xiaoman and I ran into Aunt Qian, along with your uncle and grandfather, and they stuffed us with all sorts of things." Lin Jing, having focused solely on Lin Xiaoman when Song Qingjing entered, had been oblivious to the large basket he carried. Oh, right, Ping An's parents also gifted Xiaoman a silver bracelet. It's a bit too large for her, so I took it for safekeeping. I'll give it to you later. Ping An's parents? Why would they give Xiaoman a bracelet? Lin Jing, who was sorting through the items Song Qingjing had brought, looked up with confusion. She was well aware of the villager's circumstances, and a silver bracelet was indeed a valuable gift, one that seemed misplaced for Lin Xiaoman. We happened to arrive just in time for a grand spectacle, Song Qingjing recounted, eliciting a look of astonishment from Lin Jing. This is even more tumultuous than a play. After finishing his meal, Song Qingjing instinctively crouched down to wash the dishes, and Lin Jing, eager for details, followed closely behind, offering to help by ladling out some water. Chapter 89. A return to Beijing. What happened next? Lin Jing inquired, pouring the water into the sink. Pressing Song Qingjing for information about Lin Chunlan's apprehension by the police. I later heard from Ping An's father that the police are conducting a thorough investigation and instructed them to wait for further instructions. They will provide an explanation. As Song Qingjing rinsed the dishes, he was halted by Lin Jing, who took the inadequately washed bowl from him for a second cleaning, her mind replaying his words. Is that child really not from the Qian family? Lin Jing asked uncertainly. Song Qingjing nodded as he assisted her, affirming, it seems not. I inquired with many around Lin Chunlan's maternal family and learned that she has connections with a household in town. The police even questioned that family, who acknowledged their ties to Lin Chunlan. However, regarding the child, I cannot say. Had they known, they would have certainly brought the child back. Their family has only daughters, no sons, which is why the child was taken to that family. However, it seems that his future days will not be particularly pleasant. The man has 3 daughters, and his wife manages him with utmost authority. She reluctantly accepts the child, but it is likely that she will not show him any kindness in the future. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jing suddenly comprehended certain matters. No wonder they say that despite being born prematurely, Gongzi is stronger than anyone else. Aunt Qian had previously confided in her, suspecting that her second son had engaged in some activities with Chunlan prior to their marriage. Otherwise, why would he be willing to marry her, even after preparing a dowry and offering money? Oh, now Aunt Qian likely realizes that her son is quite foolish. Listening to these revelations, Lin Jing felt a twinge of sorrow. She had not anticipated that so much could transpire in just a few days. Nor did she expect Sister Chunlan to go to such lengths, even intending to harm Aunt Qian and the Ping An family. What more was there to understand? This was aimed directly at her and Xiaoman. Whether it was Aunt Qian or the Ping An family, they were both close to her, with so many people in the village. Why did she specifically choose them? After washing the dishes, Song Qingjing reached out to take the towel from her, while Lin Jing remained somewhat distracted, pondering whether Xiaoman had been frightened. Upon hearing her words, Song Qingjing recalled Lin Xiaoman's behavior at that moment. He was unsure whether to feel proud or amused. She was quite bold, after all. Lin Chunju had been pulled from the mud, her form distorted, yet his daughter had eagerly peered over to take a look. And as for the box containing Lin Chunlan's hidden note, he wondered how she had stumbled upon it amidst the filth. Had it not been for that, they might still be at a loss regarding Lin Chunlan. Last night, and this morning, she had been tearful and lethargic, yet after returning to the village, she had clung to Ping An's father's leg, rolling about with joy, narrowly avoiding disaster. After witnessing Lin Chunlan's arrest, she had happily carried a bun to show off. Her spirits lifted, and on the way back, she had laughed and chatted with him. Hey, Lin Jing, do you think children can truly see things we cannot? What a coincidence this all seems. Xiaoman couldn't possibly have received a dream from someone, could she? Perhaps that deity she often mentions, Akai? Don't speak nonsense. Lin Jing frowned, forbidding him from dragging such whimsical matters into Lin Xiaoman's realm. All right, let us not discuss that. Surely we can talk about Akai, though? Xiaoman mentions him so often. Has this old man cast a spell on her? Song Qingjing draped the cat over his shoulder, revealing a dimple akin to Lin Xiaoman's. Lin Jing held Akai in high regard and urged him not to jest frivolously. Noticing Song Qingjing's seriousness, she began to recount Akai's story as they made their way back to the room. He had been sent down from North City, and it was said that he was once a scholar, even a teacher, though his family background was not favorable, causing the villagers to be wary of him at first. Upon hearing this, Song Qingjing paused, his hand resting on the doorknob. North City? Yes, North City, Lin Jing repeated, assuming he had not heard her clearly. Regaining his focus, Song Chungjing pushed open the door. That was indeed a remarkable place. If his memory served him correctly, his mother had mentioned it in passing. And the neighboring Wen family also hailed from North City. A plan began to form in his mind, contemplating when he might inquire further. Lin Jing, unaware of his thoughts, simply nodded, acknowledging that North City was indeed a wonderful place, one that nurtured exceptional individuals. Master A Kai is a kind-hearted man, lacking the temperament of a wealthy heir, and he works diligently. His life was once bearable, but he often faced scorn from villagers who insulted him as a stinking old nine and hurled many unpleasant words at him, leaving him with little despair. However, in recent years, his circumstances have improved, and he seems to lead a more cheerful life, albeit without children of his own. Occasionally, he assists Xiao Man and her friends, who have taken to visiting his home and have become inseparable from him. Master A Kai, being exceptionally kind, does not mind their raucousness and even discreetly teaches them to read, sharing tales of Beiqing and various other stories. Lin Jing, gently stroking Lin Xiaoman, who was peacefully asleep, felt immense gratitude towards Master A Kai and Aunt Qian, believing that Lin Xiaoman's well-mannered and likable nature was largely due to their guidance. Song Qingjing detected a hint of longing in her voice for Beiqing. It seemed Lin Xiaoman had previously hinted at a desire to visit there while speaking with Ping'an. Though Song Qingjing had never ventured that far himself and had not considered traveling elsewhere before, he felt an inexplicable urge to propose. "Let me take you to Beiqing." The following day, before dawn broke and while the roosters still slumbered, a loud knocking echoed from outside the courtyard. Zhao Hongmei was incensed by the noise, and as she heard it, her frustration flared. She kicked Song Rend, exclaiming, "Your mother is here. Go deal with her." The knocking did not rouse Song Rend, but Zhao Hongmei's kick nearly sent him across to the neighboring orthopedic clinic. As he donned his clothes, Song Rend muttered to himself that his wife must be entering menopause. It had to be menopause, for her temper had exploded without provocation. Song Rend was of a placid temperament, and upon opening the door to see the elderly woman still knocking, he helplessly called out, "Mother, it's barely past 4. The children are still asleep. Also, what about the neighbors? Your knocking is too loud." Before Song Laotai could respond, Song Rend interrupted her. Following closely behind her was Song Laotai, who coughed and frowned at her eldest son, beginning to scold him. "Rend, what's the matter? There are still ration tickets and money this month. Why haven't you brought any? Are you trying to starve your father and me? Or have you grown wings and decided to ignore your parents?" Song Rend glanced at the sky, perplexed by their urgency. These two were not his parents, but rather the in-laws of his wife, sharing the same fiery temperament. "Father, mother, have I ever failed to provide for you? This time, the hospital's finance department delayed the settlement for a week, and my salary has not yet been issued. I simply cannot provide for you this time. It's just 1 week, and it's not a significant issue." He did not see the need for them to make such a fuss so early in the morning, believing they were merely restless due to their old age. The elderly couple was particularly irked by their eldest son's slow demeanor. The more composed he remained, the more incensed they became, especially Song Laotai, who erupted in fury. "Not a significant issue. Just because you say it isn't a big deal, does that make it so? Do not assume I am oblivious to your intentions. Dare you claim that the funds and grain coupons were not allocated for your youngest sibling's wedding?" Upon hearing this, Song Rend felt wronged and aggrieved. Yet he sighed and endeavored to explain to his weeping mother, "Mother, the money for the wedding has long been saved by Hongmei and me. We have not touched what was meant for you." Upon hearing this, the elderly lady wept bitterly, lamenting, "Eldest, have you become so accomplished that you no longer wish to care for your parents and younger brother? You must understand, had it not been for your brother relinquishing his opportunity for education in favor of you, would you be where you are today? Now look at your sons, flourishing in their careers and marrying well, while your brother's family struggles. Song Rend, you would rather support another son than assist your own flesh and blood." Just as she was speaking, Song Qingjing's impatient voice echoed from within, "Are we guilty for using our father's money? Why don't you just reach into his pocket and take it directly?" "Oh, how could I forget? Haven't you been doing just that for years? Now you've come here early in the morning. Is it that you find your funds insufficient?" Song Chungjing spoke to his grandparents without courtesy, inciting the elderly couple to turn and scold Song Rend. "Eldest, is this how you allow your son to speak to us?" Song Rend frowned at Song Chungjing. Yet upon seeing Lin Xiaoman in his arms, his tone instinctively softened. "Qingjing, they are your grandparents. Such words are unbecoming. You mustn't set a poor example for Xiaoman." Lin Xiaoman had retired early the previous night and rose at dawn, finding her parents still asleep. Alone, she lay in bed playing. The commotion outside startled her, causing her to shudder, and Song Qingjing, who was asleep beside her, instinctively opened his eyes. Meeting Lin Xiaoman's startled gaze and hearing the familiar voice of admonishment from outside, his frustration surged. Lin Jing, who had also been lightly sleeping, awoke to the noise, but Song Qingjing urged her to remain in bed, stay a while longer. I shall handle it. Initially, he had not intended to bring Lin Xiaoman along, yet upon seeing her cling to him, he softened. Her hair was unkempt, and in a gentle voice, she called out, "Daddy." Song Qingjing's heart melted. He had not anticipated Lin Xiaoman's dependence on him and decided to carry her outside. At this moment, Lin Xiaoman's delicate brows furrowed. She recalled the tales from her books, recounting how after her father passed away, her grandmother lost her sanity, and her uncles faced consecutive misfortunes, culminating in her grandfather being deceived out of his last funds by her second uncle and ultimately perishing from hunger by the roadside, with no one to claim his body. Now, in Song Qingjing's embrace, Lin Xiaoman gazed intently at the two elderly figures before her, the elderly couple of the Song family. Noticing Lin Xiaoman cradled like a treasure in Song Qingjing's arms, exchanged glances. The elder Song, disinterested, averted his gaze, dismissing his eldest son as utterly useless. He had sons, but no grandchildren, unlike the second son, who had both sons and grandsons aplenty. With only a daughter, Song Qingjing was doting upon her. Yet what value would such affection hold, as it was merely a matter of time before it was all squandered? However, they would not openly confront each other. Old Master Song sighed at Song Rend, silently chastising him with a glance, reflecting on the son he had raised. Yet, when he turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoman, he made an effort to conjure a smile. So this is Xiaoman, resembling Qingjing so closely. It is no wonder she could be recognized as his offspring at first glance. Xiaoman, you must not emulate your father. Aspire to be a person of great accomplishments in the future. Song Qingjing discerned the veiled sarcasm in those words and let out a cold laugh. Rather than retorting as he usually would, he noticed Lin Xiaoman wrapping her arms around his neck, earnestly emphasizing to Old Master Song, "My dad is really impressive." Originally feeling irritable upon seeing his grandparents in a less than cheerful mood early in the morning, Song Qingjing's anger was instantly soothed by Lin Xiaoman's words. The elderly couple from the Song family found her declaration utterly laughable. Indeed, a child born of mediocrity could only be a little mediocre themselves, incomparable to the children of their eldest grandson's family. Nevertheless, these matters were not their primary concern. The reason for their early visit was of significance. Eldest son, what does it mean for us to stand at your doorstep conversing? Are we no longer permitted to enter your courtyard? Are we to be denied even a meal? Old Madame Song expressed her discontent towards her eldest son, unable to muster kind words. Song Rend, feeling the awkwardness of the family standing at the entrance, attempted to appease Song Qingjing to save face while guiding his parents into the courtyard. After all, they were his own parents. Although Song Qingjing had his flaws, he still possessed the filial piety expected of him. He did not obstruct his grandparents from entering the yard. However, once they were inside, their eyes darted around, giving the impression of intruders. Zhao Hongmei emerged from the house, and, upon seeing Song Ren's parents, wore a similarly unsavory expression. Yet, as they were indeed Song Ren's own parents, how could she truly deny them even a morsel to eat? With a deep breath, she silently retreated into the house. Whoever wished to cook could do so. After all, she had no intention of preparing a meal. Song Ren was said to be dutiful, but he still tugged at his younger son, hoping he would lend a hand. Without hesitation, Song Qingjing declined, asserting that Xiaoman needed supervision. He should go himself. The elderly couple exchanged glances and smiled, addressing Song Qingjing. "Qingjing, you should go. We will look after Xiaoman. We have raised many children, so you need not worry. We also wish to cultivate a bond with Xiaoman." Song Qingjing held no trust in them, but his easily swayed father felt touched by their words, believing that his parents genuinely cared for him and his daughter. Before he could voice his refusal, he heard Lin Xiaoman, seated on a stool, swinging her legs and blinking at him, saying, "Daddy, Xiaoman can manage here." Song Qingjing sensed that his daughter had something in mind. Chapter 91. The young green tea Song Qingjing was called away by his father, leaving Lin Xiaoman to face her so-called grandmother and grandfather. Once Song Ren and the others retreated to the kitchen, the polite smiles on old Madame Song and old Master Song's faces immediately faded. Their eyes now filled with disdain as they regarded Lin Xiaoman. The two individuals conversing deliberately avoided Lin Xiaoman, their disdainful gazes sweeping over the little girl without a hint of concealment. "Oh, wearing a new dress, are we? Spent quite a bit, I presume?" Lin Xiaoman shook her head. She was unaware of the cost, yet she genuinely adored her new outfit. She speculated that her great-grandparents envied her for having new clothes. Perhaps because they lacked such luxuries themselves. Just some wretched little creature, and a girl at that. What on earth does the eldest bring her home for? Although Grandma Song directed her remarks to her husband, she made no effort to lower her voice, as if to shield Lin Xiaoman from hearing. What did a 3-year-old child understand anyway? Even if they truly disliked her, what of it? She's hardly appealing, just like that good-for-nothing Song Qingjing. Just the sight of her infuriates me. How dare that scoundrel produce a spitting image of himself? Hearing her words, Grandpa Song lightly tapped his wife's arm and glanced toward the kitchen. "Lower your voice. If that rascal Song Qingjing hears you, you'll be in for trouble. I want to be coming to your aid." This remark ignited a flicker of anger within Grandma Song, yet the thought of Song Qingjing held her in check. She furrowed her brow, muttering a few curses under her breath, and cast a venomous glare at the wild child who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. If she could not contend with Song Qingjing, surely she could manage a mere 3-year-old. Grandma Song reached out, intent on pinching Lin Xiaoman's cheek. Should the child dare to cry, she would feign innocence before Song Rand, claiming she had toiled excessively to provide for him, resulting in her roughened hands. This delicate child could not withstand even the slightest touch without bursting into tears. However, her attempt to make contact was thwarted as Lin Xiaoman deftly dodged backward, prompting Grandma Song's ire. "You little rascal, how dare you evade me?" "Grandma, if you dislike Xiaoman, then do not pinch her face. Xiaoman fears that it might hurt." Lin Xiaoman had encountered many villagers and was well aware of who favored her and who did not. It was evident that the elderly couple before her harbored no fondness for her. Nevertheless, as her grandpa Aitzai had often said, one cannot expect to be liked by everyone. It is wise to be kind to those who appreciate you while remaining unperturbed by those who do not. Lin Xiaoman found profound wisdom in her grandpa Aitzai's words. Upon voicing her thoughts, Grandma Song sprang to her feet, frowning as she demanded, "Who taught you to say such things? What do you mean by, 'I fear being pinched by you'? How can a child speak so recklessly?" Her tone bore an undercurrent of anxiety, fearing that her words might reach the ears of the dim-witted Song Rand. This must have been instilled in her by Zhao Hongmei. Otherwise, how could the child articulate such sentiments? Confronted by the fierce demeanor of the elderly woman, Lin Xiaoman felt little trepidation. After all, the village elders could be far more intimidating than her shrill voice. "Is it your grandmother who taught you this?" It was a mistake to agree to the eldest marrying her. Look at the chaos she has wrought. Even the obedient eldest has gone astray under her influence. Grandma Song unleashed a torrent of venomous curses toward Lin Xiaoman. Yet if Song Ren were to emerge, she would undoubtedly feign greater victimhood. Xiaoman was deeply troubled, pondering how she might unveil the true, unsavory nature of the two individuals before her to her grandfather. Enough already. Must you prattle on endlessly while the important matters remain unaddressed? The voice of the old matriarch, Mrs. Song, pierced through the air, causing Mr. Song to wince in discomfort. He interrupted her tirade, his gaze scanning the surroundings in search of what he desired, only to furrow his brow and inquire of Mrs. Song beside him. "Have you seen anything? Where could they possibly have put it?" Mrs. Song, equally irked by the interruption, shot a disdainful glance at Lin Xiaoman, who sat opposite her in a new outfit, a sight that stung her eyes. With a huff reminiscent of a bull, she muttered, "It's clear that this wild girl's mother has hidden it away. How shameless, coming from the countryside, to take whatever they please. Why should our Song family's belongings be given to her?" Her eyes bore into Lin Xiaoman, but the defiant girl, much like her bothersome father, offered no respect. Engrossed instead in her own amusement. Enraged, Mrs. Song turned away, nearly twisting her neck in the process, her anger simmering and directed solely at Lin Xiaoman. Mr. Song, having absorbed her words, turned his attention towards Song Qingjing's room, pondering, "So, the items are indeed in there? If we know where they are, this should be easy." Without concern for the presence of anyone inside, he approached to open the door, only to be interrupted by Lin Xiaoman's voice. "Mommy is sleeping. If you go in, Daddy will be angry." Though they were shameless, neither had considered the possibility of being met with violence from Song Qingjing, initially intent on barging in. They hesitated upon hearing Lin Xiaoman's warning. Accustomed to preying on the weak, they feared the consequences of a confrontation. Mr. Song nudged Mrs. Song, urging, "You must devise a plan. We must bring back that precious item today." Plan. You think it's so simple? Why don't you use your own brain? Mrs. Song retorted sharply, shaking off his hand. Did she possess any solutions? Do you think I'm doing this for anyone else? If we don't extract some money and gifts from that ungrateful firstborn, how will Qingtang get married? The girl has made it clear. Without that precious item and betrothal gifts, she will not marry. Contemplating her youngest grandson softened Mrs. Song's heart momentarily, but thoughts of the bride-to-be reignited her fury. That girl truly believes herself to be a treasure, demanding such exorbitant gifts. If she chooses not to marry, does she think our Qingtang, a fine young man, will remain single? I wonder what kind of enchantments that vixen has cast on him, insisting on her alone. Once she enters our family, I'll make sure to teach her a lesson. As she ranted on, Mr. Song urged her to refocus. Enough already. Once she is married, you may do as you please with her. For now, we must secure the items. Resolute, Mrs. Song steeled herself. She would do whatever it took to ensure those belongings were returned for Qingtang. Her eldest was easily swayed. One good cry, a display of vulnerability, and a bit of commotion would surely yield the desired outcome. Since it was their eldest son's purchase, it rightfully belongs to them, and they should naturally assist their eldest grandson in finding a bride. After all, they are one family, and there is no need to be so calculating. Moreover, the eldest was born from her own sacrifice, and since he emerged from her womb, she is owed a lifetime of gratitude. The elderly couple was plotting on how to deceive and reclaim their belongings, contemplating the performance they would put on when Song Ren emerged. Unbeknownst to them, the child had descended from the stool and approached them, eavesdropping on their conversation. Though it was unclear how much he had comprehended, Lin Xiaoman appeared suddenly like a ghost, startling the elderly couple, prompting the old woman to instinctively shove her away. "You wretched little imp. Why do you appear so suddenly, making no sound at all, just like your deceased father and ghostly grandfather, an eyesore?" Lin Xiaoman stumbled slightly, just in time to catch sight of her grandfather exiting the kitchen, suddenly reminded of what Sister Pinyin had advised her. When one cannot prevail, one should feign vulnerability and shed tears. She fell dramatically to the ground, her face painted with a bewildered expression. Xiaoman, Song Ren, unable to focus on the items in his hands, hastily set them down and scooped Lin Xiaoman into his arms. As a physician, he was alarmed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Xiaoman, did you hurt anywhere? Are you uncomfortable?" Startled by Song Ren's sudden appearance, Lin Laodai felt a pang of unease and quickly attempted to explain, "I didn't mean to. It was just that the child appeared without warning and startled me." Before she could finish, she noticed Lin Xiaoman, who Song Ren was anxiously examining, her big eyes turning red, her lips quivering as if on the verge of tears. Yet, she understandingly tugged at her distressed grandfather, shaking her head obediently. "I'm fine, Grandpa. Grandma doesn't dislike me, and she never said I couldn't touch anything. Nor does she look down on me for coming from the countryside." As she spoke, tears began to fall like precious pearls, each droplet reflecting her innocence and sorrow. Quietly weeping, this sight filled Song Ren with both anguish and anger, his normally filial demeanor replaced with indignation as he looked at his parents, their faces flushed with rage. "Father, Mother, I can overlook how you treat me, for I owe you my very existence. But Xiaoman is just a child. She is only 3 years old. How can you speak to her in such a manner? How could you even think of pushing her? I did not push her. Do not falsely accuse me." Song Laotai immediately retorted, insisting she had merely moved her aside. If she couldn't stabilize herself, who is to blame? Her fierce tone startled Lin Xiaoman, causing her to shrink back and shed a few more tears. Song Ren, protective of the child, felt his chest tighten with anger. "Mother, I witnessed it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. In the past, when the other children spoke of your harsh words behind closed doors, I managed to convince myself that you could not possibly act that way. But now, you treat Xiaoman like this, speaking to her in such a manner. And what has Lin Xiaoman, such a small child, done to deserve this?" Despite her exceptionally good temper, Xiaoman is not one to easily accept unfamiliarity. How can anyone refrain from praising her? She merely wishes to draw closer to you all, yet she is treated in such a manner, cast to the ground. "Xiaoman is my beloved granddaughter, your great-granddaughter. How could you lay a hand on her? And what of your scurrilous remarks regarding a reckless father and a ghostly grandfather? So this is how you perceive both me and Chengjing?" Outside the room, their voices, though not particularly loud, are muffled by the closed door. Even in his fury, Song Ren suppresses his voice, fearing that if his spouse hears, she may rush out, rendering the situation irreparable. Madame Song is uncertain if she truly pushed Lin Xiaoman. Her disdain for this village girl is evident. How could her obedient eldest child raise his voice against her for such a minor issue? Song Ren's demeanor strikes a nerve within her, igniting her anger. Eldest, have you forsaken your mother now that you have a granddaughter? You treasure a mere girl so highly. She is destined to marry off eventually. What use is she now? You are newly a grandfather, and Cheng Jing has just become a father, so of course. You dote on a girl who may stumble or fall. What is there to be so enamored with? I suspect it is sheer spite, she says, casting a scornful glance at Lin Xiaoman. Do not be so delicate, little girl, shedding tears at every turn. They may cherish you now, but how long do you think this will last? In a few years, when your parents bear another child, you will need to act like an elder sister. Do you truly believe they will protect you as they do now? Once they have a son, I doubt they will still want you. Before she can finish her sentence, a glass bowl shatters at her feet with a resounding crash, startling Madame Song into a shrill scream. They look up to find Song Qingjing, his face darkened and eyes cold, veins pulsing at his temples. For a fleeting moment, their hearts leap in fear. The commotion is loud enough to be heard within the house. When Zhao Hongmei and the others finally emerge, they are met with the chaos strewn about. Zhao Hongmei, upon encountering Song Ren's parents, wears a disapproving expression, having avoided them entirely. How has it escalated to physical confrontation? She furrows her brow, questioning what has occurred. No one responds. The elderly Song couple, intimidated by Song Qingjing, cower in a corner, aware of his temper and fearing his wrath may lead to violence. The usually dutiful Song Ren trembles with anger, pointing toward the door as he addresses his parents. Leave. If your visit is solely to bully my granddaughter, then be gone at once. Zhao Hongmei and Song Qingheng, just stepping out, exchange surprised glances with Song Ren. The usually submissive old Song displays unexpected fortitude. What has transpired? Song Qingjing, disinterested in the elderly couple, strides over to Lin Xiaoman, taking her from her father's arms. The girl, on the verge of genuine tears, leans into her father's embrace, burying her head on his shoulder, radiating a profound sense of injustice. Observing the sorrowful Lin Xiaoman nestled in his arms, Song Qingjing sighed in resignation as he gently patted her back in an attempt to console her. It was apparent that leaving her alone was not an option. With a cold gaze, he scrutinized the source of Lin Xiaoman's distress, indicating that this matter was far from resolved. In the stillness of the night, with mischief afoot, old lady Song had vented her frustrations, yearning to express more, yet was halted by old man Song's subtle shake of his head. Their ability to continuously extract funds from Song Ren stemmed from their commitment to never sever ties completely or openly confront him. A few scathing remarks were permissible, but relentless chastisement was not. They understood that at times, a semblance of humility was essential, for their eldest son responded favorably to such tactics. Though a fiery indignation brewed within her, old lady Song maintained a stoic facade, gazing at Song Ren with feigned disappointment. Mother understands, father, she lamented. You lack the means to tolerate a few harsh words directed at your granddaughter. Who do we speak those unpalatable truths for, if not for you? Were it not for your sake, we would not utter such contemptible words. Now that you have matured and gained your own capabilities, we are but aging figures in your life. Should you choose to disregard us, we shall take our leave. As she uttered these words, she lowered her gaze to wipe away her tears, embodying both grievance and stubbornness. Old man Song, standing beside her, accompanied her with a sigh, inadvertently igniting a flicker of guilt within the already irate Song Ren. Zhao Hongmei, witnessing the scene, rolled her eyes in disbelief. The two elder figures spoke sweetly, but their intentions were far from altruistic. Only a fool like Song Ren would believe their charade. As they prepared to depart, Song Ren instinctively moved to stop them. But the sound of Lin Xiaoman's whimper drew his attention away. Frowning, she extended her reddened palm, slightly cracked from distress. Song Qingjing, noticing immediately, took her small hand into his own, his brow furrowing in concern. Close enough to observe, Song Ren's anger resurfaced upon seeing Lin Xiaoman's injury, eclipsing any sympathy he might have had for his parents. Zhao Hongmei, recalling the torment inflicted upon her sons by these two elders, felt a rush of old grievances and fresh anger surge within her. She unleashed a torrent of words upon them, devoid of vulgarity but laden with disdain. Old lady Song, unable to withstand the barrage, turned to retaliate, only to be met with Song Qingjing's fierce glare that sent a chill through her. The reckless young man was unyielding. Even at a tender age, he had displayed a ruthless nature, willing to endure pain himself to inflict harm upon others. They feared not what he might do to them, for he would not dare. However, his wrath upon their younger kin was merciless and devoid of familial ties. Despite their dissatisfaction, the elderly couple retreated in defeat. Yi Wenqing, having married into the family for many years, witnessed her father-in-law's unusual demeanor towards his parents. In truth, if he were to stand firm, they would not dare escalate matters further. She turned her head and noticed Lin Jing frowning as she stared in the direction where the elderly couple had just departed. Approaching her, she offered words of comfort, assuring her that there was no need for concern, they would not cause any trouble, and Lin Xiaoman would certainly not be bullied again. Yi Wenqing, possessing both beauty and a gentle disposition, glanced at Lin Xiaoman to ascertain that she was unharmed. Noticing only a minor scrape, satisfied, Lin Jing redirected her attention and engaged in a brief casual conversation with Yi Wenqing, merely inquiring about the whereabouts of old man Song and his wife. Upon hearing her question, Yi Wenqing felt it pertinent to elaborate. They resided in the old city area of the western part of the town, sharing the space with her second uncle's family, which made for a rather cramped living situation. You and Xiaoman should steer clear of them to avoid any potential conflict, she advised, aware that the Songs had a penchant for targeting those they perceived as vulnerable. Lin Jing nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, I will keep that in mind. After treating Lin Xiaoman's minor injury, Song Ren brought out the noodles his father had prepared, just in time for the family meal. Noticing that his wife appeared displeased, he graciously served her a bowl of noodles, nudging it toward her. Zhao Hongmei cast a sidelong glance at Song Ren. Every visit from his parents seemed to result in them taking money and food from their home, leading to an unpleasant atmosphere. Although nothing was taken today, the fact that they had caused Xiaoman to fall left her feeling quite irked. Yet, a small consolation lay in the fact that her husband expressed distress over his perceived shortcomings, lamenting his lack of filial piety. Filial piety indeed. How devoted you are, she thought, recalling how in the past, his parents would create a ruckus, leaving them to lie in bed all day. This time, their behavior had improved significantly, but it was still Xiaoman who bore the brunt of their unkindness. As the day was still young, Lin Jing noticed a large patch of empty land in the yard and inquired if Zhao Hongmei would permit her to cultivate a small garden there. This was the first time Lin Jing had made such a request, and Zhao Hongmei, unable to refuse, readily agreed, saying, "Of course. We've been wanting to do this for a while, but just never got around to it." Afterward, she urged Song Qingjing to fetch some bricks from outside to create a raised bed for planting. Given the intention to garden, rich soil was essential. Initially, Zhao Hongmei wondered if it might be too dirty, but then she reconsidered, acknowledging that Lin Jing was more knowledgeable about gardening, and she, as an outsider, should refrain from imposing her opinions. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman, slurping her noodles, looked up and praised Lin Jing at the mention of the garden. Buzzing with excitement like a little bee, Song Qingjing affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, knowing she was too young to remember much, yet he harbored a protective streak, having repeatedly warned others not to provoke them. Just as Lin Xiaoman had yet to finish her meal, when Yike from the neighboring yard dashed over, her enthusiasm palpable upon seeing Lin Xiaoman still there, before she whisked away like a gust of wind. Holding a piece of egg fritter, Song Ren turned to his wife and inquired, "What brings Yike here?" "It seems that someone has come to check if Xiaoman is around right from the start. I began searching yesterday, and I told her that she would surely see her if she returned today. Just now, she arrived with her hair in disarray and remnants of sleep in the corners of her eyes. This carefree girl possesses a spontaneous spirit." After having her meal, Lin Xiaoman was whisked away by Wen Yike to play in the adjacent courtyard, where she expressed her intention to introduce Lin Xiaoman to the local children. Despite Wen Yike having been here for a short while, she is quite impressive, easily mingling and familiar with everyone in the vicinity. Upon returning, Lin Xiaoman, drenched in sweat from her evening of play, chattered incessantly to Lin Jing about whom she had met, the games they played, and the family that owns a small dog. Lin Jing listened patiently until she finally managed to lull Lin Xiaoman to sleep. Turning to check on Song Qingjing, she found him asleep as well. As the night deepened, she quietly rose. Not long after Lin Jing's departure, Song Qingjing awoke. He got up and peered out the window, observing Lin Jing cautiously making her way to the courtyard, tinkering with the fresh manure she had gathered. His child's mother, in the dead of night, was up playing with manure. Understanding her intentions, he noticed that Lin Xiaoman was sound asleep. He placed his and Lin Jing's clothes beside her to ensure she wouldn't wake before stepping outside to join Lin Jing. As she was about to carry the manure outside, Song Qingjing's voice, low and cautious, inquired, "Where are you going?" Startled, Lin Jing managed to restrain herself from spilling the contents of her hands, remaining silent and unable to explain her actions. Expecting reproach from Song Qingjing, she was instead surprised to hear him say, "I will go with you." The next morning, as Zhao Hongmei was having breakfast, she noticed her younger son appeared quite drowsy and playfully tapped him, asking why he was so sleepy at the table. "What a lazy boy you are, feeling drowsy. Did you sneak out last night?" "Not at all, just didn't he get enough sleep?" Song Qingjing replied, showing no intention of sitting up straight. Zhao Hongmei, while somewhat indulgent, only scolded him lightly before saying no more. However, as she passed the kitchen and noticed the empty manure bucket, she inwardly marveled at Lin Jing's diligence. When would she ever return from work and still manage to handle such tasks? While the family was still at breakfast, laughter erupted from outside, and Lin Xiaoman, her mouth full, glanced out to see a slightly plump yet exceptionally kind-looking grandmother entering. "Qiuju, what is the matter? Why are you laughing so heartily?" Zhao Hongmei inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuju immediately stifled her smile. "What joy! You misheard me. I'm here to inform Renda that something serious has occurred. Your parents' home has been vandalized with manure, and your brother's entire family has been drenched in it. Even their water tank is floating with filth. They are in quite a state, crying for help. You should hurry and take a look." Startled, Song Renda dropped his chopsticks and hurriedly stood up, bewildered by how such a calamity could have transpired. Wang Qiujuan could not agree with this. How could it possibly be as simple as it seems? Just look at what you were saying. Have you forgotten your brother's character? He must have caused trouble again. Or else who would engage in such behavior? Oh dear, you must hurry. I dread to think how your parents might react, collapsing in despair amidst the filth. The dutiful son, Song Rend, upon hearing this, realized the urgency and rushed out without a second thought. Yi Wenqing, employed at the department store, was quick-witted. She recalled that Lin Jing had inquired about her grandparents' residence yesterday and remembered Lin Jing mentioning planting something in the yard. After her grandparents had mistreated her daughter, Lin Jing sought revenge that very night. No, it was likely that this matter also involved Qingjing. Otherwise, how could he be so lethargic today? Over the years since Yi Wenqing married into the family, she had witnessed her grandparents' antics and endured much distress, often receiving subtle jabs about her inability to bear children, being likened to a hen that does not lay eggs. Though she occasionally retorted, it was never as satisfying as this moment. Simple, crude, and efficient. Wang Qiujuan was invited by Zhao Hongmei to sit down. They were longtime neighbors with a good relationship. Upon hearing about the incident, I took a quick look at the commotion and promptly returned. When I arrived, your in-laws were still shouting curses, fearful of reporting to the authorities lest it implicate their precious son. You cannot imagine. Their entire door was smeared with excrement, emitting a foul odor. With the heat of the day, flies buzzed about everywhere. The other residents, frustrated with their situation, could only vent their anger by cursing them, questioning how anyone could be so unfortunate as to be doused in filth. They had long harbored disdain for Song Qingtang, and in their fury, they even gave him a beating. Zhao Hongmei, upon hearing this, felt immense satisfaction early in the morning. They deserved it for their many misdeeds. Eventually, such a reckoning would come. Wang Qiujuan, however, cautioned, "Do not be too quick to rejoice. You know their family's character. That Song Qingtang is already claiming this was Qingjing's doing, demanding compensation from your family." Zhao Hongmei, already simmering with anger, slammed the table and was ready to rush out, exclaiming, "That shameless brat. Qingjing could not have done this. I know my son well. He is fastidious and would not touch such filth." Indeed, anyone who knew Song Qingjing even slightly was aware of his renowned fastidiousness and his aversion to dirty things. Not only would he refuse to throw excrement at someone, but even touching a handful of dirt would compel him to wash his hands 4 or 5 times. If he truly had to carry excrement, it would surely ruin his hands. In truth, it was indeed he and Lin Jing who had orchestrated this act. Upon returning home, Song Qingjing was desperate to cleanse himself, taking countless baths throughout the night until his skin nearly became raw, yet he still felt unclean. He emphasized to Lin Jing that they should refrain from such underhanded tactics in the future. There are countless ways to teach a lesson, and they ought to choose a cleaner method. Lin Jing was accustomed to farm work and felt no particular aversion to manure. She glanced at Song Qingjing, contemplating the village's elders who often claimed that a person who worked diligently could not possibly be adept at their craft. At least, she mused, they were certainly incapable of managing the tasks in the fields. Lin Xiaoman observed her parents exchanging glances filled with unspoken tension and tilted her head in confusion. She couldn't shake the peculiar feeling that perhaps her parents were secretly engaging in mischief behind her back. The conversation surrounding excrement and bodily functions rendered the meal less appetizing than usual. When Song Qingheng learned of this situation, he cast a knowing glance at his younger brother, remarking with a chuckle that he had wondered why water was being drawn incessantly from Qingjing's room the previous night. Initially presuming that his brother and sister-in-law were advancing their relationship at an astonishing pace, it now appeared that their progress, indeed, was not slow. They had opted to embark on a rather unsavory venture together. As Song Qingheng's gaze met Lin Xiaoman's, the usually stern and aloof deputy director of the machinery factory softened his expression, allowing a gentle smile to grace his lips. Lin Xiaoman, in contrast, displayed a more open demeanor, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, prompting Song Qingheng to consider the necessity of contacting his younger brother to discreetly boast about the day's events. Chapter 94. A visit to the machinery factory with uncle. Inside the deputy director's office of the machinery factory, Lin Xiaoman fidgeted with her hands, her eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. Initially, she had intended to visit Yike, but after breakfast, as her uncle prepared to leave, he suddenly halted, turned back, and regarded her thoughtfully for a moment. Seemingly arriving at an unspoken conclusion, he addressed her parents, stating that Lin Xiaoman appeared reluctant to part from him. As fortune would have it, he had no pressing matters at the factory that day, so he decided to take Lin Xiaoman along. Song Qingjing, noticing Lin Xiaoman's evident attachment to their uncle, exchanged a glance with his stoic elder brother, understanding the unspoken bond. He affectionately ruffled Lin Xiaoman's hair and inquired, "Would you like to go?" Lin Xiaoman looked up at her seemingly cold, yet kind-hearted uncle. She recalled a passage from a book that hinted at impending trouble at the machinery factory, though she was uncertain of the exact timing, only sensing it was imminent. Just as she contemplated how to visit the factory, her uncle proposed taking her along. Without hesitation, she nodded vigorously and eagerly grasped Song Qingheng's hand, exclaiming, "Uncle." A faint smile graced Song Qingheng's lips as he awkwardly scooped Lin Xiaoman into his arms, returning her smile. Meanwhile, Yi Wenqing, who had always been indifferent to Song Qingheng, hesitated when she saw him preparing to leave for the factory empty-handed. After a moment's deliberation, she called out, "Wait. Let me prepare some snacks and water for Xiaoman to take with her." She knew that children had small appetites and could grow hungry quickly. While he might depart with ease, it would be unfortunate if Lin Xiaoman suffered from hunger, a sight Yi Wenqing could not bear to witness. Lin Xiaoman turned her gaze towards her uncle, who had been staring intently at her aunt, and then glanced at her aunt, who had already turned to go back inside to tidy up. She vaguely recalled that the book mentioned their strained relationship, but her thoughts were soon interrupted. Yi Wenqing soon emerged from the bedroom, preparing a clean ceramic cup for Lin Xiaoman, along with a small box of malted milk and some snacks. "Come, Xiaoman. If you're hungry, help yourself. You can mix the malted milk at the office. Your uncle has hot water there." As Lin Xiaoman listened to her aunt's gentle words, she leaned forward and wrapped her arms around Yi Wenqing, resting her face against hers. Without much thought, she simply wished to embrace her. Yi Wenqing paused in her actions. This was her first time holding a child, and she found Lin Xiaoman softer and more in need of protection than she had imagined. Her eyes grew misty as she returned the embrace, a sense of long-held regret within her momentarily alleviated, yet it was swiftly followed by an even deeper, more intricate sorrow. In the vice factory manager's office, Lin Xiaoman, who had been brought to the factory, was seated on a chair, her head resting on the desk as she observed her uncle, who was engrossed in drawing blueprints. She recalled that the book mentioned the reason for the years of coldness between her uncle and aunt. They had lost a child, just months after their marriage. Her aunt discovered she was pregnant, which brought joy to the entire family for an extended period. However, when her aunt was 7 months along, a torrential rainstorm struck, flooding the factory's equipment. Her uncle, in a rush to salvage the machinery and blueprints, had to leave in haste. As fate would have it, The storm caused chaos in many factories, leading to unrest among the workers. On her way home, her aunt encountered misfortune and was caught in a fray, resulting in an accident. When Song Chung-hyung learned of this, he was directing all personnel in emergency repairs amidst the pounding rain, his heart aching painfully. Upon hearing that Yi Wenqing had been taken to the hospital, accompanied by his parents, he wiped his face and continued his directives. Ultimately, the machinery was salvaged. The research proved successful, and the factory's profitability, along with the livelihoods of hundreds of families, was preserved. Yet, the child of Song Chung-hyung and Yi Wenqing was lost. Song Chung-hyung was promoted to vice factory manager for his efforts, but he and Yi Wenqing carried an insurmountable knot within their hearts, unable to move past it. Their child, already 7 months along, had been a profound presence in their lives. They had felt its movements and eagerly anticipated its birth, only to face such tragedy. To blame Song Chung-hyung would not be entirely fair. Yi Wenqing understood that had the factory truly faced disaster, hundreds of families would have suffered. If she were merely an outsider, she could have empathized with Song Chung-hyung. Yet, when she saw him rush in, eyes reddened, drenched to the bone. His hands and feet wrinkled from the cold, wanting to approach but hesitating to hold her hand, Yi Wenqing found it difficult to articulate her feelings. Rationally, she knew that even had Song Chung-hyung arrived immediately, their child could not have been saved. Song Chung-hyung was not a doctor. She was aware of this. And she understood that under the circumstances, the best choice was for Song Chung-hyung to remain at the factory. However, knowing the reasoning and truly accepting it were two entirely different matters. Over the years, she had repeatedly questioned herself about why she had chosen that path. If she had avoided it, if she had been more cautious, yet, there was no point in dwelling on what-ifs. Lin Xiaoman felt her head swelling, overwhelmed by an influx of thoughts that left her somewhat dizzy. She slid down from her stool and wobbled over to her uncle, gazing up at the striking resemblance between his face and her father's. Her uncle was a good man, and her aunt was equally kind-hearted. She did not wish for her uncle to suffer repercussions from the incident at the machinery factory, nor did she want her aunt to face a lifetime of solitude. Standing at the edge of the table, lost in contemplation, Lin Xiaoman was drawn from her reverie when Song Chung-hyung, having completed his tasks, noticed her gaze. He set aside his work and turned to look at Lin Xiaoman, who was furrowing her brow in distress. "What is the matter? Are you bored? Or perhaps hungry?" Song Chung-hyung remarked, glancing at his watch. They had arrived early that morning before anyone else was at the factory, and now it was already 10 o'clock. Lin Xiaoman realized she might indeed be hungry. Initially, she had not felt any hunger, but upon hearing her uncle's words, her stomach began to respond in kind. She patted her belly, and a smile crept across Song Chung-hyung's face as he set aside his work. "Your aunt has prepared quite a bit for you. Have a little something to tide you over. Later, I'll take you to our factory canteen for lunch." He retrieved several small cookies and a few pieces of milk candy from his bag, placing them before Lin Xiaoman. He also took out a cup prepared by Yi Wenqing and made her a drink of malted milk. Although Song Chung-hyung had no prior experience caring for children, his approach was methodical and attentive, clearly indicative of someone who had once taken the time to learn. Chapter 95. Xiaoman does not like her. After Lin Xiaoman consumed 2 cookies and drank a cup of malted milk, she ceased eating, prompting Song Chung-hyung to gently wipe the crumbs from the corners of her mouth. He then effortlessly picked her up. "All right, let us go. Your uncle will show you around the factory." With her hunger satiated, Lin Xiaoman nodded eagerly, her face radiating joy. Seeing her so pleased brightened Song Chung-hyung's mood as he carried her out of the office and into the factory. Song Chung-hyung was highly skilled and capable, and due to an incident a few years prior involving heavy rain, the factory workers held him in great esteem. Although their deputy factory manager was quite young, he was exceedingly shrewd and often wore a stern expression, yet everyone understood that this was merely his nature. It wasn't that he looked down on anyone. He simply had a naturally cold demeanor. When they saw Song Chung-hyung emerge, they were inclined to greet him. Just as they were about to smile and wave, they noticed the deputy factory manager cradling a baby in his arms. Those nearby gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, this child bears a striking resemblance to the deputy manager. Is this his daughter? But didn't I hear that the deputy manager's wife couldn't have children?" As soon as the words left their lips, a companion elbowed them sharply, hissing, "Don't speak so recklessly, and certainly don't bring that up. Mentioning it is like pricking a needle into the deputy manager's heart." When Yi Wenqing encountered her misfortune, Song Chung-hyung also fell gravely ill. The employees at the factory were aware of the incident and expressed their deep sympathy. Now, as the matter is recalled, Who among them does not feel a sense of regret? After many years of marriage, there have been no reports of children, though rumors circulated about their strained relationship and a potential divorce, which, for reasons unknown, never materialized. To their knowledge, the couple remains married. However, who is the little girl cradled in the arms of the deputy factory director? Before their minds could wander with speculation, Lin Xiaoman called out, "Uncle, I wish to see that." She pointed toward the assembly area not far away. Naturally, Song Qingheng indulged Lin Xiaoman's innocent request, smiling as he carried her over. Upon hearing her call him uncle, the workers in the workshop breathed a collective sigh of relief. She was merely his niece, and they were reassured that a man of his character could not possibly engage in any disgraceful conduct. Turning around, they spotted Chen Xiangzi, who had just set down a machine and was staring, dumbfounded, at Lin Xiaoman. The woman nearest to him waved her hand in front of him. "Xiangzi, what captivates you so?" It took him a few moments to regain his senses, and then he exclaimed, "This little girl resembles my Jing Gu too much. No wonder they say she is unmistakably his child. She is simply a replica." His remark piqued the curiosity of others, who gathered around to discuss. "Is she really that similar? I think she already bears a strong resemblance to our deputy factory director. Can it be more striking?" Although Song Qingjing occasionally visited Song Qingheng, he seldom ventured into the workshop, and those who had met him couldn't recall clearly. However, Chen Xiangzi was very familiar with Song Qingjing, perhaps overly so. He clapped his thigh and exclaimed, "You think she looks enough like the deputy director? Just wait until you see her with her biological father. There will be no mistaking their connection." Chen Xiangzi felt envious. The girl had inherited only the finest features, exquisitely crafted, and he mused that once she grew up, Song Qingheng would certainly have much to worry about. While they were discussing Lin Xiaoman and her father, she spotted a figure resembling the one from her dreams, standing beside the machinery with disheveled hair. Lin Xiaoman recalled her nightmare, where this person's hair became entangled in the machine, leading to a catastrophic malfunction and an explosion. A significant accident ensued, resulting in substantial losses for the factory and numerous casualties. On that day, the individual responsible for safety in the workshop, Song Qingheng, faced severe penalties and confinement, along with the obligation to pay a considerable sum in compensation. Lin Xiaoman, gazing innocently at the woman, turned and asked, "Uncle, what happens if hair gets caught in the machinery?" Song Qingheng furrowed his brow as he looked at the woman with her hair cascading loosely. Anger surged within him as he thought, "Qin Jinjin, tie up your hair. What do you look like with it all loose? Do you understand the consequences of hair getting caught in machinery?" According to Song Qingheng's standards, even if Qin Jinjin were merely a workshop worker, she should not be permitted to remain, as she exhibits disobedience and a capricious nature. However, she is the daughter of the factory director, and despite his desire to dismiss her, her father shields her from such consequences. Upon hearing Song Qingheng's voice, Qin Jinjin instantly adorned her face with a smile and playfully tossed her hair, declaring, "Qingheng Gu, I don't wish to tie it up, nor do I want to cover it. It looks utterly unappealing." Her presence here was solely for Song Qingheng, yet he scarcely engaged her in conversation, and their encounters were few, which infuriated Qin Jinjin, leading her to lament his lack of romantic sensitivity. Lin Xiaoman, perceptive as she was, recalled the gossip she had overheard from the aunts and grandmothers in her countryside home. Some individuals, even when aware that the other party was already committed, would still eagerly pursue them. Such people are utterly shameless. Moreover, recalling the disaster that befell the factory and the misfortune inflicted upon her beloved uncle, she turned to her uncle with displeasure and said, "Uncle, Xiaoman does not like her. Please do not pay her any attention from now on." Although he had rarely acknowledged Qin Jinjin, Song Qingheng found her words amusing and acquiesced, as she was, after all, of little significance. Infuriated, Qin Jinjin tossed her hair in a huff, only to have her locks ensnared by machinery, which yanked at her scalp, causing her to scream in terror. Reacting within a heartbeat, Song Qingheng, being the nearest, swiftly halted the machine, though it would not cease immediately. Fortunately, a vigilant elder swiftly grasped a pair of scissors and began to cut away at Qin Jinjin's hair. Terrified, she attempted to push the elder away, but was met with a slap out of exasperation, which silenced her struggles as they awaited the machine to come to a complete stop. The elder hastily snipped away at Qin Jinjin's hair, leaving it in ragged patches, with blood seeping from her scalp. Meanwhile, the machine began to emit smoke. Without hesitation, Song Qingheng entrusted Lin Xiaoman to Chen Xiangzi and ordered everyone else to evacuate immediately. Witnessing the smoke, the others trembled in fear, including Qin Jinjin, who, in tears, crawled toward safety. Only Song Chungheng remained, armed with tools, dismantling the smoking machinery. Lin Xiaoman, watching her uncle's silhouette, cried out in distress. A handful of seasoned technicians, initially poised to flee, were compelled to return upon witnessing the smoke, joining Song Chungheng in the disassembly of the machine. Chapter 96. The illusion of beauty. Song Chungheng was somewhat taken aback, yet these seasoned workers spoke not a word of superfluous chatter as they focused on their task. The smoke thickened, their hands quivering, and beads of sweat cascaded down their faces as the temperature of the machinery continued to rise. Following Song Chungheng's removal of the final component, the once turbulent machine gradually calmed, the white smoke ceased to billow, and the haze within the room began to dissipate. The few who had remained there exhaled a collective sigh of relief, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped calamity, their clothes drenched in perspiration. Lin Xiaoman anxiously watched the factory's interior with tear-filled eyes, while Qin Xiangzi held her tightly, his heart also burdened with concern for those still inside. Deputy Director Song is an exemplary leader, possessing remarkable abilities and technical expertise. His extensive experience in the factory commands respect, even from temporary workers who have only recently joined. Moreover, he is the elder brother of Chenggu, which adds to the collective anxiety. If misfortune were to befall him, it would indeed be a calamity. Yet, one cannot fathom such a misfortune befalling him. Many of the older employees, at this moment, turned their faces to the sky, clasped their hands in prayer, and closed their eyes in hope, while some of the younger girls were so frightened that they broke down in tears. All eyes were anxiously directed toward the workshop, and Qin Jinjin, overwhelmed with fear, sat silently on the ground. When the workshop doors finally swung open, a wave of relief washed over the mechanical factory as several individuals emerged safely. They had made it out unscathed. What a relief! Thank the deities. The older employees silently expressed their gratitude to the divine. Those seasoned staff members who had weathered floods in the past, seeing the day's events unfold, clutched Song Chungheng with mixed emotions, exclaiming, "Deputy Director, you've saved us once again." Song Chungheng patted their shoulders and reached out to take Lin Xiaoman from Qin Xiangzi's arms. However, the moment he extended his hand, he was taken aback by how soiled it had become. As he contemplated retracting it, Lin Xiaoman had already leapt into his embrace. Her mind was inexplicably filled with the image of her uncle resolutely approaching the smoking machinery while everyone else fled in the opposite direction. Feeling a wave of sadness, she clung to her uncle, gently patting his back in a tender attempt to comfort him, whispering, "Uncle, don't be afraid." It is difficult for Song Chungheng to articulate his current emotions. Was he truly unafraid? At that moment, he indeed felt detached from concerns of life and death. Yet, as the situation settled, a wave of fear washed over him. Fear of the grief his parents and loved ones would endure if he were to leave them, and regret for the unresolved issues with his wife over the years. Thus, despite appearing the most composed among the crowd, he was drenched in cold sweat. He never anticipated that a little girl could see through him so easily. With a deep sigh, he held Lin Xiaoman close. His little niece seemed remarkably perceptive. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Noticing her trembling body, he belatedly realized that for Lin Xiaoman to have not cried out in fear was a testament to her strength. She was just a child, understandably frightened. Embracing her, he mimicked her comforting gestures, lightly patting her back to instill a sense of safety, assuring her that everything was all right. As the crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief, someone spotted Qin Jinjin attempting to sneak away. With a fiery temperament, one individual seized her, infuriated, and delivered 2 sharp slaps. "Do you still have the audacity to leave? Today, your actions nearly cost us our lives. Do you think you can escape unscathed? Dream on. We shall report this to the authorities." This must be reported. The speaker was Zhang Fong, the workshop leader, known for her fiery temper and strong capabilities, who had little patience for those lacking competence and plagued by trivialities. Qin Jinjin covered her face, her eyes wide in disbelief, filled with a mixture of fear, grievance, and anger. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is? I will make sure my father drives you out." As soon as she uttered these words, the workshop employees, already harboring discontent towards her, found their tempers ignited. "So you're the factory director's daughter? Is this how the director raises his children? You want to expel team leader Zhang? Have you forgotten that if it weren't for team leader Zhang's timely rescue, you would have lost your scalp by now? And yet you still want to dismiss her? Truly, A case of saving the wrong person. Indeed, team leader Zhang should never have saved her. What was the point? Such a heartless individual. Many had advised her to tie her hair back, but she was vain, adorning herself like a seductress, clearly attempting to attract the deputy director's attention, who, however, was not at all interested in her. She strutted around, flaunting her status as the director's daughter, oblivious to how outdated and futile such behavior seemed. What of the factory director's daughter? Does her status make her exceptional? She brings trouble into our factory. Her father should be taken in for questioning by the authorities. Absolutely. A schemer and a troublemaker like her must be sent to the police. The atmosphere in the factory was charged with anger. No one dared to speak in her defense. And those who were once friendly with Qin Jinjin now kept silent, fearing repercussions. Beneath it all, they were still furious with her. She had nearly endangered their lives. When Director Qin rushed over upon hearing the news, he was struck by the sight of his beautiful daughter, her hair mangled beyond recognition, and he felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Yet, he quickly steadied himself, approaching her and delivering a sharp slap, his voice elevated beyond measure. You foolish girl. You've caused such a grave mistake at work. How can you still show your face here? Do you intend to harm others until you are satisfied? The slap left everyone in the workshop, including Qin Jinjin, in disbelief. Her father had struck her? Over something so trivial? She wanted to protest, but a mere glance from her father silenced her. The workers exchanged glances, astonished that Director Qin, who had always doted on his daughter, would take such a drastic step. Before they could fully process the shock, Director Qin turned to Song Qingheng. Brother Song, my daughter has indeed acted wrongly. We cannot remain here any longer. We will resign from our positions and apologize to everyone. What do you think? Director Qin understood the weight Song Qingheng held among the factory workers. If he could persuade Song Qingheng to give Jinjin a second chance, they could easily sweep this incident under the rug. Chapter 97. Whispered conversations. Song Qingheng regarded Director Qin with a cold gaze. Though he had once owed him a debt of gratitude and had contributed significantly to the mechanical factory, he could not pinpoint when things had begun to change. Director Qin, Comrade Qin Jinjin is not fit for this position, and the current errors cannot absolve either of us from responsibility. As soon as Song Qingheng uttered these words, a wave of discussion erupted among the other employees in the factory. Deputy Director, this does not concern you. You have repeatedly urged the director to dismiss Qin Jinjin, but he has always intervened. If it weren't for your fortuitous presence today, who knows whether this machinery would have exploded, and we might all be in grave danger. Indeed, this is clearly Qin Jinjin's fault. Director Qin has become senile, insisting on placing his daughter in this position. Claiming she was admitted through examination, who knows how she truly got here. Previously, whether it was team leader Zhang or the deputy director, they had scolded her countless times for her flamboyant attire and loose hair, yet she remained unrepentant, even accusing team leader Zhang of jealousy. Jealous of what? Her audacity. Having been chastised and struck by her father, the pampered Qin Jinjin suddenly pushed away those restraining her and rushed towards Song Qingheng. In an instinctive response, he moved to shield Lin Xiaoman. Song Qingheng, who do you think I am doing this for? Do you think I want to work in this filthy factory? You have no idea what kind of torment I endure here. I have been so kind to you, so fond of you. Why do you treat me this way? Am I not beautiful enough? Is my family's situation not good enough? What makes me inferior to Yi Wenqing? Her piercing voice startled Lin Xiaoman. Noticing the child's startled expression, Song Qingheng glanced at her to ensure she was not in tears before turning back to Qin Jinjin, his eyes now filled with disdain. Comrade Qin Jinjin, I implore you to maintain your dignity. I have no association with you. Song Qingheng pondered whether he should heed his mother's advice and pay homage to their ancestors to ward off evil, for how else could he encounter such madness? Lin Xiaoman held her aunt in high regard, peering at the frenzied woman and innocently stating, "But my uncle likes my aunt." In her heart, Lin Xiaoman secretly favored her aunt, believing her to be more beautiful, intelligent, gentle, and kind. Her uncle's eyes were certainly not flawed, hence he would undoubtedly favor her. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoman's words, Qin Jinjin felt a lump rise in her throat, and when she processed what the child had said, she erupted in anger. What do you know? Yi Wenqing is incapable of bearing children. If it weren't for Song Qingheng's lack of offspring, do you think he would treat you well? Once I marry him and bear his child, he will have no choice but to obey me. Before she could finish, Director Qin's heart sank at her words, and he immediately slapped Qin Jinjin twice, sternly rebuking her. Have you made enough of a scene? Are you not embarrassed enough? At that moment, Song Qingheng glared at the deranged Qin Jinjin. Who told you that Wenqing cannot bear children? Suffering yet another slap, Qin Jinjin covered her face, glaring resentfully at her father. She had long been spoiled, and now, facing such humiliation, it was infuriating that her father sided with others. Dad, what have I said that is wrong? I am doing this for our family. Initially, it was not your intention to keep Song Qingheng, which led to the deliberate act of pushing him away. Silence. Director Qin interrupted Qin Jinjin's attempt to continue speaking with a sharp slap. This foolish girl. Does she wish to bring ruin upon her entire family to satisfy her desires? Qin Jinjin, momentarily stunned by the blow, remained oblivious to her wrongdoing until she met her father's gaze, one that signaled his readiness to abandon her. Suddenly, clarity returned, and she broke into a cold sweat, realizing how close she had come to revealing too much. Although her words ceased, Song Qingheng's hearing remained intact, and his intellect sharper than ever. Seeds of doubt had been sown. Presently, lacking evidence was of no concern to him. He could investigate further. Team leader Zhang was the first to spit disdainfully at Qin Jinjin, calling her an unashamed creature, perpetually coveting another's man. How could she utter such words in front of children? It was outrageous. She dared to speak so brazenly in public. Surely, she had lost her senses. I believe she has indeed lost her mind. The deputy director is already married. What need has he for you to bear his children? You ought to leave our mechanical factory at once, lest you tarnish our reputation. Working alongside someone like you is a stroke of misfortune beyond measure. This matter must be reported to the authorities. It is imperative to investigate how someone like Qin Jinjin gained entry to the mechanical factory. Is it solely due to the director's influence? I think the director should be scrutinized as well. The commotion escalated, and they displayed no signs of fear. Their lives had nearly been lost, so what was there to deter them from reporting to the authorities? Today, they demanded an explanation. The employees of the mechanical factory, already incensed, found Qin Jinjin's frenzied remarks to be the final straw, prompting them to seek out law enforcement. Regret enveloped Qin Jinjin. What had come over her? Why had she so freely expressed her innermost thoughts? It was truly bewildering. Director Qin could not quell the unrest. When he turned to his daughter, his breath quickened with anger, wishing he could strike this rebellious offspring dead. He could hardly fathom how such a foolish creature could have sprung from his own lineage. With the police now involved, the events at the factory caught the attention of county officials. Upon learning of the situation, though they said little, the leadership cast a disapproving glance at the increasingly outrageous Director Qin. Once upon a time, he was a remarkable talent, but over the years, he had strayed far from his original intentions, losing sight of his purpose day by day. The leader sighed, exchanged a few words with Song Qingheng, and observed Director Qin's growing unease. He sensed that perhaps Song Qingheng had uncovered something, as the leader's gaze towards him shifted ominously after their conversation. By the time Song Qingheng returned home with Lin Xiaoman, it was nearly dinner time. After a day spent outdoors, which included a visit to the police station where the charming officers had lavished her with treats, Lin Xiaoman returned with a round belly. Having not seen her parents all day, she immediately rushed to embrace them, seeking comfort. Lin Jing, occupied with tending to the vegetables she had painstakingly grown, ensured that Lin Xiaoman had not been hurt or mistreated before entrusting her to Song Qingjing. As soon as Lin Xiaoman was in her father's arms, she eagerly began to recount the day's events. Daddy, today Uncle was amazing. He carried me, and there was smoke, and then he fixed things. Song Qingjing. What is her daughter babbling about? Chapter 98. Good child. Lin Xiaoman spoke at length, her throat parched, yet fortunate for her, her father was quite supportive, continually affirming her words with remarks like indeed, that's wonderful. Zhao Hongmei, who was sitting nearby knitting, found great amusement in the scene, well aware that her son had not comprehended a word of his daughter's chatter. Nevertheless, when it came to his daughter, even Song Qingjing had to obediently listen. Zhao Hongmei secretly rejoiced. Finally, someone could reign in the unruly Song Qingjing. Having raised children before, Zhao Hongmei understood that Xiaoman was simply thirsty from talking, so she poured a glass of water for her. Lin Xiaoman held the glass and drank heartily. Slow down, don't choke, no one is competing with you. Zhao Hongmei admonished gently. After quenching her thirst, Lin Xiaoman set down the cup just as Song Qingheng emerged from the bath. Noticing him, Zhao Hongmei curiously inquired, "What on earth happened? You smell of machinery oil, and you've even passed that scent on to Xiaoman." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman bent down to sniff herself, wondering if she truly stank. Observing her action, Zhao Hongmei immediately laughed and reassured her, "You're fragrant, Xiaoman." As Song Qingheng regarded his family, a barely perceptible smile graced his features. He did not conceal the day's events from them and briefly recounted what transpired at the factory. Upon learning that machinery had been smoking, which could have led to an explosion given the abundance of oil in the factory, Zhao Hongmei turned pale with fear. She anxiously examined Song Qingheng from head to toe, and once assured that he was unharmed, she gave him several firm pats, her eyes welling up with tears. Yet she could scarcely utter a reprimand. Instead, she clung to him, repeating in a choked voice, "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Song Qingheng anticipated that discussing the incident would inevitably lead to a scolding from his mother, so he allowed the elderly lady to express her concern. Knowing that once she calmed down, a few harsh words would follow, Song Qingjing, harboring his own simmering anger, inquired about the police's response. This matter could not simply be brushed aside, due to the significant reaction from the factory employees. The management not only dismissed Qin Jinjin but also mandated an evaluation of the damages, requiring compensation at the original cost of the machinery. As a result of hiring Qin Jinjin, factory director Qin faced a penalty of 6 months' salary for negligence. Upon hearing this outcome, Song Qingjing scoffed, feeling it was too lenient towards the Qin family. When it came to Qin Jinjin, Zhao Hongmei's discontent was even greater. Likening her to a ghost clinging to her eldest son, can she compare to Wenqing? Does she think she can become my daughter-in-law? No way, no way. Unbeknownst to Zhao Hongmei, the two brothers were conversing about something, and Song Qingheng eventually called Song Qingjing outside. Observing her two troublesome sons, Zhao Hongmei muttered to herself, "What are they discussing that we cannot hear? Oh well, I am not particularly keen on listening." She pushed the prepared steamed egg custard towards Lin Jing, who was cradling Lin Xiaoman, and cheerfully said, "Xiaojing, take this money and have Cheng Jing take you to the department store to order a wedding dress. Aren't you two getting married the day after tomorrow? Has the restaurant made the necessary arrangements? Are the invitations sent out properly?" They had already discussed the wedding before their arrival, and Lin Jing declined the money, as she had saved a bit over the years. Having spoken with the restaurant manager, who is acquainted with Manager Zhang and Song Qingjing, I was granted a day's leave upon the revelation of our impending nuptials. There is no need for your financial assistance. I have sufficient funds for my purchases tomorrow. It is customary here to buy clothing for the new bride. I had done the same for your sister-in-law. You may rest assured and accept this, and additionally, procure a few items for Xiaoman, for she looks delightful in anything." Zhao Hongmei pressed the money into Lin Jing's hands. Noticing her hands, which had become pale from washing dishes, she felt compelled to speak, yet she knew Lin Jing was quite stubborn, so the words lingered unspoken. Why is it that the third son and his wife cannot seem to share the burden? Is it truly the case that only one diligent person can emerge from a family? Before she could ponder further, Lin Xiaoman, initially content with her egg custard, perked up upon hearing her name. "Grandma, Xiaoman has new clothes." "That's enough." Hearing Lin Xiaoman's voice, Zhao Hongmei returned to her senses and affectionately caressed her sweet grandchild's face. "My dear, a girl can never have too many dresses. How can there ever be enough? Buy more, and let her wear beautiful outfits. Look at Yike. She has a new outfit every day. You should do the same. Grandma will cover the expenses. Oh, by the way, Yike came looking for you again today. I didn't see her, but she insisted I remind you not to run off tomorrow." The memory of the little girl, holding her hand and earnestly warning her, brought a smile to Zhao Hongmei's face. Lin Xiaoman recalled Yike's invitation to meet her younger brothers, and, while enjoying her egg custard, marveled at Yike's prowess. Truly deserving of the title Little Lucky Charm. Once she finished her bowl of custard, Lin Jing brought in some warm water for Lin Xiaoman's bath. Although she was not particularly odorous, she had been playing and got covered in grease, necessitating a thorough cleaning. However, Lin Xiaoman exhibited an unusually vibrant spirit today. After her bath, she bounced on the bed. Song Qingjing, having conversed with his elder brother in the courtyard for an extended period, entered the house to find his little girl standing on the bed, calling out daddy to him. Lin Xiaoman had changed into a clean nightgown, her hair cascading down in a slightly tousled fashion inherited from her grandmother. Song Qingjing washed his hands before approaching to tuck Lin Xiaoman's hair behind her ear. "Why are you still awake? At this hour, you should be sleeping like a pig." Lin Xiaoman, not one to be outwitted, promptly retorted, "Xiaoman is not a pig." Song Qingjing chuckled, pinching her nose playfully. "Indeed, you are not. But if you are a pig, then what does that make your mother and me?" Her laughter erupted, revealing her little tiger teeth, as she giggled uncontrollably. "All right, I shall take a quick shower and return to play with you," he said, lifting Lin Xiaoman and placing her in her mother's embrace. Lin Jing received her daughter and wiped the sweat from her forehead, which had accumulated from play. Nestled comfortably in her mother's arms, Lin Xiaoman looked at her father and softly said, "Daddy, come back quickly." Oh. Song Qingjing truly understood the sentiments of fathers devoted to their daughters. It mattered not how unremarkable they may be. Who could resist the endearing way this little girl gazed at him with her sweet, innocent voice? In a short while, Song Qingjing emerged from his shower, re-entering the room. However, upon his return, he found his sweet, soft daughter peacefully asleep, her hair still damp, while Song Qingjing shook his head and chuckled. Meanwhile, in her dreams, Lin Xiaoman's mind was once again beset by mechanical sounds. Successfully altered Song Qingjing's tragic fate. Virtue reward. 1. Indirectly salvaged the dismal fate of the factory workers. Virtue reward. 10. Indirectly ensured Qin Jinjin received her just punishment. Reward for righteousness. 3. Consumed truth spray. Points. 8. Current total points. 20. Chapter 99. Ascending to the heavens at dawn the following day, before the sun had risen, Lin Xiaoman awoke. Yet as she attempted to rise, a heaviness enveloped her mind. Struggling on her pillow, she found it arduous to get up, sensing that her intellect was awakening. Drowsily, Lin Xiaoman turned over, her feet resting on her father's, gazing blankly at the door. After much contemplation, she finally grasped two essential truths. She must study and she must earn money. However, upon glancing at her diminutive hands and legs, she promptly nestled back into her parents' embrace. With her mind now brimming with thoughts, she secretly pondered that her father and grandmother had declared her still a baby, and earning was a matter for adults. Her mother had a job, and her grandparents and uncles were all employed, yet her father was not. Lin Xiaoman blinked and clenched her fists, resolutely making a decision. The 1970s were a prosperous era for earning, and it would be a pity if her father did not partake in it. With this realization, Lin Xiaoman turned to gently pat her father's shoulder, earnestly advising him in a sweet voice, "Daddy, my happy life depends on you." Holding her parents' hands, she secretly thought that like the lucky little goldfish, her fortune was destined to be bright, but with her parents by her side, she too could enjoy a life as splendid as theirs. At 6:30 in the morning, Song Qingjing heard faint movements within the room and reluctantly opened his eyes, only to find his daughter propped up beside him, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Feeling drowsy, he closed his eyes again but instinctively reached out to tousle the little one's hair, groggily asking, "Why are you up so early? Do you need milk or something else?" Still half asleep, he failed to realize the absurdity of his words. Lin Jing, who was tidying up nearby, halted at his remark, hesitating between speaking up and remaining silent. She genuinely worried that Song Qingjing might, in his foggy state, mistakenly offer Lin Xiaoman something inappropriate. Yet, unable to shake her concern, she approached the bedside and knelt down, saying, "Song Qingjing, Xiaoman has already used the bathroom and had her milk. Please don't feed her anything else." Still dazed, Song Qingjing, accustomed to ruffling Lin Xiaoman's hair, instinctively touched the back of Lin Jing's neck upon hearing her words, muttering, "All right, I heard you." It was only when he realized the tactile sensation was amiss that he abruptly awakened, opening his eyes to find Lin Jing's equally awkward expression. Caught in a moment of indecision about whether to withdraw his hand or leave it there. At that moment, the sound of Zhao Hongmei echoed from outside, as she knocked on the door and urged them to rise. "You must head to the department store early, otherwise, all the beautiful clothes will be snatched away." With a sense of urgency, she insisted they come out immediately. Seizing the opportunity to discreetly withdraw his hand, Song Qingjing exchanged a glance with Lin Jing, both relieved. They needed to purchase attire for their wedding, as the banquet was scheduled for the following day. Additionally, they planned to visit some relatives nearby, inviting them to join in a meal. Zhao Hongmei had specifically instructed them to choose a fine outfit for Lin Xiaoman, as she would serve as their flower girl, and it was essential for her to be beautifully adorned. Moreover, this occasion would also serve as an opportunity to introduce her to relatives and friends. As for everything else, Zhao Hongmei assured them that she had taken care of all arrangements. However, she discreetly pulled Song Qingheng and Song Qingjing aside, cautioning them to keep a close watch on the old Song family and prevent any disturbances on such an important day. Reflecting on the antics of that large family, Zhao Hongmei could almost feel the frustration of dealing with persistent nuisances. Inside, at the dining table, Lin Jing suspected that her 3-year-old daughter was nearing her rebellious phase. Otherwise, why would she be sitting with her thumb and index fingers spread apart, propping her chin, lips pursed, and awkwardly attempting to cross her little legs? Song Rand, noticing this, found his granddaughter endearing and playfully offered, "Xiaoman, would you like Grandpa to take you to the department store to buy some little sunglasses? I read in the newspaper recently that children in Haicheng are fond of such novelties." Yi Wenqing, aware of the indulgence, chimed in, as luck would have it. "We just received a shipment meant for adults, but our manager's daughter is quite the fashionista, so we ordered a couple extra. If Xiaoman wants them, Auntie will buy them for you." Lin Jing now understood how Song Qingjing's spoiled demeanor had been cultivated. Even as a mere dandy, he had already become a source of pride for the Song family. Lin Jing gently lowered her daughter's crossed legs and removed her chubby little hand from her face, frowning silently at Lin Xiaoman. The two accomplices, wielding a penchant for pampering children, dared not speak, quietly sipping their congee. Having picked up a few bad habits from her father, Lin Xiaoman, upon sensing her mother's displeasure, ceased her leg crossing and stopped gazing at others with her nostrils flared. Instead, she embraced her mother with a grin, saying, "Mommy, I was just thinking about something." Before Lin Jing could respond, Song Rand, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Oh really? Xiaoman can think for herself now?" However, realizing Lin Jing was teaching her child, he quickly coughed, offering an apologetic smile and gesturing for her to continue without him. Lin Jing did not intend to reprimand Lin Xiaoman. She merely held her close and said, "It's fine to think, but while eating, you must behave appropriately. You cannot sit like that, understood?" Understood." Lin Xiaoman nodded vigorously, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain. When Song Qingjing, Song Qingheng, and Zhao Hongmei entered, they were greeted by the sight of Lin Xiaoman pecking at her food like a chick, Lin Jing guiding her chicks with maternal care, and beside them, Song Rand and Yi Wenqing with their heads buried in their porridge. Zhao Hongmei inquired about the situation, and after Yi Wenqing, who had been quietly eating, provided a brief explanation, she playfully swatted Song Qingjing's arm. "Look at you. What happened? You've spoiled Xiaoman." After chastising her son, Zhao Hongmei turned to Lin Jing with an approving nod. "Xiaojing, you did well. Children must be taught properly from a young age." Qingjing was too indulged in his youth, which has led to his unruly behavior now. Song Qingheng chuckled at his younger brother's predicament and glanced at Lin Xiaoman, who was watching Song Qingjing with wide eyes as he received a scolding, unable to suppress a smile. He had already predicted that once Xiaoman returned home, Qingjing's favored status would be in jeopardy. This was before their second brother, Song Qinhuang, returned. Once that child-pampering enthusiast returned, Lin Xiaoman would undoubtedly be spoiled beyond measure. In Chapter 100, the filial daughter aspiring for greatness. After Lin Xiaoman had her fill, she realized that while the rest of the family was busy with work, only she and her father remained, one a great sloth and the other a little glutton, both lounging in the sun on a deck chair in the yard. Is this acceptable? Of course not. Lin Xiaoman rose from the special deck chair her grandfather had somehow procured for her, leaned over the edge, and called out. Daddy Song Qingjing opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Xiaoman, and responded with a nasal hum. "What is it?" The little girl energetically climbed onto the chair, rocking it back and forth. "Daddy, I think you are the best daddy." Song Qingjing halted his movements, a bemused expression on his face as he regarded the suddenly effusive child. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xiaoman nodded vigorously. "Yes, Daddy is tall, can carry Xiaoman. Take her to see Grandma Qian and Sister Pingyan, sing songs for Xiaoman, and make her milk." As Song Qingjing watched Lin Xiaoman enumerate the various things he did for her, he realized he was running out of fingers to count them all. He had not even realized he had done so much. In truth, these were trivial matters, some of which, like accompanying her to the restroom, were unspoken. After all, one could hardly leave Lin Xiaoman alone in a rural latrine. He still remembered how they had both been mercilessly bitten by mosquitoes during those times. Lin Xiaoman, the little ingrate, had even laughed at the mosquito bites on his face, oblivious to her own condition. This little girl was quite the clingy one. As they spoke, she rested her cheek in her father's palm. Song Qingjing raised an eyebrow, knowing full well that she was merely using his hand as a cushion because the armrest of the chair was uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he was more than happy to provide his hand as a support for his daughter. Lin Xiaoman, with her sweet tongue, began to weave dreams for her father. "Daddy, don't worry. When I grow up, I will work hard and earn lots of money." As Xiaoman grew, she rose early each day to work and returned late in the evening, earning a substantial amount of money that would allow her to buy delicious treats for her father. When she matured, she vowed to care for her father just as her grandparents had done. Xiaoman promised to be good to her father, mirroring the kindness he currently bestowed upon her. Song Qingjing, upon hearing her words, furrowed his brow. He gazed at the little girl, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, and was troubled by the thought of her toiling away in a demanding job, exhausting herself in the same manner as others. Although he was pleased that Lin Xiaoman wished to be kind to him, the notion of her enduring hardship filled him with unease. He squeezed her chubby little face and, looking into her clear, beautiful eyes, felt a pang of reluctance to see her suffer. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiaoman, after she expressed her thoughts, her father entrusted her to the neighboring Wen family and told her he had matters to attend to, instructing her to wait patiently for his return. As she squatted at the entrance of the Wen household, resting her chin on her hands, she observed the ants busily relocating their home and pondered. She recalled from her books that if her father continued down this path, he would face dire consequences. Lin Xiaoman's face paled, her brow furrowing in concern. Oh, why must her father be so worrisome? She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, clutched her clothing tightly, and resolutely thought, it's all right. This family relies on me. Determined to help her father become more industrious and to abandon his idle habits of playing with cats and walking dogs, she set her mind to devising a clever plan. Wen Yike, who was squatting beside Lin Xiaoman, felt that her sister's mind was somewhat muddled. How else could she oscillate between tears and cheering herself on with clenched fists? However, the children's emotions were fleeting, and when they heard commotion outside, Wen Yike promptly took Lin Xiaoman's hand and rushed out. My father is back. It must be him. Following Wen Yike to the door, Lin Xiaoman spotted a tricycle parked outside their home, carrying a large box. She leaned forward, trying to discern what it was, but could not identify the item. Neighbors had gathered, and some recognized the contents of the box, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh, this is a television. Dr. Wen, where did you get the ticket for a television? This is the first one in our courtyard." Though the Song family was affluent, no one in the household had shown interest in acquiring a television, as obtaining one was difficult and required both money and effort. Now, the excitement at the Wen residence was indeed stirred up by Lin Xiaoman. Wen Yike flitted around the tricycle like a little sparrow, calling out "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," incessantly. Dr. Wen, possessing a gentle temperament, smiled as he lifted his daughter to touch the large box. Wen Zhengze, concerned about the crowd, took Lin Xiaoman's hand to lead her away, for she was not as tall as the tricycle. Wen Zhengze, accustomed to carrying his younger sister, effortlessly lifted Lin Xiaoman into his arms, mimicking his father's way of soothing a child. "This is a television," he said, as Xiaoman curiously reached out to touch it. Having come from the countryside, she had scarcely encountered a phone, let alone a television, and her wide eyes reflected her intrigue. Hesitantly, she extended her small hand to make contact, only to withdraw it swiftly, fearing she might break it. "It's all right, it won't break," Wen Zhengze reassured her, guiding her hand to explore the large box. Though it was merely a cardboard box, Lin Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with excitement. Turning her head, she could not conceal her joy, prompting Wen Zhengze to smile in response. The aunts and neighbors gathered around, chuckling and praising. "Dr. Wen, how did you manage this? Your eldest son is remarkably obedient, caring for his sister at such a young age. Oh, why is my son always causing mischief?" Another sister, who shared a good rapport with her, chimed in teasingly. "Well, of course, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes, and mice too." Before she could finish, the aunt who had spoken earlier playfully swatted her. "You truly cannot go a day without causing trouble, can you? You're the mouse, and your whole family is comprised of mice." Their playful banter elicited laughter from the crowd, and Lin Xiaoman joined in, her heart lightened by the jovial atmosphere. As the group cheerfully assisted Dr. Wen in carrying the television into the house, the once quiet courtyard of the Wen family was suddenly filled with lively chatter. They debated the best spot for the television, discussing how to arrange it for optimal viewing. As Lin Xiaoman gazed at the brand new television and the neighbors who were joyfully helping, the lingering unease within her gradually dissipated. In that moment, she realized that this place felt remarkably similar to her village. Everyone was ordinary, yet genuinely kind-hearted.